Welcome to Charlie Audiobook Stories. Please like and subscribe. It helps us more than you can imagine. Subscribing and leaving a comment helps this channel more than you know, so please feel free to offer suggestion for future audiobooks or to just say hi. Thank you for listening. We hope you have an excellent day. Note, I do not own the rights to this audiobook. This audiobook is under fair use law. For entertainment purposes only. All rights goes to the original author who wrote this excellent masterpiece. DM for credits removal. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, brands, media, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to an actual person, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. The author acknowledges the trademark status and trademark owners of various products referenced in this work of fiction, which have been used without permission. The publication, use of these trademarks is not authorized, associated with, or sponsored by the trademark owners. This book is intended for adults only. Spanking and other sexual activities represented in this book are fantasies only, intended for adults. The following story contains mature themes, strong language and sexual situations. All characters are 18+ years of age and all sexual acts are consensual. 1. Prologue. 21 years ago. It was the night of my 13th birthday. A day where I should have just chilled with my friends. We were going to go down by the canyon. Have a bonfire. But something wasn't right. I could feel it. I stayed in my room telling them I wasn't feeling great. My emotions were wreaking havoc within me. As if wanting an outlet from the confines of my body. Alejandro, what's wrong? My mom's soft voice asked from outside the door. Just leave me alone, please. Fear. I felt fear, something inside me was changing. I gripped the window ledge staring up at the moon. Leave him be, he isn't worth it, my father's cold voice came. He had always hated me, I don't even know why. My heart was racing in my chest. I hated this. It was as if something was screaming to be set free. I closed my eyes, trying to calm myself. But it was no use, I could hear them all. The voices in the entire house. Why was this happening? I could hear every poisonous word that left my dad's mouth as they walked away. Ricardo, he's a child, there must be something wrong. Mom whispered to Dad as they entered their bedroom. He's a disobedient mutt. There's nothing wrong. He scoffed. Anger filled me with a fiery passion. Why the hell did he hate me so much? My heart was thumping loudly. The moon was making me feel odd. Why did it have to be a full moon tonight? Ever since I could remember I felt restless on a full moon. Sure, I was a werewolf, but this wasn't normal, and it wasn't like I had a wolf yet. I'm not disobedient. I whispered. What did I do wrong? I always tried to live up to his standards, but I was never good enough. He's a worthless piece of trash. That one is going to die young. Trust me. His words made my blood boil. My fingernails dug into the window ledge. A growl tearing from my lips. I saw red as I turned towards the door. I was done with having to hear this. I pulled it open and stormed down the hall to my parents' room. Each antagonizing remark that left my father's lips made my anger surge. I ripped open their door, not even realizing I had taken it off the hinges. My mother screamed and Dad looked shocked. What the fuck is that? He whispered, looking at me. I glared at him, feeling agonizing pain rip through me. My bones felt like they were burning and breaking. I'm not trash. I'm not disobedient. I growled, not caring about the pain. I couldn't even recognize my voice or understand what was happening. Dad's eyes widened as he stepped back, looking up at me. I frowned. Why was he looking up at me? He was taller than me. You worthless mutt. How dare you? What the hell are you? Dad roared. He was the alpha. He always hated how his alpha command never worked on me. I knew it was that reason. The reason he always beat me when I disobeyed him. To show me that he was stronger. But why? Was that such a big deal? I am not worthless. Why do you hate me so much? I growled. I couldn't even recognize my voice. I told you he was a freak, Dad whispered, disgust and contempt clear in his voice. Anger flared within me, and I lunged at him. It felt like a nightmare. I could see what was happening, but at the same time I wasn't in control. I saw my black furry paws with long claws tear into my father. I couldn't feel anything, but at the same time I was calm. And then suddenly everything went black. When I came to, I was standing naked in my parents' bedroom. A once summer country room that was now a nightmare. Shredded body parts littered the room and blood. Claw marks stained every inch of the walls and floor. The strong smell of coppery blood tarnished the air. I stumbled back, horror filling me. I looked at my hands. Hands that were covered with blood. I scanned the floor. I remember attacking Dad, but what about Mum? I rushed across the room, to the other side of the upturned bed. Stopping in my tracks when I saw the hand that lay on the floor wearing a ring. Mom's hand. No, how could I have attacked Mom? No. 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 My heart thundered in my chest, and I wished I could reverse time. I had done this. I had murdered my parents and I had no idea how. But one thing was clear. Dad was right. I was a freak. A freak of nature. Whatever I had turned into, wasn't normal. That was my first shift. The first time I had taken someone's life. But it was far from the last time. 2. Friends, a movie. Kiara. The wind blew through my hair, a pleasant welcome on this warm day. The sun was lowering itself in the sky and I knew I'd have to head inside soon. I was sat just outside our family home, near the river. I smiled gently, my eyes glued to the book in my hand, My Future Stepbrother, by Monroe 30. I loved this book. I smiled as I turned the page as I leant back against the tree. But I didn't get to lose myself in the book and fantasize about crushing on the male lead Jace because Liam, my twin brother and future alpha of the Blood Moon pack, ran over. Kia, join us. We're going to go watch a movie. He said, running his fingers through his hair. I looked up into his cerulean blue eyes, which mirrored Dad's. He looked a lot like Dad actually. The only difference between the two was, Liam had strawberry blonde hair like Mum's natural color. I don't want to go. You lot go. I replied, turning back to my book. He sighed and snatched it from me, making my eyes flash a brilliant purple. Liam. Kiara. Enough of this. Come on. You know Dad said that the king's coming in 2 days. Then we'll be stuck serving the arrogant ass. That made me smile. As an alpha, Liam didn't like to take commands from anyone, and having 2 alpha parents didn't help with that. The fact the king was actually coming down, meant he would have another superior around. It's not funny. We've all heard he's more arrogant and cocky than Dad and every other alpha put together, Liam growled, now glaring at me. His deep navy eyes of his wolf showing through. It's a little funny. I actually want to see Dad bristle. I said cheekily. Liam narrowed his eyes. You are evil. Especially since you're Daddy's little girl. He mocked. He wasn't wrong. Everyone knew I was Dad's favorite, I was second only to Mum. I stood up and reached for my book. He held it out of my reach. Although I was 5'5", he was over 6 foot. Come out with us. He repeated stubbornly. I didn't want to. It would get dark by the time the movie finished, and then I was as blind as a bat. Although I was quite good with my senses, it wasn't the same. I hated holding everyone back, no matter how much they said I wasn't a burden. I was one. I always have been one. Kiara. I looked at him and was about to argue when Raven, my feisty sexy temperamental best friend, came running over. Raven was a little younger than me and still 17 years old. She had her black hair cut in a bob with bangs with red and plum streaks in it. The most unique thing about her was her mix-matched eyes. The left was an icy blue and the right was a blue-green. Did I mention she was also tiny at 4 feet 9 inches? "Kia," she said, wrapping her arms around my waist and hugging me tightly. She was dressed all in black. I don't think she owned many other colors. Maybe the occasional purple or red. "Ow ow. You're crushing me," I joked. "All I'm crushing are these plushies," she said, prodding my breasts, making me blush before she let go of me and looked at Liam, who towered high above her. "Liam." "Raven," he replied. Their eyes met and I simply stood there. Raven has been my best friend since we were little. But there was something between Liam and her. I even think they might be mates. I can just imagine it, our tiny Luna. But then again, I think she had chemistry with someone else too. "Since you're here, we were heading out and Kiara here refuses to go. Both know she listens to you," he said. Raven crossed her arms. "Even you listen to me," she remarked, making Liam glare at her as he shoved the book into her arms. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Bit-Size," he growled. Oh, I'm terrified," she mocked, making me laugh. Liam stormed off and we both started laughing. "I'm not going, Raven, don't even try it," I said stubbornly, taking my book back, frowning. This was a signed copy and it meant a lot to me. "Kia. Liam isn't wrong. Come on, and I'm going to be there too. We want you there." But I was also the reason Raven stuck by my side when she should be going and doing what she wants. I hated holding everyone back. I always did. Family trips. Mom and Dad couldn't even have their full time together because of me. No matter how old I got, I was still useless. Okay. I gave in. I didn't want them to beg me either, knowing this time neither was going to let me get out of it. Worse, I knew Liam would take it to Dad too. I brushed my fingers through my waist-length sandy blonde hair. Guess I had no choice. It was over an hour later and here we were at the movies. Damon Nicholson, the future beta and also Liam's best friend, was with us. The four of us have always hung together. We were now laughing over a comedy, and I was actually enjoying the movie, whilst sipping on my Fanta. We had gone into town. Although our pack had grown a lot over the years, we didn't have our own cinema yet. I would have preferred horror, Raven said, tossing popcorn up and catching it in her mouth. "I'm sure there's a lot you would have preferred," Damon remarked, making me laugh, taking popcorn and shoving it in Raven's mouth. She bit onto his finger, giving him a mock glare as Liam looked down at the tiny pint of our group. "Zip it, boys," Raven said, releasing Damon's finger. I smiled. "I told you I'm the third wheel, or should I say the fourth wheel," I said, looking between the two men and Raven. They all stared at me, looking confused. "What does that even mean?" Liam asked. I shrugged. I often said things without thinking and I knew it irked them. They exchanged baffled looks and I turned back to the movie. I preferred romantic movies like the Titanic, but it was hard to choose something we'd all agree on. "By the way, I love that top, Kia," Damon said teasingly. I raised an eyebrow. I knew what he wanted, an answer to what I meant. "Hey, don't check her out," Liam said, frowning at my crop top. I had boobs and an ass and I didn't mind flaunting them. "Kia," Damon pouted. "Don't Kia me. Figure it out," I said smugly. Raven was the only one to smirk as the boys frowned at me. We were halfway through the movie when I suddenly felt the urge for fresh air. "I'm stepping out," I said quietly, standing up. Instantly all three stood and I frowned. "Alone?" "I need the bathroom anyway," Raven said. "No. You don't," I said firmly. I could see the little blinks at the end of the seats. Humans couldn't really see in the dark either. Didn't they just follow the little lights? I'm taking you, Liam said firmly, taking my hand and pulling me along. From all three he was the one who dared to piss me off. The other didn't. I didn't say anything. He led me to the door and let go of me. Mind link me when you come back here, okay? Fine, I said. I wasn't going to, why should I? I hated being treated like an invalid. I stormed off, the familiar spasm of pain up my right ankle to my knee jarring through me. Love you, Kia, Liam mind linked me. My anger faded. I knew what they did was because they loved me. Love you too, big brother. I walked to the bathroom knowing Liam was watching. Entering, I looked in the mirror. Staring back at me was a pretty young woman. I had a square face, with high-defined cheekbones, plump lips and straight long hair. But what I loved the most about my face was my eyes, sage green with a blue ring, a mix of mum and dad's. I gave it a few moments before I left the cinema and walked into the parking lot. My wolf was restless, she wanted me to go further out. Why? I asked her, not that I'd get a reply, but I liked to think I could communicate with her. She sometimes sent me emotions as answers. Is there something out there? I asked. The urge to keep walking filled me, and I did, the brightly lit cinema lights becoming fainter as I continued walking. My common sense told me to stop. This wasn't the first time I've done this. Growing up, I followed my impulse and always ended up in danger. But now I had my wolf, things would be different, right? Although she couldn't see in the dark, she was strong and fast. Suddenly everything went pitch black. Alarms went off signaling that there had been a power outage. My heart skipped a beat, but I was calm. I don't think this was a good idea, I said to my wolf. I looked around but everything was black. Kiara. Liam called through the link, panic laced into his voice. Relax, I'm safe, I'll just stay in one place till the lights come on. I replied through the link. Okay. Raven's coming. Relax, Liam. He didn't reply and I knew Raven was probably rushing to the bathroom already. I sighed, guess I better head back. I turned to walk inside when I heard a strange unearthly growl. My blood ran cold when I felt something move behind me, the whisper of the wind brushing against me, spurring me into a run. 3. A chase. Alejandro. The smell of sex and sweat hung in the air, the sound of skin against skin and moans from the two women who lay on the bed filled the room. They kissed each other as I fucked one of them. I didn't really feel anything, even as my release rushed through me. I simply pulled out and got off the bed, taking a drag from the cigarette that was between my lips. Not even bothering to cast the two she-wolves I had just fucked a second glance. They won't be able to walk for a good day or two. They had fulfilled their purpose, and now I didn't want to see them again. Women were all the same to me. I fucked them and I moved on. I was 34 and I didn't have a mate, but I'm glad. I am not mate material. I am a fucking twisted freak of nature. I guess not being a werewolf meant I didn't get one. It's been over 10 years and I accepted that fact. It just meant I could have 100 women if I wanted, and I have had a lot more than that. And I wouldn't need to deal with a so-called soul mate. I didn't have a fucking heart, nor did I care. There was no place in me for anyone else, and that is the way I liked it. To be alone. I've seen countless men fall to their knees to please their women. I wasn't one of them. Some called it a curse that I didn't have a mate, I called it a fucking perk. No bitch to fuck with my head, the only thing I needed fucking with, was my dick, and I got plenty of that. I walked into the bathroom to wash their filth off me. I didn't bother turning the light on. What's the point when I could see in the dark? I frowned, stepping into the shower after tossing the cigarette into the bin. Turning the faucet on, I let the cold water pour over me. I didn't feel anything. Not the cold, not the pleasure. It was all the same. Years had passed and with each one, I felt more animal than human. The only thing that made me feel alive was pain and killing. I loved the chase, the play, and the kill. I made it my sole purpose was to clear the world of fucking trash. I soaked my body and was rinsing off when I felt someone mind linking me. Alpha. We've got a location. Darian, my second in command, my beta, was an alpha but had refused his position to be by my side. Probably the closest thing I had to a friend. Where? I linked back. Heading towards Birmingham. If we leave soon, we might be able to get it. Be ready in 10. I cut the link and grabbed a towel. A humorless smirk on my face. That was near the dickhead Elijah's pack. The temptation to impose on him felt like some entertainment. The man was on my council, but we hated each other's guts. He was only 6 years older than me, but he was one of those cocky bastards I loved to piss off. I was meant to visit him tomorrow. I think I'd move that up. Darian. Yeah, Alpha. Let Alpha Elijah know, we're coming tonight instead of tomorrow. They can host us. I left the bathroom and walked over to the bed to grab my phone. One of the she-wolves stirred and sat up holding her sheets to her chest. Alpha. I ignored her, grabbed my phone and left the room. I hadn't been to Elijah's pack location, although he came for pack meetings often. So, it would actually be a fair visit to see how he runs his pack. I had to admit, he had the strongest pack around. Mine didn't count because I took members from different packs. It was more a pack of warriors than a family. We had strong wolves who would deal with threats and were sent out. I was settled not too far from my brother's pack. But not too close for the packs to mix. I had territories all over and I moved around if needed. It had been 8 years since I attained this position. By force in many cases, I forced the alphas to submit, and I claimed my position and exercised my authority upon them. I wasn't an ordinary werewolf, and I wasn't going to be treated like one. I entered my bedroom picking out some oversized shorts. They were baggy enough and wouldn't rip when I transformed. After all, I wasn't your ordinary werewolf. I was a Leakin. Stronger, better, smarter, and I expected everyone to know that. A Leakin was like royalty, and so I took my throne in a way. But whether they admit it or not, every pack is safer with my reign over them. Innocent wolves don't get abused. If they do, they know I'm here. I was the alpha of the Night Walkers pack, also known as the Royal Pack. With time, more and more disturbing happenings have occurred, but I've done my best to contain the threat. Not only were rogues working in packs, but beasts called Wendigos had appeared. Wendigos were werewolves who had eaten werewolves and become something different. They lived to kill and eat werewolves and had no trace of sanity left. And then there was the Menangles, vampire-like creatures with elongated limbs, long claws, teeth, and surrounded by a revolting smell. They preyed on children and pregnant women. The worst thing was these things were made with dark magic. And although I had been working on tracking these things for over 16 years, I was still grasping at straws. Just the thought made my blood boil. Whoever was behind it was smart. Smarter than I anticipated, but I swear when I find them, I'm going to make them wish they were never born. The 4 men who were to join me were ready. I shifted, the seconds of pain as my bones snapped and reshaped felt refreshing. I cricked my neck side to side and without a word we began running. I was faster than the other 3, but they knew where we were headed. I hadn't seen one of these creatures in a few months, something that had unsettled me. Was something bigger to come? It was just my gut instinct, but I'm not usually wrong. But now that one had been traveling south, I had had it tracked, and like always it won't get away from me. I wanted to try to get one alive, but I always ended up fucking tearing them apart. The moon shone and as always, I felt more powerful under it. My eyes blazed as I sped up, a black blur as I ran towards my prey. 2 hours had passed, I had crossed by Birmingham. I was most probably somewhere near the Blood Moon pack. I had picked up a scent, it was a Wendigo. Which meant a lot of people were in danger, not just kids and pregnant women. I had entered a town, and I frowned. Didn't they usually stick to the woods? I looked around, realizing I was in Stratford-upon-Avon. Something wasn't right. I shifted back, tightening the string on my baggy shorts. The night was cool, the wind was calm, so catching a scent wasn't too hard. But it still managed to evade me. That was odd. Did it have a target? Where was it? I stuck to the shadows. There were too many people around. Fuck, this wasn't good. I needed to do something, so we weren't seen. I looked up at the electricity wires, my eyes flashing red. A cold smirk crossed my lips. Now, this was going to be fun. If it wanted to play hide and seek, I'd give it what it wanted. I jumped up, ripping through the electricity wires with my claws. Sparks flew, illuminating the sky before the entire area went black. I heard a low whistling growl in the distance, and I smirked coldly. Game on, fucker. 4. A stranger in the dark. Kiara. I shifted mid-run, feeling the thing behind me run faster. It wasn't a rogue. I knew that much. I couldn't see where I was going, but I kept running. My ankle screamed at me in protest, and I stumbled a few times. Although my mind screamed at me to turn and look at what was chasing me, a basic instinct. One which was of no use to me. I wouldn't be able to see. I hit a wall and growled, turning. I knew I had to fight, or I was done for. I lashed out, but I was knocked to the ground. I could hear it approaching as I got up once again. I felt it sniffing me, and I tensed. Did it not want to kill me? I was wrong. The next thing I felt was something bite into my neck, making me howl in pain. The wound stung, and I felt my body force itself to shift. My shoulder was aching painfully. A loud growl ripped through the air, and I felt something push my attacker off me. I couldn't see, but I could hear a fight going on. Biting, growling, and the sounds of bones breaking. The smell of blood filled the air, and then silence. I tried to sit up, but my neck and shoulder were burning up. Liam, I called through the link weakly. I couldn't say anything as I felt exhausted. I heard footsteps, and I crossed my arms over my chest, wishing I could see. An intoxicating woody scent filled my nose, laced with male musk and smoke. I licked my lips. Something about it was extremely pleasant. Who are you? I asked, my voice calm and in control despite the pain I was feeling. Someone who fucking saved you, pup, came the most delicious voice I had ever heard. My heart skipped a beat at the rugged tone that seemed to make my skin hum. Kia. I hear Raven's voice and the sound of running. Before I could say anything, I felt the man leave, and I wished he hadn't. Oi. What the? Damon said. Fuck Kia. Liam said, and I felt him pulling his shirt over me before scooping me into his arms. She's injured. Oh God. Raven said, sounding panicked. I'm fine, I said, sounding weaker than I wanted. What the hell was that? Raven asked as I felt myself being placed in the car. Raven got in next to me, pulling me into her arms. Something chased me, and someone saved me, I said quietly. The thought of the deep voice making my stomach flip. Well, whoever the fuck he was fast. He grabbed that thing and vanished. Damon said. The car fell silent as we drove home. I knew Dad was going to flip, and I didn't want him knowing what happened. I stared out at the passing streetlights. It seemed only the cinema area had been affected. Get me to my bedroom, Liam. Do not tell Mom or Dad about this. Please. I said weakly. We need you checked. Liam said curtly. I'm warning you, Liam, just listen to me. I snapped. She's kinda right, Uncle L will cut your balls off, Raven said. The two young men exchanged looks and nodded, sighing. We all knew that was true. But you need to clean that wound. Damon added. I'll do it for her and stay the night with her. If she gets a fever or anything, I'll let you guys know. You can't even mind Link, Liam remarked. Raven leant forward, flicking the back of his neck. I can come to your room. You don't live across the pack lands, do you, dunce? Okay, chill out, Bit-Size. I sighed, leaning back and closed my eyes, ignoring their banter. Tonight had ended unexpectedly, and once again, I had to be saved. I was finally in the comfort of my room. Relieved that Mum and Dad were in their room. They definitely weren't asleep. We all knew that. The two were the most in-love couple I have ever seen, and their sex drives were something else. Thank God for soundproof walls. The walls to my room were textured dusky pink paint with a sparkle of shimmer in it. The wooden floor was covered with a plush pink rug, and my bed and furniture were gray. Whilst my bedding was gray and white pattern print, there was a floor-length window that was covered in white and pink organza curtains. A book corner, containing rows of books, diaries, and my candle collection was on the left of the door. On the floor in front of the shelves were several cushions, where I would usually sit to read or write. On the wall opposite to the bed were my wardrobes, and set in the middle was my vanity table with a mirror. I had 2 floor lamps and a glitter lamp. Around my headboard and curtains there were strings of fairy lights. This was my haven, a place I didn't need anyone's help. Where I felt capable and where I wasn't constantly fussed over. I was currently sitting there in Liam's shirt as Raven dabbed antiseptic on my shoulder. We should have got Liam to lick it, you know, alpha saliva helps. You gross, that's more intimate. He can lick you, but he isn't touching me. I retorted in disgust. Oh, come on. I'm sure he wouldn't have minded. I know he wouldn't, but no thank you. I was relieved when she placed plasters on all the gaping marks where I was bitten and let me relax back. It doesn't look like a wolf's bite, she said, now serious. I don't think it was. It didn't sound like one. I said, shuddering slightly. Who saved you? Any idea? I don't know, but he wasn't from this pack. I said quietly. Remembering his smell and the way his voice sounded. Your heart's racing. Raven said, looking at me curiously. I looked at her. I didn't have any secrets from her. We both told each other everything. His voice was sexy, like really sexy, I said, dropping back onto my bed. Raven's eyes widened as she got onto the bed on her knees, staring at me, wide-eyed. Whoa, really? Like panty-dropping charming? She asked. I raised an eyebrow. More like panty-wetting charming. Is that even a term? She gasped and smacked my leg. Damn, I wish. She stopped, a flicker of guilt crossing her face. I knew what she was going to say. Don't. I wish I saw him too, if his voice and scent had anything to it. He would be pretty hot. I said, staring at my ceiling. The light from my glitter lamp casting sparkly patterns on it. What did he say? He said he's the one who saved me, I said, pouting, remembering his words. She lay next to me, placing her arm over my waist. Now thinking of it, he called me a pup. Humph. I turned to my side, unhappy with that. Raven laughed. Well, I'm sure if you gave him a little show rather than try covering yourself, he'd realize you weren't just a pup. Raven. Go to sleep. I groaned. All right, she said from behind me, and I knew she'd be out like a light. I turned off the other lamps from the switch near my bed, staring at the silver glitter that swam in the pink water. Raven's breathing became rhythmic, and sure enough, she was fast asleep rather quickly. But I couldn't sleep, the same thoughts consuming my mind. Who was he and why was he in our territory? 5. A protective father. Kiara. Someone who fucking saved you, pup. His deep voice sent shivers up my spine. His scent filled my senses. What's your name? I asked softly, feeling the heat from his body sent shivers of pleasure up my spine. Kiara. Huh. That's my name. Kiara. Kiara. I frowned. The voice changed to one I recognized rather well. My eyes flew open to see Raven hovering over me. I blushed, realizing I had been dreaming. Pushing her back, I sat up. The sun was shining through the curtains and I leaned over, turning my lights off. "What were you dreaming about?" Raven asked, curiously staring at me. "Nothing, why?" "Your heart was racing." I shrugged innocently. "No idea." I stretched, wincing at the spasming pain that shot up my shoulder and neck. I groaned as I clamped my hand over it. Raven was by my side instantly. "Are you not healed?" she asked worriedly. "We may have to tell Auntie Red and Uncle L." "Not a good idea," I said, standing up. I tried not to flinch at the pain in my ankle. It was always stiffer in the morning. I limped slightly as I made my way to the bathroom. "I'll use Liam's shower, he's already left for training," Raven said. I nodded as I walked into my small bathroom. It wasn't big, but it did have a tub with a shower combined. I pulled Liam's shirt off and looked in the floor-length mirror. My usual tan skin that was like Dad's, was a little paler than usual. Taking a moment to admire my underboob intricate chandelier tattoo. I had gotten it a day after my 18th birthday, and I loved it. Dad had been a bit fussy, saying why did I get something that would draw attention to my breasts. He sure would have a heart attack if he saw my thigh tattoo that looked like a garter belt. I got that just over a week ago. He has yet to notice. I peeled the bandages off and looked at the bite mark. It was healing, albeit slower than normal. Feeling a little relieved, I stepped into the shower, letting the warm water ease my achy shoulder. An hour later, Raven and I headed downstairs. We had ended up having a pillow fight before we got dressed for the day. I wore a silk ivory cami tucked into ripped denim skinny jeans and ivory flats. I donned a cardigan over the cami to hide my shoulder. Although the bleeding had stopped, the wounds were still there. I did love heels, but I couldn't really wear them for long without my foot playing up. My hair was left open, and I just had my usual touch of tinted moisturizer, highlighter, and smoky eyeliner and mascara. My lips were just coated with a tint of shea butter lip balm. I wore small dangle earrings and a few necklaces. We walked into the kitchen, both Raven and I stopping in our tracks. Dad had Mom up against the fridge, her legs wrapped around him as they made out, the sound of moans clear as day. I blushed and Raven whistled. "Nice show, Uncle L. Keep going." I heard Dad growl as Mom unlocked her legs and pushed him away, blushing lightly. I swear that only Dad can make Mom blush. I smiled and looked at my parents. Dad was 40 and Mom was 37. They were young parents, but they looked like they were 30 at the most. "I would, but I think you're way too innocent to be able to handle it," Dad said to Raven, who rolled her eyes. "Not true. I'm not innocent." "You think that," Dad said, smirking, as he leaned against the worktop. "You okay, Angel?" He looked over at me and I smiled shrewdly. Dad would always greet me with a kiss. But the fact that he wasn't moving from his place meant he was turned on. "I am, Dad. Not going to give me a hug?" I asked slyly. Dad smirked, pulling Mom back into his arms and kissing her. "You sure you want one?" "Yuck, no," I said, not trusting Dad. Mom rolled her eyes. "You girls okay? I heard something went down at the cinema yesterday. Liam said you lot had headed home before then. Is that true?" she asked sharply. Me and Raven exchanged looks. I nodded, not meeting Mom's eyes as I pulled open the fridge, taking out a bottle of orange juice. "Yep, Auntie Red. That is what happened." "So what's the plan for the king's visit?" "It's tomorrow, isn't it?" Raven asked smoothly as Gwen the Omega, who was our housekeeper, entered with an empty tray. "Breakfast is set," she said, smiling. "Thanks," Mom said to her as Dad looked at Raven. "He's coming today. In fact, he's in town already," Dad replied, frowning. "Ooh, I can't wait. I heard he's really handsome," Raven said. "He's a cocky dickhead." Dad growled, earning himself a glare from Mum. Elijah, language. When two similar people meet, they clash. She said to Raven as we all headed to the dining room. Dad put his arm around me, kissing my forehead. You look beautiful, Angel, he said. I smiled at him. He never forgot to tell me that. Sometimes I feel like no one can love me more than Dad loves me, but then I see how he looks at Mum and I wish that I would find a mate who looks at me with that much adoration and love. But would my mate want me? The mere thought made my gut twist. Once we were seated around the dining table, which was a nice, large solid wood oak table. I looked at the food. It was currently laden with two huge platters of everything you would expect in a full English breakfast. So will the Alpha King have dinner here? Or you going to the pack house? I asked, helping myself to food. Here, he doesn't really like people, Mum said, making Dad raise an eyebrow. I don't think people like him either. Raven and I laughed whilst Mum frowned at Dad. Seriously, Elijah. He is the alpha of alphas. That is what Dad hates. I chimed in. Ah yes, ego issues. Mum said, smirking. Can I help cook? I asked. Dad frowned. You don't need to serve him. Gwen can handle it. If she wants, let her. Mum retorted, giving Dad a kiss on the neck to soothe his growing annoyance. Mum sure knew how to appease her man. Her cooking is really good, Uncle L. You got to admit that. Raven added, eating a bacon strip. Yeah, I know that. I just don't want her to waste time and working herself out over him. I knew he meant my ankle. I'll be fine, Dad. I never really told them the extent of the pain as an adult. They don't really know it hurts daily. It came to a point where I started saying it hurt less and less. A lie I learned to live with. I was hurt in a rogue attack when I was around 2 years old, and it eats Dad up that he wasn't able to protect me. Although he saved me from getting killed, I was injured beyond the point of healing. I think it'll be nice. I mean, he saved her life once. Mum said, bringing me out of my thoughts. Dad's smile vanished and Raven and I looked at her in shock. Really? I asked. Spill. Raven added. You were almost 5, we were at Rihanna's 2nd birthday. You wandered off into the forest, and well, it was one of those creatures. A Menangle. It's how we found out he was a Leakin. He saved you that night, and as much as your dad can't stand him, I always remember he saved our little girl. She's bigger than you are now, Raven added to my shorter Mum. Still my baby girl. Mum shot back, frowning at Raven and Dad. Now if Kiara wants to cook, she can. Alejandro, well I think he has more secrets and reasons for the way he is. Rather than just assuming he's a jerk. What makes you say that? Raven asked, playing with her food. I was different once. Bullied, disliked, and made a target, even after I had Kiara and Liam. Several times people have wanted to kidnap an alpha female, like I was an experiment. And Alejandro, he's more different than I am. Mum said, sipping her water. I nodded. That made sense. I knew how it felt to be different. It must be hard to be one of a kind. I said softly. Don't sympathize with him. Dad said. I gave him a small smile. Okay, Dad. So, is there a specific menu or can I just make whatever I want on the side? Do whatever you like. Mum said, giving me a warm smile. So skipping training today? Just today. I said guiltily. Mum trained me with a weapon, although Dad didn't want her to. She refused to let me just be weak and I was glad. I just wish I could carry my weapon around. But it wasn't easy when it was a 5-foot-long staff with a sharp long spike at the end. Just today. Great. I'm off to ask Gwen if everything I need is in the house. I said, standing up and rushing from the room. Wincing as my leg spasmed. I grabbed the door frame just as someone rushed over. I knew from the scent it was Dad. He steadied me and I looked up at him. "I'm okay, Dad," I said softly, cupping his face for a moment. "Take it slow, Kiara," he said, stroking my hair. I felt a wave of sadness and nodded, as if sensing how I felt. He pulled me into his arms. I closed my eyes, hugging him tightly. "Ah, she's such a daddy's girl. My dad just threatens to beat me with his slipper," Raven said, making Mum laugh. "He did the same to Angela when she was younger," she replied. I smiled. Angela was Mum's best friend and also Raven's aunt. "Auntie A is tough, I don't blame Dad. But look at me. I'm an innocent little devil." "No devil is innocent," Mum replied, amused. I moved away from my dad. "I'm okay, Dad, I promise I'll be careful," I said through the link. Before I left the room, I knew his eyes were fixed on me. Now to get cooking for the Alpha King. 6. A tense dinner. Alejandro. I looked out at the river. I was just outside of Blood Moon Pack territory. Although I had sent the message, I was coming, I couldn't bring myself to enter that pack. The young woman I saved last night flashed through my mind. I was sure she was from that pack. There was something about her. For one, she wasn't looking at me when she asked who I was. The second was that I hadn't been able to get her voice out of my head. It was slightly husky yet sensual. She was young. I could tell that much from how perfect her skin was. She had her legs crossed, hiding her lower regions, and her arms and hair covered her breasts. For someone who had just been attacked, she still seemed to have cared about her modesty. I've seen more women than I can remember. One more was nothing to it. That was a fucking lie. I had been tempted to pull her arms back, to see what she was hiding from me, and it was that very thought that had put me in a real fucking mood. Sure, I could go find her and I'm sure she'd be willing to spread those legs of hers. But the fact that I had taken an instant interest. I wish I had taken a proper look at her face. Having gotten more distracted by her body. She smelt fucking divine too. Like hazelnut chocolate. If there was one human weakness I had, it was hazelnut chocolate. Why did the woman fucking had to smell like the one fucking thing I would say I liked? I picked up a pebble and threw it into the water. A deep frown on my face. Her wolf had been a brilliant white. It was too fast to see it all, but from what I did see, there was no other color on her. There was only one other light wolf I knew of, and that was Scarlet Westwood, the alpha female of this very pack. "Alpha, shall we get going? It's almost evening and we are to dine with the alphas," one of my warriors, Dustin, said. "Let's go." I stood up, pulling out a fresh cigarette. I was dressed in a black t-shirt, a leather jacket and black jeans. Paired with black boots, I was done. I didn't really give a fuck about my reputation or trying to keep up an image. We headed back to our cars, and I got into my Lamborghini. "How long are we staying, Alpha?" Dustin asked before I shut the door. "About a week. That thing was too close to their pack and it is not the first time they've headed in this direction." I frowned. It hadn't gone for the kill when it attacked that woman. Why? 20 minutes later, we were driving through pack grounds, slowing down at the open gates to the Alpha Mansion. It was actually in a woodier area than I would have expected. Trees lined the narrow road. Only one car could travel down it at a time. We drove past a few warriors who were standing there, and just as I parked up outside the medium-sized mansion, I saw Elijah and Scarlet step out of the mansion. I got out of my car and walked over to them. "Alejandro," Elijah said, holding his hand out. I knew the fucker didn't like me. I gave a humorless smirk. "Elijah," I replied, giving his hand a bone-crushing handshake, one he returned with equal passion. Scarlet rolled her eyes and broke our handshake. "It's nice to finally have you visit," she said. "How's Maria and Raphael?" Not seen them in months. I replied moodily. I hated small talk. She greeted the 3 warriors who had come with me, Dustin, Travis, and Jack. She seemed to have mind-linked someone, and an Omega came for my bag. The other 3 would be staying elsewhere. And how long are you staying? She asked, leading me inside. A week or so. There are a few things I need to figure out. Which means it's not good news. Elijah frowned. Well, you're welcome for as long as you need. Scarlett remarked. The smell of delicious cooking filled the air, and I had to admit I didn't mind it at all. But it was then, laced in with the food, that I smelt it. That same intoxicating smell of hazelnut chocolate, but better. I frowned deeply as I glanced towards the stairs. The smell was stronger from that area. Alejandro? Scarlett called, watching me with a small sharp frown as I stared at the stairs. I gave her a cold glare and followed her into the dining room. The table was already set with food for 8. Liam, our son. She introduced. Liam was definitely a younger version of Elijah. He had grown a lot just like Rayhan. We shook hands and I could tell he was sizing me up. I last remembered him when he was a kid. Him and his sister. My thoughts vanished when that same scent hit me hard and I turned to the door. My eyes flashed red when I heard footsteps. And then in walked the young woman from last night. I swallowed as our eyes met now, under the brightly lit lights, sage green with a startling blue ring. Her plump lips were slightly parted. A few strands of her hair fell in front of her face. My eyes ran over her, taking in the long blue maxi dress with purple flowers that hugged her upper body. Her waist was narrow with large breasts. Damn, for someone who had just turned 18, she was rather fine. I frowned, my anger growing at the very thought. I could hear her racing heart. Her grip on the tray she held trembled. I reminded myself that she was literally half my fucking age. Elijah growled, and I didn't really blame him for once. I was literally staring at his daughter. Our daughter Kiara. Remember her? No, actually. But I remember her from last night. I remarked, taking a seat at the table without an invitation. Last night? Scarlett asked as everyone took a seat. To my annoyance, Kiara sat opposite me, her irritating scent filling my nose. She glanced at her twins. They both looked nervous. I raised an eyebrow. Your daughter was bitten by a manangle last night. Or did you not know? I asked Elijah mockingly, earning myself a glare from the girl opposite. Is that true? Elijah asked, his eyes flashing. Dad, I'm fine. Her sensual voice sent pleasant hums through my body. I wondered if it was really so bad to have a little fun before I left. I mean, if Elijah found out he'd be fucking pissed, but I didn't really give a shit. It was his daughter who was fucking tempting me. I didn't really go for girls that age, so why now? You were bitten. I asked you both about last night. Scarlett's icy voice came, now walking over to Kiara and tugging her small cardigan off her shoulders, growling when she saw the wound that was almost healed on her smooth tan skin. You could have fucking died. Elijah said, turning his gaze on his son. You were supposed to take care of her. We'll do this later. Scarlett said curtly. I raised an eyebrow. Don't mind me, carry the fuck on. I said, helping myself to some food. I saw Kiara glare at me, and I raised an eyebrow. It was kind of intriguing that she wasn't scared of me. Even if women wanted me, they were still scared of me. I'm fine. Can we just eat, please? She said, tearing her gaze away from me. Fine. Scarlett said, sitting down next to Elijah. She gave him a kiss. Family drama. This is why I fucking love being alone. Dinner was over and my men went off to the pack house where they would be staying. The tension between the Westwoods was strong. Even though Elijah tried to make small talk about work, the Menangles and Wendigos. I knew he was seething. His eyes kept flickering from cerulean to cobalt, and if his mate didn't have a hold on him, I'm sure he would have lunged at his son. "This is your room. I hope you have a pleasant stay," Liam said curtly. I knew he was going to hear it from his dad. "HM," I replied, walking into the room. My stuff had already been bought up. I took off my jacket, pulling off my shirt, and decided to go shower. I could hear the family arguing downstairs. No matter how quiet they tried to be, no one really realized how good my hearing was. 20 minutes later, I stepped out of the bathroom, wrapping a towel around my waist. I walked over to the bedside table to plug my phone in when the door burst open to reveal a flustered and pretty pissed off Kiara. Her glare turned to shock when her eyes fell on my body. 7. Towel, tattoos. Kiara. Dad was blowing things way out of proportion, blaming Liam for something that wasn't even his fault. We were in the family lounge, although we were keeping our voices low. Everyone was tense and pissed. "Alright, I get it. I'm sorry," Liam said, closing his eyes, trying to be the calmer one. "Dad, enough," I said, frustrated. Mum frowned, placing a hand on Dad's chest. She was angry we had lied, but what did they expect? They always blamed Liam and I hated it. "Elijah. Enough. She's okay and you need to stop thinking she's a baby," I gave Mum an appreciative smile. If anyone understood, it was her. I just wished the others did too. I hated that Liam already blamed himself and now Dad was only making matters worse. "I get it, I messed up. I should have stayed with her until she came out of the bathroom," Liam said, frowning. I shook my head. "Hell no. Dad. Liam. I left the cinema of my own will. If I just returned to the screening room, I would have been fine." "Liam, stop flipping blaming yourself," I snapped. Both men looked at me, frowning. "You shouldn't have left," Dad said, now looking at me. I wasn't wearing my cardigan now since everyone had already seen the bite, and I saw his eyes flicker there before concern and worry settled in tenfold. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. "I don't need you to keep looking out for me, I need to breathe. Goddess, I feel suffocated at times," I snapped. I know I sounded like a selfish bitch right now, when all they did was love me, but it was suffocating. "Kiara, you almost got killed again." "Dad. Please, I don't want to hurt you guys, but you need to let me breathe," I whispered, looking at my brother and Dad pleadingly. Mum sighed. "Elijah, Liam, you two do need to give her space. Especially you, Elijah. Red, fuck, she almost died. This is what? The 7th fucking time. She's had enough near-death experiences for her entire life. I am not going to lose her, nor do I need that asshole to think I owe him anything." Dad hissed, his eyes flashing. His alpha aura rolled off him. It affected me the most. The other two were alphas after all. "So, this is about the alpha upstairs?" I asked angrily, trying not to let his aura bother me too much. "No, but he saved you twice now. I feel like I can't protect you. I don't want to suffocate you, Kia, but you're not making matters better. From now on, you are not going anywhere alone." His tone held a cold finality. I could see the anger swirling in his eyes. It was emanating from him in waves. I clenched my jaw, my own heart thundering. So this was the cocky, dangerously handsome alpha's fault. I turned and stormed out, running up the stairs. "Kiara," Dad called. "Give her space. Are you two not hearing anything she just said?" I heard Mum's annoyed reply. "Goddess, I loved the woman." I was about to storm to my room when I stopped outside the room next door to mine. The intoxicating woody scent hit my senses and I paused. Without thinking, I pushed open the door. If he hadn't told Dad, then this wouldn't have happened. I glared at the man who stood near the bed, but it only lasted a second. My eyes widened in shock when my eyes ran over him. Never had a man looked so handsome as the one before me. Every ridge and dip of his muscular body was beyond perfection. Tattoos covered his arms, chest and his entire neck. I had seen those downstairs peeping out. He wore a few silver necklaces around his neck, which only added to how sexy he looked. Yes, I had thought he was handsome then. But now in nothing but a towel that was precariously low on his hips, showing off more tattoos that made me wonder where exactly they stopped. His legs had tattoos too. "Are you done staring?" he asked. His deep, cold voice making my eyes widen and I felt my cheeks flush slightly. He plugged his phone into the charger before walking over to me. Even his walk oozed power and arrogance. "What do you want? I didn't think you'd be so quick to come running." I frowned. What did that even mean? I got my answer when he shut the door behind me. My eyes widened and I glared at him. "Don't get ideas. I'm 18, aren't you like Dad's age?" I said, stepping back. I hope he couldn't hear my racing heart. He raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah, I forgot. Daddy's little girl is still a baby, right?" he mocked. "That's not true." My eyes flashed in annoyance. How dare he? I don't care if he was the Alpha King. His eyes narrowed, flashing a dangerous red as he closed the gap between us. I stepped back. "Prove it," he said in a lower voice, that sent shivers down my spine. "Excuse me? Prove you're not Daddy's precious little baby." His eyes bore into mine and I felt like swearing when my back hit the wall. He placed his hands on either side of my head and I knew he could hear the thudding of my heart. My stomach knotted and I found myself looking at his lips. He had a styled short beard and he looked incredibly appealing. I dragged my eyes up and stared into his. "I have nothing to prove to you. You shouldn't have made a big deal about it over dinner." "I didn't. I just stated a fucking fact. If that caused an issue, I don't fucking care. So, don't piss me off. You'll learn that my instincts to kill are far stronger than my instincts to protect." His voice was low, his dark eyes glaring into mine. My heart hammered but I wasn't scared. I had faced death many times. I gave a small smile, trying not to focus on the fact that he was only in a towel. Was it strange that I found someone who was at least 15 years older than me sexy? "That's alright, you saved me 14 years ago. If you kill me, it wouldn't really matter. I'm alive because of you," I said quietly. I wasn't scared of death. He frowned, looking into my eyes. I couldn't read him but his closeness was getting to me. "Humph. Seems I was right. I should have let you die. You're too weak to survive in this world," he murmured. A flash of pain and anger flitted through me. I shoved him back using all my strength. My eyes flashed purple but he didn't even budge an inch. He growled lowly and I gasped as I was suddenly pulled from the wall and, before I knew it, slammed onto the bed. My eyes widening at the speed that he had just moved. One of his hands wrapped around my throat before I could even process what had occurred. He had one knee between my legs as I stared up into his blazing red orbs that were filled with a smoldering rage. Those glowing orbs, I remembered from a memory long ago. I could feel the weight of his anger and alpha aura. It was different from Dad's. Darker, stronger, and so deep I felt like I was drowning. "I will not tolerate disrespect," he said venomously. "Then don't manhandle me." I shot back, my voice a little breathless. I wasn't scared but something about this entire thing was making my stomach crazy with butterflies. I felt his fingers tighten around my throat and I could tell he was fighting with himself. My chest rose and fell as I swallowed deeply. I was trying not to notice that he was still in a towel. His scent had already invaded my senses, but what confused me the most was the way his touch made me feel. I was aware of every calloused tip, the heart of it and the way it wrapped around my neck with ease. "Then you better start showing me some respect. He said it dangerously. I smiled slightly, placing my hands on his chest, now noticing his nipples were pierced as my finger pad brushed over one by accident. The words left my lips before I could stop them. Or what? Oh, goddess, why did I say that? My heart skipped a beat when I saw his frown deepen, his glowing red eyes now looking straight into mine. 8. A battle of wills. Alejandro. Or what? Her words surprised me, but I didn't let it show. Right now controlling my instincts was proving really hard. She lay there on the bed, not even an ounce of fear came from her. That shocked me more than anything. She knew I was stronger, she wasn't fucking dumb. Her breasts were close to spilling out of her thin strap dress and my eyes took in her hardened nipples. I narrowed my eyes at her remark. You don't want me to show you what? I said coldly. Maybe I do. She challenged, trying to push me off. Her words were tempting me and I was ready to show her exactly what, when suddenly she pinched my nipple hard. I raised an eyebrow, even when her nail had dug into the piercing. I didn't even flinch. Her soft fingers sent a delicious sizzle of pleasure through me. Letting go of her neck, now pinned both of her arms to the bed on either side of head. That won't work. Are you really going to resort to such petty tricks? Then get off me. She snapped. What kind of king are you? One who bullies his subjects. You're the one who came into my room. The one who shoved me and pinched me. Aren't you the one who's disrespecting your fucking king? I said, now looking at her hand. Her fingertip still held my blood. I frowned and brought her hand to my mouth, placing her fingertip in my mouth. My eyes didn't leave hers as I licked the blood slowly. Her heart rate spiked, but it wasn't what I was looking for. Her chest rose and fell, but I only smirked in victory when the scent of her intoxicating arousal hit me. I leant closer, my chest now brushing hers. Or was this your way of seducing me? 'Cause it didn't really work, I taunted. A fucking lie. It was taking my all to not tear her clothes off and fuck her. Something told me she might even let me. She glared at me, her eyes flashing that dazzling purple. You can carry on wishing, she said despite the flush on her cheeks. I raised my eyebrow. Oh yeah. Pinning her wrists with one hand above her head, I reached down with the other and I slipped it under her dress. Her heart hammered as she wriggled under my hold. What are you dash? She gasped and my fingers ran up her thigh. It felt good. Fuck. I focused on what my aim was, trying not to get turned on. My hands reached her panties and I smirked, letting 2 fingers run over the soaking center of them. I could feel her smooth lips behind the tiny lace panties she wore. A very quiet moan escaped her, but I kept my gaze steady, letting my fingers run over the damp patch on her underwear agonizingly slowly. She had stilled, her breath hitching despite how I was touching her intimately. I removed my hand from under her dress and slipped my 2 fingers into her mouth. I leaned closer, ignoring how good her mouth felt around my fingers. I could hear her shaky breath, her thumping heart, and the way my necklaces brushed the valley of her breasts. Her delicious-smelling hair tickled my cheek as I whispered into her ear. Seems like you're turned on. Maybe you were right. Daddy's little girl isn't a baby, she seems to be more of a slut. I felt her stiffen. Removing my fingers from her mouth, I let go of her and got off the bed. That's how you play. She sat up as if she had suddenly realized where she was. I knew I had given her a mental slap to the face with that remark. I'm not a slut, she said quietly, standing up. She looked confused and I didn't really care. I walked over to my jacket and took out a cigarette. Flicking the lighter on, I lit it, watching as she rushed to the door. I didn't miss the slight falter to her right ankle at one point. Oh, one more thing, I remarked. She froze, her hand on the door handle. I won't tolerate disrespect from anyone. I don't care if you're Elijah's daughter. Cross me one more time and I won't let it slide. My voice was cold and threatening. I knew my warning had reached her loud and clear. She turned and glanced at me, those large eyes holding an emotion I couldn't quite make out. Not that I fucking cared. She opened the door, not replying. When the door shut, I walked over to it and locked it. Now the room fucking smelt of her. How had she even gotten so close? I frowned. She was bad news. Getting dressed, I decided to go find Elijah. I came for business and I wasn't planning on wasting time. I made my way out of my room and headed downstairs. I could hear everything despite the soundproof walls. Someone was pacing in their room and Liam was on his phone talking. "Elijah, I need to talk to you," I said through the link. As a Leakin, I had the ability to link alphas if they were close, although they couldn't reply. I walked out the front door, leaving it open behind me, hoping the dickhead would show up. It wasn't long before the man stepped out, a frown on his face. "What is it?" he asked. "I need to discuss a few concerns about the attacks. If Scarlett wants to join, she can." He frowned and nodded. "Let's head to my office," he said curtly. I followed him in and he motioned for me to take a seat. I refused. Instead, I leaned against the wall, taking a long drag of my cigarette. "There's a problem, isn't there? Or you wouldn't have come personally." The fucker was smart, I'd give him that. Maybe. I now walked over to the desk. I took out a folded A3 sheet from my pocket and opened it up. It was a map of England, marking every Wendigo or Menangle attack we had faced over the last decade or more. Blue are Wendigos and the red are Menangle. At the locations, I killed them. Elijah looked at the map, his frown deepening. I knew he saw what my concern was. "What the?" He trailed off just as the door opened and Scarlett walked in holding a tray of hot drinks and some leftover dessert from dinner. She placed it down on the desk and looked at the map. "What is this?" she asked. Glancing at me, she paused. "You smell of Kiara. Did she say something to you?" Elijah looked up sharply, but I didn't even bat an eyelid. "Blamed me for your petty little family issue," I mocked, my eyes on the map. I glanced up at them coldly. I warned her to watch her mouth and know her place. I looked into Elijah's blazing blue eyes. Scarlett sighed. "She's headstrong, but don't blame her. Elijah and Liam need to give her space." "I'm not fucking interested," I remarked, motioning at the map with my cigarette. "Do you see a pattern?" Scarlett, who had pursed her lips at my last comment, gave me a glare before looking at the map. The silence in the room felt loud, everyone looking at the large cluster of red and blue dots. "They're all around our area." Elijah was the first to break it. "Yeah, depending on where I intercepted them. There's only one hot spot they all seem attracted to. Your pack. 9. Friends with benefits. Kiara." I shut my door, my heart pounding. What was that? I felt humiliated and mocked. Why had I even let him touch me? A sting of pain jolted through me. I had made a complete fool of myself, and I had to face him for an entire week. What would Dad think if he ever found out? The feel of his fingers down below lingered. I closed my eyes, sliding down the door until I was sitting on the floor. Only my fairy lights were on, all I could see was black and the little glowing drops of light. I felt utterly confused. Sure, I have had sex, but to get all worked up over someone so quickly, it confused me. His hurtful comment that I was a slut had really hit me hard. I pursed my lips and stood up, feeling for the light switch. I flipped it on and walked over to my wardrobe. I was going to shower, I didn't need the feel of his hands on me. I paused, tempted to call my occasional sex partner over. I needed to get that asshole out of my head. Picking up my phone, I sent a text. "Hey, wanna come around tonight? I'll leave my window open." "Sure thing. See you in 10 Kia. Make that 20, I'm going to shower." "Then leave the window open." I'll be there before then. Okay. I texted back before putting my phone down and locking the bedroom door. I opened the window slightly and smiled, feeling a little better. That ache that had settled within me would be satiated. 15 minutes later I stepped out of my bathroom, a towel wrapped around me only to see him sitting on my bed, legs crossed, holding my book, my future stepbrother. Let me guess, you're a Jace fan. He said, smirking. It was clear he had just skimmed through and got hold of one name. I frowned slightly. It's always the male lead, right? For your information, yes. Jace is the one I like. I said, walking over to the bed. He put the book down and sat up, tilting his head in concern. What happened? He asked softly. We didn't love each other, nor were we dating, but there was an attraction there and we had somehow agreed to be sex partners. It all happened when I was 16. We were a little drunk and we almost did it. He had stopped me, but then when we were sober, he had put the idea forward. I told him I didn't want it to affect our friendship. I'm glad to say 2 years on, it hadn't, and we had managed to keep it a secret from Liam and even Raven. It was probably the one thing she didn't know about me. The Alpha King happened. I said, pushing him onto the bed and climbing on top of him. He raised an eyebrow. That old man turned you on? Damon. I said, smacking his chest lightly as I laughed despite myself. He gripped my hips and raised his eyebrows questioningly. He's kinda sexy actually, I admitted. Damon sat up, his smile fading. So don't tell me you're going to fantasize about him while doing me. He pulled my towel open, looking me over appreciatively. I ran my hands through his blondie brown curls. Of course not. I said, feeling my core throb as his hands skimmed over my waist and hips before cupping my pert derriere. Squeezing it. Good. He said, now tugging my head down and claiming my lips in a passionate kiss. He tasted of mint and honey. His hands roamed my body and my own reached for the hem of his t-shirt, pulling it off over his head and tossing it to the ground. You're gorgeous, Kia. He said, softly breaking away from my lips and making his way down my neck and shoulder, leaving a trail of feathery kisses. I bit my lip, grinding against his hardening bulge. Pleasurable tingles went through me and my core nodded in pleasure. I kissed his neck with equal passion as he flipped us over and pinned my wrists to the bed, kissing me down over my breasts. This tat really makes you 100 times sexier. I couldn't reply when his lips closed around one of my nipples. I gasped as he sucked hard on it. His other hand squeezing the other breast. He switched after a few moments, paying equal attention to the other. My eyes fluttered shut, pleasure rushing through me. He went lower, kissing me under my breasts along my tattoo. His hands were now massaging my hips. My legs were spread open, on either side of him as he went down, now pushing them wider. A small smile spread across his face. You're super sexy. He murmured, before his lips met my pussy. I gasped with pleasure ricocheting through me. My hand twisted into his hair as he parted my smooth lips, running his tongue along my dripping core. Oh fuck Damon, that's it. I whispered breathlessly. His tongue flicked my clit with expertise. He knew what worked for me, what pace to set and what got me off. Just when I felt the knot in the pit of my stomach tightening, he slipped 2 fingers into me, making me bite my lips at how tight I felt. He began fucking me with them, his tongue still on my clit. Oh, goddess. The pleasure was all I could think of. Each thrust of his fingers hit my G-spot and I felt myself nearing. Fuck faster Damon, faster. My back arched as he went faster until my orgasm shot through me, making me moan. I tugged his head back, feeling my juices seep from my body as he continued fucking me with his fingers. The squelching of my liquids and his fingers were loud in the room. His darkened eyes were locked on my face as I rode out my high. I dropped back onto the bed breathlessly. He smirked, leaning over and kissing my neck passionately as I got my breath back. The bulge in his pants rubbed against my stomach and I reached down to unzip his pants. Pulling his large shaft out, I licked my lips. I was about to sit up but he shook his head, pushing his jeans off. "Not tonight, beautiful, I just want to fuck you," he said quietly. I didn't question it, I had just wanted to return the favor. He gripped his manhood, positioning himself between my folds. I propped myself up on my elbows, watching him rub against my smooth pussy. I moaned as his tip touched my clit, before he thrust into me, making me gasp. He pressed my legs to the bed, stretching them open as he began fucking me. I closed my eyes, one hand on his chest as each thrust hit my G-spot. The sound of skin on skin filled the room and our breathless moans suppressed as much as possible. It wasn't long before I reached my second orgasm, and only moments later, he too released his load into me. "Fuck Kia." He groaned as he leaned over me, letting go of my legs and letting himself down on top of me. I locked my arms around his neck, inhaling his scent. It was comforting. "That was pretty good," I said, stretching as he rolled off me. "Yeah," he said, looking at my face. "What is it?" I asked, ruffling my hair. He shook his head. "Nothing. You're beautiful. Your mate's going to be lucky," he said with a wink. I smiled. "Yours too." I kissed his nose. We had an agreement when our mates came into the picture, this would end. No one would ever need to know, and that was how I planned to keep it. "Well, I better head out." "That was damn good. You were dripping tonight," he said, grabbing his jeans. I tossed a pillow at him, blushing lightly. "No, I wasn't. Don't deny it." He winked at me before grabbing his stuff and making his way to the window. He looked out, before blowing me a kiss and jumping out the window. I dropped back onto the bed. My core was throbbing slightly, a nice, pleasant ache. I sighed. Damon was great, but we were just friends. What I wanted was a mate, someone who wouldn't be able to live without me. Who would consider me their entire world and I would make them mine. Just like Mom and Dad. I got up and stripped the bedsheet, bundling it aside. I took some fresh covers out and opened the window wider to air the room, then went to take another shower. 10. Chocolate. Alejandro. "Why?" Scarlett asked, frowning. "My guess." "You." I said, it was the only logical suggestion. Scarlett had abilities a normal wolf didn't. The couple exchanged looks and Elijah pulled Scarlett into his arms. Kissing her neck, he inhaled deeply. I could sense the possessiveness and concern rolling off him as his mate tried to calm him, stroking his arms. "I'll be fine," she said softly. That would obviously insinuate that someone was sending them and that they are working with a goal. I said, frowning as I remembered how the Wendigo hadn't attacked Kiara either. Did it hesitate because she perhaps had Scarlett's scent? Or did she have an ability too? "So, someone from the shadows?" Elijah asked, his arm still wrapped around his mate. "There's definitely somewhere these things are coming from. Whoever they are, they're smart. I am still bringing up a fucking blank and I've looked. So that's why I'm here. I will have some warriors sent to help of course, but I want to let the next one come. Find its target. If it goes for Scarlett Dash. We are not using my woman as fucking bait." Elijah growled. "Calm down, handsome. It's an idea, and if we can get answers," Scarlett said. "I'm beginning to think I should have had her on the council rather than her dickhead of a mate. The guy got so fucking protective when it came to his family. I get that, but I'm not using you as a fucking beacon. I know I can protect the pack and the pups, but I'm not risking you," Elijah said, frowning. I furrowed my brows, looking at the map. "Your kids. No special abilities, right? Liam's pretty strong but nothing out of the ordinary. Kiara, no," Elijah said. I didn't miss the concern that flooded his face at the mention of his daughter. Her getting her wolf didn't help her sight. I stated it rather than asked. Scarlett nodded. No, it didn't. She's normal too, she said with a nod. Yeah, there's nothing special about her, but maybe your scent was on her. The Wendigo bit her to injure, not to kill. She would have been in a much worse state if it had gone for the kill. I felt their worry grow palpable, blanketing the room heavily. I didn't have time to care about their worries. I had a goal in mind and I aimed to achieve it. We'll work on a plan, set some traps around the territory, and I'll work with you to see how we can strengthen security if needs be, I said. Elijah nodded. No matter how much ego we both fucking had, when it came to his pack, he wasn't going to let it get in the way. Sounds good. Have something, Scarlett said, motioning to the tray. I glanced at the tray, tiramisu and brownies. My gaze lingered on the brownies. They had been really good, probably my favorite thing at the entire fucking dinner. I picked up a piece without bothering with a plate. The smell of chocolate making me remember the woman upstairs. I frowned at the thought. Kiara made the brownies, Scarlett added, smiling as Elijah took one too. Great fucking shit. What was she? The fucking queen of chocolate? She takes after you with her baking, Elijah replied with a smirk, kissing her. I didn't say anything, trying to push the thoughts away. It was kind of hard to swallow after that, and I picked up one of the coffee mugs, downing it in one. I was not going to eat anything she cooks. It annoyed me that she made those stupid brownies. I put my mug down and left the room without another word. I headed upstairs, pausing when the sounds of moans caught my ears. They were faint and I knew the normal werewolf ears wouldn't be able to hear them. I felt a burning rage of anger consume me when I recognized her voice. I clenched my jaw, my eyes flashing red. Walking to my room, I stepped inside and slammed the door, trying to calm the storm that had filled me. Why the fuck did I have an issue anyway? Stupid bitch. I picked up my phone and wireless ear pods, turning some music on loud. I lit another cigarette and walked over to the window. Opening it wide, I just stood there, smoking. About 20 minutes later, I saw a man silently drop down from the window next door. He cast a furtive glance around before he walked off. Fucker. I moved back just as he turned to scan the house. I was right, she was just a fucking slut. I didn't care if he was her boyfriend or whatever shit. I couldn't fucking stand her. I pulled my shirt off and dropped onto the white bed sheets, staring at the ceiling. I had no idea why it fucking irked me, but it did. A thought came to me and I smirked coldly. Now I was looking forward to tomorrow. The next day I was up before dawn. After going for a run, I showered and left the mansion before the rest were even up. Well, apart from Elijah and Scarlett, seems like they still fucked every chance they got. Was it a mate thing? I wasn't sure. I doubt one woman alone would ever be able to satisfy me. Was just walking through the pack grounds when I heard footsteps from behind me. Alpha Alejandro. Liam's voice came. I knew from the scent who the second person was. I didn't bother turning around as they caught up with me. The smell of hazelnut chocolate filled my nose. I looked at Liam instead. I'm assuming you're off to train your warriors. I am the head warrior alongside another, but Dad's still alpha for another 10 years or so, he says. So, I just make use of my time to train the warriors where I can. Liam shrugged. Better than wasting your time. With the way things are going, the tougher the training the better, I said quietly. I could see her out of the corner of my eyes. Her hair was pulled up in a high pony and she was dressed in a black sports bra and pants. The tattoo I had seen under her breasts that night was now on view, and although I was tempted to look, I was not going to fucking give her that satisfaction. Yeah, those creatures are getting more and more common, huh? Liam said, sighing. I heard you were working on some special bullets to attack those things. Any luck? The ones I have managed to capture tend to die fast when not fed. So I don't really get to experiment to see if the bullets work, I said, frowning. Ouch. So, you torture them? Her voice just seemed to resonate within me. I now turned to her, glaring coldly. Do you want me to let them run free and fucking tear you and everyone else apart? Kiara, Liam said, moving her behind his back defensively. She didn't mean it like that. Seems she's lived way too fucking sheltered. I replied harshly, not giving a fuck. I felt the young alpha's aura. It was strong, but it was nothing compared to mine. Our eyes met and he looked away in submission, his jaw clenching. That fucking satisfied May was about to look away when my eyes met those green and blue ones. She frowned at me, not turning away. I glared at her, but I won't lie, it did intrigue me. She didn't have anything special about her. Even her father, the strongest alpha around, couldn't defy my aura. How was she doing it? She refused to look away until my eyes flashed red, and then she was forced to look away. It still irked me though. We reached the training ground and I scanned the crowd. I smirked and cracked my knuckles seeing the pup from last night. Now, this was going to be fucking fun. 11. Training. Kiara. The moment he had that sadistic smirk on his face and cracked his knuckles when he scanned our warriors, I knew he was going to be ruthless. Was it even fair for him to join? Alright, everyone. We have the honor of having the Alpha King himself here, Liam said. I didn't say anything. Anyone would know who he was, the power that rolled off him was not one that could be ignored. Despite the fact his sexy appearance distracted me from his power, it was ever present like a darkness around him. The training grounds were separated into sections for different levels and sessions, as well as different training activities. There was target practice for shooting, with a large wall behind it so we didn't end up hitting anyone. Then there were the tracks and the training in wolf form area. We also had weapons practice as well as hand-to-hand. I was the only one who used a staff in human form for both weapon and hand-to-hand training. For hand-to-hand practice, I only used it as a support. Mom had hired the best martial arts werewolf trainer in the country for me, and I have forever been grateful to her. When I was little, she herself got training from him long before I did, so she could train me as I got older. Then, when I was 14, she hired him to come back to teach me. He spent 28 months here, grilling me day and night in the arts of Krav Maga. My style was different from the rest of our pack, who did mixed martial arts, but it helped make up for my ankle. I was brought back to the present when Raven walked over to me, her eyes clearly running over Alejandro. Damn, she whispered. Dressed in dark purple pants and a sports bra, she looked as good as ever. I simply gave her a look with my eyes, telling her I kind of agreed. I mean, I don't know if I should tell her what happened last night, but I had to admit he was sex on legs. The thought made me smile. Wasn't that term mainly used for females? I giggled to myself. It's nice to meet you, Alpha. I'm Damon, the future beta. Damon said, holding his hand out. Alejandro simply ignored it and looked him over. Let's see how strong the future beta of this pack is, he remarked. Damon looked surprised and I frowned. What was his problem? Sure, that would actually be an honor. I've heard about your impressive abilities, Damon said, pulling his shirt off. Raven admired him appreciatively and I simply smiled. Damon was perfectly toned, with chiseled abs and a defined V. But when Alejandro pulled his shirt off, it distracted me completely. I now noticed the huge tattoo of a skeletal hooded Grim Reaper, reaping the soul of a wolf spread across his entire back. It had plenty of smaller details that incorporated and linked to the tribal designs around his arms and neck. It was perfect art, not just crude, random tattoos thrown together. I wasn't able to take in each minuscule detail when he turned and tossed his shirt to the ground. His dark eyes met mine and my heart skipped a beat. I looked away, not wanting to hold his piercing glare. Alright everyone, pair up, Liam said. Kiara, you're with me. I raised an eyebrow. I never sparred with Liam during official training. I simply nodded, not questioning him as Raven shot him a dirty look for not letting us pair up. I walked over to the bench and picked up the staff and blindfold. That was another thing I learned, to fight whilst my eyes were closed, so, when I was in the dark, I was able to rely on my other senses. "Ready?" he asked me as everyone began warming up, and those who already had warmed up, began spreading out to spar. Although many were glancing towards Damon and Alejandro, who were about to start up. After doing a few stretches, my eyes focused on Alejandro and Damon. I stood up. Alejandro was going easy on him, that much was obvious, but at the same time he wasn't dealing light hits. I could already smell blood in the air and I winced as Damon staggered back. "Kia, come on," Liam said sympathetically, knowing Raven and I were getting a little worried about seeing Damon getting hurt. Although he was an excellent fighter, it was clear he was barely blocking Alejandro's brutal attacks. I frowned and covered my eyes with my blindfold. "Alright, let's go," Liam's voice said. I took a deep breath. With my eyes no longer in use, the rest of my senses were heightened. I heard a change in Liam's breathing before he lunged at me using my simple 5-foot staff. I spun around kicking him. He blocked it and I flipped back, crouching down. I began using my stick to block as I spun around, aiming a front kick by bringing my knee up. I heard a grunt and knew I had connected with his side, but it didn't last for long when he grabbed my knee and tossed me aside. I lost my balance but hit the floor, using my hands to brace myself, and rolled over. I blocked with my staff and aimed another kick. I couldn't hear him now and I knew I needed to calm my own heart so I could hear him better. I was about to get up when I threw myself to the side just as I felt a heavy punch hit the ground. A breathless chuckle left Liam's lips. "Smart move, Kia," he said. I smiled. "Oh, I have plenty of them, brother dear," I teased. I stepped back, my nose telling me where he was. Okay, this one was a bit of a hit and miss. It was something I was working on, but with my ankle, I knew it may not have the pivoting force I needed. Clearing the space before me, I ran towards him. At the last minute, I used my staff to give me leverage and I flipped over in the air, raising my fist to punch Liam. He moved to the left and I let myself fall to the ground. My ankle sent a jarring spasm of pain through me and I fell to my knees, but I didn't let it slow me down as I punched out, praying I connected with Liam. I smiled when my fist connected, however my smile vanished when I realized I had just punched him straight in the balls. He groaned, staggering back, and I heard a few snickers and gasps. I pulled the blindfold off, my eyes wide as I saw my brother clutching his front, in clear pain. I clasped my hand to my mouth, but I was not able to hold back the giggle that escaped my lips. Oopsie. 12. One chance. Alejandro. This was fucking fun. The fucker was good, but not good enough. With each hit, I went faster. He was trained well, probably up to par with my top warriors, but nowhere near as good as May had just elbowed him in the neck, when my eyes fell on Kiara. She was sparring with her brother, blindfolded. I blocked the beta's attacks, my eyes on her. If I thought she let her sight or ankle hold her back, I was wrong, way fucking wrong. She moved like an assassin and I had to admit it was sexy. Was it weird that I was checking out a girl who was barely legal? This was fucking messed up. An image of her clad in lingerie and wrapped around a pole entered my mind and I dragged my eyes away. I needed a fucking distraction from her. I focused on the man in front of me, a little bored with the fight now. With a few punches, I knocked him to the ground before twisting his arm behind his back about to break it when I heard a groan and a giggle. I let go of the beta and turned to see Kiara on her knees, her brother staggering back holding his package. Oopsie, she said breathlessly. I raised an eyebrow as Damon staggered to his feet. Great fight, Alpha, he said. I didn't reply. If only he realized, I would have broken his fucking bones if it wasn't for her fucking laugh. She got up, rushing forward about to reach for her brother before she burst into laughter again. Her voice seemed to resonate in my fucking head and I turned away. Alpha, you okay? Someone asked Liam. The small girl ran over to him, patting his back. Kia, really? Damon asked, raising his eyebrows in amusement. In my defense, I couldn't see. She said, standing up. I saw her use the staff to balance. It was clear she wasn't putting weight on her ankle either. Did it hurt? Why did I care? I was about to turn away when the other girl ran over to me. Ah, Damon, what has he done to you? Who hurt you, big boy, that you had to take your anger out on my friend? She asked me, facing me with her hands on her hips. I raised my eyebrows. Was she for fucking real? What was she, 4 feet? Shouldn't you be with the pups over there? I asked, motioning to the far ground where preteens were training that earned me a glare from the punk or goth or whatever she was meant to be. Excuse me, I'm almost 18. She huffed. I glanced her over. Can't fucking tell. That seemed to trigger her off, but before she could say anything else Damon put his hand on her shoulder, pulling her back. It's fine, Raven. We were training. He said. He gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze. I raised my eyebrow. He and Kiara didn't even seem to be close. I mean, they didn't even seem to spare each other a second glance. Were they dating secretly? Why the fuck did I care? I want to fight him. Raven said suddenly. Liam and Kiara now both turned to her, surprise clear on their faces. I'll snap you in half before you even realize. What do you think, can you last 2 fucking minutes against me? 2 against 1. Kiara said, stepping forward. I looked into her eyes, the confidence and defiance were clear in them. I ran my hand through my hair, not missing Kiara's eyes run over my arm. 2 misfits. I said, then looked at Liam who looked worried. Smart. Give me the blindfold. You use your full abilities and I'll give you 2 an advantage. If you last even 1 minute, I'll be impressed. Go easy on them. Liam said. My eyes flashed, I didn't take orders from anyone. I gave him a murderous glare before taking the blindfold from Kiara, trying not to notice her scent that lingered on it. Don't tell me what to do. I said to Liam, now turning my eyes on the small girl. Kiara frowned at me but I didn't bother looking at her. She was distracting enough in that top. I think he's using a blindfold, so he doesn't get distracted by our sexy bodies. Raven whispered to Kiara. If you have anything to show. You forget, neither of you are my type. And way too young. I said icily. Kiara was hot but I wasn't going to admit that. No fucking way. I just needed to know what it was about her. I focused on the fight at hand, if you could even call it that. I wasn't going to snap their fucking heads for pissing me off, but I was going to make sure they learned their lesson. Tying the band over my eyes, I crossed my arms. Come at me with everything you have, because you only get 1 fucking chance. I let my aura roll off me a little, giving them a warning. If they hesitated, they'd be dead. 3, 2, I sensed their heart rates accelerating. Raven lunged first, as I predicted. Grabbing the tiny brat by her head, I held her at arm's length. She growled, but without her wolf it just sounded like a fucking cat. Kiara on the other hand, was calmer. I could sense her pacing around me. The moment I heard her heart quicken, I turned swiftly, blocking her attack. The smell of hazelnut chocolate filled my senses and I grabbed her by the neck, just as her fist connected to my jaw. The fucking nymph. 1 hit in. She said smugly. I frowned and dropped the brat first, pulling off my blindfold. I looked at Kiara. My hand was still around her slender throat. I actually liked it there. To know she was at my fucking mercy felt good, but the look on her face didn't match. She just looked triumphant, as if that punch satisfied her. You win, Alpha. Damon said, looking concerned as he helped Raven up. My mood darkened as I looked at him. He knew what I was capable of. I let go of Kiara as Damon came over and placed a hand on her shoulder. I gave her a cold smirk. "Seems like your boyfriend is scared I'll hurt you," I said coldly. She frowned. "He's not my boyfriend," she said, massaging her throat. I could see the marks I had left on her perfect skin. "My mistake. Your fuck partner then," I said venomously, having no fucking idea why she irritated me so much. She paled, so did Damon, as all eyes turned on them. My eyebrow went up as Liam looked between Damon and Kiara. Both their faces gave it away, but it seemed their dirt wasn't public knowledge. "My bad, I guess." "Kiara," Liam said. I could sense the anger building, his alpha aura rolling off him in waves. I took out a cigarette and a lighter from my pocket. I was done with this shit. I cast one last look at her. Her heart was thudding, but she was still looking at me with pure anger on her face, ignoring her brother. Her eyes were now a vibrant purple. I just lit my fucking fag and walked off. The last thing I heard was Liam asking, "What the fuck did he mean, guys?" 13. Emotions, confusion. Kiara. I could not believe he did that. The dickhead. Ugh, I was so going to get him for this. "Guys?" Liam said again, his eyes now a deep magnetic navy. "Justin, carry on with the training." The young man, who was in his mid-20s, nodded, motioning for everyone to carry on. Raven looked at me and I gave her a nod. I needed her. Guaranteed, Liam will flip. Liam walked off and we all knew he wanted us to follow him. I looked at Damon. "We got this," he said through the link. I took a deep breath as we followed Liam into the pack house and into the lounge. He looked around, seeing two teens on the sofa. "Out," he said curtly. Liam was friendly, however when he got angry, it wasn't good. Raven shut the door after the two boys left and he turned his darkened eyes on us. "Care to explain why you're fucking my sister?" he said, now turning to Damon. With anger radiating off of him, the air in the room felt thick. I looked at Damon, who looked calm. "Should I speak?" "Calm down, Liam," Damon said. "Don't tell me to calm down, yeah? When you've gone behind my back. Of all the girls. My sister, really Damon?" Liam said. "Since when have you two been dating?" "We aren't," I said suddenly. I didn't want anything to make matters worse. Liam turned to me and, if anything, looked more pissed off. "Look, I'm not a kid, Liam. Unlike you, my views on things are different. This decision between Damon and me was made together. So just stop with this alpha male crap." "So, you two are fuck partners?" Liam said, sounding a little disbelieving. "Friends with benefits?" Damon added helpfully before sighing. "Look bro, it wasn't meant to come out. The plan was to end it once we met our mates. Look, it's been a while and neither of us has found it getting in the way of our normal relationship." Liam frowned. I knew he couldn't get his head around it. Liam was a one-woman man. In all honesty, I don't know how many women he's been with, but he does not sleep around. Something Mom was super proud of. "Someone will get hurt. Do you two think you two are mates?" he asked quietly. "There's a chance." "No," I said at the same time Damon had spoken. I looked up at him. Guilt filled me when I saw the flash of hurt flicker through his eyes. "There were no feelings between us, right? Just a sexual attraction maybe? But I think I might be wrong." "Liam, they aren't kids. If they want to do this, then who are we to butt in?" Raven said. The usual energy-filled girl was quiet and serious. "Rather me than someone else, right?" Damon said quietly. Liam ignored him. "Do you think this is okay?" "You know what? Do what you want. Kiara always likes to act like she knows what she's doing, and you Damon, you're the one who's going to get hurt in this. Trust me. He shook his head and stormed out of the room. Liam. Raven said. I saw the pain in her eyes and the hurt look she cast at Damon before she rushed from the room. I sat down and sighed. He'll be okay. Damon said. The alpha was a bit of a prick though, mentioning it like that. A bit? The guy's a complete dick. I snapped. Leave it. Trust me, he isn't worth it. Damon replied quietly. I looked up at him, now remembering the look in his eyes when I had said no. Damon, you don't like me, do you? I said, standing up and walking over to him, not missing the way his heart began to race. Course I do. You're my favorite girl. He said it with a smile. I didn't smile back. He was avoiding my actual question. You know what I mean, Damon. I replied. Thinking back, he had joked about dating a few times. Kia, it doesn't matter. You've never considered it as more. He placed his hands on my upper arms, giving them a gentle squeeze. But I had just got my answer, like a slap to show me I had been so blind to it. Damon, didn't I say to you if feelings crop up that we should? He cut me off by cupping my chin and placing a thumb on my lips. That was my choice. I'm fine. I don't want you feeling guilty. I looked down. What did I feel? Yes, there was that chemistry that I found him attractive, but if I compared it to the strong emotions that had filled me recently when it came to a certain jerk, it wasn't the same. But even those were just sexual. I sure was confused. Kia, look at me. He said, tilting my head up slightly. This felt too intimate, I couldn't do this. I'm sorry, Damon, but Liam was right. Someone was going to get hurt. We shouldn't do this anymore. I whispered. Why did it feel like I was being untruthful to myself? Is this about Liam or Alpha Alejandro? Damon asked softly. My eyes widened and my heart thudded. I stepped back. I don't know. But let's end it. Besides, the blood moon is coming, so we will most likely meet our mates. I said quietly. There were 2 blood moons in a year, but for one the Alpha King hosted a huge ceremony. The success of finding your mate there was high. The last blood moon Damon hadn't found his mate, but he was only 18 going on 19, so there was plenty of time. If that's what you want. He said, flashing me that smile that he always gave me. I stepped closer, flinging my arms around his neck tightly. I was upset and there was only one person I had to blame. I'll always be here for you, Kia. Even if I'm no longer your fuck buddy, he said with a chuckle. I'm sorry it's ending like this. I said quietly. Then make it up to me. He said with a glint in his eyes as he held me by my waist, pulling me against him. Go on. One last night. My heart skipped a beat. I was already confused, but I couldn't refuse him. Not when he never refused me. I smiled and nodded. You've got yourself a deal, Beta. I said with a wink, before hugging him once again. I smiled slightly as he hugged me tightly, caressing my bare waist. You're still number 1. Until you meet your mate. I said, amused as I stepped back, feeling a tiny bit better. Yeah. But what if we are mates? Then I'd be a lucky girl. I said, although deep down I didn't think we were. The small smile on his face was worth it. I turned away, feeling the guilt wrap around me as it slowly morphed into anger. Anger at one certain alpha who I was not going to let off. I left the pack house, trying to sniff him out. Searching for someone. I turned, shocked at the sight of my grandfather Jackson, Granddad. In the flesh, cutie patootie. He chuckled. I squealed and rushed over to him, ignoring the pain that set a spasm up my leg as I launched myself into his arms. Cutie patootie. A name Dad had called me since I was little, and unlike Dad who had switched to Angel, Granddad still called me it. Has Grandma come? Not this time, he said, kissing my forehead. Granddad and Grandma lived out of the pack. It's been years but they liked the privacy. To be honest, Granddad and Dad clashed a lot. I was around 11 when I learned that Dad and Mom were step-siblings before they found out they were mates. Apparently, they fell in love before the blood moon. I loved their story. To me, it was romantic and not weird at all. Because of the constant clashing, and the fact their parents were married, they moved away. Although Granddad was perfectly fine with it now, Dad didn't seem to be able to let go of that grudge. It was a typical behavior of Dad as he can't forgive others quickly or himself. I knew he still felt guilty about my ankle. Although they didn't live here anymore, Dad kept their mansion in good shape and they stayed in it when they visited. "Why are you here?" I asked as he set me down again. "The king's here. There are a few things he's discussing and I thought I'd come to see if your dad needs help." "Ah, I see. Well, I won't stop you. You look like someone with a goal in mind," he said with a small smile. I nodded. Damn yeah, I had a goal to claw a certain jerk's eyes out. "I'll see you later, Granddad," I called before hurrying off. It took me a further 10 minutes before I caught the intoxicating woody scent mixed with male musk. My stomach flipped and I frowned. How could a man be so sexually attractive while also being a complete jerk? Oh, wait. You just need to behave like a prick, like the Alpha King. Do you really have to ruin my day by showing me that face of yours? His annoying voice came. I frowned and scanned the area. He was here, but where? I gasped when he suddenly landed in front of me, a dangerous look on his face. I looked up at the tree behind him then back at him. "Before speaking, remember my warning," he said coldly, his dark eyes piercing into me. I gulped despite myself. What's he going to do? Me being me, I had to speak. "After causing issues by opening your mouth, do you think I care?" "Fuck your warning and fuck you." That was the wrong reply. I felt the darkness swirl around him. His eyes blazed red as his power wrapped around me like a storm, pressing down on me. The urge to yield filled me. Run. Danger. It was what my wolf was screaming, but my feet were rooted to the spot, refusing to budge. I closed my eyes the moment his hand wrapped around my neck. The most dangerous sinister growl I have ever heard left his lips and my heart pounded against my rib cage, sending shivers up my spine. Never had I heard something so terrifying. It made me want to cower and yield to him. I think I just pissed off the Alpha King. Scratch that, I definitely did. 14. Her anger. Alejandro. My anger flared up and I grabbed her throat, not caring that my claws dug into her soft skin. I hate disrespect and I will not tolerate it from anyone. I warned her, and if she thought I was playing, then she had a lot to learn. I slammed her to the ground, but at the last moment I found myself slowing down. I couldn't. I don't know why, but I couldn't fucking hurt her the way I wanted. I internally felt the crunch resonate through me as she met the ground. She gasped, her hands were wrapped around my wrist tightly as the smell of blood filled the air. I saw the pain that flickered across her face, but it did nothing to lessen the burning flame of anger in her eyes. "It's all you're good at, right? Do it again if it makes you feel better, but I am not scared of you." She hissed. Her words sounded distant, as all I could focus on was the blood that surrounded the ground around her. Fuck. I shouldn't have done it. My heart was racing in a way it hadn't since the day I had awoken to find I had killed my mother. To find out I was a fucking monster. I was one. This was fucking proof of that. I let go of her and moved back. I had hurt her, for what? For being one of the rare people to actually stand up to me? To treat me like a normal being? She got to her feet, her eyes filled with a burning rage, and I knew it wasn't because of the fact I had just smashed her skull into the fucking ground. Where my claws had dug into her, red gashes were left behind. One thing was clear, if her father saw that I wasn't going to hear the fucking end of it. He was one of those I wouldn't mind killing off, but then again, he was useful. Not that I'd admit that. I don't know why people think you're some kind of king. All I know is you're a petty tattle-tailing asshole. She spat resentfully. I could see those stunning eyes blaze with anger, and for once in my fucking life, I didn't want that. I am a king, whether you like it or not. It fucking doesn't change anything. Yeah, even if I didn't want to piss her off, my mouth had other plans. I crossed my arms as she walked up to me. She had an aura around her. It was faint, but it was there. Not an alpha aura, it was subtle, something different. What was it? She suddenly shoved me hard. I frowned, not even budging an inch. Get the fuck out of our pack. You're not welcome here. She hissed. Her eyes were now a dazzling purple. Too bad, that's not your choice. Don't make me do something that you will regret. Like what? Go cry to your daddy. Go ahead, because I sure won't mind ripping his head off. Her canines were out now and I could see she was fighting herself. Well, since I had pissed her off, why not carry on? Right? Touch my dad and you will wish you were never born. She hissed. I smirked coldly. I already wish that. I said dangerously. She frowned. Her anger suddenly seemed to vanish, replaced by a look of confusion and then something else. She stepped back, looking away. I frowned. That wasn't what I was expecting. You know, when I was younger, I heard a story about the Lycan king who never found his mate. Who lived alone to rule the werewolf race until his last breath, a story that came into existence once you took your throne, about the mating ceremonies you hosted in hopes to find your queen. That is not true. I only hosted them because the council thinks it's a fucking good idea. I said dangerously. She was fucking confusing me with her mood that changed like the British fucking weather. Whatever the reason, in my head, I always wished the king found his princess. That he would get his happily ever after with one who teaches him how to love. I even wrote a story once where you lived happily with her. I think I was right. All you need is someone to see that you're not a monster. I'm going to hope that beyond that facade of yours, there's something inside you that at least cares, she said quietly. I looked at her coldly. I hated how she was prying into my fucking life and mind. There's no such fucking thing as happily ever after. You're more stupid than you fucking look. I don't need your fucking kindness or pity. I said. My aura was rolling off me in waves and she wasn't even budging. Why the fuck was she defying me? Then I guess I'll just kill you with kindness. She whispered. Her soft voice tempting me. Her lips slightly parted, looked rather appealing, and I stepped closer, glaring down at her. She glared back until she seemed to realize how close we were standing. Stay out of my way, little one. You don't know what you're messing with. I said, leaning closer until my nose was just an inch away from hers. I resisted a smirk. Well, no matter how rudely she behaved towards me, it was clear I still had a fucking effect on her, and I didn't mean fear. Her heartbeat had quickened and I saw her glance at my lips. It seemed like her fuck partner didn't cut it. Maybe a real man was what she needed to satiate that fucking heat she had running through her. The smell of hazelnut chocolate swarmed my senses and I was tempted to bury my nose in her neck. Even the blood didn't lessen the way she smelt. I'm not little and you're the one who's messing with me. Back out of my life and I'll back out of yours. She said quietly. Or what? I taunted. Her eyes flashed purple again, but before she could even speak, I sensed another scent approaching and knew instantly who it was. I stepped back smoothly, crossing my arms. She glared at me. Or I'll make sure you get your head out of your ass. Kiara. I smirked as her face drained of color. She turned to look at none other than her father. His eyes were a dark blue, but he was not looking at me. Now this was fun. Did Daddy's little girl just land in hot water? I saw him look at the blood on the ground and then at the blood that still stained her head. His anger grew and was rolling off him in waves, but it was now mixed with worry. "Dad, calm down." She glanced at me and I knew she realized I had sensed him approaching. Her eyes flashed for a second before she stepped in front of her dad, between me and him. "I triggered him off, Dad," she said. "Smart girl." I wouldn't mind an excuse to vent all my anger out, and I had to admit that he was probably the strongest opponent I was going to find, but I was still stronger. "Stay away from him," Elijah said coldly to her. His hand was tenderly feeling the back of her head, his anger calming when he realized it wasn't as bad as it looked. Nevertheless, the rage was still there. "I'm fine, Dad," she urged, but the man wasn't going to listen. He looked at me with anger and rage growing in his eyes. "If it weren't for what you have done in the past, I'd fucking tear you apart or die trying," he snapped, now moving his daughter behind his back. "I wouldn't mind killing you," I remarked. "Dad, leave it, please," she urged. So, she was worried for her dad. Funny. "Kiara, I'm not finished with you, but for now, you're grounded," he said icily. I smirked. "Told you she was a little princess." "Dad. I'm 18, you can't ground me." "Watch me," he growled. His alpha aura rolled off him and I frowned when she flinched. How the fuck was it that mine didn't work on her? "Go home." I saw her struggle before she turned and stormed off, unable to disobey him. He turned to me, his eyes still dark cobalt. "Touch my daughter one more fucking time and I swear I'll kill you." As I said, I wouldn't mind killing you, I said arrogantly. He gave me a cold smirk. Don't underestimate a father's wrath. I'm shivering in fear, I mocked before pushing past him roughly. A sudden thought had entered my head and I felt uneasy. That wasn't possible, was it? No, I had to be wrong. Definitely fucking wrong. That would be like the worst fucking scenario ever. It wasn't a possibility, and if it were, fuck it. It definitely couldn't be. I was not going to think like that. Not now. Not fucking ever. 15. What's best for her? Liam. Liam. Wait. I closed my eyes, trying to calm myself down as Raven caught up to me. I didn't want to talk to anyone right now. I mean, I just realized my best friend was screwing my sister behind my back. I don't know what was worse, the fact they were sleeping around or the fact they were doing it so casually. I knew Damon had a sex partner, he had told me that. However, he always spoke of her with this small smile and I knew he liked her, but he had never told me who she was. Well, that made sense now. I didn't once think it was Kiara. Liam. Raven said, now placing her hand on my arm. She was tiny but her personality made up for it. I was 6'4" give or take, and towered over her. Raven. I replied, ignoring the look of concern in her unique eyes. They're adults, Liam. She said gently. I knew she was hurt but I was not sure if it was only because of Kiara hiding it from her or because it was Damon. I knew she hadn't known about it, the shock had been clear on her face when Alpha Alejandro had mentioned it. There's something called trust, Raven. I replied, walking into my office and dropping into my chair. She walked over to me and I tried not to admire how good she looked. Yeah, maybe I'm as guilty as Damon. I've had feelings for Raven since forever but I never made a move. Not because I was a wuss but because I was waiting for my mate. If the goddess decreed, then Raven would be mine. If not, I would always appreciate her as a friend. Although I sometimes thought she had some feelings for me, I got the same vibe from her towards Damon. She now propped herself onto my desk facing me, concern clear on her face. Her refreshing yet delicious scent was calming. I know that, but there's nothing to be done now, she said, sighing. Look, instead of walking off, get the answers you want. I think if Uncle L found out, oh hell, he'd blow. Dad can't really say anything, he was the biggest man whore around here. I think all the she-wolves who didn't have a mate have been with him. I wrinkled my nose in disgust. Granny Amy didn't really have a filter and she had spilt all the dirt on Dad. Raven laughed, a laugh that tempted me to smile too. Gross maybe. But come on, Uncle L is a delicious piece of hot stuff. She said, making me shudder. Gross Raven. I groaned, ruffling my hair as I sighed. I had to admit she knew how to cheer someone up. My smile faded as I looked up at her, not missing her heart rate pick up. I placed my hand on her knee. Tell me, are you hurt because of Kiara or the fact it's Damon? I asked softly. She tensed as she looked at me with a look I couldn't really decipher. Why would I care if it's Damon? She asked, looking me straight in the eyes, and I knew I wasn't wrong. The telltale flicker of her eyes was there. I shrugged. You tell me, there's something between you two. Oh please, people say that about us too as well. She retorted, slapping my hand. For a tiny thing, she was pretty strong. I was actually hoping they managed to get a few hits in on the alpha earlier, but oh well, maybe next time. I know people say that about us and I believe it too, but I don't know, I get the same vibe from you that I'm sure you have towards Damon. I replied. I might look like an oversized oaf, but I sure knew how to read people. Call it intuition, but I wasn't dumb. Just like I know the reason Kiara always makes excuses not to hang with us, it wasn't because she didn't want to, it was because she didn't want to hold us back. The same way she hid the pain in her ankle so no one worried about her. I pretended I didn't realize to just give her that space. I watched Raven, seemingly unsettled by my words. Before she frowned at me. Don't turn this back on me. Now get that ass up and stop moping. Them getting their freak on does not mean it will affect anything. I sighed. Maybe not, but I don't know, it didn't sit right with me. I guess you're right. But I'm not letting either of them off so easily. Especially Damon. She smirked and jumped off the table. Need help, partner? Can you even help? I teased. She smirked slyly. Never underestimate me. She said as she followed me from the room, and just as I stepped out she slapped my ass, making me jump. I glared at her as she burst out laughing. Oh, you're done for now, bite size. She ran off and I ran after her. Yeah, she wasn't fast enough. I grabbed her by the waistband of her yoga pants, making her yelp as I dragged her back and slapped her cute ass one. She blushed lightly, glaring at me. I gave her a wink. You started it, remember? Jerk. Brat. Ass. Prat. Liam. Get home, see if Kiara is there and make sure she stays put. Dad's voice full of anger came through the link and I frowned. What had happened now? Got it. What is it? Raven asked, realizing I was mind-linking. Dad wants me to get home and make sure Kiara stays there. Oh no. Raven said worriedly. I should go. Feeling better? She asked, stepping closer. It really was hard at times, but I had done it for years and I'll continue to do so. Much better, thanks. I said, taking her hand and giving it a quick kiss before I stuck my tongue out at her and broke into a run. I really did appreciate how she lifted my spirits. Whoever got her as a mate would be lucky. I reached home soon after, only to hear my mum sounding really angry and Kiara arguing back. I entered the living room. Leave it, Mom. I told you I triggered him off. I don't give a fuck if you did. No one touches my daughter. Whoa, what's happening? I asked, seeing Kiara trying to stop Mom from leaving. Alejandro injured her. My fault. Kiara shouted. I knew exactly what had happened. She had gone after him for opening his mouth and probably did piss him off. Kiara wasn't the type to lie or defend someone, but she was truthful. "Mom," as she said, "she started it. Now please drop it." I sighed. Damn. Mistake. Mom now turned her icy silver glare on me. "I'm fed up with being treated like an invalid." Kiara snapped. "Kiara, I don't treat you like that, you know it." Mom snapped dangerously. "Dad and Liam do though." "Mom, I feel suffocated." "Do you know what Dad said?" "That I'm grounded." "I'll talk to Elijah Dash." "No Mom, I'm tired. Tired of constantly being pitted and mollycoddled. I know you do so much for me, but it's one person out of several. I need a break from this pack." Kiara whispered, a hand on her forehead. I knew she was stressed out. I felt my stomach plummet. I knew that tone. It's the same one Mom had when she was sticking to something. "Kia." I stepped forward. "We love you, that's the only reason we worry." She looked at me and I didn't miss the pain in her eyes. "Were we really that suffocating?" "Yeah, I know. That's why I need to go somewhere where I'm treated like an equal, where I'm able to just be me." Kiara pleaded, tugging her bauble out of her hair and running her fingers through it. Mom frowned, but I knew she understood. I swear I didn't mean to make her feel this way. All I wanted to do was take care of my baby sister. Even in the womb, I was the stronger one. When we were born, I weighed double of her, and even when she was little I wanted to protect her. It seemed my love for her had only resulted in her wanting to run away. "Please Mom, talk to Dad. I've studied herbs and medical stuff, can't I just go to some pack who needs an assistant at the hospital or something? I just need space." "You have had enough space." A voice growled behind me. All eyes turned to the man who now filled the door frame. His aura rolling off him in strong waves, and the look in his eye made me swallow. There was one man I hated pissing off, and that man was standing right in front of me. Kiara paled as she looked at him. "Dad." 16. A hopeful suggestion. Kiara. When Dad walked in, the rage on his face was palpable. I knew he was angry at me, but I wasn't wrong either. "Elijah." Mom began. "Not now, Red. This time I'm not going to listen," he said quietly. "I think we all need to calm down first," Liam said. "Forever the peacemaker in the family, but I was glad he wasn't angry. I will talk to him about Damon later. I owe him that much. Don't tell me to calm down." Dad growled, "Elijah baby, he's right," Mom said as she walked over to him, wrapping her arms around him and burying her head in his neck. The frown on his face didn't let up, but I sensed him calming down, although he was fighting to stay angry at me. "Let's talk calmly," she whispered into his ear. "Goddess." The magic Mom had to tame Dad was impressive. But before Dad could reply, the doorbell rang, and I was hoping whoever it was came with a distraction that would stop this from getting worse. I'd rather talk to Dad when he was calmer. The familiar scent made me smile as Granddad walked in. "Do you ever do anything but shout, Elijah? Seeing your face isn't helping," Dad said, although he met his father with a small smile and a hug. Granddad then gave Mom a huge bear hug, before meeting Liam. "Do you kids no longer shower after training? I mean, you two stink," he said, making me feel embarrassed. "Oh my God, is it that bad? What would have Dash?" I stopped myself thinking. I was about to say Alpha Alejandro, goddess. I needed to stop thinking about him. "Yeah, it is awful. Now both of you should go shower, then we can have a drink. Scarlett, any of your bakes available? Doesn't Mama bake any more for you?" Mom teased as I rushed from the room first, ignoring the pain in my ankle. It was, after all, ever present. "Not as much. She says she's retired." I heard Granddad complain. I smiled. How I missed them. It was always nice when they visited. "Kia." Liam called just as I reached the top step. I stopped as he climbed the steps 3 at a time before stopping in front of me. I looked up at him and he sighed. I'm sorry about flipping earlier, it's still weird for me, but I know you're not a kid anymore. Wow, was Liam actually apologizing? He really was a softie at heart. I felt guilty too. I shook my head. No, I'm sorry too. We've called our agreement off. Besides, we're at the age where we need to find our mates, so, yeah, I shrugged and he looked at me with sadness in his eyes. I hope I wasn't the reason for it. Not really. But you're right, someone could get hurt. There's one more thing. He said hesitantly. I looked at him curiously, waiting for him to continue. I didn't mean to suffocate you. I know you say it a lot, but I never realized it was so bad that you want to leave and go elsewhere. He said, trying to hide how my words had affected him. I had hurt him. The very thought made my chest clench painfully. This wasn't my aim. I shook my head and wrapped my arms around his waist. I know, but I just want to do stuff without everyone worrying for me. To be more than the alpha's daughter. I whispered, inhaling his comforting scent. Granddad was right, we did stink. I'll support you. When we discuss this with Dad, I promise I'll be on your side. He said, kissing the top of my head. Thanks. Come on, we better get. Whoa, you're still bleeding a little. How hard did he hurt you? Long story, I pissed the king off. I said. His eyes flashed and he growled. He hurt you that badly? Liam. You're doing it again. I did ask for it. I sighed and smacked his arm. Seriously, it was my fault. Don't get so overprotective. We both know that if he wanted, I'd be dead right now. True. Seriously, Kia, stop pissing him off. I don't even know how you can handle his presence. No idea, he's a jerk. I said, although I had to admit that he was a really hot jerk. Well, see you downstairs, I better go shower. He nodded and I gave him a smile before walking off to my room. I was hoping with Granddad here he may be on my side, because I was serious, I needed a break from this pack. Yes, I loved it, but I wanted to be able to live independently, even if it was just for a short time. It was an hour later and we were all seated with Mom's freshly baked chocolate muffins and tea in front of us. I had just told Granddad that I wanted to move to another pack, as experience to learn more about herbs and to apply my knowledge somewhere. It's just I want to do something useful without being treated special. I love our pack, but I just need a break. If I could go for a few weeks or so just to learn something new. There are several packs with the best doctors, and if I could spend a little time there, it would be great. Just think, you know I love medicine and herbs. Dad, I wouldn't even get in trouble because I'd be doing something I love. I finished. I think it's a fair suggestion. Mom added. You will probably leave once you find your mate, although I'd like it if your mate were here, Dad said, frowning. Like who? Liam asked, drinking his glass of milk. The baby didn't drink hot drinks, but he had milk in the morning and at night. I smirked slyly as I looked at his milk mustache. Should I sneak a picture? I bit into my muffin just as Dad spoke. Damon, he would be ideal. I choked on the big bite I had stuffed in my mouth. It was now Liam's turn to smirk, thumping my back. Damon, huh? He asked, his brow furrowed. Yeah, he's a good kid. Dad replied. Dad just wanted me forever close to him. Yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't think that of Damon if he knew he had been between my legs often enough for the last 2 years. I felt a little guilty thinking of Damon. He hadn't been on the group chat either. Although we 3 could mind link, we liked some normality and Raven didn't have the link yet, so it was only fair to use phones. I wonder how he was feeling. You're saying Damon because he's the only decent one around, but the past doesn't define someone. You should know that. Mom said from where she was sitting in Dad's lap. I won't deny it, but my girl deserves the best. I rolled my eyes. Typical dad comment. Well, it could also be karma, if her mate turns out like you, Granddad added chuckling. I think, if Kiara wants to go somewhere for a month, I mean the blood moon's in about 4 weeks. Why not let her? Liam said hesitantly, trying once more. I take back what I said earlier. He really wasn't as bad as Dad. I felt a leap of happiness at his words, he really was supporting me. Mom and Dad exchanged looks and I wondered what it was about. After a moment, Dad sighed deeply. I'll think about it. But until I do, I want you on your best behavior. What was I? 10. Dad was so overbearing. I pouted but didn't argue. If I wanted an outlet, then this might be the way. I just had to be a little patient. So, I think that's settled. Mom stated, giving me a positive smile. I should hope so. You can't be so controlling, son. Granddad added, but Dad didn't speak. From the slight faraway look in his eyes, I knew he was being mind-linked or linking someone. He stood up suddenly, looking at Liam. I could feel his power and the seriousness in his next words, and it made my stomach twist. There's been an attack. On pack grounds. 17. Helping the injured. Kiara. Dad's words had shaken me, but he had refused to allow me to join him. Dad, Liam and Jackson had gone. I knew even Mom was irritated that Dad told her to stay put. Come on, let's go make sure everyone's accounted for. Mom said, frowning. Was everyone being called back? How bad was it? Any updates? I asked, grabbing my staff as we left our house, rushing towards the pack house. Mom was frowning and she nodded. It was a rogue attack. She replied. How did they get past patrol? By killing them. Her reply shot through me. Someone had died, or more than one. We hadn't had a loss of a pack member in years. Kiara, go to the hospital. Do what you can to help. There are several injured. Mom's voice was filled with urgency and I nodded, changing direction and heading to the hospital. Even if I wanted to go to where the fight was, I knew where I would be of most help. I wasn't a professional medic when it came to human terms, but I knew a lot about werewolf healing and herbs that helped with the process. Grandma Amelia had taught me a lot. I had always been interested, and although Grandma Amelia wasn't into it herself, her husband had been, and she had kept all his research, something she had gifted to me on my 15th birthday. I still treasured them. They contained so much information. With the fear of ruining them, I had written everything out clearly and put his books away for safekeeping. I now hurried through the small hospital. The magnolia walls and the white marble floors looked warm, a familiar place to me and one that felt like a second home also. Hearing a young woman sobbing, I changed directions until I found her sitting on the floor in the hall, crying. I frowned in concern. I knew her and it took me a moment to place her name, Barbara. She was a year older than May. Crouched down and placed a hand on her shoulder. She flinched until she realized who I was. Are you all right? No, he marked me. She sobbed. Showing me the mark that now stained her neck, almost fully healed. I didn't know who she meant, watching as she pulled at her hair and showed me her neck. That fucking rogue. He got away. She sobbed in anguish. I pulled her into my arms, my own heart thudding. The fact that she was marked against her will brought back a memory from a few years ago, when Mom had told me what she had been through. Her own father had marked her. I could never imagine having such a horrible father. Marks were an interesting yet complex matter. Only one wolf can bear the mark of another unless they had multiple destined mates. So, when you mark a second person, the first mark you made is removed automatically. When your mate dies and you decide to take a second mate, your late mate's mark can only be removed by someone bearing your own mark. It was like my grandparents when Granddad Jackson marked Grandma Jessica. She was able to mark Granddad in return, removing Dad's mother's mark, only because she had passed away. It was this very reason why Dad had not been able to remove the mark from Mom's neck until they found out they were mates, because Zidane had been alive at the time. Only one's true mate could overrule all other marking rules and claim their mate as their own, regardless if their current mark giver was alive or not. I heard Mom's mark made by Zidane was disgusting and her body had repelled it. He had gone against the very laws of nature by marking his own daughter. I hope Celine gave him a befitting punishment. Looking at Barbara's, hers was healing really well. I wished she found her mate soon and he didn't get angry that she was already marked. Marking someone against their will was a disgusting act and was looked down upon greatly. Things will be okay. Come on, let's get you cleaned up and get you something to drink. I said softly, helping her stand. I helped her to a chair and made her sit down. Kiara, he said he'll come back for me. She sobbed. No one can do anything to you. I promise. I said stubbornly. I would never allow some ratty rogue to touch one of my own pack members. Not under our watch. Kiara. I turned and saw one of the pack doctors running past. We could use you, there's a lot injured. I'll be fine. Barbara said, giving me a weak smile. I saw her clutch her neck. Are you sure you're okay? I asked. She winced but nodded. I'll head home. She stood up. Let me at least get you a herbal drink. I said firmly, mind linking one of the nurses. She shook her head. I'm fine, just upset. You should get to helping. A lot of people were injured quite bad. Okay, but just wait, someone's bringing you the drink. She nodded hesitantly and I smiled, unable to waste any more time. Ping, the nurse bought the drink for her before she left. It would clear any toxins from her body and repel anything the rogue may have been carrying. I stepped past the first ward and my stomach churned, the strong smell of blood filling my nose, mixed with the smell of fear, anxiety, and panic. All 6 beds held a patient, each one supporting injuries. Someone was assisting each of the injured. Some looked a lot worse and, from what I could make out, some of the worst patients were not even in these wards but were being operated on or being prepared for surgery. I rushed on to the next ward and saw 3 beds were not being attended to yet. I walked over, analyzing which one looked worse off. Settling on a young man in his early 20s. He was an Omega from what I could tell. He had his arms wrapped around his knees, blood covered his clothes and soaked the sheets he was sitting on. The only thing he was holding was an already blood-soaked towel over his shoulder. His head was also bleeding profusely. Hey, mind if I check you over? I asked gently. He was clearly shaken. Omegas were not fighter wolves. I looked around, realizing that the other patients looked like Omegas too. Where had the attack come from? At what point did the break-in occur? Sure. He whispered, flinching as I tore his shirt off to examine his wounds. I frowned as I observed the injuries. These were no rogue attacks, these marks were made from a Wendigo. If these were made by a werewolf, they would have been healing slowly by now, but they weren't. Just like my injury, they were working slowly. At this rate, he would bleed out. I looked at him, my face paling. Were you attacked by a rogue or something else? I asked, wanting to confirm. He shook his head shaken, but he didn't miss the tremble in my voice. I didn't see. He whispered. Dad, one of the patients was bitten by a Wendigo. There's definitely a Wendigo out there. I said through the link as I rushed to get something to clean the wounds with. Fuck. His reply came. I had sensed his unease before he had blocked his emotions. I wondered what was going on out there, as I quickly tended to this boy's injuries. I cleaned the wounds first before I began to stitch him up. He hissed in pain and I gave him an apologetic look, placing a hand on his arm. I'm sorry, I'll try to be gentle, but we need to stop this blood flow. He nodded visibly, seeming to calm down. Sure. He said, with a nod. He blushed lightly and I smiled as I continued stitching him up. Once I was done, I wrapped gauze around his shoulder and arm and then cleansed his head wound. It was then that the hospital lights flickered and I tensed. What was that? He said. Just a shortage, don't worry. I said smiling, although I felt unease settling into me. The lights flickered once again and I heard the distant sound of something shattering. 18. The Wendigo. Kiara. Dad, the hospital just experienced a disturbed dash. The lights suddenly went out and I froze. Luckily it was still light outside, but whatever had caused this was nearby. Kiara, why aren't you home? Dad called back. I told her to go to the hospital. Mum joined in. I'm fine, but something isn't right here. I replied, hearing the shrill scream of a nurse. Kiara, stay put. Dad growled. Okay. Yes, I lied. I couldn't just do nothing, something was wrong and I was probably one of the strongest ones around, with most of the doctors being omegas and the patients too injured to fight. I grabbed my staff from the hallway, rushing down the hall towards where I heard the scream. The smell of blood grew stronger and I stopped when I saw it. The disgusting creature looked partially wolf and partially human, but not like a lichen. It looked more like a deformed monster with its elongated limbs and the haunting look of hunger that filled its eyes as it ate parts of her body, making my stomach churn. It was too late for the nurse, whose body had been torn to shreds. I felt sadness washing over me, wondering who she was. I knew all the staff here, no one else was going to die, not on my watch. My defiant eyes turned towards the large monster. I'd make a nice snack. I suggested. I wasn't sure they could understand or what exactly their capacity of understanding was, but a girl could try, right? I'm sexy, right? The Wendigo growled at me as it leapt over the shredded woman incredibly fast. I crouched down ready for it. It clawed out at me and I raised my staff aiming for its chest. I growled, knocking it back with all my strength. I had the upper hand with it being a tight place, it couldn't maneuver as good as I could. I knew one hit and I was dead. Last time I ran, but this time I wouldn't. I had no weapon then. This time I did. The problem with Wendigos was, unlike Menangles, their scent was very faint. Which meant in the dark, I'd be at a disadvantage. Thank goddess it wasn't dark right now. It lunged at me, biting onto my staff. I wrenched it to the side, slamming its head into the wall before I brought my claws out and slashed my hand through its side. It howled in agony, hissing as it backed away. I didn't give it a chance to heal as I ran towards it, bracing my weight on my staff. I spun over, doing a flip in the air. I grabbed one of the ceiling beams and kicked it square in the face. Letting go of the beam, I wrapped my legs around its neck, grabbing it by the head and snapping it sideways, sending it careening backwards. Letting out an unearthly growl that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up as it fell to the ground, but it wasn't dead. I felt its claws dig into my waist and I let out a gasp of pain. Jumping off it, I grabbed my staff once more, still clutching my waist. Before I could do anything more, I smelt two very familiar scents, Dad and Alejandro's. They burst through the double doors 2 seconds later, both taking a second to take in the scene before the Wendigo leapt forward in a flash. Dad growled first, lunging at it and tearing its head off as he shifted in midair. I saw Alejandro frown, his shirtless body making me want to lick my lips. Goddess, how long did it take to carve him to perfection? Didn't I fucking say, we could use it alive? He growled at Dad, who was now back in human form. I dared not look towards him, not wanting to be traumatized for life. I wasn't going to risk one alive in my pack. Dad said grimly. Kiara. Dad, I'm fine. Didn't I say you were to stay away? Dad growled. I rolled my eyes. Dad, I was the strongest wolf here. It was my job to protect those who were weaker. Stop being so overprotective. I snapped. I was frustrated. She's right for once. You should be fucking proud that someone stopped that thing, or you would have lost a lot more than a couple of pack members. Alejandro said coldly, his dark glare on the Wendigo. He glanced at me and I didn't miss his gaze running over me, making my stomach twist and my heart race. He glanced at my staff before he walked past. His seductive woody scent made me want to inhale deeply, but I resisted. I saw the large gashes running down his back, through the tattoo on his back. How was he still moving with those? Kiara, go home. There are people who need attending to Dad. I'll go after that, I said quietly. He sighed and gave a curt nod before he entered a side room, stepping out. I was glad to see he was covered. He motioned me to follow him, but I hesitated. I glanced at Alejandro, his bloody back making me falter. Dad followed my line of sight and frowned. Behave. He said this warningly. I knew he wanted to assess the damage and was trusting me enough not to mess up. I nodded and he walked off, leaving me alone once again with the Alpha King. I knew I better behave or he would definitely not consider me leaving this pack. After that attack, I hope he doesn't change his mind about letting me go. Not going to run after Daddy. He mocked me, not even looking my way. I don't run after him. I stayed so I could check your wounds, I said, stepping closer to him. He stood up from where he had been crouched and turned towards me. My heart skipped a beat as he walked towards me, his dark eyes glinted but I couldn't make out his emotions. He towered over me. Each step he took was with power and confidence, his aura oozing dominance and darkness. I didn't look away nor flinch under the power that he was clearly trying to pressure me under. He may be a king, but I was the daughter of 2 alphas. Did I ask for your fucking help? He asked, backing me against the wall. I'm trying to be nice, I said. His lips turned up from one side in a cold, humorless smirk. I don't think nice is in your fucking nature. Oh yeah? Well, it's definitely not in yours. So, what is in my nature then? I remarked, trying not to glare at the hunk before me. Being fucking reckless, he said, his eyes now flashing red. I wasn't going to lie, I was confused. Didn't he say to Dad that I did good? He looked down at me as I glared up at him. So that's an issue for you now? I growled, crossing my arms to try to put some space between us. He was close and every sense in my body was going crazy. His husky voice, paired with the words he spoke next, made my core throb and my chest pound wildly. No. I kinda fucking like it. 19. Temptation. Alejandro. Her eyes widened in surprise at my words. Well, fuck. I really do need to learn to keep my mouth shut. I looked away from her, trying to ignore the scent of hazelnut chocolate that seeped off of her. Fucking goddess, did she have to be so fucking tempting? Why did I even like chocolate? I glared at her, annoyed by her silence. Let me check your wounds, she said. Need an excuse to touch me? You wish, she retorted, giving me a deathly glare. What was that supposed to be? You looked like a fucking constipated cat, I remarked whilst walking over to the Wendigo to begin searching it. Was there really nothing on it? Once again, no clue. I felt her walking over and the anger that was radiating off her. Seems like Daddy's girl knew how to obey because she kept her fucking mouth shut. I mean, I knew of a few ways I could keep that mouth busy. I frowned as she crouched down, observing the Wendigo. It was in pain, she remarked. I raised an eyebrow. Well, it was fucking injured. What was she, stupid? I know that. I'm just saying, I can sense it. I looked at her sharply. It was there again. That very faint aura around her. She blinked and it was gone. Something told me there was more to her than she or her family knew. Was it coincidental that a Wendigo appeared where she was? Can I check your wounds? They look pretty bad, she said, now looking at my back. It'll heal, I said. Or I could let her do what she wants. Having her hands on me wouldn't be so bad. I smirked coldly. If her dickhead of a father knew what went through my mind, he'd have her locked away in a fucking tower, but we all know that if I want something, nothing would stop me from getting it. I still think cleaning it will help speed up the process. Fine. I said suddenly. You can check the one on my leg too. I smirked as I walked away from the dead Wendigo, noting the parts of the she-wolf that were scattered around. I glanced at the walls. Blood was smeared over it. It looked like a scene from a horror movie. I like to create such scenes, shame I wasn't the one behind this one. In here, she said, opening a door. She didn't seem to click on that I wanted to torture her. Oh well, this was going to be fun. She walked over to a cabinet and took some stuff out. I didn't miss the limp that was more prominent in her ankle. Did she overexert herself? Curiosity filled me and my mind flitted to 14 years ago when I had saved her, remembering how she had walked back then. I had thought she wouldn't make it in this world. I guess I was fucking wrong. She was different, but at the same time I had to admit she was strong. To face a Wendigo without fear was something not even the best of my warriors could do. Sure, they'd face them, but they did fear it. This may sting a little. I'm sure I've dealt with more fucking pain than this. Okay, big guy. She shot back, dabbing the cloth rather firmly on my back. Whatever she had put on it stung a little, but it was nothing compared to the pain I've felt. Pain, I relished in the feeling, the only reminder I was alive. I tensed when she placed her hand on my shoulder. I felt the rush of pleasure from her fingertips tingle through me and I rolled my neck, stretching out the kinks. That was another thing that made me feel alive, her fucking touch. You're all tense, she said, placing the cloth down, and I felt her add something chilling to the wounds. I frowned, feeling a tingle of coolness from her hand. That was what I felt moments ago, but as soon as it came it was gone. Do your fucking job, I remarked. I raised an eyebrow when her nails dug into me. I turned my head and glared at her. She moved back, her eyes widening. What? She said. You know exactly what, I said dangerously. She had better not forget her place. Once again, she didn't cower under my fucking aura. Maybe she was just a bar of chocolate. Just like chocolate, she didn't have the ability to feel my power. Maybe the same fucking rule applied to her. I wonder if she tasted like chocolate too. Well shit, I was seriously losing my fucking mind. She moved around me and my eyes went to her waist. She had been hurt too. Don't you need to fucking tend to yourself? Yeah, I'm going to clean it now, she said, lifting her top, showing off the large gash that ran across her waist and stomach. Her under-breast tattoo caught my attention and I found my gaze lingering on her breasts as she wiped the wound. It was kind of amusing watching her try to look past her breasts to see her wound. I don't fucking care. If you drop off, at least we'll have one less Westwood in the fucking world. This world needs us Westwoods. She shot back, glaring at me. Is glaring all you can do? I can do a lot more, she retorted. Yeah, I heard you that night, I remarked, making her blush. She turned slightly, grabbing the bandage. Come here, I commanded. I felt her tense. Well, at least my alpha command worked on her. She raised an eyebrow and came over. I smirked. Seems like you do know how to follow orders, I said. I did not miss her racing heart. I took the gauze from her. Only if I want to. So, I wonder what else you want, I remarked, opening the bandage. I placed it around her waist, feeling her tense under my touch. My eyes didn't leave her, as I wrapped the bandage around her stomach, not missing her taut stomach and defined waist. She was pretty sexy. I guess the fucker was good at one thing, making a pretty, sexy daughter. I pulled it tighter, making her gasp as her hand went to my shoulder. I resisted a smirk as I completed wrapping the bandage around her and tucked it firmly in. Thanks, she said, ruffling her hair as she lowered her blood-soaked top slightly. I'd say any time, but the only time I have my hands around a woman's waist is if I'm fucking them, I remarked. Her cheeks flushed and I felt her breath hitch. Then I guess I should feel honored, she said. I smirked. Or insulted, you're clearly not hot enough. I was not going to give her the fucking satisfaction of knowing that she was fucking sexy. Her eyes flashed with anger and she gave me one of her withering glares. You are such a fucking arsehole. She crouched down in front of me as she began cleaning the wound on my thigh. I sat there in my shorts, enjoying her trying not to get too close. I would fucking prefer her on her knees facing me, but after my suspicions, I didn't want to get close to her somehow. She always made me say more than I wanted. Dickhead, she whispered in a barely audible voice, but I heard. Seems like you have a dirty mouth, I said, grabbing her by the neck. Her eyes widened and I smirked coldly. Keep talking dirty and I'll have to wash it out for you. Our eyes met and I could smell her intoxicating arousal coating her in temptation. Fucking nymph. I glared at her coldly. Don't disrespect me, I warned, letting go of her. She simply gave me another dirty glare and went back to cleaning my leg. Once she was done, the wound was already healing. Right, all done, she said through gritted teeth. Moving back, she made to stand up, only for her ankle to give way. She stumbled, falling to her knee in front of me. She grabbed my thighs to stop herself from falling, her face inches from my crotch. Her pupils dilated and I tensed, feeling myself twitch. Well, fuck. She looked up slowly and I knew she could fucking hear my heart too. What? Want to take care of my dick too? She blushed and quickly moved back. No. Even if you were the last man on earth, I wouldn't fuck you, she snapped, turning her back on me. I smirked. Who said anything about fucking? She glared and I smirked coldly at her. I can tell when a person lies, and you're fucking turned on, I said, now standing up. You wish. Seems like that boy's really not cutting it. I hit a nerve, that was for sure, when she turned and glared at me with anger burning in her now brilliant purple eyes. Thanks to you, you almost wrecked Damon and Liam's relationship. Shame, it was probably not strong enough if something so small could break it, I taunted coldly, turning to leave. I sensed her lunge at me and I turned in a flash, grabbing her by the neck. I slammed her against the wall, making her wince, but still, she didn't let out a sound. She was fucking stubborn, and clearly had no control over her fucking emotions. I told you, countless times, don't fucking disrespect me, I growled. My face was inches away from hers. You're all talk, she spat icily. Don't push me so far that I show you the monster I am. Her anger calmed slightly and she looked away. I'm guessing she remembered her words about not getting angry with me. Well, whatever the fuck worked. My gaze fell to her plump lips. Would one taste really make a fucking difference? Let go of me, she commanded. I narrowed my eyes and tightened my hold on her neck. I make the rules. She looked at me and raised an eyebrow. Do you? She asked softly. Our eyes met as we both stared each other down. I was aware of her breasts now touching me and I stepped closer, crushing my body against hers. Goddess, she was a fucking temptress. She pissed me off and fucking tempted me all at the same fucking time. I felt her body tense against mine and the tiny shaky breath she let out. What's the matter? Does daddy's little girl need a real man to satisfy her fucking thirst? I taunted. Her eyes were hooded, her lips parted, and I smirked. I had her trapped, or so I thought. She smiled seductively, running one hand down my chest, her fingers grazing my pierced nipple, whilst her other hand ran down my waist until she rested it on my ass, sending a wave of pleasure through me. Or does the Alpha King want an annoying incompetent 18-year-old? she taunted breathlessly. My eyes narrowed and I let go of her, pulling away from her grasp on my ass. Keep dreaming. There are countless women who I take an interest in, to fuck, use and throw aside when I'm done. If anything, you're not even worth that. I said harshly before I turned and stormed out of the fucking room. 20. A little freedom. Kiara. There was something between Alejandro and me. I don't know what it was, but I saw the way he didn't even bother to look at the women who wanted a sliver of the Alpha King's attention. But when he would look at me, I didn't miss the hunger in his dark onyx eyes. He could deny it all he wanted, but I got his heart racing too, just as he did mine. What was it? Soon I knew he'd be leaving and returning to his own pack. Just the thought made my stomach sink. I was totally confused. I mean, the guy got me so worked up that we were constantly at each other's throats. It was weird. I had never been attracted to anyone so strongly before. Then there was the fact that he was 34. That in itself shocked me. He was almost double my age. If Dad knew what went through my mind, I'm sure he'd lock me in the cells for the rest of my life. Things with Damon had been kind of strange. I mean, he was quieter, and I knew our breakup had affected him. The night after the attacks I went to see him. We did end up having sex, but for the first time, I found it hard. Although he was as amazing as ever, I couldn't stop the guilt that filled me. Guilt that had no basis to be there. I couldn't forget his quiet words when we had simply laid there. I've already lost you. I wouldn't forget them, but it also made me realize that I had hurt him. It only added to the need to leave the pack. To just have a little break to come to terms with it, as well as having space to breathe. Coming to that, I hadn't asked Dad again. I mean, a lot had been going on. It had been 2 days since the attack. We had lost 4 men and 1 woman. Kimberly Stone, the sweet 25-year-old nurse who had been pregnant. The funerals were held yesterday and security had been tightened considerably. We had just finished training for the morning and I had just showered and got dressed in pink leggings and a white chiffon tunic. I paired it with white sandals and pink feathery earrings to complete my look. Kiara, come to my office at the pack house. Dad's voice came through the mind link. Bring Raven too. I frowned. Did I mess up again? What did I do now? Okay. I quickly sent Raven a text and headed out. Seeing Damon standing with Liam, I paused on the bottom step. I hadn't seen him since the other night when I snuck out of his bed. Although he had said to stay the night, I hadn't been able to. Our eyes met and my heart raced. Morning. He said, breaking the silence. I could see Liam observing us sharply. Morning, you weren't at training. I replied smoothly. I was setting up some sensors around the pack grounds. Oh, no wonder, I replied. Goddess, don't let me make this awkward. Anyway, I need to go. Dad's called me to his office at the pack house. You too? Liam said, frowning. Why? You too as well? Damon nodded as he exchanged a look with Liam. Weird, he called Raven too, I added. Let's get going then. Liam said, pushing open the front door, and the 3 of us stepped out. 5 minutes later, we all entered Dad's office only to find Mom, Beta Aaron, who I called Uncle, and Damon's dad there. As well as Alejandro and one of the men who had come with him, Dustin. I think it was. I wonder what this was about. Come in. Dad said from where he sat on his chair, like the alpha he was. Mum was seated on his leg. Uncle Aaron and Dustin were sat in the seats opposite Dad. I glanced at Alejandro. The man was stood leaning against the far wall smoking away. Despite not being seated, the power that wrapped around him made it clear who the supreme alpha in the room was. Did the man ever not smoke? Someone, crack a window. I'm suffocating. Raven remarked, fake coughing. Uncle Aaron looked at her in amusement and shook his head as Liam and Damon gave her a pointed look. I smiled slightly, stepping forward. Why did you call us? It's regarding you wanting to go to another pack for a short while. Dad said. I didn't miss the emphasis on the word short. Oh really? You're going to let me? I asked, stepping forward and looking at Dad with excitement in my eyes. Dad frowned at my obvious delight and I smiled sheepishly. So, I can go, right? Where am I going? Can I choose? Kia, Mom said, smirking slightly. She stood up and I didn't miss Dad growling at that. I smiled. They really were the perfect pair. You're going to the Nightwalker's pack. I looked at Mum stunned. That was the royal pack, Alejandro's pack. My stomach fluttered and my heart raced in excitement. His pack. I was confused though. Why would my dad send me there when he warned me to stay away from him? Not to mention the man had injured me too and Dad had flipped. Luckily, he didn't reinforce the grounding business. I think it's best. The pack is safe, and Raphael said Rayhan and Rihanna will be visiting there for a few weeks anyway. You'll have company and then when the blood moon ceremony takes place you can return home with Liam or if you meet your mate. Dad trailed off, his brows furrowed deeply. So, I get like 3 weeks? I asked. It was better than nothing but the thought of staying at his pack my stomach knotted and I felt anticipation ripple through me. Yes. Dad said. Is that pack really the best place? Damon suddenly spoke. Damon don't, you know he'll say something. I said through the link. Yes son. It was Scarlett's idea and Alpha Alejandro kindly agreed. Uncle Nathan spoke up. I saw Dad frown at Mum and it seemed Mum may have had more of a say in this one. But if Dad agreed, it meant he too thought this was best. I'm doing a fucking favor, so make sure you don't piss me off. Alejandro said coldly, now glaring at me. Dad, do you really trust that she's safe there? Liam said, concern clear in his voice. I resisted rolling my eyes. Did these two seriously not know how excited I was? She isn't a baby, goddess. I feel sorry for your mates. Give the girl some space. Raven said, she rushed forward. Uncle L, so you thought about what I said? She batted her lashes at Dad who gave her a skeptical look. I did quit that, before I changed my mind. Dad growled. Raven smirked and moved back, giving me an excited look. I raised my eyebrows in curiosity. Raven wanted to go with you and we all know she doesn't listen to no's. Dad said. Alejandro now looked up. I'm not taking 2 brats. He said bluntly. We're a team. Raven said, now knowing if Alejandro said no, Dad wouldn't be able to do anything. Please. We all knew there was no sincerity in that please. Raven was going one way or another. Consider her a part of her security. Dad said. Damon, I want you to go dash. No. My pack will protect her, she doesn't need others. You are already sending 2 warriors. Alejandro said, his aura now suddenly growing. I'll take it as an offense if you think my pack is not competent. It's not that, but it's only fair the Alpha's daughter has someone with her, from her own pack. Dad growled back. Then she can pick. The brat or him. Alejandro said with contempt, glaring at Damon with such hatred my heart thudded. Why did he hate him so much? It wasn't because of our relationship, was it? Who was I kidding? Sure, he had some interest in me, but I knew it was just sexual. It seemed I wasn't the only one to feel confused at Alejandro's dangerous anger. Kiara, Mom said, frowning as she looked between the 2 men. Damon's face was emotionless, his soft blue eyes calm. While Alejandro's were a burning red, screaming anger and power. It's fine, I mean the pack's safe, I don't think I mean Raven, I'll take Raven. I said, making Raven high-five me. Alejandro smirked as if he had just attained a victory and took a long drag of his cigarette. We leave in the morning. He glanced at me and our eyes met before he walked out. Dustin gave a small smile before he left the room too, following his alpha. Dad sighed and looked at Damon. What happened between you and Alejandro? Nothing. We just fought once during training. Damon said, glancing at May. Had a feeling he had a doubt. Oh, who cares? That man has issues. Raven added. So come on Kia, let's go pack. Okay. I said, smiling slightly. Angel. Dad called me. I stopped and turned back. Be careful. Even if Alejandro has agreed, he is dangerous, don't piss him off and remember that you are a guest at his pack. Respect him. I nodded and was about to leave when I turned back to Dad, a sudden thought coming to me. I don't get it though. Of all the packs, why did you choose his? There's more to this, isn't there? I saw the adults exchange looks and Liam stepped forward. Don't think too much about it, Kiara. No. There's more, I want to know. I pushed stubbornly. Kiara. For once, stop being stubborn. The reason doesn't change anything. I got you sorted to go, so take it. Mum said firmly. But there is more to it. I said now looking at Dad. His blue eyes met mine and he sat forward. The attacks on this pack are growing. The Wendigo and Menangle attacks are all around us, weary like a fucking hot spot, drawing them in. I'd rather you be somewhere far away and safe. What better place can there be than the Alpha King's pack? 21. Consuming my mind. Alejandro. I left the office trying to control my emotions. Every time I saw that fucker's face, I wanted to fucking tear him to pieces. She didn't come home the other night and I knew exactly where she had been. I smelled him on her the following day, even if it had been very faint. Nothing much went past my nose. Which was one of the fucking reasons I'm so pissed that I can't find a clue to track the Wendigos. It was like there was no scent, no clue. I had a feeling witches were working from the shadows too, but I could think of no fucking reason for them to be. What was the goal? I headed down to the cells. We had managed to capture a rogue and I was going to get some answers. For the last 2 days, Elijah had taken the reins but got nothing out of him. I now stepped into the room as the 2 guards shut the door behind meth. Silver bars wouldn't be able to contain me, but for werewolves, it was fucking torture to touch or to be cut with. I looked at the wolf who was bound by chains. The room smelt of sweat and stale blood, laced with wolfsbane. Seems like Elijah knew a thing or two about torture from the state of the rogue before me. I grabbed him by his hair and dragged his head back. Looking into his gaunt face, it was clear he didn't eat enough. I don't have fucking time. So, let's get to it. I said dangerously. My eyes glowed red as I looked into his. Who sent you? The command in my voice was strong and I saw fear in his eyes as he became compelled to tell me. I was the king of all wolves, rogues included, and all had the urge to obey me. I see I can't say. He stuttered. I saw his internal struggle. We came as dash. He was fighting himself. Answer me. I growled, smashing his head into the ground before I dragged him back up once again, blood dripping from his fresh wounds. I won't keep repeating myself. I will kill you. We need mates. Lies. Fucker. I grabbed his arm, twisting it back until I heard the sickening crunch. He grunted in pain and I held his hand back, not letting it reposition to heal. Let's try again. I said dangerously. I felt the anger growing within me and the need to tear him to shreds consumed me. My anger from earlier was simmering already and this was just sprinkling oil on a fire that was already lit. Who sent you? He struggled, pain and anguish on his face. How was he struggling and refusing me? The king. He said. His eyes widened and his irises dulled, choking suddenly. I moved back just as white froth came out of his throat. He coughed and choked, writhing in pain until he suddenly stilled. I heard his heart stop beating and I turned away. The king. Who the fuck was the king? Another question, but no fucking answers. Night had fallen and I was at a fucking party held by the dickhead in my honor. The lights dazzled brightly, illuminating the area. One of the wolves was playing DJ and there was plenty of food being served too. Everyone seemed to be having a good time, many casting nervous or scared glances at me. Like always, no one would approach me. The fear they felt when they saw me or felt my presence was enough to make them stay away, but I was used to it. Being alone for most of my life worked out. I saw my men mixing with the pack, laughing and talking. Well, maybe I should find a she-wolf for some fun, at least they were ready to spread their legs. I was getting fucking angry with all the questions that had no answers. And Kiara. Even her name seemed to linger on my fucking lips. I watched her now, dressed in a short-fitted blue dress with silver chain straps. Her breasts were temptingly on show and the back of the dress was pretty low, showing off her smooth skin. Her tiny waist and ample ass drew my attention. I would be fucking lying if I said I didn't want to go over and fuck her right there. Her hair was curled with a dusting of glitter sprinkled in it, a reminder that she was just 18. Her midget of a friend stood by her side in a matching dress of dark purple. The fuck were these girls? Plain childish. Liam and that fucker Dickman or whatever the hell his name was, were next to them, cheering over something. I didn't miss the way Damon's eyes lingered on her. I buried the thought away, trying to remain calm. I turned my attention to the older she-wolves. There were a few single ones and I could see the looks they gave me. Each of them wouldn't mind spending the night with me if I fucking wanted. I spotted a certain brunette, her hair similar to Kiara's. It was shorter but it was an okay match. I let my eyes trail over her. Nothing compared to Kiara, but she'd do. As if sensing me watching her, she turned her light blue eyes opened wide as she blushed. I took a gulp of my alcohol, my eyes not leaving hers. Putting down the empty glass I walked off into the trees. I knew she'd follow. We walked in silence until we were a good way away and I stopped. Alpha. Her voice came. It was soft, nothing like Kiara's husky one that I found kinda hot. All this Kiara, in my head was irritating me too. Fucking hell, was I going to compare everything to her? I turned, not speaking as I walked over to her. Her heart was beating and I could already smell her arousal. Seems like you're already turned on, I said huskily. Pushing her up against the tree, I pulled her dress up, running my fingers between her legs as I kissed her roughly. I needed some sort of release for all the pent-up anger I was feeling. She moaned, closing her eyes as she worked on unzipping my pants, pulling my dick out as she kissed me back. I stepped back and turned her around, pressing her up against the tree. I tapped her ass, rubbing myself against her before I tore her thong off roughly and entered her. She moaned loudly and I fucked her hard and fast, not bothered about how loud she was or who heard. It wasn't long until I found my release, knowing she had orgasmed at least 3 times. I moved back and she turned, her legs trembling as she dropped to her knees, wrapping her hands around my dick and took my tip in her mouth. I raised my eyebrow. Seems like someone wasn't fucking done. Another 20 minutes later, I returned to the party. The woman was definitely not going to get back here. I felt a bit better after releasing my pent-up anger, but it wasn't enough. I found my eyes on Kiara once again. She was now gorging on donuts. She sure ate a lot. Oh wait, I can fit a whole donut in my mouth, she said, picking up a large one. I'm sure I can too, the tiny brat replied. They both took a fresh donut and I found myself watching Kiara. I hadn't told Elijah about my assumptions about her powers. It was the only reason I agreed to let her come to my pack. If the attacks changed direction, it meant there was something special about her. Aside from being a fucking temptation. I watched as she shoved the entire donut into her mouth. Well, that's good to know, a dirty thought flitted through my mind and I smirked. The brat seemed to be struggling a little but both managed. Kiara motioned something at her brother, pointing at her mouth. She said you need to swallow it too. Liam chuckled, drinking his wine. Remind you of Rayhan and Rihanna? Scarlett said, now propping herself up on the stool next to me. Breaking my attention. No fucking way. Kiara was nothing like them. I decided not to answer. I just want to say thanks for all the input around here. Although you have to admit, we did a good enough job. I glanced at her, remembering the first time I saw her. I had sensed her ability but I had felt a strange interest towards her, and it was not fucking attraction, I won't deny it. She was sexy, but it had been something different. I hadn't been able to explain it and now I don't know, I didn't feel it, but that interest in Kiara was strong. The assumption I had that day came back to me and I quickly pushed it away. Good security or not? They managed to get in. I replied, frowning. I've spent years, fucking years and no answers. I'm sure you'll get them. She said confidently. I glanced at her, she was one of the rare ones who had never been scared of me. I heard a low, possessive growl and Elijah walked over, pulling Scarlett into his arms. The dickhead was fucking blind if he thought I'm into Scarlett. Although she was only 3 years older than me, it was his daughter who had caught my attention. One he was sending right into my pack. I smirked as he kissed her, glaring at me. Keep her, not my fucking type. I said, glancing out at the crowd again, we need to talk. He said curtly. Just stay calm. Scarlett said, kissing his lips sensually before Elijah motioned for me to follow. I hated people. I preferred being alone. Neither of us spoke. Even when the lights of the party faded away and the music grew fainter, he kept going. Until even I couldn't hear the party anymore. Any reason you've come so fucking far out? I said, lighting a cigarette. I wanted to speak to you alone. He said curtly. Fucking speak. I said. You hurt Kiara in anger the other day, and now I'm entrusting you to take care of her. Your fucking choice. I said, our eyes stared the other down. A choice for a reason, you wouldn't have agreed if you didn't think the same thing. He said coldly. Oh. Did the fucker know something? Do share. I said mockingly, blowing out smoke slowly. Kiara has always been the center of several attacks. Back from when she was 2 and the rogue attack happened. I never told anyone this, not even Scarlett, but the rogue wasn't trying to kill her. 22. One of concern. Alejandro. I raised an eyebrow. What did that even mean? He sighed, running his hand through his hair and looking at the trees that surrounded us. Only the rustle of leaves or the odd animal could be heard. He was trying to take her. I still remember the look in his eyes, he didn't even look like he was fully there. He didn't care that I was hacking at him, he was just trying to take her. I brushed it off. There's been several events, but that day, outside the cinema. The Wendigo didn't seem to have gone in for the kill. We both know that, and we both know how fast they are. Kiara couldn't have outrun them if they wanted to kill her. Then at the hospital, of all places, it chose to go there. There are more pups and wolves in the pack house. The fucker was smart. His line of thought matched my own. I stayed silent, letting him speak. I don't know why, there's nothing different about Kiara, but just in case my assumption is correct, then Kiara may be the target. I scoffed dryly. So, you're sending her to me because you think you can protect your pack like this? No, because I know Kiara will go to some other pack, one way or another. She's Scarlett's daughter and fucking stubborn. He growled. I smirked. Seems like Daddy's little girl isn't under his control. She isn't a child anymore, I know that. So that was my reason. You don't seem shocked. He now looked at me sharply. I stayed silent for a moment, her odd aura hadn't been picked up by him, so there was no point in me telling him that. So, you want me to protect her yet you're sending her right to me, when we both know I'm a fucking monster? I said coldly, avoiding his statement. He frowned at me. You're dangerous, I know that. But you also spend your life protecting the werewolf race. He said. Only because I'm bored. I enjoy the chase and kill. I said arrogantly. He smirked. Tell yourself whatever you want to keep up your bad boy image. You care, admit it or not. He said cockily. This is why I hated him. Dickhead. He acted like he fucking knew me. You do remember, she fucking pisses me off and I don't mind ripping her head from her body. He growled venomously at me and I smirked. 1 point for me. I know that. I want to ask you, not alpha to alpha, but as a father to the ultimate protector of the werewolf race, will you please protect her? He asked quietly, the arrogance gone. It took me by surprise, as I saw the unmasked worry he had in his eyes. Could a person really change that fucking much for those he loved? Was it even possible? Elijah was one of the cockiest men I knew, and here he was asking me to protect his girl. Kiara has been through so much, but she's resilient, reckless and selfless. She would stand in the line of danger regardless of her own life. I only want you to give me your word that you won't hurt her. If she pisses you off, ship her back to me. I'll be having a word with her too. Okay, I was definitely fucking taken by surprise now. I didn't expect him, Elijah, to ever submit like this. Maybe I should ask him to get on his knees and ask me. I smirked and he narrowed his eyes. Don't piss me off. He warned me, as if knowing what was going through my mind. Oh well, maybe next time. Fine. I'll try not to kill her. I said, taking a drag of my cigarette. Give me your word as alpha. Elijah pushed. The fucker was irritating. I'm the fucking king, I don't take orders. I replied coldly. I won't hurt her, she'll return to you on the blood moon in one piece. There, I gave him my word, didn't mean I wouldn't emotionally mess with her. Or sexually. He was smart, but it was clear he didn't realize that there was more between us. Was it our age difference? Well, his loss. Thank you. His words held sincerity, and for a split second, I felt the strength of his emotions as our eyes met, but it was only for a split a second. He didn't do fucking sentimental shit. The next day I awoke to the smell of chocolate. I definitely wasn't in heaven, 'cause I sure as fuck was going to hell. But whatever that was, it smelled good. I got dressed in a pair of black jeans, a black t-shirt and a leather jacket whilst I gathered my things. I had made it clear I didn't want anyone doing stuff for me. Back at my pack there were a few Omegas who did stuff for me, but I'd rather not have random people touching my stuff. I put my bags on the bed and left my room. We were leaving straight after breakfast. I followed my nose to the kitchen to find 2 trays of freshly baked brownies on the counter. I raised an eyebrow, looking around. No one was here. I guess I could take a piece, right? Obviously I can, who the fuck cares if it's rude or not? No one will know it's me. I took out a piece of gooey goodness. Why the fuck were they cut so small? 1 piece wouldn't be enough. I ate it and took another. These were fucking good. They tasted just like the ones I had the day I arrived. Did Kiara make these? Maybe I should get her to bake for me when we get back. Damn, she was not my fucking chef, but I wouldn't mind making her that. And a lot more. 5 pieces later, I still wasn't done and I took a 6th. In my defense, they were cut so fucking small. Stingy woman. Oh my goddess. I turned around, popping the 7th piece in my mouth just in time to see Kiara standing there, dressed in a wraparound black dress that accentuated all her curves. Her hair was up in a messy yet fucking sexy bun and she wore boots. On her face was a look of utter dismay. Those were to give to someone, she said, near tears as she hurried over, snatching the brownie trays from in front of me. Chill the fuck out, they're just brownies. I replied coldly. My brownies. One tray was for Granddad, he's leaving today too, and the other was for Dad. Now there isn't enough. Then came the tears. She was fucking crying. She didn't cry when it came to facing a Wendigo, but she was going to cry over brownies. Kiara. And here comes Daddy dearest. I resisted rolling my eyes. What the fuck did you do? Elijah growled, pulling his daughter into his arms. Was it normal to feel fucking jealous of him hugging his own daughter? She wasn't mine. Just those words irritated me. I refused to answer, but I didn't need to because Kiara looked up at her father. I made brownies for you and Granddad, and he ate some. She said tearfully. Elijah's eyes widened in surprise and the hint of a smirk threatened to cross his lips. Dad! Are you laughing at me? No, of course not. He said, hugging her again. I'm sure you're just upset about leaving. I mean, you could change your mind. He sounded hopeful. Kiara's growl gave him his answer. I grabbed 2 more pieces of brownies sneakily, although I know Elijah saw me, and left the kitchen as Kiara protested. She wanted to go no matter what. We were finally ready to leave and get on the road. Although I traveled in Leakin form often enough, I still had transport ready when needed. I now sat in my 2-seat sports car waiting for Kiara. Although she wanted to stay with her friend, her dad didn't agree. I suggested that she was better off with me anyway, in case something did attack. I know the need I had for her to be around me was only growing. I hoped that once I was back at my own pack that I could restore some normality. Yeah, there was a lot of shit going on and things I needed to take care of. I had enjoyed this break, although I'd not admit that. My eyes flashed red as I watched her hug Damon. Not missing the way his hands stroked her back or the way he buried his head in her neck. I slammed my hand on the horn, beeping loudly, making Kiara jump back before she finally met her mother quickly and then walked over to the car with her dad. I'll see you in a few weeks, Angel. Behave all right. Elijah said. She nodded as they hugged, before she got in. He looked at me and held his hand out. A peace offering and confirmation of a promise, I knew that much. I took his hand as my eyes met his. Take care of her. I said nothing before turning away and letting go of his hand. Trusting me with his daughter was something huge for Elijah, and I wasn't too fucking stupid to see that, but did he really trust me? The question was the same one I'd always been tempted to ask Raphael. Ever since the day I had killed our parents, I always felt he was a little uneasy around me. He probably didn't even trust me around his pups. I'm sure he didn't when they were little anyway. Sensing it from him and his mate, I distanced myself from them. Once a monster's always a monster after all, right? 23. A well-needed break. Kiara. So, Dad chose to send me to this pack simply because our pack was a hot spot for attacks. It irritated me how he felt I was incompetent or something. What did I need to do to show him I'm so much more than he gives me credit for? Yes, I'm not perfect, nor am I the standard wolf. I have 2 disadvantages, but I make up for them in other aspects. I love Dad, but I just wish he could see I was ready to take care of myself. The journey to Alejandro's pack took just under 2 hours. I swear he was speeding way over the speed limit. We didn't speak much. When we did, the sexual tension was just growing and it was getting suffocating in here. Him just looking at me got my core throbbing, and that effect alone scared me. I ended up reading a book or texting Raven. I was so incredibly excited that she was actually joining me. We were going to have a blast, and then there was the blood moon. The chance to find my mate would be high and I felt a little excited, but at the same time, Alejandro slipped into my mind. Would these feelings go away when I met my mate? He parked up outside a very extravagant, flashy mansion. It was completely black and gray with windows across the entire front. I could see the modern interior inside too. 3 large steps led to the double-door entrance, with lights illuminating the rim of each step. Fancy. The dude sure was loaded. I got out slowly and looked around. A large wall surrounded the entire mansion and grounds. Was it just the one mansion? Where did the pack live? Are you just going to stand there? What do you expect me to do, make myself at home and show myself in? We glared at each other as he walked off to the mansion, opening the door. I ran after him, ignoring the constant pain in my ankle, and followed him inside with just my handbag with me. The inside was as modern as the outside. The theme was black, white and gray. It looked like it was straight out of a magazine. There was no mess or homey touch apart from the perfect ornaments and art that matched the theme of the decor and interior. Is this your house? No, it's the fucking Grinch's. Well, you're as gloomy and depressing as he is. I was just asking. I retorted. Well, don't ask fucking dumb questions. He said, heading upstairs. Do I follow? Guess so. The stairs were carpeted down the center and I made my way up, stumbling as I tried to keep up with him. He didn't turn back as he walked down the hall. It smelled like him. That was the first thing I realized as I passed one of the doors. Slowing down as I looked at the sleek black wood. Want to get into my bedroom already? He asked, now smirking as he opened the door next to it. I felt my cheeks heat up and rolled my eyes. You wish. I said, walking past, when I stopped and looked up at him. Wait, this is your mansion, I'm staying here. He crossed his arms as he leant against the door frame. Elijah wanted me to take care of you, and I intend to, he said, a predator-like smirk crossing his face. My heart skipped a beat as I watched his gaze run over me. What about Raven? I asked, my voice sounding pitchy. Damn, focus girl. She's got the room opposite you. He said, making me feel a little relieved. But make sure she stays out of my way. I promised your father to not hurt you, I didn't say anything about her. His words made my anger flare up, but I clenched my fist and forced myself to breathe and calm down. If he dares to touch Raven, I'll chop him to pieces, blend him up and make smoothies. I shuddered at my own thoughts. Goddess, where did that creepy thought come from? But really, imagine an Alejandro smoothie. Maybe I could call it an Alpha King Supreme smoothie. I giggled at the thought. He glanced at me as if I were weird before he opened the door. I guess I can't blame him, I was laughing to myself like a weirdo. I looked inside. It was a nice room, decorated in gray and white. There was a large rug in the center of the room and the king-sized bed was covered in gray and white bedding. The large ceiling-to-floor windows covered the entire wall opposite and looked out over the huge gardens. From here I could actually see beyond the walls, where I saw other houses and buildings not too far beyond the perimeter. Floor-length curtains hung on each side of the window. There was a small chest of drawers on either side of the bed and a dresser on the same wall as the door. Wardrobes lined one wall and a second door led off to what I presumed was the bathroom. Thank you, I said, I wasn't expecting this. A sudden thought came to me and I turned. Rayhan and Rihanna are here, right? I hadn't seen both in over a year, Rayhan even longer as he was currently doing his alpha training. I was actually excited to see him. Yeah, they will be staying down the hall. They came this morning. Fuck, now I'm going to have a fucking full house, he muttered as he walked out the door. I bit my tongue to keep from replying and instead walked over to the bed. I dropped onto it and stared at the ceiling. Being here made me nervous and excited, Alejandro. He was the reason for my excitement. Being here with no Liam or Dad, I didn't trust myself. I was finally free. I could breathe. My mind drifted back to the arrogant Alpha and I bit my lip. Was it so bad to want a piece of the Alpha King? Just the thought sent a throbbing ache to my core and I sat up, just as the door opened to reveal a girl with dark brown eyes and black curls up to her shoulders. Her eyes widened when she saw me. Kiara. She shrieked as she ran over to me and pounced on top of me, knocking the breath from me. "Ow, Rai," I groaned as she squeezed me painfully. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Get off her, Rai." A deep masculine voice came and I looked to see Rayhan standing there. He had grown a lot. Now towering over 6 feet, he had a small goatee and his curly hair was pulled into a pony. I could see some similarities between him and his uncle, but the biggest difference was his warmer aura and the smile that played on his lips. "Rayhan," I said, sitting up. He came over and I stood up, wrapping my arms around his waist. He hugged me tightly. "You've grown. She's gotten sexy." Raihana chimed in as she looked at her brother, giving him a suggestive wink and motioning at me. "Time's not changed you," I said to the 16-year-old who had now dropped back on the bed in contentment. "Oh, this means Uncle's back. Let's go annoy him." She got off the bed and Rayhan sighed. "Don't be grateful he agreed to let us come," he muttered. "That should be my line," I said. Rayhan smirked. "That was a miracle too. I thought Liam said Raven was coming too." "She is. She should be here soon," I said. They knew Raven well as we were both glued at the hip since forever. "Your uncle was speeding." It was really weird calling Alejandro their uncle. Was it alright to be crushing on my friend's uncle? "Wait, he drove you?" Rayhan confirmed, curiosity filling his eyes. "Yeah," I said nonchalantly. There was a light knock on the door and a young man, clearly an Omega, stood there with my bags. "Sorry to disturb you," the king said, to bring your bags up. "Thanks, you can just put them on the bed," I said. "Well, we'll let you freshen up and catch you in a bit," Rayhan suggested. I nodded as the siblings left the room and I closed the door. I took a deep breath. This was going to be exciting. It felt like a breath of fresh air. It was 2 hours later and Raven had finally arrived too. After she had freshened up, whilst I caught up a little with the siblings, we headed downstairs for lunch. We stepped into the dining room to see 3 other people sitting there at the long black table. The high-back chairs gave the room a rather stoic and regal feel, despite the design being very modern. The walls held some canvas art, all in the same tones as the rest of the house. "Elijah's daughter, what an honor," the man said, now standing up. I could tell he was strong. His aura was one of an alpha's. "I'm Darian, Alejandro's beta." "Nice to meet you," I said, looking at the man who looked around Alejandro's age. He had shoulder-length brown hair. I had heard of him but never met him. "Likewise, princess. My mate, Serena," he replied, smiling, introducing one of the 2 women who sat there. The woman stood up and smiled. She was pretty with brown eyes and blonde hair. I shook hands with her before turning to the last woman who sat with arrogance in her seat. I instantly didn't like the vibe I was getting off of her. I could tell she was sizing me up, just how I had noticed her sharp eyes on me when I walked over to the table. "Carmen, head warrior," she said, not bothering to extend a hand, so I didn't either. "Kiara Westwood," I said before I took the seat next to Rayhan. Raihana was between Raven and me. Alejandro sat at the head of the table with Rayhan on his left and Darian on his right. "Let's eat," Darian said, as Serena and he both removed the lids to the food. There were a variety of dishes, all mainly Italian. I guess it was befitting with the king being Italian himself. "Ah, it sure smells good," Raven said as she began putting some on her plate. I glanced at Alejandro, who sat there as moody and cold as always. He looked up and our eyes met for a moment before he helped himself to some food and I looked away smoothly. He looked effortlessly sexy in whatever he did and I couldn't stop myself from staring. I really needed to get a grip. "So, it's actually nice to have some kids around here," Darian said. I could tell he was chatty and I had a feeling I was going to like the couple. "Tia will be happy. She's our 13-year-old. Serena explained. I understood that the Night Walker pack didn't really have many children, only those of the warriors, or in Tia's case, her parents being the beta couple. Wow, only a few years younger than me. Rihanna added. So Uncle Al, how are you going to be a good host to us? Alejandro looked up at her, his dark eyes cold. By making sure I don't fucking decapitate you. Rihanna's face fell and Rehan quirked his brow at Alejandro. Really, uncle? What the fuck do you want me to do? Your dad sent you too, I didn't ask him to. So, you don't miss us? Rihanna asked, hurt clear in her eyes. He probably does. I said quietly with a small smile. I don't. Alejandro said, shooting me a glare. I frowned back at him, not caring as his aura seemed to swirl around him. Alright, let's just eat. Darian added, glancing between the two of us. I knew he was trying to change the subject. I glanced at him, not missing the curiosity in his eyes either. Leave it, Alpha, they're just kids begging for attention, Carmen spoke, her antagonizing tone irritating me. I didn't like the way she said, Alpha, and a sudden burst of irritation filled me. I looked at her, my eyes flashing purple, I could feel my wolf's anger. Calm down, girl. I said to her. I got this. For your information, we're not kids. Just because our opinions don't match the king's, doesn't mean they have no value. Here it doesn't, kid. This is the king's home. She said with a tilt of her head, her eyes turning a deep gold as she smirked slightly. I clenched my jaw, trying to calm my rage. I know, and for that reason, I won't disrespect him, but if anyone else irritates me, I won't hold back. I said icily. Her contemptuous gaze had really irritated me. Oh. Did you forget the part where I'm the head warrior here? When you're just a girl with a limp dash. A deep, threatening growl tore through the room, making all eyes turn to Alejandro. My heart thudded in fear at the anger I felt in that growl, but to my surprise, his burning red gaze was not on us but Carmen, who had paled slightly. I saw Rihanna and Raven go white as we all felt the heavy blanket of darkness that filled the room while it emanated from the Alpha King himself. 24. The Night Walker's Pack. Kiara. I could see the fear on Carmen's face as Alejandro stood up, his hands braced on the table. His claws were out and I saw his canines begin to elongate. Watch your fucking mouth. He growled. I'm sorry. She said, glancing at me slightly confused. Girl, I'm just as confused. Was Alejandro defending me? He's mocked me 100 times, but he never commented on my limp. I felt a warmth in my chest as I looked at him. It's alright, shall we carry on eating? I said, picking up my fork. He didn't seem to hear me, his gaze fixed on the she-wolf. Alpha, I said. Reaching forward, I placed my hand on his hand. He turned towards me, his eyes returning to normal. Our eyes met, but I couldn't read the emotions in his. He suddenly seemed to realize where we were and looked down at our hands, pulling away as if my touch burned before turning and leaving the room swiftly. Rehan whistled whilst Darian exchanged looks with Serena. Well, that was interesting, he said, scratching his head. Excuse me. Carmen muttered before she too left, not even sparing me a second look. Wow, was it just me or did the arrogant but hurt Alpha just defend you? Raven said, looking at me with a smirk. She knew I found Alejandro sexy. I glared at her but she simply winked at me. That was indeed something else. Serena said, trying to sound normal, but I knew it had thrown her off. Darian was watching me with keen interest now and I felt a little uncomfortable. Yeah, Uncle doesn't defend anyone. Rehan said with a small smile. I guess he's taking the promise to your dad seriously. He must want the strongest alpha around on his side. I didn't say anything. Was that really the reason? I wasn't sure, maybe we did need to talk, without arguing. These mixed signals were really confusing me. Once you young uns have eaten, we can give you a tour. Serena said. Rayhan and Raven nodded whilst I stayed silent, unable to forget Alejandro's reaction to Carmen. Was it wrong to feel all fluttery over it? I didn't need someone to defend me, but when he had, it made my heart feel things it never had before. It was a while later and we were strolling through the packed grounds. The two warriors my dad had sent, Harry and Greg, were following behind us silently. This pack was definitely different from the usual pack standards. There was indeed a lack of children and the elderly. Those who come to a certain age or want to take a back seat from fighting join other packs. Only those who are willing to fight to the death stay in this pack. Serena said seriously. So, this is basically like a military base. Raven said. You could say that. It is our job to protect packs. We are often situated and stationed at other packs if they need help dealing with rogues or something. Darian added. I nodded, I knew that. Uncle's done amazing. Rayhan said, clearly impressed. I have only visited here a few times with Dad, but I was a lot younger then. I haven't been here before. Rayhana chimed in. I looked at the pack house, or should I say, apartments. There were a few blocks all aligned neatly, made with the same sleek modern design as Alejandro's mansion. The training grounds and halls were a lot bigger than back home. This was indeed a complete military boot camp in a way. I was impressed at what he had accomplished. The man sure was an incredible leader. It took us a good while to make it through the entire area. People were currently working out in the extensive training areas and I could tell millions were spent on it. Over there is our meeting and office building. We usually plan and hold meetings there. You will find Alejandro there often enough. The man works a lot, Darian said. I didn't miss how he called Alejandro by his name. They must be friends or something. Darian paused and I knew he was being mind-linked. Well, I got to go, some business has come up, have fun. He said, pulling Serena into his arms and kissing her before he rushed off. I had hoped Uncle would spend time with us. Rayhana spoke quietly but we all heard. Dad told you not to expect too much. Rayhan said. Want to go to the pack hall? Serena suggested. I could tell she wanted to cheer her up. What's that? Raven asked. Oh, somewhere the members who are off duty spend their time and chill. It's like a 5-in-1. Bar, arcade, cinema, diner and a lounge. That's interesting and different. I said as she led the way past the apartment blocks and over to a huge building. The pack ground was huge, although it lacked that homely touch that we would see back home with young pups running around or the occasional garden outside certain houses. It was still an impressive pack. He even had a pack crest. Damn. I smiled as I looked at it, 2 wolves, ready to attack, a moon with a crown between them and 3 claws running across the entire crest. I ran my finger over it and smiled. I had seen this same crest somewhere else. But I couldn't place where I had. It was beautiful. Alpha designed that. Serena added. I turned and looked at her, realizing the other 3 had gone inside already. It's impressive. I said. I looked at her and she was watching me curiously. Anything on my face? I gave her a smile. Sorry, it's just, Darian and I were, let's just say, we were shocked when he said he was having guests, then he stated to have the room next to his ready. She laughed lightly and I felt my stomach flip. Was she implying he was treating me good, differently? Oh, don't think much of it, he's a meanie, I said making a face. She smiled. Meanie is not a word anyone would use to describe him. He's ruthless, cold-hearted and brutal, but a good king. She whispered, her smile was now gone. She shook her head, looking guilty as if she had said too much. For him to even get angry over Carmen's comment says a lot. Really? I asked. My heart was buzzing but I tried not to let it get to me. She nodded fervently. Carmen is one of his closest comrades, and if he got offended with her words, that speaks volumes. Our eyes met and I simply gave a small shrug. I don't know what you're assuming, but there's nothing between us. I blushed, thinking it wasn't a lie. Oh, I know. She said, looking sheepish. It's strange. We didn't say more on the topic, but I wasn't able to brush her words off completely. The pack hall was everything one could want. There were wolves of all ages there, all bulging with muscles and littered with scars. I had to admit they were all pretty sexy, but none matched up to Alejandro. I could see the ones who were marked and the ones who weren't. Females with strong muscles also mixed in with the males. Some even put my toned body to shame. I could tell which ones had trained from a young age here and which ones were mated to a wolf of the pack just by their builds. Rayhan, look. Rihanna said as she tossed 3 darts at the board, hitting the bullseye. Someone cheered for her and she did a mock bow. The alpha wanted me to show you to the hospital. I almost forgot, that was meant to be our last spot. Serena said suddenly. I looked around at the others enjoying themselves. Greg, Harry, stay here. I'm just going to visit the hospital. You both have got to admit, I'm safe here. I said through the pack link. They exchanged looks before Greg gave me a curt nod. Take care of yourself and if anything happens, link us. I nodded and sent Raven a text message, waving at her to capture her attention and motioned at her to check her text. She gave me the thumbs up after reading it and only then did I follow Serena out of the hall. The hospital is actually quite big. She said. We do get a lot injured. I never thought of that, really. So, you probably have a lot of doctors. Yeah, the hospital has the capacity to hold 700 if need be. Wow. Of course we have a lot more warriors than that, but luckily we have never needed even half of that. She said shuddering. You weren't from this pack, right? I said. She smiled. Nope, I come from a pack near London. Ah, I did think that from the accent. I answered. Really? I've been here for nearly 14 years. She said, blushing lightly. We carried on walking until we got closer to the hospital. You can still tell. I replied as I now looked at the large white and grey hospital. The crest was proudly presented on it. I wondered what humans would think if they saw this pack. I knew that miles around were barred off as private land, but it still made me curious. Have humans ever come here? Luckily no, but if they do we'd say the land belongs to a rich dude. She said. And it isn't a lie, Alpha Alejandro is very wealthy. She paused at the hospital and looked at me. Are you okay with blood? Of course. I've grown up helping out at the hospital. I replied. She nodded as we both stepped inside. Dad didn't like me fighting and the most I was allowed to do was help at the hospital, but I had actually begun to enjoy it too. I was not prepared for the strong smell of blood that hit me, mixed in with the sterile smell of disinfectant. She walked through and everyone seemed to know who she was, politely bowing their heads. I followed, keeping up, despite the pain in my ankle growing thanks to all the walking. The operating rooms are on the first floor. We have wards and scan rooms on the top floor as well as some consultation rooms. The canteens ahead. I will also introduce you to Dr. Callum, who will be the one to take care of you whilst you are here. He is the head doctor in this hospital. Oh, I feel honored. Alpha said to make sure you're passed to the best, but don't let it deceive you. Dr. Callum will have you working hard. She said, stopping outside one of the wards. I looked inside and wished I hadn't. There were 3 men, all covered in lots of bandages. I could smell that there was something putrid mixed in the air. Some of their wounds were probably infected. A Wendigo attack, they managed to kill it, but it cost them a lot. I felt my blood run cold. How did a Wendigo manage to hurt 3 bulky warriors? Did I just get lucky when I faced one? A shiver ran down my spine at the thought of what could have happened to me. 25. A lifestyle I like. Alejandro. I don't know what the fuck overtook me, but when Carmen insulted Kiara, I lost it. My instincts were telling me to rip her to shreds, but I had tried to keep control, a battle I was losing until she had placed her hand on mine. I closed my eyes, my assumption that there was more between us only seemed to be getting further confirmed. That maybe, just fucking maybe, Kiara could be my mate. The thought sent a knot of emotions through me. I rubbed my jaw, frowning deeply. Fuck, if it were, it meant the moon goddess hadn't forgotten about me, but wasn't she at least a decade late? I had made up my mind that I was never going to have someone, and that was what I wanted. Kiara fucking messed with me. I had more enemies than I'd ever be able to fucking count. I didn't need a weakness, and that is what a mate would be to me, a weakness I didn't need nor want. The blood moon was less than 3 weeks away, and if that was the case, then I needed to skip the event and avoid Kiara for the night. It was manageable, but then what? Would she wait a few years and then move on and choose her own mate? My eyes flashed red and I felt my anger flare up at the very thought. I was fucking messed up. I wanted her, yet I hated her. I didn't want to give her anything. I had nothing to give her. At the same time, I wanted to keep her to myself, mate or not. Alpha, we have guests. One of my warriors mind linked me. Who? I replied. I wasn't fucking expecting anyone. Alpha Bill and his daughter. Fuck, I wasn't expecting them to show up. Although I had business with Bill, I didn't expect him to come so soon. Jasmine was someone I had a bit of a fucked up relationship with. The occasional fuck partner and someone the council was pushing me to accept and make my fucking queen. I had been considering it, but, Kiara. Her green eyes rimmed with that dazzling blue entered my mind and I knew I was a fucking mess. Well, who says I can't play, even if I accepted Jasmine? Maybe I'd hurt Kiara enough for her to hate me and stay away. I didn't know exactly what I wanted, but... Alpha? I realized he was waiting for a reply. Send Darian to greet them and give them housing in one of the empty apartments. I'll meet them tonight. I said curtly. If they came fucking unannounced, then I was going to keep the dipshit waiting. Bill had vast unclaimed land, the land I wanted to search for clues to possible Wendigo or Menangle hideouts. The only problem was, he had a lot of animals and that land was used a lot for hunting and training. If I was to follow a trail and track, I needed minimum disruption. Although I was king and I could just fucking take the land and do what I wanted, I didn't want those who were behind the Wendigos and Menangle attacks alerted. Just then, my phone rang and I took it out of my pocket. Well, I was expecting Elijah, but the fucker didn't seem to want to harass me so quickly. Smart move. The current call was Raphael's. I hesitated. Should I answer it? I rarely talked to him these days, it had been years since we had much of a conversation, he was my only link to the past. The reminder that I too had feelings at one point. What do you want? I answered coldly. Hello to you too, brother. His reply came. I hated it, the warmth in his voice and the fake front of care. Cut to it, I don't have all fucking day. I know, you're a busy man now. Fucker. Don't put that shit on me. If you're done, shall I hang up? No, wait. I just wanted to thank you for letting the kids come down. I appreciate it, it means a lot. Raihana's been on about it for ages. Yeah, well. It's you who never bothered to bring or send her sooner. Guess no one wants to send their kid to a fucking monster. Understood. But don't fucking pretend to thank me for useless bullshit. That wasn't my aim, Al Dash. You done? I cut. I hated this. This fucking conversation. All of it. Yeah, I guess. I'll see you soon, brother. Maybe. Or even better, hopefully never. I replied, cutting the call. I clenched my jaw, tossing my phone onto the table. I hated this whole fucking socializing shit. Sure, Rayhan and Rihanna were my nephew and niece, but did I really know them? No. Did I want to make links with them? No. I needed no one. Not now and not in the future. I liked the way my life was, I didn't need a place to call home. Her face flashed in my mind once again and I closed my eyes. I didn't need her. Or I was fucking trying to tell myself that anyway. It was a while later and I had needed to clear my fucking mind, deciding to go stop at the hospital. Yeah, okay, Kiara was probably there. Either way, I was going. I reached the hospital and I wouldn't lie, the smell of hazelnut chocolate drowned out the rest of the scents that filled the air and I let it lead me to her. Pausing on the way to talk to one or two of my men, checking how they were doing, I now stopped outside the ward where Kiara was. She had a pair of medical gloves on as she was crouched down near one of my warrior's legs. A sharp burst of jealousy rushed through me as I saw her hand on his leg. Callum stood arms crossed, and Serena was smiling as she listened to Kiara. "So, what would you suggest, miss?" Callum asked curtly. The man had an ego, but he was an impressive doctor. "I know they say bandages should be kept dry etc., but we aren't really human. The correct mix of clove, datura and golden seal soaking on a bandage would ease the pain and heal any infection caused. We have to remember that although yes, we are part human, we don't work the same way." Her sexy as fuck voice came. "So, you're saying this works?" Callum replied skeptically. "It could just cause an infection by getting the wound wet for a long period of time. I have tried it, so yes. If Luca here doesn't mind being the test subject, then you could try it on one of his wounds and see if it heals any quicker," she suggested, flashing Luca a smile. My eyes burned as I felt the ugly feeling of jealousy rise within me and all four turned to me, probably sensing my fucking aura. "Alpha," Luca said, as Callum bowed his head respectfully. I walked in, looking at Kiara as she stood up slowly, noting the way her heart raced in rhythm with the rise and fall of her breasts. "What's going on?" I asked coldly. "You're not messing with my warrior's healing, are you?" "Yeah, I've never cared before, but I did not want her fucking hands on another man. Not in my pack." I glared at her in annoyance. She glared back disdainfully. "No, I was suggesting something. An interesting theory, but I have no idea if it will really work. Let's try it on me, I don't mind checking out Kiara's method," Luca said, giving her a fucking shit-eating grin. "Dickhead." I growled and he paled. "She's Alpha Elijah's daughter, you will address her accordingly." I growled. No one had the fucking right to call her Kiara. She raised an eyebrow. "What is he meant to call me, Miss Westwood?" "Kiara's good," she said, giving him a smile. My eyes flashed and Luca didn't reply to her. I smirked victoriously, at least someone got the fucking hint. She looked at me in annoyance, realizing he wasn't going to disobey his king. "I think I get to choose what I want people to call me," she said, glaring at me. Madam, Alpha, there are patients here, would you like to take your lover's quarrel outside?" Callum said politely. Kiara gasped and Serena stifled a giggle. No. That's not what, goddess." Kiara struggled, trying to get 2 words out. "Serves her damn right. Out you go, madam, we will try your theory," Callum said. "Don't call me madam," she pouted. Damn, how did she pull off fucking cute and sexy in one? I sensed Serena watching me and I gave her a withering glare, making her flinch. I hated how fucking observant she was. She and Darian were like fucking middle-aged women who gossiped and jumped to assumptions over every goddamn thing. Okay, maybe they weren't that off on me and Kiara, but still, don't get in my business. "You hear the doc?" I said, glaring at Kiara as I motioned to the door. She ignored me and looked at Luca. "It was nice meeting you, see you soon. If you do test my theory today, we could compare the injuries tomorrow." she said to Callum, who grunted. I smirked slightly. She sure knew how to get stuff done. Yes, we'll do that. Callum agreed reluctantly. She flashed him a smile, then looked at me. After you, Alpha. She said this mockingly, stressing on the word alpha. Damn girl. Continue talking like that and I'll have you on your fucking knees. She cocked a brow at me and I walked off, hearing her follow me. Your pack's impressive. She said softly, now looking at me as she fell into step next to me. You did a great job. I like it. Not that I need your approval. She gave me a dirty look. If I got a fucking pound for every time she gave me one of her looks, I'd be way richer than I already am. We stepped out of the double doors and I welcomed the fresh air, mixed with her intoxicating scent. I'm excited to work there. Dr. Callum's pretty good. I glanced at her, watching the sunlight hit her hair. My breath hitched at how fucking gorgeous she looked right now. One of the stray strands of her hair tickled her nose and my fingers itched to brush it aside. I was no longer listening to what she was saying. I reached out and brushed it aside, making her stop mid-sentence, her beautiful eyes widening as they looked into mine. Alpha Al. Fuck. Jasmine had found me. Kiara and I both turned to see the pretty redhead. Jasmine Bloom, 5'10", gray eyes and a body many women would be envious of. I missed you, handsome. With those words, she wrapped her arms around my neck. I couldn't respond, a swirl of emotions flitting through me, but above all others I could feel and see was the hurt and confusion in Kiara's unique eyes. 26. Dinner in Midnight Blue. Kiara. The moment that red-headed bombshell wrapped her arms around Alejandro's neck, I felt a painful stab in my chest. My wolf was hurting and so was I. I tried my best to mask my emotions as I took my phone out of my pocket and whispered an excuse me whilst I walked away. It hurt like a bitch. Why though? We were nothing. Breathe girl, you got this. I took deep breaths as I walked away. No, I was not going to cry, nor was I going to show I cared. I came to an abrupt stop before I almost knocked into none other than Carmen. She looked at me, with barely disguised resentment. Watch it pop. She said. I didn't bump into you, so watch your attitude. I snapped back. Don't mess with me. I don't care if you're the fucking warrior princess or the Leakin king himself. When I'm pissed, I don't like anyone in my way. The confusion and pain I'd felt had now molded into annoyance and irritation. Her lips curled, but she said nothing. With an attitude like that, you won't get far with the king. Who said I was trying to get far with him? I countered coldly. I pushed past her and stormed off back towards Alejandro's mansion. I was no longer in the mood to loiter around. I decided on taking a long shower and napping. I needed to cool off, and I remembered my promise to Dad to behave. I had told Dr. Callum I'd come to the hospital from tomorrow and I was looking forward to it. The sound of Ava Max's Kings and Queens awoke me from my slumber and I growled in frustration. The glowing screen of my phone was the only light in the darkness. I reached for it and saw Liam's face on the screen. Sighing, I answered it. Yeah. I groaned. Were you really sleeping? Raven said that, but you're not the type to nap unless you're mad. He trailed off, realizing he had hit the nail on the head. Smart ass. Guess that's what happens when you're twins. Yeah, and like I promised Dad, I'm behaving. I grumbled. Huh, serves you right. You're being annoying. I muttered, trying to feel for the lamp in the darkness, before it came on by a simple touch. I smiled. Touch lamps were convenient. So, I called to tell you Auntie Indy's getting back in like a week's time, so you'll get to see her there. He said. My eyes flew open and I all but screamed in excitement. Wait. Really? I thought she wasn't getting back until after the blood moon. Things changed, her mate's done his job. I can't wait. I smiled, my excitement only growing. Auntie Indy's mate was part of Alejandro's pack. Being a warrior of his, they traveled a lot and we rarely saw them. It seemed like a fun thing to do, not for me, but it kept Auntie Indigo busy. I felt a wave of sadness wash over me. She'd had countless miscarriages and no matter what she tried, the doctors said her body just wasn't able to contain the pregnancy. Just thinking of that dampened my mood. Growing up, Auntie Indigo was the cool aunt who'd join in with you in messing around and also bail you out of trouble. Well, she got past Dad but not Mom. I spoke to Liam for a short while longer before I decided to get dressed and head downstairs. Raven had messaged asking where I was. Apparently, she and the Rossi siblings spent the afternoon in Alejandro's home cinema. That was something I wouldn't mind doing, having a nosy around this place. I now remembered the annoying redhead and my mood dropped a few more notches. Wait, why should I let it get to me? I was not going to let some annoying Leakin and his prissy little arm candy get my mood down. I refused to let anything ruin my few weeks of freedom. Just as I was browsing through my clothes, there was a knock on the door. Kia. Raven's voice came. Yeah. You up? Yup. Well, dinner with the king and some guests is coming up soon, Serena said to dress good. It's more a formal thing. Right, I said, frowning. You okay? Of course, I was just tired so I napped. I lied. Sorry Raven, but I'll tell you the truth later. Alright, I don't believe you. Make it quick and be down in 30 minutes, okay? Sure. I replied. Nothing got past her. Now to dress like I don't care, I didn't pack many dresses, not thinking I'd need them. Sighing inwardly, I looked at my two options. A red and a midnight blue. Red was a bit much, so I decided on the blue. It was a lace bodycon dress, with cap sleeves. The lace top layer was a little longer, reaching my knees, and the bottom layer was a hand span shorter. I looked at the 2-inch silver heels. I could wear them and suffer from pain all night. I know what I was doing, trying to look good and show everyone I was amazing. I didn't want to act so shallow though. I put the heels aside and began working on my makeup, nude lips, smoky blue eyes and a winged liner. I straightened my already straight hair and backcombed it from the top to add some volume, styling it in a quiff and left a few strands to frame my face. I chose some silver earrings and a bracelet and then stood up looking at my reflection. To hell with it. I'll wear these heels today. I looked good, really good. I did a slow turn in the mirror, the dress hugged my figure nicely. I had inherited Mum's curves along with a little extra height. I smiled in satisfaction and left my room. I stepped into the dining room. Sure enough, the guests were the redhead and an older man with ginger hair. The woman sat directly on Alejandro's right, much to my annoyance. All eyes turned towards me, but I refused to even look at Alejandro as I waved at Raven, Rihanna and Rayhan. I didn't miss how Rayhan's eyes ran over me, blushing lightly as he turned away. I smiled slightly if it could get that kind of reaction from a friend. Then, I didn't look at him, although I could sense his burning gaze on me. I apologize if I'm a little late, I ended up sleeping for longer than I anticipated. I said before taking the seat next to Rayhan. I now looked at Alejandro. His eyes were dark and his jaw was clenched. Who is this? The man asked. Alejandro ignored him. Alpha Bill, this is Alpha Elijah's daughter, Kiara. Darian said with a smirk on his face. He and Serena were opposite Raven and me. You look great, Kia. Rayhan said, flashing me a wink as he leaned over Rihanna to look at me. Oh, don't give her that. Get in line, mister, there are plenty of men wanting a piece of her. Raven boasted. I'm Jasmine Bloom and this is my father Alpha Bill, of the Quick Fong Pack. The redhead now said, looking at me keenly. Weren't you the one with Alpha earlier when I came, and you just walked off? Nice to meet you. Apologies, I had to make a call. I replied smoothly like hell was it nice to meet her. My foot. Yes, I am being a petty brat right now, but seeing her arms around Alejandro threw me off. I didn't know what to make of them. She seemed close to him. We all tucked in, with Alpha Bill boasting about his latest business ventures. I could tell he was very prideful and loved to gloat. I was kind of surprised Alejandro was allowing him to prattle on. I mean, didn't he have a short fuse? I glanced at him, only to find him looking at me, clearly not paying an ounce of attention to Bill. My heart skipped a beat and I looked away quickly. So is Elijah still living in that tiny house he built? He chortled, now looking at me. My eyes flashed in annoyance. Not that it should be any of your concern, but why don't you ask me how well our pack is doing instead? I'm sure Dad's reputation speaks for himself, he is the strongest alpha around. That would be Alpha Alejandro, sweetie. Jasmine added with a small irritating smile. Alpha Alejandro is a leak and he is at another level, and he is the king. I'm talking about werewolf alphas. I said confidently, now turning my attention back to Alpha Bill. I don't mean any disrespect, but perhaps you should stop worrying about your business ventures and work out a little more. For an alpha, you look rather tubby. Okay, maybe I was a bit too blunt. Alpha Bill's face turned as red as his hair and I heard Alejandro snicker. My cheeks heated up but I dared not look at him. How? How dare you? Alpha Alejandro. Will you allow this child to mock me like this in your home? I picked up my glass. Dad did say I only needed to behave around Alejandro. You did mock her father first, Bill. I can't really stop her from defending him, can I? His words made everyone look at him in surprise. You can hot stuff. You're king, remember? Jasmine said, placing her hand on his arm. Alejandro turned his cold glare on her and she instantly removed her hand. Don't remind me of who the fuck I am, try to remember it yourself before you or your father tell me what the fuck I should do. He said dangerously. Her pale skin only seemed to pale a little more. Uncle is so nice. Rihanna said as she popped a full potato in her mouth. We all looked at her. Yeah, maybe she was a little delusional. There were a wide variety of words I'd use to describe Alejandro. Smoking, delicious, sexy, malicious, dangerous, I could go on. But nice was not one of them. Alpha Bill was now eating as if he were being forced to eat poison and I stifled a giggle looking at his face. Kiara. Alejandro said suddenly. My giggles vanished as I turned to look at him, trying not to relive the way my name sounded on his lips. His face was unreadable and it took all my willpower to control my emotions. I knew everyone could hear my racing heart. A girl could simply be scared of him, right? Yes. I said, sipping my juice, not bothering to spare him more than a second of my gaze. I could feel his aura darkening, seems like His Royal Highness didn't like to hear a no. Well, too bad. Meet me in my office on the first floor after dinner. I need to discuss a few things with you. I raised my eyebrow. Goddess, no. Being alone with him was not what I needed. Can't we just discuss them now? I said nonchalantly. He growled dangerously. Don't fucking push me. Fine. I said, exhaling in frustration. Jerk. He gave me a cold smirk and I wondered what he was thinking behind those dark orbs of his. We have a lot to discuss too, Alpha. Bill interjected. Tomorrow. Tonight, I'm busy. Alejandro replied coldly. I felt several eyes on me but dared not look up. I knew Alejandro was looking at me but I had no idea what he meant. I won't deny that my stomach was fluttering with nerves, and dare I say it. Anticipation. 27. Losing self-control. Alejandro. From the fucking moment she walked into the room, I lost it. The sway of her hips and the slight bounce to her breasts destroyed me. Fuck rules and consequences, I wanted her. I watched as she had taken a seat, ignoring me. I don't know what the fuck my problem was, but when she had walked off after Jasmine had rushed over, I had been tempted to talk to her. About what? No fucking idea. But why do I care, right? We were not meant to fucking be anyway. Yeah, I could keep telling myself that. We all know I don't fucking care about what's meant or not. There have been a couple of women at a few mating balls that I've taken an interest in. They found their mate, but when I showed some interest, they were willing to throw away a future for a one-night stand. Not sure what the fuck they thought, that I'd claim and mark them. The point is, if I wanted something, I took it. That was the fucking problem. I never cared about the aftermath. But did I or did I not give a fuck now? I watched as Rayhan complimented her. The dickhead, he was my fucking nephew, but I was getting fed up with male teens who were acting like wannabe men. Irritation consumed me thanks to a certain info. As dinner had progressed, I hadn't been able to focus on much, trying not to undress her with my eyes. Then I went and told her to meet me in my office. What exactly was I going to discuss? Yeah, I had no fucking clue. I now paced my office, taking out a cigarette and lighting it just as there was a knock on the door. Her delicious smell of hazelnut chocolate mixed with something else filled my senses, and I tilted my head. Get in, I said coldly. The door opened and she stepped inside. Close the door. Her heartbeat quickened as she shut the door and looked at me. What did you want? She asked, crossing her arms under her breasts. Definitely not you, in case that's what you thought when I called you. I remarked. Yeah, I have a habit of wanting to piss the fuck out of her. She frowned at me. Good, because I have better things to do than waste my time with you. Jasmine's still waiting for you too, she said, now tapping her foot. So, hurry up. I walked over to her, satisfied when her heartbeat quickened. Is it just me or are you fucking dumb? How many times do I have to tell you to show me respect? I growled, backing her up against the door. I needed an excuse to get close to her, like always. I couldn't keep away, even when I tried. I'm being well behaved, what do you want me to do? Bow down to you? Respect is earned, not demanded. Humph, don't get all wise and shit on me. We both know you don't even know the meaning of the word respect. Oh, I do. I just pick and choose who's worthy of it, she said, now looking me over. My eyes flashed. Her uncaring attitude was irritating the fuck out of me. Wasn't she the one who got turned on the other day by me just being close to her? Watch that mouth of yours before I shut you up for fucking good. I growled, slamming my hand against the wall next to her. She didn't even flinch as she looked me square in the eyes. I held my cigarette in the other hand, glaring at her as I blew out a string of smoke. She didn't even cough, her defiant eyes burning into mine. She wasn't making this easier on herself. I'd like to see you try. What are you going to do? Drown me in smoke? She snapped, now trying to push me away. I didn't even budge an inch as I looked down at her. From this angle I could see the tip of her smooth cleavage. I have my ways, you don't want to know, I said quietly, slowly looking up into her eyes. I knew she caught me looking and I didn't really give a shit. Maybe I do, she said, her eyes filled with the same emotions I saw that very first night. Our eyes locked, her gorgeous blue-green against my dark ones as I took another drag of my cigarette. We were mere inches apart, my leg touched her thigh slightly and I was too fucking aware of it. You're a stubborn little thing, aren't you? I asked quietly. A fucking sexy one. I like to think of it as a perk, she said softly. Her voice was breathless and I knew she knew there was no real reason I called her here. I blew out the smoke slowly, but this time she parted her lips, taking it in. Fuck 'em all, I didn't care about the consequences. My hand left the wall as I tangled it in the back of her lush locks and crashed my lips against hers. Delicious fucking tingles rushed through me as I relished in the sweetness of her mouth. This was a fucking taste of heaven, the only kind I wanted. Her breath hitched in a gasp that had no room to leave her mouth as I wrapped my free arm around her waist. Still holding my cigarette, I placed my hand on her ass and pulled her roughly against my body. Molding her against me, her stomach pressed against my manhood which throbbed at the pleasure that rushed through me. I deepened the kiss, as if this were to be my only fucking chance. I wanted more, way fucking more. I backed her into the door, groaning lowly as she wrapped her arms around my neck and pressed herself against me completely. Her fingers ran through my hair and brushed my neck sensually. Her body meshed against mine's perfectly. Fuck, she was smoking hot. Her lips moved in sync with mine as I kissed her hungrily, the frustration, confusion and desire that had consumed me only adding to the kiss. She moaned sensually and I internally swore. The intoxicating scent of her arousal filled the room like a fucking drug. I squeezed her ass, making her whimper. I slipped my tongue into her mouth, exploring every corner, and she gasped when I sucked on her tongue hard. Fuck consequences, I was not going to stop now. I pulled her dress up, letting the cool air hit her ass as I ran my hand over it. Fuck, a salacious moan dropped from her lips as she broke away from my lips breathless. I didn't stop, I couldn't. I kissed and sucked down her smooth neck, leaving a trail of marks in my wake. She moaned in what was probably pain and pleasure, but I didn't care. The hunger for more had completely consumed me. Alejandro, she moaned, her fingernails digging into my skin. I didn't allow any random woman to call me by my name, but hell, from her lips, could she sound any sexier? I lifted her by her ass, growling in approval when she wrapped her legs around my waist and carried her over to my desk. Pushing the pile of paperwork onto the ground, as I placed her down and bent over her. Tossing my cigarette on the ground, I snuffed it out with my foot whilst claiming her lips in a hungry kiss once again. I wanted to hear my name on her lips once more. I wanted to hear her scream it out, to make her moan fucking louder than that fucker back at her pack was able to make her. I moved back, looking into her eyes. They were darkened with desire and lust as she looked back at me, her hand now running down my chest, lingering on my nipple piercing. I hated looking women in the eyes when I fucked them, but there was something about hers that drew me in. Her breasts were rising and falling erratically. She wanted me and I wanted her, and that was all I fucking cared about. Who cared if she was half my fucking age, or the damage this might do to her mentally? I would fuck her senseless and leave her dripping at the very thought of this night. It's way too late to back out. I whispered huskily, kissing her lips a lot slower this time. Relishing the taste and feel of her lips, I was rewarded with another moan. Who said I want out? She murmured, nibbling on my lips as she kissed me back. I smirked arrogantly. Now that was what I wanted to hear. Without further delay I tore her dress right down the center, making her gasp, her eyes widening in shock, but I was too busy looking at the fucking siren before me to care. Remnants of her dress clung to her arms. Her firm, large breasts begged to be touched, her dusky pink nipples were hard and the sexy tattoo under her breasts only added to her beauty. My gaze went lower, my dick now fucking painful in my pants. She had her thighs pressed together, my eyes lingering on the band tattoo around one of her thighs before my eyes stopped at her tiny navy thong. She slowly parted her legs sexily, making my eyes darken with an insatiable hunger as they landed on her dripping wet core. 28. Dangerous Desires. Kiara. The look in his eyes, my heart was going crazy, in fact my entire body was. I parted my legs shamelessly, not caring that I was probably acting like a slut. There was something about him. Was it because he was the ultimate alpha who dripped with sex appeal? Or was it that dark and dangerous hunger I saw in his eyes, as if he wanted to consume and destroy me all at once? A low growl hummed in his chest, his hands now running up my thighs until he cupped my ass again. Pleasure electrocuted every inch of my body and I pulled him down, claiming his lips once more. Kissing Alejandro was like playing with a live electrical wire. It fascinated me, but at the same time, it could be deadly. His hands grabbed my breasts, making me moan. His fingers pinched my nipples, forcing a whimper from me. Every kiss and touch left my body needy for more. His intoxicating smoky woody scent devoured me. I couldn't stop the moans that left my body as I worked on pulling his top off. He wasn't backing away as he littered bruising kisses across my neck and shoulders, making his way lower. I groaned in frustration and tore his shirt off instead, ripping open all the buttons in the process that got his attention. He gave me a small smirk as his tongue came out and he flicked my nipple. I bit my lip, our eyes locked as he licked, flicked and sucked on it. Oh goddess, he was so sexy. My eyes fluttered shut, unable to meet his intense gaze for any longer as he switched to the other breast, his hands now kneading my ass. Was this really happening? He trailed kisses along my stomach, his speed picking up. Mixing pain with pleasure, I knew I'd be scattered with marks when he was done, but I didn't care. My hand twisted in his hair as he got to my lower stomach. I gasped when he ran his tongue along the tip of my underwear, making my pussy clench. Goddess. I sat up. I was not going to be the only one naked. I unhooked his belt and unzipped his pants. My heart thudded, and for a moment as I realized what I was about to do, it didn't last long as I pulled his trousers down and swallowed at the sight of the girth and length of his monster of a cock that now strained against his fitted black boxers. This was going to hurt, oh fuck. My eyes were wide as I stared up at him. He gave me a cocky smirk. What's the matter, can't play with a big boy? His deep sexy voice made me shiver as he got rid of his pants. I blushed at his remark. Don't get too cocky. Who said I've never played with bigger? I questioned. Lie. But he doesn't need to know that. He smirked, grabbing me by the back of my hair. Oh yeah? Then I guess I won't need to go easy on you. He murmured against my lips, before he invaded my mouth with a rough kiss, ravishing it relentlessly. I tugged him closer too. One hand now pushing his underwear down and letting my hand run along his entire length. I moaned against him, trying not to focus on how big he felt in my hand. A low groan reverberated in his chest and I felt him buck against my hand, making me smile in satisfaction. I didn't get to gloat for long. He pushed me down onto the desk and tore off my thongs, the fabric singeing my skin as he did so. He took a moment, looking me over, and for once I wanted to close my legs, feeling heat rush to my face. Yes, I wanted him, but at the same time, I felt a sliver of uncertainty. He was 34 and had no doubt seen many women. Did I look like a kid to him? My eyes stayed fixed on his face, even when his thumb ran over my smooth pussy, parting my moist lips with it. His eyes glowed red and I gasped when his finger touched my clit. Before I could even melt into his touch, he slipped 2 fingers into my dripping core. I gasped at the sudden intrusion, only for him to kiss me again, harder and faster. The hunger he felt seeped into me and all I wanted was to satisfy him. If he'd let me right now, all I can focus on was how good he was making me feel. His fingers hit my G-spot with every thrust. His touch was rough, fast, and he knew what he was doing. Oh fuck. I gasped. His thumb didn't leave my clit, as he fucked me with his fingers. That's it, princess, I want to hear you scream my fucking name. He murmured. He wasn't vocal, that much I realized. Oh, goddess, ow, oh fuck. I moaned, unable to even say his name as the pleasure built in my core. I was gripping his wrist, the other digging into his shoulder. I could hear the sound of my fluids against his fingers, the erotic sound only making me hornier. I didn't care who heard me, the pleasure Alejandro was inflicting upon me wiped every care or common sense from my mind. Ah, Alejandro. I let out a loud whimper as a mind-blowing orgasm tore through me, making my vision darken for a few seconds as I moaned in pure ecstasy. My chest rose and fell as I now looked up into his eyes. His usual hair that was sleeked back now had a few strands falling in front of his forehead. He slipped his fingers out and I whimpered at the loss of his touch. Watching as he slid his fingers into his mouth, his eyes flashing red. A low growl left his lips and before I knew it, I was being slammed up against the wall. I gasped at the sudden change, the dull ache from the force knocking the breath from me. I blinked trying to concentrate, only for Alejandro to grab my ass and ram into me. I screamed out at the sudden pain that tore through me. His lips crashed against mine in a rough, brutal kiss. I could taste blood. My heart pounded at the change that overtook him. I could sense his aura swirling around us, feel his struggle to regain control of himself. I don't know how, but I could sense it, the way his body tensed even though his lips never left mine. I cupped his face with one hand, wrapping my other arm around his neck as he began moving inside of me hard, rough and fast. That was how Alejandro fucked me. I could barely breathe, as I felt myself stretch painfully to accommodate him. Goddess, he really was huge. I felt tears of pleasure and pain sting my eyes as I closed them, unable to focus on anything but the way his every thrust hit home, sending rivets of euphoric pleasure through me. I didn't even realize how loud I was, but I couldn't contain it. This was completely different from anything I had ever experienced before. He hooked my legs over his arms, my back against the wall as he continued to pound into me. The pain and pleasure combined was something new. Something that awoke something deep within me. I could barely breathe as he pounded into me, his deep groans resonating within me. My own pleasure was building and I knew I was nearing. "I'm coming," I whispered, kissing his neck sensually. "Fuck Kiara," he murmured, burying his head into my shoulder as he sucked at the most sensitive spot, where my mate would one day mark meth. Sudden move sent me over the edge, only the soft scream of pleasure that left me drowned out the sound of our skin slapping against each other. "Alejandro," I breathed, trying to keep up but I couldn't. My entire body was shaking from my orgasm, his hands digging into my ass as he fucked me impossibly fast. I felt his body tense, knowing he was near. "Oh fuck, that's it," I gasped. Just as his release hit him and I felt him shoot his load into me, another orgasm triggered in my body and I felt my vision darken. My entire body convulsed from the pleasure and I felt all energy I had leave me. I had never had such incredible sex in my life, although I knew I would be feeling it tomorrow, I didn't care. The last thing I remember was him tugging my head back by my hair and searching my eyes. I wasn't sure what he was looking for with those blazing red eyes of his, as I slowly closed them, letting sleep overtake me. 29 A stab of pain. Alejandro. Her eyelids fluttered shut and I felt a sliver of worry flicker through me. I had struggled to hold back from completely ravaging her, but I had never felt that sort of hunger before. Yes, I sometimes felt like killing and I did, but not when I was having sex. I slowly lowered her legs, grunting as I squeezed out of her, hissing slightly. Fuck, she was tight. She had been perfect, beyond fucking perfect. After a taste of her, I felt like I had been missing out all my life. Even the way she tasted, it had driven me fucking nuts and I hadn't been able to hold back. I lifted her still body, bridal style. Trying to ignore the foreign feeling that now settled within my chest, burying it away. I picked up my pants, cradling her in one arm as I pulled them on. The room smelt of sex, sweat and the delicious scent of her arousal. I could get used to this heaven on earth. I frowned deeply, picking up my torn shirt and draped it over her body before I exited the office. I wasn't sure if anyone had heard her screams because she had been fucking loud. I smirked at the thought. I liked it, shows she enjoyed it. That was another fucking issue. I don't give a fuck about a woman's needs. I took what I wanted and that was it, but I had actually wanted to pleasure her. I walked down the hall to her room only to come face to face with not one fucking pup, but three. Well, fuck. Rayhan seemed to click instantly. His face drained of color and the confusion settled in, something that changed to anger instantly. "What the hell?" he said as Raven and Rihanna exchanged looks. Rihanna seemed to have gone an interesting shade of red. "Watch it." I growled dangerously at Rayhan, before I opened the door to her bedroom and carried her inside. "How could you? When Alpha Elijah trusted you dash. I didn't fucking rape her." I growled venomously, pulling the bedding back and placing her in it, pulling the sheet up to her neck. I looked at her for a moment. Her lips were bruised and her cheeks were flushed, but she was fucking glowing. I turned and looked at Rayhan. His eyes blazed with pure fury, only resulting in mine flashing in return. Rayhan, he's right, Raven said, quietly. Let's wait to hear from Kiara. For once, listen to the brat. I said, making my way to the door. Rayhan blocked me, and I won't lie, it caught me off guard. I raised an eyebrow. Even so, she's only 18, didn't you even consider that? He asked quietly. She's legal, not that rules have ever bothered me. I remarked coldly with a dangerous smirk. Yeah, we all know you fuck anyone, but you could have at least left her. My eyes flashed red and I slammed him into the wall, my anger burning within me like an endless fire of rage. Don't, and I mean don't, ever tell me what the fuck to do. What's wrong, Rayhan? Did you want her? His eyes flashed a deep emerald green, clenching his jaw as he shoved me off him. I let go of him of my own accord, smirking. Yeah, I hit the fucking nail on the head. You're sick, get the hell out. Wrong fucking statement. I smashed his head into the wall behind. Rayhana screamed, but I didn't get care. I won't tear your head off your fucking shoulders because you're Raphael's pup, but disrespect me one more fucking time and I swear I won't hesitate to tear you to shreds. Now get the fuck out. He was about to reply when Raven hurried over. Okay, I'm sorry on his behalf. We'll go, she said, glancing at Kiara who was fast asleep, not even realizing what was happening. She wasn't a fucking angel and I didn't force her. But yeah, guess I'm the fucking monster in every fucking situation. I didn't wait for them to leave and left the room in anger. I needed to clear my fucking head and I knew a run would work. I entered my room, opening the window, I shifted and jumped out. Kiara. I awoke to a strong ache between my legs. My entire body felt as if I had been hit by a train. I groaned as I turned in bed. It was getting light outside. Where was I? The bed felt different and the room was darker than mine. My eyes widened when I remembered what happened between Alejandro and me, and the fact that I was not at my pack but at his. My stomach did a nervous flip as I remembered what happened. My heart raced and I placed a hand on my chest. I had sex with Alejandro Rossi, the Lycan king, goddess, what have I done? My cheeks burned at the memory and my core throbbed. I licked my lips and sat up wincing. Oh goddess, he was a beast. I had never seen a dick that big, and I have seen a lot. Being a werewolf, nudity wasn't abnormal. Raven and I used to play a game and give guys a secret D rating, depending on the size of their dick. The only exception was Liam, who I did not want to see ever. Yes, we were little perverts, but hey, it's all good. The boys did the same with our boobs and asses, so why not? I pushed the blanket off me, my legs feeling like lead as I turned the touch lamp to a bright setting and looked around the room. Did Alejandro bring me here last night? I dragged my legs off the bed and stood up, only to stumble and almost fall on my face. Beast! What the hell? It was already sunrise, which meant I should have felt better by now. Groaning, I staggered to the bedroom door, feeling for the light switch until I turned it on. The first thing I saw was the dent and blood on the wall. That had not been there yesterday. What had happened? My stomach sank as several assumptions flitted through me, but I couldn't really go find out from Raven until I had showered and dressed. Entering the bathroom, I looked in the mirror. The most obvious noticeable change were the hickeys that littered my entire neck, shoulders, breasts and even a few on my hips. I was also glowing. Kiara. The way he said my name sent a shiver of pleasure up my spine as I closed my eyes, reminiscing about his touch. The way he tasted, the way his lips felt, his touch. I moved back from the sink and sat on the edge of the bathtub. He was a dream come true when it came to pleasuring a woman. Don't get me wrong, Damon was great, but compared to Alejandro, I closed my eyes. Now what? I couldn't mix with him, that was setting myself up for trouble. Then again, I doubt he'd care anymore. He got what he wanted, I sighed, turning. I put the plug in the bath. I needed a long bath. If I were to help at the hospital, I needed to have some energy. 2 hours later I looked flawless, thanks to the foundation covering all my hickeys. I pulled my hair into a high pony and was already dressed in a soft mint halter neck top paired with white shorts and sandals. I still felt achy down there and I had half a mind to go complain, but the way I was moaning last night, he'd only just throw it back in my face. I left my room and walked across to Raven's. I knocked on it. "Raven!" I hissed. The door was pulled open and Raven dragged me out of her room. In surprise, I realized Rihanna was sleeping in her bed before the door shut. I looked at her curiously as she looked me over. I was shocked she was even awake. "Goddess Kia. What the hell happened last night?" she hissed. I blushed deeply and looked away. "Why?" "Because," she hissed, dragging me back into my room. "Because the Alpha King carried you to your room naked." Then Rayhan said a few words to him and he smashed his head into that wall. Rihanna couldn't stop crying. My heart plummeted as I looked at the wall. "Oh goddess, what have I done? I didn't mean for that to happen or for me to lose consciousness," I said, placing my hand on my forehead. "I hope Rayhan was okay." "Well, things went bad. Rayhan said he should have at least spared you. Alpha Alejandro didn't take well to that and threatened him." Raven now frowned at me. "Look, I love you, Kia, and that's why I'm going to say this. What are you doing? Your actions will hurt others. Unless it's something you really want, please think a little." Her words affected me and I felt a little upset, not with her but with the way she thought of it. I didn't mean for my actions to bother anyone. I wanted a break from my dad and Liam for this very reason, but it seemed even here there was someone worried or concerned. I wish Rayhan hadn't bothered, and I really hope he didn't tell Liam. I sighed. I get it, or maybe everyone just needs to give me some space. I'm tired of being known as the precious little Alpha's daughter. I don't need protecting. I just want some space, I said, frustrated. Raven frowned, crossing her arms. "You're already keeping a lot of secrets from me, Kia. First Damon and now this. Seriously, where did we go wrong? I didn't tell you about Damon because he made me promise not to," I said in frustration. "It was nothing serious." "Fine. But let me tell you this, the Leakin King doesn't have a mate for a reason. He's heartless and just uses people for his own gain. He's going to hurt you, Kiara. He's only enjoying you because of the chase you're giving him. Once you fall for him, he will drop you like the rest. Remember that, and the rest is up to you." I didn't reply. She gave me a small smile. Her unique colored eyes looked sympathetic before she turned and left. I wanted to cry. Her words had stung me and I sighed, taking a deep shuddering breath. "I'll go for a walk and then head to the hospital." I wasn't in the mood for breakfast and neither did I want to see anyone. Should I speak to Rayhan? I couldn't bring myself to, not right now, and so I just turned and left the mansion silently. I walked slowly, the sun was up and I could finally see. I couldn't for the life of me forget Raven's words. I stopped suddenly when his scent filled my nose and I looked up to see him standing there in a pair of baggy shorts. He was covered in dirt and his hair fell in front of his face. He now smoothed it back, his pose as cold and arrogant as ever. His eyes were fixed on me. I didn't speak, hoping that maybe he would. Please say something to prove Raven wrong. His face was emotionless as he cast me a once-over before he looked away and walked right past me. I closed my eyes, feeling a strong surge of pain squeezed my chest. He didn't care, I told my wolf, I could feel her sadness too. Raven had been right, but what did I expect? That he'd even have some sort of feelings for me? Why should he? I was nothing but a young she-wolf who had been stupid enough to fall for the Leakin King's charms. 30 The patient in room 13. Kiara. I wasn't going to cry over my own mistake. If he wants to act like last night didn't happen, then I will do the same. I made my way past the training grounds, my eyes watched the training regime that was currently going on. It was brutal, I could see there was no such thing as holding back. It was like the survival of the fittest. I heard quiet footsteps behind me and paused. "Greg," I said, recognizing his scent. "Morning," he said in reply. I sighed inwardly. "I'm headed to the hospital. You don't need to follow me, I'm safe here." "Still, I need to do my job," he replied firmly. What time did he even get up? I turned and looked at him. "Look, I'm fine and I don't want someone following me constantly. Please just give me space." I know I probably sounded harsh, but I didn't want someone worrying over me. "Look around, there's plenty of people here and I'm perfectly safe. Not everyone can be trusted, you should know that," he said through the link. He wasn't wrong, but I didn't have the patience to listen today. "I will be fine, I'll drop you an update hourly via Mind Link. I'm going to the hospital and I don't need you worrying over me," I said curtly. "Got it. Just be careful, princess." I frowned at the term, a term many called me because I am the alpha's daughter. He walked off and I found my attention returning to the warriors. I watched them for a short while before I continued to the hospital. Dr. Callum seemed to approve of me being there nice and early as he put me to work immediately, saying he wanted to see my knowledge of medicinal herbs. I knew it was a test for him to check if he could actually trust me around patients. The task before me was several unmarked jars. He wanted me to make a note of what each mix or paste consisted of. He left me in the room, saying if I were done soon we would go check on Luca's bandage. I now looked at the long line of jars. This was going to be a piece of cake. I put some music on low volume through my phone, not wanting to disturb anyone as I had forgotten my earphones, before getting to work. Elder wood, lavender, clove. I wrote the names in my large writing on a sticky note as I sniffed the herb carefully, not wanting to miss anything. The task wasn't as easy as it appeared, it had taken me more than an hour. At the end of it there were 2 jars I was still stuck on. My head felt fuzzy, probably thanks to all the herbs I had been inhaling for the last hour. I massaged my temples before I took a deep sniff of one of the 2 remaining jars. "Goddess, what am I missing?" My eyes suddenly flew open as the answer came to be like the flip of a light switch. I smirked. Smart move, Doc, but not smart enough. Satisfied with my answers, I wondered if I should go find Dr. Callum. He didn't come back even once. It took me less than 5 minutes to find him. He was talking to 2 nurses and I stayed far away, not wanting to intrude. The moment he turned and the women worked off, I ran over, stumbling as pain jarred up my ankle. I saw his gaze fall to my ankle, his brow creasing slightly, but it lasted less than a second as he crossed his arms and looked at me. "Are you done, madam?" he said. I said, "Don't call me that," I protested. "I won't disobey my alpha." "Now why are you wasting time?" "I'm done," I said, feeling like a 10-year-old child telling my teacher I was finished with my work. "Already?" he asked skeptically. "Well, come see for yourself," I said. I really wanted to move on to something more exciting. He grunted and fell in step with me, looking at me for a moment as if he wanted to say something but then changed his mind. When we got back to the room I waited patiently as he looked at all of the jars, taking a sniff, then looking at the note. He finally screwed the last jar lid on and smiled slightly. "I won't lie, I'm impressed. Alpha Elijah has done a fine job in teaching you." I frowned. "I'm sorry, I love my dad, but he was not the one who taught me. If anything, it was Mom's suggestion to ask Grandma Amelia. My teaching has nothing to do with Dad. It was my mother, Alpha Scarlet, who taught me to fight, cook and encouraged me to follow my interest in medical healing," I said, crossing my arms. "Why does everyone immediately compliment Dad?" He chuckled. Well, he is the alpha dash. Mom is also an alpha. It isn't because Dad's an alpha, it's because he's a man. Okay, I get it. He said, waving his hand. I frowned. No, he didn't, but I'll show them. You even picked up on the wolfsbane. Yes, I was a little thrown off as it was such a low amount, the scent was barely distinguishable. Well, I needed to see what level you are at. The king's warriors need the very best care. That's understandable. I said as we both left the room. So, do we see Luca now? Yes. I smiled, looking forward to this. I still felt achy, but it was gradually easing up. We reached his ward pretty soon. Luca, time to check your injuries. The young man sat up, wincing slightly. Not going to lie, my leg feels a lot better than my other injuries. He grunted. I moved forward quickly, raising his bed and propping cushions behind him. Dr. Callum didn't reply and began to remove the bandage from his arm injury first and then the one from his leg. I stayed silent as I saw Callum's eyes look at both wounds and then at the bandages. The one from his leg had a discoloration to the blood whilst the one from his arm was just blood. This is interesting, he remarked. The herbs help pull any poison from the blood, hence the healing process is faster, I explained. This is remarkable, Dr. Callum said. Where did you learn that? My great-uncle's work. I said proudly. Thanks. Luca said, now looking at me. I gave a small smile, glad it had worked. I guess I don't need to doubt you. So, what would you like? Some small injuries, or shall I throw you headfirst into those who need the most help? He smiled, and for some reason, I felt like there was a lot more to that comment than he let on. I think I want to go headfirst. I am only here for a few weeks, I want to learn something new and gain some experience that I can't get back home. I said with determination. Perfect. Blood is not an issue for you? No. I said, glancing at Luca. He was covered in plenty of blood. Then follow me. He paused and looked at Luca. I will get one of the other doctors to apply the herbs to the rest of your wounds and apply fresh bandages. Thanks, Miss and Doc. Call me Kiara. I said. Luca just gave me a small grin but said nothing more. Seems like there was another one who wouldn't disobey his king. Dr. Callum led me to the second floor. The moment the lift opened, I could smell something off. It was very faint and I closed my eyes as I walked, trying to make sense of it. With each step we took closer to our destination, the smell got stronger. The smell of rotten flesh, something putrid and infected blood. I opened my eyes when I heard Callum stop. He took a deep breath and unlocked the door using a key card. What is this place? I asked. This is the place our infected warriors are kept. Those who have been injured by Menangles or Wendigos to a level that they may not make it. He said, his voice dead serious. The lighting was darker here. The floor, unlike in the main hospital, was dark slate and the ceiling was black with metal beams. There were white spotlights scattered across the ceiling, emitting a bluey white light. A line of warriors stood guard outside the rooms. My heart was thumping as I looked at the glass front rooms. Inside each room was a werewolf. Some were still, others were writhing, and there were one or two that were banging on the glass. Their words were muted by the soundproof walls, but I could see they didn't seem normal. It didn't look like a hospital anymore, but some sort of prison or experiment lab. I shuddered at the thought. The glass is bulletproof, they can't break out. However, when someone goes in, you must have guards with you at all times. He said. It was as if he was a completely changed person now. There were no grunts or light smiles, just deadpan, and his tone was heavy. We walked down the hall. There were 13 patients here and a few rooms were empty. There were several doctors and nurses walking around. I noticed they each had a badge and their lab coats were dark gray. I guess only some people can come here. Do the patients often get better? I asked quietly. About 1 in 20. He said quietly as he held out a grey coat. He took it and put it on, feeling a little nervous. Are you ready for this? I don't want to force you, but it's clear the injured downstairs were your normal encounters. I see potential in you and I think I'd like a new point of view on the injured up here. Yes, I am. I said determinedly. He nodded as we walked out of the doctor's room and into one of the patient's rooms. From here, I could see he was actually strapped to the bed with chains and straps. He was attacked and bitten several times by a manangle. Callum said as he opened the door to room 13. 2 warriors entered first. Their masks covered their faces and they both held a weapon in hand. Their build was bulky and intimidating. The strong rotten smell of decay and something else hit my nose as I tried my best not to gag. My heart was thumping as I slowly inched closer to Dr. Callum. Come on, I'd love to hear your thoughts on these injuries. I nodded, taking a deep breath through my mouth, in a fruitless attempt to not breathe in the pungent smell as I walked right up to the examination bed 31. A decision. Alejandro. I had spent the night running, hunting and even working out. I don't know why, but I couldn't face coming back. I had never been so thrown off after sex, all I could think about was how I felt when I fucked her. I wanted to taste her again, to feel her against me once more. To taste those lips of hers and to actually eat her out, yeah, that was something I never did. I'd take the favor willingly, but I wasn't one to return it. Not until it came to her. Kiara Westwood. Just her name was fucking making me throb. Fuck it. I finally headed back home when the sun had risen. I stopped in my tracks when I saw her standing there dressed in tiny white shorts that showed off her thigh tattoo and her sexy legs, with a green top that only made her eyes look greener. She looked directly at me. Her heart was racing and I had no fucking idea what she was expecting from me. Didn't know what I wanted either, so I just walked past her, feeling something tighten in my chest. It was fucking strange. I never cared about anything, but she was doing something to me, and it was getting fucking hard to resist. It took my all not to turn, slam her against the wall and fuck her all over again. I closed my eyes. What did I want? Instead, I headed inside, using all my willpower not to go back and call out to her. I needed to avoid her if I could. I guess I should focus on that fucker Bill so he can leave the fucking pack. Not to mention there was the council meeting in a few days. I showered, before mind-linking Darian to send Bill to my work office. I glanced towards my home office, last night vividly coming back to me. Foreign feelings consumed me and I frowned, turning away. She was messing with me and she wasn't even around. Alpha. Bill said politely, entering my office and taking a seat opposite me. So, have you come to a decision about the land? I said, skipping formalities. He shuffled in his seat, his face changing to an interesting shade of plum. He was nervous, I could smell it from here. The dude needed a shower too. I resisted wrinkling my nose. Disgusting piece of shit. I have a pre-proposition for you. He spluttered, his face going darker. I raised my eyebrow. What the fuck was this proposition? That he couldn't even speak. Fucking loser. Keep talking, I don't have all fucking day. I will give you the land, free to keep forever. As a gift, as a wedding gift. Take my daughter as your Luna and after I die, even my pack will become yours. He shouted. The fuck? I wasn't deaf, why did he feel he had to bark like a fucking dog? Chill the fuck out. I growled, resisting the urge to massage my temples. The quick Fong pack was a decent size, but I wasn't looking to expand my pack. I only needed warrior wolves. As for the land, I'd take it one way or another. Usually, I would have declined the offer straight up. I knew the council wanted me to take a mate, but, Kiara. I looked out the window at the shining sun. What did I do? Kiara was young, yeah, I didn't seem to care when I fucked her. She deserved someone who could love her, not someone who would destroy her. Even if my assumption was correct and maybe just maybe she was my mate, I wouldn't be able to treat her the way she deserved to be. Jasmine was 25, smart and knew when to shut her fucking mouth. She was the type who wouldn't even dare to speak up against me if I fucked another woman. The type who would just be happy with the title of queen. Yet she had the experience to run a pack, as the default heir to her father's pack after her brother's death. She knew how stuff worked. The council wanted me to choose a bride of alpha heritage. Jasmine had never found her mate, possibly dead. I guess that was another reason to choose her when our situations were so similar. Kiara was 18, feisty and strong-willed. The type to challenge and question my every decision, the type to keep me fucking grounded, or try to. She was compassionate, strong and entertaining. The type of woman that if you had her, you wouldn't even consider looking at another woman. I stood up and walked over to the window, looking out at my pack. She would be the type of queen who didn't care about the title and care for this pack as her own. If she didn't turn out to be my mate, then she would find hers sooner or later. And if she was destined for me, then one day, she would tire of waiting and take a mate of her own choice. Who wouldn't want her? I remembered a few council meetings ago when someone mentioned her eyesight. They had said to Elijah, that they wondered why the goddess had blessed them with a faulty pup. He had flipped and said that any man would be lucky to have her but none would ever be fucking worthy of her. Back then, I had rolled my eyes as I told him to let go of the other alpha. But now, I had to admit he was right. The thought of her with another man, made my chest squeeze fucking painfully. The very feeling sent bolts of shock through me, carrying the weight of realization with it. I cared for her. I fucking cared for her. Did I even have the capacity to care? I don't know. Recently I was feeling stuff I've not felt in a long time. My mind went back to many years ago when Kiara had given me a flower for saving her. I had crushed that flower under my foot, and with it, I had probably crushed her little heart. That was what I was good at, hurting people. I didn't have the mental state to love, nor did I want to. My purpose was to govern the werewolf race and that's it. Alpha. Bill brought me back to the present and I schooled my face back into its usual, I don't give a fuck, look before I turned to him. First of all, who the fuck do you think you are trying to bargain with me? I said coldly, walking over to him. He cowered in fear. And no, my king. Even if you refuse, you may take over the lands and do what you need to, he spluttered, spit flying from his mouth. I looked at him in disgust. How the fuck was he Jasmine's father? They were fucking opposites. I mean, with Kiara you could tell she was Elijah's. Oh hell no. I was never going to admit that. No. Fuck that. I glared at the pathetic alpha before me, crossing my arms as I turned away. I had made my decision. I'll marry Jasmine. 32. Determined to succeed. Kiara. I looked down at the man before me. He was in his early 20s from what I could see. His face looked sickly and I could see some abnormalities in it. His skin looked sallow and there were gray veins around his eyes and up his neck. It was also covered in a layer of slime-like sweat. He was bitten by a manangle 2 weeks ago. We have tried several treatment methods. You can see his wounds, infected. Any suggestions? I have tried all the herbal remedies, including your suggested method yesterday. It hasn't made much difference at all. His blood is completely poisoned. Dr. Callum said. I could tell he truly was a doctor who aimed to help his patients no matter how low the chances were. That was clear from the fact he was asking me. Looking for any input, I stared at the man before me, analyzing him quietly. He suddenly turned and looked at me with his dilated pupils that were a pale yellow, most likely his wolf's eyes. The urge to help him overcame me. I looked into his eyes which seemed to be trying to speak. It's his mind. I said suddenly, blinking at my own words. Dr. Callum and the two warriors looked at me sharply. Mind? I shook my head. I don't even know what I meant. I stepped closer and one of the warriors placed an arm in front of me. "It's dangerous," he said. His bright, sharp blue eyes looked cold. "I'll be fine," I said confidently. I stepped closer, until I was right up against the bed. The man growled, his eyes enlarging as he tried to reach for me as if he wanted to attack me. The two men moved forward but I raised my hand. "Hold it," I said, before I placed my hand on the man's forehead, forcing it back against the table. He struggled as I gently stroked it. It was clear he was in pain. My heart was filled with sadness, wondering how much pain he was in. I understood the need to bind him, but it was clear the restriction was distressing him too. "Do sedatives not work?" I asked, watching the man calm down under my touch. No reply. I looked up at Callum, who was watching me with an unreadable expression on his face. "Doctor? How are you doing that?" he asked quietly. "Doing what?" "Calming him," he said. I looked back at the man who now had become still, his breathing more even. My heart skipped a beat and I removed my hand. "I didn't do anything special," I said. Callum grunted. "I would assume you're a witch, but us wolves can smell witches." I smiled cheekily despite the grim situation. "Maybe I'm just a natural," I teased, before looking back at the man. "We need to keep him calm. I'm sure if he wasn't so distressed, he would heal better." Callum looked at the warriors before scratching his chin. "I'm not sure what to say. This patient's chance of survival and recovery is a less than 5%. I don't think just his mind being at ease will help. Is there anything you can do for him?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Nothing more. We will of course keep trying, but dash." "Then that's fine. From today, can I decide what to do with this patient and take care of him?" I asked. My gaze fell to his mark and another wave of sorrow washed over me. Wonder what his mate was going through. "Very well," Callum said. "I will make you a pass while you are here. This is against protocol, but the Alpha made it clear that you were to be treated with the highest regards." Despite the situation, those words made my heart skip a beat. Did Alejandro really say that? My heart warmed and I knew my cheeks were heating up. That would be great. Could I start with some blood samples? I asked. "Of course, I will give you access to the supplies room and lab. Warrior Julio and Brian, if you can both make sure Miss Kiara is kept safe," Dr. Callum said, and the two men nodded. "What's his name?" I asked, looking at the man on the bed. "Valentine," Callum replied. "Maybe a visit from his mate may ease him. That isn't really an option. It would only distress her, seeing his condition like this." I didn't question further and nodded before I moved to leave the room to get what I needed. Valentine suddenly grabbed my wrist. Instantly the warriors were about to interfere. My eyes flashed and I glared at them. "Please, unless I tell you otherwise, don't butt in," I said to them. Couldn't they see his condition? Why was it that wherever I went, people thought I couldn't handle myself? I slowly freed myself and looked at the man. "I'll be back," I said before I walked out, welcoming the fresh clear air. My stomach was hurting thanks to the fact I had no breakfast. I still felt tired and achy, but I was more excited to focus on the patient. I knew I was half avoiding Alejandro, but I didn't care. Not after how he ignored me this morning. 3 hours later, I had several samples and assessments done. I was sitting in the lab looking at the results and comparing them to the ones that were taken this morning, 2 days ago and then a week ago. What caught my attention was the latest ones, which seemed to contain slightly less poison. Was it the fact he was in a calmer state of mind? I tapped my pen on the table as I jotted down some notes. My stomach rumbled loudly and I saw the other doctors who were working on stuff look at me. I blushed in embarrassment until one of the women came over. "Miss, you've been here for hours. Why don't you call it a day?" she suggested. I think I will. I wanted to prepare some medicine for him before I leave. I said. Just don't burn yourself out. She replied before walking off. I looked down at my notes. I needed to look through the journal copies I had made. Glad that I had brought them along. There might be something in there that could help. Apart from that, I wanted to visit his mate. I placed my notepad aside and labeled all my vials and researched before storing them in a container and placing them in the fridges at the back. I then got to making the medicine. I finally left the hospital holding my notes. Late in the afternoon I took my phone out, realizing I had a few missed calls from Raven and 2 from a number I didn't know. I frowned as I unlocked it. Ignoring Raven's countless messages, I sent her a quick message telling her I'll be back a little later. The unnamed number had also left a message. Hey Kiara, it's me, Rayhan. Could we talk when you're free? I let guilt wash over me and I took a deep breath. Yeah, maybe we did need to talk. Sure, I'm heading to the pack hall for some food. Meet me there. By the way, I'll be cheeky and ask you to bring some money. I forgot mine when I left this morning. I hit send and then decided to head to the pack hall's diner. I was halfway there when none other than Carmen came in front of me. I saw the flicker of annoyance in her eyes. I didn't need this right now. How are you finding your visit? She asked. I looked into her dark, piercing eyes. Great actually. I was about to walk past her when she stepped in my way. Can I help you with something? I asked, my eyes flashing. Calm down, I'm just curious. I heard you're an impressive fighter from your pack member, Greg, was it? I was wondering if you ever wanted to match me. I'm just curious how good you are. I knew what she wanted to do, beat the shit out of me, if given the chance. I was strong but she was way more experienced. Her bulging muscles and battle scars spoke for themselves. Not to mention, she was at least 10 years my senior and one of the head warriors of this pack. But I was my mother's daughter. That would be fun. You're said to be one of the finest warriors of this pack. It'll be nice to see how I fare against you. I said confidently. She seemed surprised when I agreed. Brushing her hair off her face, she smirked. How about tomorrow, night? Night, I said. Why did she choose nighttime? Her lip curled. My bad, I forgot you can't really see at night. I wondered if that rumor was true or not. No, night is fine, I said quietly. Great. I'm not sure the alpha will be okay with it. I mean, I don't want him to get into an argument with your dad. Maybe you should ask his permission first. I wasn't blind to hear the mockery in her voice. I clenched my jaw, trying not to get pissed off. Don't worry, I don't need anyone's opinion. I'll see you at 10 p.m. tomorrow by the training grounds. Is the time suitable? It will be completely dark by then. Her smirk faltered. I knew what she was doing. Stupid bitch. If she wanted to play like that, I was ready. Sure. I didn't bother replying or bidding her farewell and continued on my way. Rayhan was already waiting outside, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Once again, I noticed the resemblance between Alejandro and him. His long hair was left open today though. He wore a white t-shirt and blue torn jeans. I stopped in front of him and I saw him looking me over in concern. Shall we? He said. Sure, I said, as I fell in step with him and we went inside. We were seated after ordering some pizza and French fries. We didn't have to pay, everyone knew who we were and the place belonged to the king, no payment was required. I'm not your dad or your brother, so all I'm going to ask is, are you okay? He asked. I felt my cheeks burn under his piercing dark gray eyes. Perfectly. I'm sorry that he hurt you, but it was consensual. I said, avoiding his gaze. Goddess, this was mortifying. I was discussing my sex life with someone I hadn't talked to in ages. You're a woman. So that's up to you, but don't get so deep into it that you get hurt in the end. He said this quietly, picking up a pizza slice. Got it. Too late for that, he used me and didn't seem to care, or maybe he didn't know what to say. What was I expecting anyway? There was never a chance for more between us. I took one too and bit into it. How's your head? Almost healed. I guess that's why your hair is not tied. I asked, feeling guilty. It's no big deal. He said, grinning, running his fingers through his shoulder-length curls. I frowned, standing up, and placed my pizza down. Let me see. It'll heal, I'm an alpha. He said, picking up another slice. He sure ate fast. I ignored his remark and walked up to him, parting his hair until I saw the wound that was not fully healed. How hard did he slam his head? I sighed deeply. What are you doing? He asked, tugging away. Just looking at your wound, it still has a way to go to heal. No big deal. He said, picking up some fries. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Not at all, but I'm curious to know. What did you see in him? I blushed at the blunt question. Can we not discuss my sex life? I said, glancing around. No name spoken. He said, smirking. He's handsome, but I don't know, we clash a lot. I shrugged. Now enough about me, what about you? No lady on your arm, or are you waiting for your mate? Let's just say I'm waiting for the right girl, he said, with a smirk. Are you looking forward to finding your mate? I always have been, I said, my smile vanished. The excitement I'd felt my entire life about finding my soulmate seemed to have faded. All thanks to one person. Alejandro. Not so much anymore. Rehan stated, picking up his can of fizzy. Let's just say it's kind of complicated. I said quietly. He's already affecting you. Don't let him hurt you, Kiara. That's all I'm saying. I didn't reply, the dull ache I felt this morning when he ignored me settling into my chest once more. I just think people don't see that he's human too, I said after a moment. I didn't know why, but I felt the way he was viewed was because people feared him for what he was, forgetting that beyond that he was just a human, with feelings. He's ruthless and cares for no one, Kiara. Everyone knows that. He said quietly, glancing around. I didn't reply. I didn't agree. Maybe. I said, simply falling silent as I continued eating. Once I was done I felt a lot more energized, not to mention the ache had gotten a lot less. I decided to ask someone about Valentine's mate and pay them a visit. 33. Bake Off. Kiara. I knocked the door to Valentine's apartment and it was opened quite soon by a young woman, who was heavily pregnant. Instantly I realized why Callum had said it wouldn't be ideal. Can I help you? She asked. I could tell instantly she was stressed, tired and distraught. I could also see she had been mated into this pack because she lacked the muscles of the females of this pack. I'm just someone from the hospital, I just dash. No. Celine, no. My eyes widened in surprise, realizing what she was assuming. No. He's fine. I mean, he's still healing but his bloods are looking better than yesterday. I said quickly, placing my hands on her shoulders and gently giving them a squeeze. Oh, but there's not much hope for him, is there? She whispered. I gave her a small smile. There is always hope. I came here for something actually. I said gently. Sorry I didn't get your name. She said. Oh sorry, I'm Kiara and yours? Jean. She said. Jean. Well, I was wondering if I could have some warm clothes, bedding, anything with your scent on it. I think it would help Valentine feel at peace. I know you can't be there, but I think your scent would calm him. I asked gently. Not wanting to stress her out. She stopped and looked at me. Do you think it would help? She asked. I saw the hope in her eyes and I swear I am going to make sure he's okay. I think it will. I said with resilience. She smiled and nodded. Then I'll go get you some items. She waddled off and I wondered how far along she was. She looked to be near the end of her third trimester and I wished Valentine could be by her side when she gave birth. She was back soon enough and gave me a tight hug as a thank you. With reinforced determination, I took the large bag of clothing and headed back to the hospital, lugging the heavy bag with me. Ignored the looks I got from some of the doctors and nurses as I had to ask someone to let me in. Dr. Callum didn't have a pass ready for me yet. Once I was in the ward, I entered Valentine's room with 3 items from the bag. I placed them under his head as I stroked his head gently. The room smelt slightly better with the windows now open, although they were just small vents right at the top. Every little helped. Jean sends her regards, she's waiting for you. I said, hoping he could hear me and hopefully smell her scent. He seemed to calm down and the 2 guards exchanged looks. I stayed there for a while, until Valentine had fallen asleep, before I left and headed back to Alejandro's mansion. I wasn't looking forward to this, but I knew I had to face him sooner or later. I stepped inside and his scent hit me strongly. My stomach did a flip and I hesitated in the hallway. I could tell from the scents that Rihanna, Raven and Jasmine were also there. Please? Rihanna asked, her voice was a lot softer. I don't have time. Alejandro's cold reply came. It's just one movie. I'll bake. Jasmine's voice came. Oh, why don't we do like a bake-off and Uncle can guess who cooked what? Rihanna's excited voice came. Bake-off for the king. Raven's voice came. She sounded quieter and I didn't miss the hostility in her tone. Why not? I think it'll be nice, so he and Rayhan can be the judges. What does the winner get? Jasmine asked in a very flirtatious tone. A kiss from the king. Raven stated. I raised my eyebrows. What was going through that head of hers? I didn't go into the living room or bother to hear Alejandro's reply. Instead, I made my way upstairs. He was the one to blank me this morning. If he wanted to acknowledge me, he could do it on his own. I was not going to let him walk all over me. I took a quick shower, seeing that most of the hickeys had vanished apart from 1 or 2 that left a slight bruising by nightfall. I was sure they'd be gone too. I traced my finger over one. With its fading away, I felt like I would lose the memory of last night too. I had just pulled on a deep purple crop top with black cropped high-waisted pants, and was towel drying my hair when there was a knock at my door. I walked over and opened it to see Raven standing there. She didn't say a word and hugged me tightly. Okay, now I'm worried. I'm sorry. I know I was a bit harsh earlier. I'm sorry for hiding stuff too. I said, sighing as I hugged her back. Glad that things were okay between us. Good, now how about you get that sexy ass of yours downstairs and let's bake. Rihanna somehow got him to agree to a movie. I'm surprised. It doesn't seem like it's something he'd do. I said, as we left the bedroom. My hair was still wet and my face was makeup free. Yeah, well, he said he will be the one to choose the movie. Oh. See, I knew there'd be a catch. I'm a little tired. You are not giving me that. Who told you to get busy last night? Sue, tell me, how was he? Raven asked, wiggling her brows. I blushed deeply. Incredible. I said, blushing. She smirked, pushing me towards the kitchen. We entered and I looked around the gorgeous kitchen, which was all black gloss doors and black granite worktops. A huge double-door black fridge stood to one side and there was a large island in the middle. The walls were tiled and the floor was white tiles. Come on, we are baking. Rihanna said from where she stood, her hair up in a bun and an apron on. Uncle and Rayhan will be here for the movie in under an hour's time. Yeah, I'm making brownies, so no one else make brownies. Jasmine said with a toss of her gorgeous hair. I didn't bother replying and instead began doing a loose plait in my hair just to keep it out of my way. I didn't have a band to tie it back, so left it. As long as it got me through my baking, well, I'm making fairy cakes. Raven said confidently. Girl, can you bake? I asked her skeptically. Of course, I can. Well, I have to admit, I love her confidence. I decided on making some blondies. We had to wait 10 minutes before the Omegas got us all the ingredients. I was surprised to see the two women who worked here. They were barely seen around. Even at dinner last night, I hadn't seen who served. I learned that they were twin sisters who both lost their mates to a rogue attack. Carla and Claire. They were in their mid-30s and originated from Alejandro's brother's pack. Jasmine kept making a mess and taking up more than half of the huge kitchen. I worked slowly, too lost in thought as I tossed my mixture together. Only stopping to answer a video call from Mom and Dad. Angel. Dad said the moment he saw me. I saw him look me over. Hey Dad, Mom. I replied, waving as I poured the mixture into a tray. What are you doing? Baking. I said. Hey Auntie Red, Uncle L, looking good. Raven added, popping her head in front of the screen. Dressed like that, Dad said, frowning at my top. What's the big deal? Mom asked him. Rayhan's there. I rolled my eyes. Dad, you're way off the mark. It's not Rayhan that you should be worried about. I saw Rayhana watching me. I gave her a small smile and motioned her over. Dad, Mom, we're not alone. Rayhana's here and the daughter of the alpha of the Quick Fong pack. Jasmine Bloom. Dad said in understanding, then turned to Mom. Maybe he's agreed. Agreed to what? I was confused. Oh shoot, my cuppy cakes. Raven exclaimed, rushing to the oven. I turned, looking at the smoke that was coming from the oven. Dad, we got to go. My day's been great and I was at the hospital for most of it. I'm enjoying myself. Love you both and give Liam my love too. I'll speak to you guys later. Take care of yourself, Mom said with a small smile. Dad didn't look too pleased that I rushed the call but told me he loved me and to take care of myself before ending it. I shook my head at Raven's slightly burnt cupcakes. Okay, I'm being nice, those things were as black as charcoal. I knew this would happen. If anyone could burn cupcakes, it was Raven. Gosh, someone open a window. Jasmine said, wrinkling her nose. Rayhana rushed to open one and I looked at Jasmine. She hadn't thrown any digs at me all day today. Although, after Alejandro's comment about talking to me yesterday, she had thrown daggers at me all throughout dinner. But today she was in an exceptionally good mood. I didn't think too much into it as I placed my blondies into the oven. I knew Alejandro liked my brownies. I wondered if he'd like these too. 34. A reward. Kiara. Half an hour later, we had arranged the desserts on a tray. Raven had smothered her burnt cupcakes with so much icing you couldn't even see the cake at all. They looked anything but appetizing. The icing dripped down the sides, making me feel a little sick. I was going to feel sorry for anyone who tried them. I didn't tell her that though. Maybe they'd pick up the smell and not taste them. Jasmine's brownies looked good and so did Rayhana's cookies. I'll do the honors. Jasmine was about to reach for the tray when Rayhana stepped forward, her gorgeous black ringlets bouncing. I'll do the honors. She said sweetly. I want to present this to my uncle and brother. I saw her eyes fill with slight sadness and I had a feeling she was probably remembering last night. Okay. Jasmine said, rolling her eyes. She adjusted her dress and smoothed her hair out. We all trailed into the living room and I ran my fingers through my hair that was now almost dry. I felt his eyes on me and I looked up slowly, letting my fingers continue to run through my hair before I looked away. The room was large, with dark walls, black carpet and the large windows that had black curtains which were wide open. There were black leather sofas, a coffee table, some canvases and a 60-inch television on the wall. Okay, so you take a bite of everything, choose the winner and then they get the reward. Rihanna explained. Perfect. Jasmine said, taking the seat next to Alejandro, who was sat in the middle of the sofa, his legs sprawled out in front of him with a completely cold, I don't give a fuck attitude. While Rayhan was sat on the other sofa on one side. Okay, no hinting or anything. Rihanna said, excitement clear on her face. I felt guilty for the trouble I caused last night. She was talking to me normal, however at times I caught her staring at me. Something smells burnt. Rayhan interjected. I smiled in amusement as Jasmine laughed loudly. It's all edible. Rihanna lied smoothly. Alejandro looked at her before he took a piece of the brownie first. I felt a slight sense of disappointment, the very opposite of the look that now crossed Jasmine's face. I took a seat on the same sofa as Rayhan, as Rihanna sat next to Alejandro. Although I could tell she was nervous, it was clear she wanted to bond with him. I just wished he would also make that step with her. I'll be the fucking judge of that. Alejandro said, biting into the brownie. My stomach fluttered watching him lick his lips, remembering how that tongue had been on me last night. I pressed my thighs together, looking away. Rayhan took a piece of the brownies too. Honestly, I feel like a judge right now. He said, popping it into his mouth. Too dry. Jasmine's face fell a little but she said nothing as she watched Alejandro, who didn't speak. Rayhan grabbed a cupcake and Alejandro went for a cookie. These smell burnt. They taste fine. Rihanna said innocently. Meh, he shrugged and took a big bite. Oops. The guys definitely took big bites, he gagged and spat it out into his hand. Who the fuck made such crap? Me and Rihanna burst into laughter at the look of complete annoyance and unhappiness on Raven's face, as she stood there, hands now on her hips. They are not that bad. The icing takes the edge off. She grumbled. I'm a werewolf. Our senses are heightened. Nothing can take the edge off. He stood up and rushed out of the room, most likely to grab some water. I giggled as Raven grumbled something incoherent. He was an idiot to even risk it when you can smell that they're completely charred. Alejandro remarked as he ate his cookie. Not bad. Rihanna's face lit up. Just then, Rayhan re-entered with a large glass of milk and took a blondie, as he grumbled that the burnt taste was lingering in his mouth. Still, it seemed he hadn't learned his lesson, when he shoved a full square into his mouth. My eyes were on Alejandro though, as he finally took a piece of the blondie, observing it for a moment before he bit into it. His eyes instantly went to me as he swallowed and I tried not to look at his Adam's apple bopping behind those tattoos that covered his neck. These, whatever the fuck they are fucking delicious. He said in his deep voice. His comment sent my heart racing and my stomach knotted. Raven smirked. They're blondies, Alpha. She said as Rihanna smiled and turned to her brother. And you, Rayhan, what did you like? Yeah, the blondies. He said, shooting a glare at Raven, who stuck her tongue out at him. So, Kiara gets the reward. Rihanna said with an amused smile. What reward? Rayhan asked. A kiss from the king. Raven said smugly. Is it necessary? He didn't agree. Jasmine said, her lips now pressed together. He didn't refuse either. Raven shot back. It isn't necessary, so what are we watching? I asked, my heart was racing and I wished that werewolves didn't have such good hearing, knowing that everyone could hear it. Rihanna looked between us, the room felt tense and I determinedly kept my gaze on the TV. There was a movie on screen, ready to play. The tension in the room was thick and I was glad when Raven picked the remote up and pressed play. This movie isn't for Rayhana's age. Hey. No fair. Even Raven isn't 18. Rayhana protested. Stop being such a fucking grandma. Alejandro said, his eyes meeting mine before they dipped lower, running over me slowly. You might not look as young as you are, but you're still 18, act the fuck like it. It was the first words he had spoken to me, and they rendered me speechless. Was that a compliment or an insult? I didn't say anything more as Raven now sat next to me and we all began to watch the movie. I wasn't able to focus on it. I realized Rayhan didn't even talk directly to Alejandro once, who sat emotionlessly, his dark aura swirling around him. I felt his intense gaze on me a few times, but I tried not to pay attention to him. The few times I did glance at him, I found myself admiring his physique or wondering what Jasmine was to him. She seemed content and happy, even leaning on him a few times. And he didn't seem to mind, they seemed intimate. But then why did he fuck me? It hurt seeing that, but at the same time I don't know why I should feel like that. The movie suited Alejandro well. It was a dark thriller, the law-abiding citizen, and although I was a werewolf who had seen blood many times, watching him gruesomely torture the man who did deserve it, was still horrible. My blondies were gone and I was a little proud that Alejandro had ate more than half. The movie was over and it was now dark outside. Rayhana had fallen asleep. It seemed she really hadn't slept well last night. Jasmine's eyes had been glued on Alejandro and I didn't miss the way her hand often found its way on his thigh. He didn't seem to care either, that hurt. Was last night just a pent-up want? Once he had me, he was now done and dusted. Pushing the thought from my head, I tried to focus on something else. I could smell the delicious food being cooked in the kitchen and felt my stomach rumble. You sure can eat. Rayhan said. I couldn't see him properly thanks to the black screen for the credits. I won't deny it. I said, standing up. I could see the line under the door. Keeping my eyes on it, I slowly edged forward. I heard Raven begin. I'm fine. I cut in. I didn't need help, I didn't need the reminder that I was seriously lacking something. Knowing I was being watched. Wait. Alejandro's deep voice came and I stopped in my tracks. I heard someone move and then his scent became stronger as he neared me. My stomach knotted and my heart was thumping. What is it? I asked quietly, wondering what a werewolf's sight was like at night. Was everything the same color as it was during the day? Or was it like night vision glasses you saw in the movies? My breath hitched when he took hold of my wrist. Tingles rushed up my arm and I was very aware of the way his rough finger pads felt against my soft skin. Not going to collect your win? He asked mockingly. No, it wasn't that tempting for me to claim. I lied. He pulled me close, his hand gripping my chin as he tilted my head upwards. I looked into his glowing red eyes, the only thing I could see in the darkness. My heart was thumping but his was racing too. Shame you don't get a fucking choice then. He whispered huskily. He didn't seem to care about the audience we had. He bent down and my eyes fluttered shut as his warm breath hit my face. Just when I felt he was going to tease me and pull away. His lips met mine in a rough, bruising kiss, setting off fireworks deep within me. My breath hitched as I felt the knee behind his touch. His hand let go off my wrist and wrapped around my waist, pulling me flush against him. I let out a small whimper when I felt him throb against my stomach. Goddess, I slowly kissed him back, my hand gripping his shirt as I now reciprocated the kiss with equal passion. Our lips trying to dominate one another's. Pleasure coursed through me and I just wanted this kiss to never end. His tongue ravished my mouth before he sucked on my tongue, a soft moan left my lips. But all good things have to come to an end, right? Wow, seeing my fiancé kissing someone else is something else. Jasmine's voice came, laced with irritation and disdain. Loud and clear in the suddenly very quiet room. 35. A shock. Kiara. I froze and I felt Alejandro stiffen. I pulled away as if his touch burnt. Slut. Jasmine's quiet voice came. Slut, Alejandro had called me the same. If I knew, an excruciating pain pressed against my chest, suffocating me. I felt like I was being forced underwater. I couldn't breathe. I turned and rushed to the door. The strip of light was the only thing guiding me. I stumbled as my hands desperately felt around for the door handle. When I sensed another presence and raven scent filled my nose, then the door was pulled open by her. I stepped out and rushed for the stairs. Kia, she whispered, but I couldn't look at her as I ran up the stairs and straight to my room. I was about to lock the door when she slipped inside just before I could slam it and locked it for me, pulling me straight into her arms just as I broke down. I didn't know. I whispered as she lowered us to the ground. Oh, he is such a fucking bastard. She hissed as she caressed my hair. I could feel her anger and sadness. Why hadn't I listened? A loud sob escaped my lips and I clamped my hands over my mouth to muffle the sounds. It hurt so much. Why did he play me when he had someone? And then kissed me in front of her. I rocked myself, trying to ease the pain that was battering my chest. Raven hugged me tightly, but it wasn't enough. It's okay, it's going to be okay. He's a dickhead. I swear if Uncle L and Liam knew dash. They are never going to know. I whispered, looking up at her. I want to go for a run. Kia, it's dark. She whispered, sadness in her eyes. I don't care. I can smell fine. I would be okay, I just wanted to be alone. I can come with you. No, you can't shift. I just want to run. You will slow me down, please Raven. I whispered. The room was too suffocatingly tight. I needed space and fresh air. Kia, fine. She sighed in defeat. Cover for me. I said quietly. She nodded, watching as I stood up and walked to the large windows. I looked down into the darkness, all I could see was black with a few dots of light. I pulled my top off and stripped my trousers off before I slid the window open and jumped out. I shifted in mid-air and ran ahead, not caring that I couldn't see anything. It didn't matter if I got hurt. The pain I was feeling in my chest was 1,000 times more than any that could be inflicted upon me physically. Jasmine's words echoed in my mind and I felt horribly stupid. How could I not have realized it from the way they were sat? What game was Alejandro playing? I knocked into a wall, whimpering as pain sent a spasm through my side. I got back up and felt along the wall. Was this the one around the edge of the mansion? I backed up, trying to remember the height of the wall, readying myself for the leap. 3, 2, 1. I broke into a run, leaping into the air and over the wall, landing on the ground. Agonizing pain shot up my leg, but I didn't hesitate before I took off blindly into the darkness. Alejandro. When she tore herself from my hold, I was shocked. The way she stumbled blindly and felt for the fucking door handle, hurt like a bitch. Physically, the pain I felt rendered me fucking stunned. I just stood there as she ran up the stairs, unable to process anything with the foreign emotions that I was feeling. I kissed her because I couldn't hold back. I needed to taste her again. The way she had sat there, cross-legged, watching the movie. Her breasts were in nothing but a tiny crop top. The way she pouted or wrinkled her nose at a scene in the movie. The way she kept twisting a strand of her hair around her finger. The way she had reached for a cookie when the screen was at its brightest. It fucking hurt. I wanted to fucking hold her and give her whatever she wanted. It was fucking with my mind. You're engaged. Rayhan's voice came. I swallowed, trying to compose myself. I looked back at Jasmine as she sat there, clearly fucking jealous. My anger blazed up and I clenched my fists, resisting the urge to tear her head off. What I do, and with who, is none of your fucking concern. We're getting married by fucking name. If you even think for 1 minute that I'll be loyal to you, then you're way more fucking delusional than I thought, I said coldly. My anger whirled around me as I glared at her. Her face drained of color and she whimpered in fear. I kissed her. Next time you call her a slut, I didn't finish my threat, turning and storming out of the fucking room. What do I do? Wasn't this my decision? To marry Jasmine, I stopped halfway up the stairs, I couldn't go after her. What was the fucking point? What the fuck was wrong with me? Uncle. Rayhan's voice came. I turned and looked at him, my eyes flashing red, silently warning him to watch before he spoke. I was in no fucking mood for shit. What the fuck do you want? You're marrying Jasmine. So please leave Kiara alone, she doesn't deserve this. He said quietly. I felt a pang of guilt and fucking jealousy at the fact that he was telling me what the fuck I should do, and that he was worrying about Kiara. Don't tell me what to do, Rayhan. I warned dangerously, if you care, even an inch for her, if there was anything in that kiss apart from sexual attraction, then please just don't hurt her. That was it. I'm fucking done. In a flash, I was down the stairs, slamming Rayhan into the wall. This time he seemed to have been expecting it. Saving his head from being smashed into the wall. I don't care. I've never cared. Women are women. The harder they play, the more satisfaction I get in breaking them. I said coldly. Guilt. Something I've not felt in fucking years was eating me up. Screaming at me to stop, with every fucking word that left my lips. Kiara was just another one in an ever-growing pile of women I've fucked. I said coldly. Yeah, guess I'm being a fucking dickhead. Well then, I guess I best go the full fucking way. Rayhan shook his head, his eyes a deep emerald green. You really don't have a heart, wow, you hurt an 18-year-old girl, thanks to your fucking messed up games. Do your worst. I don't give a shit. Rayhan snapped, I will do my worst in whatever way I want. You're a fucking pup. If you weren't Raphael's, I would end your fucking life right now. I let go of him roughly, turning away. Do it, since when has blood ever stopped you from killing one of us? I stopped in my tracks. So, Raphael had told him, the one thing I asked him never to tell anyone, this betrayal wasn't something I could push away. Only adding to the hurricane that was growing within me. Well then, I guess one more to that list won't make a difference. I growled, turning as I glared at him. He didn't know what he was messing with, he stood there, anger clear in his eyes. His alpha aura rolling off of him, but it was nothing compared to mine. Shame your dad didn't warn you to stay away from me. I'm a fucking monster after all. With those words, I shifted and lunged at him, unleashing all the pent-up rage that I could no longer contain. 36. The King's Rage. Raven. Kiara's pain lingered, even when she jumped from that window. I hated seeing her like this, I just wish I could do more for her. I sat on the ground feeling a little lost, I wanted to go down and beat that big, bad alpha up. He really needed to remove the stick that was stuck up his ass and stop being such a dick. How could he just do that to Kiara? I wish she understood this wasn't like the Damon in her situation, it was clear she liked the king more than just sexually. I mean, yes, the man had a fine ass that made you want to squeeze it, not to mention, he was absolutely tasty looking, but for him to hurt Kiara like this, outshone all his hot looks. I sighed deeply, wishing I could ask Liam for advice, but I knew I couldn't. I missed him and Damon. Things seemed so much calmer knowing they were there looking out for us both. I was torn out of my thoughts when I felt the entire ground shake. Something had happened. I hurried to the door and left the room, shuddering when I heard the scariest growl I had ever heard. It filled me with fear, I felt myself tremble under the power that seemed to seep into every corner of the mansion. I hesitated. Should I go see? I could hear things breaking and shouting. I slowly made my way out of the room. Alpha. Stop. Alejandro. You will kill him. Darian's voice came. I stopped at the top of the stairs, my heart seemed to pause at the sight before me. The entire hall was unrecognizable, whilst a wolf and Leekin were fighting. I had never seen such a terrifying sight in my life. A Leekin, it was true, he was something completely different, he towered far above his human height of 6 foot 5 inches. His fur was so black it looked almost blue, and the suffocating aura that rolled off of him made my knees weak. 12 warriors were trying to stop him from killing the large glossy black wolf. Rayhan, I could smell the blood and my heart thumped, feeling a fear I had never felt before. I saw Serena making her way around the warriors and Darian as she hurried upstairs to me. What happened? Claire mind-linked Darian. She whispered, dragging me back down the hall. He kissed Kiara, although he's engaged to Jasmine, and then I don't know what Rayhan must have said, I said. Kiara needed to stay away from him, he was dangerous. What? Engaged to Jasmine? That, oh hell, but I thought, Serena shook her head. Stay with Kiara. When he's like this, it's better everyone is out of his way. Jasmine took Rayhana out the window and is staying away. It's better if you come with me too. The both of you. Kiara went for a run, I said. I felt a little unsettled. Serena frowned, before we both flinched as the entire ground shook once more. Get Rayhan to the hospital now. Darian growled. My heart sank. Was he okay? Goddess, this alpha really was an A-grade asshole. Okay girl, come on, we need to leave. I'll find Kiara, can she? I mean, she can't see at night, can she? Serena asked me as she pulled me towards Kiara's room, clearly not wanting to come off as offensive in any way. We will leave out the window. I'll tell someone to find Kiara. You can stay at mine until things are okay, Rayhana's already there. I nodded, this trip was turning into a nightmare, I just hoped Kiara and Rayhan were okay. Kiara. I don't know how long I've been running. Blindly knocking into things at times, not that I cared. The pain took the edge off the one in my chest. I had ignored the patrol wolves around his territory and just ran past them. My leg was hurting now and my limp was worse. I finally sunk down near a river, but I didn't get to rest when Greg's voice filled my head. Princess, where are you? There's an entire squad out searching for you. It's not safe out there. He sounded alarmed and I cursed internally, hoping he didn't tell Dad. Relax Greg, I'm just chilling near the river. The beta says you need to tell us your exact location. We need to make sure you are safe. Alpha Elijah will have our heads. I sighed. I'm not sure where exactly, I can't see. Remember. Just, near a river, I replied. They'd probably find me soon, I'm sure the border patrol would probably know what direction I went in. I covered my eyes with my paws, although all I could see was the glow of the moon. The pain I had felt had eased up a little, I was now angrier at the fact that he had gotten to me again. I swear by Selene the goddess, I won't let it happen again. I would focus on Valentine and the hospital, leave early in the morning and return late at night. Hopefully, when Auntie Indigo comes, we can go stay at hers. I'm sure she'd happily let Rayhana stay too. I sighed deeply, trying to ignore the anguish that was eating me up from inside. Princess. Harry's voice came. I resisted a groan and stood up, trying not to limp. I had overworked myself. Come. He said. I felt him brush my side, urging me forward. I took a few steps before I stumbled, he growled. Shift. I'll carry you. He said. I don't have clothes. I whined. I preferred Greg, he was nicer. Harry was a meanie. I could sense a few other wolves around and then heard Serena's voice. You're in pain, Kiara. Here, change into this. She pushed something against my mouth and I caught it before I stumbled, unsure where to change. All of you turn around. She commanded. I loved the beta female, she was cool. Her commanding voice was clear and I was happy when she told me I was okay to change. I shifted, wincing at the pain that was spasming up my ankle to my knee. She helped me put the oversized shirt on. Right. She's dressed. She said. I felt her shift and the sound of bones breaking, then Harry's annoying muzzle prodding my back. Get on. I made a face and got onto his back. The man was annoying. But in all fairness, I was glad. I could barely walk. The Alpha got angry. Is that why you left? Greg and I saw several warriors go to restrain him. He was going to kill his nephew from what we heard. My blood ran cold. Oh no. Is Rayhan okay? He was taken to the hospital. He was impressive and actually attacked back, got a few hits in too, but the Leakin King is a beast. Harry said. I'm not happy with you staying there. He won't attack me. I said through the link with such conviction that I wondered why I was so sure. He had hurt me emotionally, what's to stop him from hurting me physically too? Take me to the hospital. I sensed his disapproval through the link. I'm not sure that's a good idea. That's an order. My command resonated strongly and he didn't reply. If the situation wasn't so dire, I'd have smiled at how quickly he submitted. After all, I was the daughter of 2 alphas. Blood, wounds and broken bones. Rayhan had it all. 3 doctors were rushing around tending to him as I stared through the glass. We had reached the hospital quick enough and I was shocked at the state he was in. He's bleeding too quickly. Blood pressure is too low. His heart rate is dropping. I simply stood outside the door, knowing he was in this condition because of me. I had to help. I could see Dr. Callum rushing around. Would he let me help? The urge to go to Rayhan was growing. Without even bothering with Serena and Harry, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Kiara. You can't go in. Serena called, alarmed. Dr. Callum looked at me and motioned for Serena to leave. I didn't speak to him and made my way over to the bed. I placed my hand on Rayhan's bleeding chest, looking at 3 large gashes that ran across it from his shoulder to his waist. How could Alejandro have done this? I saw him flinch when my hand touched the open gashes. Yeah, I knew this was not hygienic or smart, but there was something deep inside me urging me along. I wanted him to get better. Blood coated my hands like water and I didn't even notice that the doctors had stopped working and moving. Rayhan groaned. His eyes fluttered open slightly. What are you? He looked down at his stomach, then back into my eyes that were fixed on him. I didn't realize what else he said because suddenly I felt my energy drain as I collapsed. All I remembered was someone catching me before I hit the ground. 37. A little history. Kiara. Shouting. It's all I could hear. Then the clean smell of a hospital hit me. I frowned. Goddess, why were they so loud? I want to know what happened. Greg's growl came. Calm down, sir, you must understand, she only overexerted herself. Dr. Callum's voice. I don't care, I'm calling Alpha Elijah. Greg snapped. Don't. Please, I think Kiara will wake up soon. Raven's voice came. Thank the goddess for her. I mean, I didn't want Dad to come. I forced my eyes open and looked up at the ceiling. Yeah, I was right, this was a hospital room. Guys, shut up. I groaned. They fell silent and I realized there were more than just the 3 in the room. Serena and Rayhana were also here. They all looked at me and I stared back. Was I naked? I looked down. Nope, all covered. Something on my face? I asked, sitting up. More like what's in your hands? Raven said, smirking. I raised an eyebrow, looking at my hands. Oh, you're so dumb at times. She said, making Rayhana smile. You have a gift, Kia. She said. Okay, I'm dreaming. Right? What were they talking about? The door opened and my eyes widened in surprise when none other than Rehan stepped through the door. Although a little paler than usual and with some bandages covering his chest and shoulder, he actually looked fine. The state he had been in earlier, it wasn't possible for him to be up already. This was definitely a dream. Should I pinch myself? I never realized you were that special, he said with a wink, breaking the thick silence that had fallen over the group. Okay, either I'm dreaming or this is a weird prank, I grumbled. I didn't feel tired anymore and it was dark outside, so it was still night, right? Let me explain, Miss Kiara, Callum said, coming over. Remember how I said you may be a witch with the way your touch calmed the patient? Well, there was more to it. It seems you're blessed with some healing abilities. It took a moment for me to understand his words. Okay, this was ridiculous, I was definitely dreaming. I raised my hand to my mouth and bit down on it hard. Oh fuck. That hurt. Kiara, Raven said alarmed. That makes no sense, I complained, massaging my poor hand. Dr. Callum chuckled. I've heard of it. It's rare, but there are at least 3 recorded cases of wolves with the ability to heal throughout our history. You are a healer wolf, Kiara, your sight is clear proof of that. I didn't say anything, trying to comprehend what he was trying to say. My sight? The part where I'm blind as a bat? I asked, unhappy with this weird situation. I'm really curious to know what this means too. Selena asked with intrigue. The wolf who is blessed with the gift of healing often lacks something. The first one recorded in history was a mute. She was born without a tongue and therefore she couldn't speak, but the gift of healing ran through her veins. The second was blind and the third was paralyzed from the waist down. Very little is known about healer wolves and some even think they are a myth, but for someone like myself who loves medicine and healing, I have done extensive research. I believed in it, but there is no clear proof. The healer wolves hold many abilities, although knowledge of what exactly those are has been lost. It also means you are without a doubt of Ashton heritage. The past healer wolves were all known to be from that lineage. Callum explained. I was beyond stunned, unable to really believe his words. Rehan standing before me perfectly well, looking at me smiling was proof enough, right? It seemed Callum wasn't done. The Ashton blood is said to be from one of the very first werewolf families that came into existence. Wow, Raven murmured. It would also make sense for your mother's special abilities. Giving birth to a healer wolf is very dangerous and not something an ordinary she-wolf would be able to do. Apparently, if we go by the myths and legends, Selene was gifting her children the ability to grant life, something the other gods disapproved of. So she made a deal that she would only grant this ability to a rare few, and in return, take something else from them to compensate. In your case, your night vision, he took a deep breath and continued. It is said that some of the gods tried to cheat her, to kill the women who carried these healers, so Selene granted them the strength to protect their pup. Your mother's extreme self-healing must have played a part in her own and your survival. Dr. Callum looked grave now. Just the thought made my blood run cold. If it hadn't been for the mention of the name Ashton in my great-uncle's books, I wouldn't have believed it so easily. So long story short, when you touched my wound, you healed it somewhat. By tomorrow or the day after, I'll probably be as good as new. Rehan said, now walking over to the bed and taking a seat. I could tell he was still in pain. I glared at him. I was not going to let him off the hook. Can you stop challenging him? I said, annoyed. He raised an eyebrow. Well, he acts like he's the damn, he trailed off, making a face, and I knew what he was going to say, like he's the damn king or alpha. Unfortunately he was both, exactly, so please, if you want to do something for me then please don't piss him off. I stated. Are you alright? He asked me, not even caring about what I just said. I felt a sting of pain at the memory, but I was not going to let him get me down. I was Kiara Westwood, I was not a pushover. Perfectly. Just annoyed that he didn't mention his engagement. I said, sighing. Well. Excuse me. Callum said, leaving, knowing the conversation was getting serious. Care to share what happened? Rihanna asked. Never you mind, Uncle and I kind of fought. Rayhan said. It was clear she didn't really know the full story. It was better this way. I knew she had been asleep when we kissed, and I didn't really want to make stuff more awkward. Well, that house is a wreck, do we go back there? Raven asked. No, I can set you all up elsewhere. Serena said, Raven, you can do as you wish, but I'm going back there. I'm not going to let him think he had an effect on me. I said firmly. My eyes flashed a brilliant purple. Rayhan sighed. You're more stubborn than your mother. And you're nearly as hot-headed as your uncle. I shot back. Raven huffed, giving in. For you, I'll go back there, she muttered. Me too, I mean, Uncle's been okay with me, Rihanna said, looking at her brother. Rayhan didn't say anything, as if contemplating what he should say. Sure, whatever you prefer. Well then let's head back. I said, climbing out of bed. Oh no, you two are staying at the hospital today. Serena said firmly, making me pout. Get some rest and just stay put. Luckily, Uncle is leaving tomorrow evening, so maybe we can all just chill together. Rayhan suggested. Sounds good. Raven nodded her agreement. As long as it's in the evening. I have stuff to do all day, I said. And at night I thought, remembering the match with Carmen. I was glad I was staying here tonight, but I didn't want to tell them that I did feel tired, but the main reason was I didn't really want to go back to the mansion, not right now. I just needed a little time to pull my thoughts together before I faced him. Serena nodded and told us that she'd take Raven and Rihanna to hers for today. Rayhan returned to his room and I lay down again. So much had happened, I wouldn't be able to forget how he made me feel. Or that night. Would I ever find anyone who awoke the animalistic side within me the way he did? That deep desire that he ignited? I closed my eyes, remembering the way he fucked me, the way he buried his nose into my neck and said my name. I shivered as I felt my core throb. Don't Kiara, don't think about it. Alejandro Rossi, the Leakin King, is bad news. I would never be a side piece for him, and never would I hit on a man who was tied to someone else. The mistake was made because I didn't know, and for that, I'd apologize to Jasmine, but if she was willing to stay with a man like him, then that was on her. So consumed by my thoughts, I didn't even realize when sleep overcame me once again. 38. Lying to myself. Alejandro. I don't remember it. All I remember is Darian screaming at me to get a grip. I came to, only to realize the entire hallway was fucking destroyed. Blood was fucking everywhere and Rayhan was a bloody mess. I won't lie, I felt fucking guilty seeing him like that, but the fucker kept pushing me. This is why I prefer to be alone. No one around me to piss me off, no one to risk hurting. I told you it was all I could fucking do, inflict pain, cause pain. It's what I was good at. I stormed upstairs, not caring about anything as they rushed Rayhan to the hospital. I didn't care if Raphael flipped or not. Maybe I just wanted to hear it from him, rather than just sense it and see it in his eyes. I wanted him to scream that I was a fucking monster, just like everyone else thinks I am. Was that the reason I kept lashing out at the fucking kid? Got to admit he was pretty good. I looked at the marks that covered my entire torso. Fucker. I dropped into my office chair, irritated to find that Kiara's torn clothes were gone. The room was cleaned and I couldn't even smell her. Where the fuck did they all go? I didn't give a shit anyway. I took a packet of cigarettes from my drawer and lit one up, taking a long drag. Kiara. I couldn't get her out of my mind. I had hurt her, I knew I shouldn't have kissed her, but I couldn't stop myself. I stared at the ceiling, not even moving when I heard Darian enter and run up the stairs. Did he want to die too? The door opened and he glared at me. Alejandro. I didn't reply, not even bothering to turn my attention to him. Seriously, Alejandro, what happened? I'm just considering if I should fucking castrate you or tear your head off. I said, looking at him murderously. He sighed. Tell me, man. He said, closing the door behind him. I fucked Kiara last night. I said. He gasped, like a fucking girl. Do men ever gasp? I looked at him. Was he for fucking real? What? You what? Elijah. Alpha Elijah is going to fucking kill you, dude. Yeah, this is why I don't like telling him shit. I'm not scared of that dickhead. Well, he and your brother together might be able to do some damage. Throw in Rayhan and Liam, Darian said. I'm so fucking scared. I said mockingly. Alejandro, why the hell would you fuck a teen? He asked, rubbing his forehead. She's a woman. I said carelessly, remembering her perfectly smooth skin, her pussy. Pleasure rushed south and I pushed the thoughts away. You usually go for women over 20 at least, he remarked. Yeah, he wasn't fucking wrong, but there was something about her. Who knows? I found her fucking sexy, so I fucked her. She wanted it just as much as I did. I said coldly. That's hard to believe, he scoffed. She's a sweet young woman. Who doesn't want a piece of me? I said arrogantly. Me. He said, glaring at me. Well, someone wasn't in a fucking good mood. I'm still pissed off, so better watch it. I warned, my eyes flashing dangerously. Okay, fine, so then what happened? He asked, sighing in defeat. Then I ignored her, agreed to marry Jasmine, then went and kissed her in front of Jasmine, who let it out that we were engaged. She ran out. Rayhan tried playing the fucking knight in shining fucking armor and I snapped. I said in my, I don't give a fuck, tone. He looked confused and shocked. Probably more because of my unbothered attitude. Okay, about Jasmine, are you sure? He asked quietly. I need someone to play the role, I won't be tied to her. I said firmly, puffing out smoke. You will have to mark her. Yeah, if I want fucking kids. Which I don't. No. If she is to be the queen of this pack, then you will need to mark her. Then I will, but she's not marking me, I said, firmly tossing the cigarette butt into an ashtray and taking up another. My entire neck was covered in tattoos, a decision I made years ago. No one will ever mark me. I was no one's fucking bitch. That was the plan even when I hadn't minded the idea of a mate. Having a mate is a beautiful thing. Destined or not, do what makes you happy, Alejandro, not what is expected or what you think is best. He said quietly. I always do whatever the fuck I want. I shot back. Yeah, what you want, not what makes you happy. He countered, now crossing his arms. Look, Rayhan's in quite a bad state. I don't care. Get the fuck out. My tone held finality, my anger igniting once more. He just looked at me, knowing he wasn't going to get more out of me. Not if he wanted to make it back to his mate and daughter alive. His gaze locked with mine for a few seconds before he lowered his head in submission and then walked out. The door shut with a click and I stared at the ceiling once again. Sooner or later I'd probably kill Jasmine in a fit of anger. That's why she was ultimately the better option. I wouldn't give a fuck if she died, but Kiara, fuck, she had done something to me. I sat up, mind linking Callum. What's happening down there? I asked coldly. Alpha, Rayhan is almost fully healed. Wasn't he in a bad state? I asked, frowning. Yes, but there is something I need to tell you. It's about Miss Kiara and Rayhan's current state. He said, excitement barely contained in his voice. I frowned deeply. What exactly was going on? I'll stop by later. I walked through the silent hospital hall. It was past midnight and everyone was mostly asleep. I was pondering over what Callum had just told me. So, I had been correct, there was something different about Kiara. Kiara was definitely different, not to mention having the blood of one of the oldest werewolf families. I hadn't really ever heard of healer wolves, nor had I ever come across the name Ashton before. I wasn't one for research and history anyway. Not unless it involved Leekins, and that was research I did fucking years ago. Callum had said she would have special abilities aside from the healing. My question was, if no one even knew of her ability and even I could barely sense it, how did the Wendigos track her down? Something wasn't adding up. Witches could be the answer, but how capable are witches? The smell of hazelnut chocolate overcame me and I knew she was close. I made sure no one saw me as I slipped down the hall until I reached her room. What was I doing here? I hesitated, but I couldn't stop myself. I needed to see her. Opening the door, I slid inside her room, silently shutting the door behind me. There she lay on the bed in a clingy oversized shirt. The only light was the moon shining in through the window, emphasizing her perfect body. A thin sheet draped over her from her waist down. Didn't they leave a lamp or light on for her? I frowned as I pushed the thought away. Why do I fucking care? I looked at her once more. One hand rested above her head on the pillow and the other was loosely draped over her waist. Her breasts rose and fell rhythmically. A fucking siren, that's what she was. Without even trying, she had fucking messed with my head. I inched closer. Her heritage was a surprise, and something inside of me told me she was the type of queen I needed. The befitting queen to stand by my side, but the two of us were just too different to ever fucking work. I was too fucking far gone, and dangerous. I know I can't say it was just the sex I craved. Well, I did want that, but I'll admit that I cared too. That was the reason she would never be an option. Being by my side would make her a target. Although I knew she was already a target, I wouldn't make it worse for her. Besides, monsters didn't love. I slowly brushed the few stray strands of hair that hung over her face back, before letting my knuckles brush down her soft cheek. She pouted in her sleep, nuzzling her cheek against my hand. I smirked slightly. She was fucking cute. Her lashes touched her cheeks as she slept and her plump lips were parted slightly. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever laid eyes on. Yeah, I admit shit like that in my head, but I wouldn't fucking dare say it out aloud. She turned on her side and I slowly moved my hand away, watching as she tucked both hands under her cheek, relaxing once again. I crouched down near the hospital bed, my face inches from her own. It had fucking hurt when she had run from that room, seeing her so fucking vulnerable like that. I was sorry for being such a fucking dick to her, but I wasn't sorry for fucking her or for that kiss. It was all I wanted, to fuck her one more time. Who am I kidding? One more time or 10 more times? I'd never get tired of her, and that was all the more reason to stay away if I could. I leant forward, placing a soft kiss on her lips, relishing in her sweet taste. I felt her breath hitch and swiftly moved away as she stirred. Her heart rate quickened as she moaned, beginning to wake up. I needed to stop doing this. Every touch, every kiss, was messing with my fucking head and body, in more ways than one. I was out the door, leaning against the wall by the time she sat up. Is someone there? She called out, her soft husky voice slightly thicker than usual. I didn't move or reply, remaining as silent as possible. After a moment, I heard her sigh softly and I wondered what she was thinking. You must be dreaming, Kia. She murmured before laying down once again. I silently made my way out of the hospital. I was going to leave on business later in the evening. But right now, I needed to get away from here and maybe it was best I left earlier. With all the pent-up emotions and frustration that coursed through me, I needed to vent somewhere. What better way than to find a fucking rogue hideout? 39. Healing. Kiara. The next day, I awoke with a spring in my step. The only downside was that I had a dream that Alejandro had kissed me. The thing was, it had made my entire body ignite with a need that I was so desperately trying to ignore. It wasn't like he would have come to visit me, he was engaged to Jasmine. In my half-asleep state, I had even imagined his scent. I really needed to sort myself out and I had a plan. This hospital would be my escape. I borrowed a phone before texting Raven to have some clothes and my phone dropped off to me. I was then relieved when a nurse came in with some food. I was ravenous. After missing dinner last night, I didn't even realize how hungry I really was. Raven came soon enough and dumped my bag on the bed. "Okay, I'm off to shower," I said, sliding off the bed. "Okay, whoa. No. I need to talk to you." "We need to talk," she grumbled. "Can I go shower first? Then we can talk. Promise." She sighed and nodded in defeat. I took a quick shower and pulled on the black lingerie, black leggings and a fitted long-sleeved black top that she had brought for me. One thing about Raven is, if you ask her to get you clothes, she will choose black. Followed by purple or red. Once I had slipped my flats on, I returned to the room, towel drying my hair. "Alright, shoot, what is it?" I asked as I sat on the bed and put some moisturizer on my hands and face whilst looking across at her. "Kia. Tell me, are you okay?" she asked with concern in her different colored eyes. "Yes, perfectly." I was upset because if I knew he was engaged, I wouldn't have gotten with him. I'm not that kind of girl, Raven. I would never steal someone's man, not unless he was my mate. I joked. She didn't smile, as she picked up my Fendi lip gloss and put some on herself. "I don't know, you hide how you feel often, please don't," she said quietly. I sighed and looked towards the door. Raven was the closest to me, like she knew literally almost everything about me apart from that one major secret about Damon and me that I had kept. I didn't want to keep on hiding stuff from her. Fine, I am attracted to him, but I'll get over it. I am not going to let him mess with me when he's going to get married and mated soon enough, I'm guessing. I said, applying my gel liner to my eyes and trying not to imagine Alejandro with Jasmine. Okay. Thanks for sharing, but if things get hard, remember we're all here for you," she said. "I'm planning to avoid him as much as possible. Besides, the blood moon is so close. I think I'll find my mate." She smiled at me and nodded. "I'm sure you will." "Who's finding whose mate?" Rehan said, walking into the room. I frowned at him. "Ever heard of knocking Rossi?" I asked. "No, I kind of lost my manners as I got older," he said, before holding out a bag. "Darian went into town earlier and got fresh donuts. I thought I'd share. But if you girls don't want any donuts. Hot, fresh donuts." My mouth watered just at the very thought. I rushed across the room and grabbed the bag. "Thank you, of course we'd like to share," I said, opening the brown wrapper and pulled out a sugar-coated donut before taking a bite. "Goddess, this is amazing." He chuckled as Raven took one too before I handed the bag back to him. "Not sure if I should have shared with Raven, after those deathly cakes," he said, making her glower at him. "If you hadn't nearly died, I wouldn't let you off with that," she said. "How do you feel now?" I asked him. He was dressed and I couldn't really see the bandages underneath. He tossed the donut bag on the bed and lifted his shirt off over his head, making Raven whistle. I had to admit, the man sure was fine. Yes, maybe not as ripped and dominating looking like Alejandro was, his skin looked more tanned and defined, but he was still very sexy. I stopped admiring his perfect six-pack and looked at the wounds. It was almost as if he hadn't even gotten injured the day before. I walked closer to him. "How was that even possible?" "Wow. I'd like to pretend you're saying wow at my body, but it's the wounds, right?" he said, with a small smirk. "Yes, the body is great too, but I do mean the wounds," I said, amused as I traced my finger over the almost fully healed cut and felt him tense. "Sorry if I'm hurting you," I said, removing my hand and leaning closer as I examined it. "You're healing so well." "Thanks to you," he said quietly. "No, it's my fault you ended up getting hurt. I honestly can't believe I did that." "Well, it seems unknowingly you tapped into it. Remember Kiara, sometimes when one of the pups got ill, didn't they enjoy your touch?" Raven asked suddenly. "That's because I was gentle and not whacking their heads to run away," I retorted, amused. All right. I get it. But thinking of it, didn't those comments start more after you turned 18? She asked. She wasn't wrong. "Okay guys, I need to go," I said, grabbing the donut packet. I rushed from the room, stumbling a little as I hurried through the hallway heading for the second floor. If I had this ability, then I could help Valentine, right? How did I tap into it? Was it the urge to want to see them get better? "This is a hospital, Miss Kiara." Callum's voice came as I almost knocked straight into him. "Sorry," I said embarrassedly. He gave a small smile. "Heading to Valentine's room?" "Yeah. Here's your card and I think I'll come with you. If you're planning to use your ability, I want to monitor it. We don't want you to overexert yourself," he said firmly. I trailed off. He had a point. I was really excited as I impatiently waited for him to lead the way. When I was finally able to reach Valentine, I noticed the smell in the room had eased up a little since the day before and he looked visibly calmer, holding on to the item of clothing that I had left under his head. "Do you think we could get the blood pressure machine in here?" Dr. Callum said quietly to one of the nurses who stood by the door. She nodded before walking off. The two guards stood close behind as I placed my hand on his forehead. "Okay, here I go," I thought, taking a deep breath. "Do you have any idea how you will do this?" Callum asked me. "I don't really know. Whenever someone's ill, I just have this urge to want them to be all right again," I said. "So I think I got this." I took a deep breath, watching as the nurse pushed the stand with the machine on into the room, leaving it with Dr. Callum. "We haven't been able to check his heart rate or anything due to his behavior, but he's calm right now, so let's see." I slowly peeled the bandages of the herbal paste I had applied off and wiped them clean, trying not to flinch at how deep and garish his wounds were. I had seen they had tried to stitch him up too, but it didn't work, not with the infection eating up at the flesh. I waited until the machine was hooked up and then closed my eyes, placing my hand firmly on his forehead. I wanted him to get better, to be there for Jean and his unborn child. My heart raced at the sadness that I had felt for her. The fear that she may lose her mate filled my heart with fierce determination. No matter what, I was not going to stop trying until he was better. I heard a murmur. "By Celine," Callum whispered in awe. I opened my eyes, seeing the faintest of light around my hand. It instantly vanished when I realized, and I blinked. His heart rate calmed and his wounds. Callum said, rushing forward. "You are a miracle," he added, now looking at me. I looked down at Valentine to see that indeed the wounds didn't look as infected as before and were visibly smaller. My heart leapt in happiness. He was going to get better. "What was that?" Julio asked with clear curiosity in his voice. "Something you are not to mention to anyone," Callum said firmly, his face becoming serious, as if he had just realized something. "By order of the king. I mean it. This stays in this room." "All right, doctor," Brian said quietly. I closed my eyes once again. "Miss, you need to make sure you don't overwork yourself," Callum said. "I feel fine," I said. With that same emotion and mindset I opened my eyes, focusing on healing him with whatever ability I possessed. I watched with awe as the wounds began to clear up. He gasped for air, his eyes flying open, now a startling blue as they were no longer stuck in the color of his wolf's eyes. "Where the hell am I?" he asked hoarsely, looking around before looking at me. It was the last thing I heard before I felt myself toppling backwards, someone catching me, and then, everything went black. 2 hours later, I had woken up and heard a 25-minute lecture from Dr. Callum in which he told me to use my common sense and not overwork myself. I didn't even know I wasn't able to sense it. He then refused to let me near any more patients today, and I was kicked out of the hospital in a rather unceremonious way. 10 minutes ago. "Take her out of here," Dr. Callum ordered Brian and Julio. "I don't want to see you until tomorrow." "But doctor, I did good," I protested. "You don't even know your limits. If you collapse or end up exhausted, it will be my head the king and your father will want to have," he muttered. "If either of you dares touch me, I will kick your asses," I threatened as the bulky duo towered over me. This couldn't be happening. How could they throw me out after I healed Valentine? I wanted to help. "Sorry princess, but he's right, I still need to live a while longer," Brian remarked in his deep voice, before grabbing my tiny arm in his huge hand. "Ow ow ow. That hurts," I lied. He raised an eyebrow, not falling for it, before grabbing my other arm and lifting me clean off the ground. "Oi! Don't you dare do this. This is a hospital, miss. Lower your voice," Callum said, as he stood with his arms crossed. "But I didn't do anything bad," I shouted as Brian tossed me over his shoulder. "Go do something kids your age do. You can't spend the entire day in here," Callum said. "I am going to tell the king about this," I growled at the two warriors, ignoring the grumpy doc. "We will see," Julio said, walking alongside Brian lazily. I was then placed outside the hospital doors and the annoying men just stood there guarding the entrance. "Off you go, princess," Julio said. "Shoo," Brian added with a wink. I glared at him, my eyes blazing purple. "Oh, I will get my revenge." "Of course," Brian said. I turned and stormed off. Now here I was storming back to the mansion, cursing Callum, Julio and Brian. May they get bitten by mosquitoes and stung by bees. May they bald early and lose their teeth, may they never be able to perform sexually ever again. I cackled at the last one, then covered my mouth, giggling. Now I need to think of a plan for revenge. My smile faded as I paused when I saw the training grounds. Tonight was the match with Carmen. I should have kept up with training whilst I was here too, maybe from tomorrow. Now in a serious mood, I decided to hatch an excuse to fool Raven and Rehan before I snuck out at 10 p.m. I had heard at the hospital Alejandro was out of town and I was glad. I didn't need him to be another one to face today. "Well Carmen, you wanted a match, I'll give you a match. You may be one of the head warriors here, but I'm the daughter of a queen. Game on, bitch." 40. Playing dirty. Kiara. Night had fallen and we had just finished a game of Monopoly, with Rihanna winning. "Okay, end the game, I'm done," Rehan said, sitting back with not a single Monopoly note to his name. "You are awful at this," Raven remarked. "It's a game of luck. What do you mean awful? I was never landing on an unbought property and then I kept landing on all your guys' houses," he complained, running his fingers through his hair. I faked a yawn, stretching. "Alright guys, I'm off to bed, I'm tired," I said while massaging my neck. "Already?" Raven asked. "It's only 9:30. Healing takes a toll," I lied. I honestly felt fine, after I was kicked out so rudely. "Oh yes, that's kind of cool though, that you've got that ability," Rihanna said. "Yeah, something we need to keep on the low," Rehan added. Rihanna nodded. "Alright, well I'm going to go FaceTime mom and dad." Don't tell them what's been happening if you ever plan to visit again, Rayhan told her as both of us got up and walked out. I was glad no one questioned me much, as I silently made my way to my room and changed into some sneakers. I pulled my hair into a messy bun and looked in the mirror, before picking up the staff that I had brought along with me. Well, here goes nothing. I snuck out silently through the back door of the mansion, using the light on my phone as a guide. I wasn't even sure where I was meant to meet Carmen, so just made my way to the training grounds. Sure enough, there she stood. That's something to see, a wolf using a torch. She chuckled. Well, there's a first for everything, I said. So, I was thinking the training grounds might be the best option. Or should we go to an indoor hall? She asked mockingly. Up to you. I don't care either way, I've trained to fight without my sight. If you need the advantage of the training grounds, or should I say the darkness, that's fine by me, I said, walking over to the low wall and jumping over. I heard her growl. Watch it pup. Stating facts, did I hit a nerve? I asked. I wasn't wrong. If she wanted to use my blindness to her advantage, then fine. I think it may be better we go inside then. She muttered. Nope, this is what you wanted. Let's carry on. I actually want to see how much of a disadvantage I am at, compared to a warrior female who is trained to fight and kill. I said, now placing my phone down on the wall after switching the light off. I spun my staff and looked at her. Are you sure? I don't want you crying later. I'm sure. I said confidently. I'm a Westwood, we don't back down. She knew I'd agree anyway. I wasn't actually sure how I'd fare against her. After all she had experience on her side, plus extensive training from this pack. I also had no idea about her fighting style. I'm using a blunt weapon too. I thought it should be a little fair, she said, and I heard her come closer. Of course, fair. I said mockingly. Was she for real? Fair. I was blind here. Stupid bitch. I don't really want to waste time talking, so let's do this. She didn't reply and I heard her lunge towards me. I blocked her, aiming for a low kick. Spinning around, I swiped my staff, satisfied when I heard the sound of it connecting and a low grunt. What the? Don't underestimate me simply because I cannot see. I said quietly. I spun around as I advanced now. I was not going to let her get the upper hand. She definitely had power and probably stamina on her side. She was bigger and stronger, whilst I was probably faster. What people didn't often realize was the change in their breathing or heartbeat before they made a move. That was what I relied on, not to mention I could roughly smell where they were. Sure, it was still risky not knowing what angle they would hit from, but I had learned how to have complete cover from all attacks. I sensed her move forward and quickly retreated, backing away slowly. I turned my back towards her as I pretended to keep my defenses up, wondering if she'd fall for it. I sensed her approach quietly and pretended to search for her in front of me, although I knew she was right behind me. She was good at keeping her heartbeat low and steady, but I was better at this game. I timed my attack, and when I felt her get ready to pounce, I spun around and felt my staff connect with her stomach, throwing her backwards with a painful thump. She was up in seconds and hit me with the heavy metal weapon she was holding. I bit my lip to stop the hiss that almost left my lips. Whatever she was using contained silver. Bitch. She swore, yanking my staff from my hand, surprising me. I then felt a heavy kick to my head and went flying as shooting pain rushed through my skull. I never knew you were aiming to disarm, I said. Hadn't we silently agreed to weapons? Well, rules change in seconds in a fight. She said. You should have known that. I frowned but said nothing, trying to hear her make her next move. It was hit after hit. She was strong and resilient. I blocked some I didn't. I did get a few in too, but without my staff I was losing, not to mention she still had the weapon that I had no idea of what it was. She charged at me and I raised my arm to block her attack. Hearing the swing of her weapon, I dived and pushed myself forward, hitting her hard with my shoulder as I felt my foot give way, making me stumble. I heard her chuckle as she brought the weapon she was holding down on the back of my head. I twisted around, grabbing the silver blade of what was definitely a sword, and yanked it from her grasp. I felt the silver burn my hands and cut into my palms. I could smell her growing anger and frustration. The slight smell of sweat and my blood hung in the air, mixing with the fresh smell of the crisp night air. She growled as I kicked her in the stomach and finally managed to tear the weapon from her grip. "If I'm not using a weapon, then neither are you," I said, putting space between us. Without my staff for support, I had a higher disadvantage. "Fair enough," she scoffed. I heard the scuff of her foot as she ran at me, but this time I was prepared. "Gotta admit, you lasted a lot longer than I thought you would." I could hear the clear anger she was trying to hide. "Yeah. Well, I guess I'm the queen my mother taught me to be," I said breathlessly. I blocked her kick and twisted her foot whilst she punched me in the shoulder. I felt something crack painfully in it, making me wince. The moment we both moved away, I snapped it back into place. I was adamant on ignoring the excruciating pain that was now shooting up my ankle. "Humph, we will see. The Blood Moon pack is second to none. Although we are a pack of not just warriors, it seems we are still pretty impressive," I said. I was proud of my pack and I would make that clear. She came at me again, her anger and annoyance clear in her aggressive attacks. At the last moment, I ducked and tackled her to the ground. We both hit the floor, knocking the wind out of her. I went for her throat, squeezing hard. Pressing my knee over one of her arms and stomach. "Tap the ground in defeat or I will give you up to 10 to get free," I said, tightening my grip. She grunted, trying to wrench free. "Not happening," she wheezed. She let out a choking growl and I felt her claws elongate before they dug into the back of my neck, making me gasp in pain. What a disappointment. "You broke literally every general rule of a match," I said in disgust, punching her across the face. "Yet I'll still win this without doing so." I squeezed her neck before lifting her head off the ground by her hair and slamming it back down onto it. Hearing a sickening crunch, she groaned in pain, her eyes flashing dangerously. 10. 9. 8. I began counting slowly, unbothered by her venomous gaze. I could feel she was going to black out soon enough, so I eased up a little. 5. 4. 3. 2. She raked her claws down my back, slicing through my top and bra strap as pain seared across my back. What a fucking cheater. Was this what they were taught? She chuckled, but I shook my head. 1. I let go of her roughly and stepped away from her. I wished I could see her facial expression, but I couldn't. It disgusts me that this is the level you lowered yourself to, just to win a simple match to check someone's level. I may be a handicapped wolf or a defective wolf to you, but I worked hard to be the very best version of myself that I'm capable of being. It's disappointing that such a proclaimed warrior, who is complimented in most packs, would resort to such tricks. The rules of a sparring match are common knowledge, but for you to break them, it's pathetic. I turned away. My entire body ached and I still would have to feel for my phone along the wall. I just want a long shower and then my bed. I heard her scoff. You're still a fucking defect, everyone knows that. I decided to ignore her. I wasn't sure why she was so hateful towards me. If it was because of the small issue over dinner that day, then she really had some shit to deal with. I heard her get up as I reached the wall and began feeling along it, hoping I wasn't too far from my phone. What I wasn't expecting was something to ram into my already painful right foot, making me scream in agony. The sound pierced the air as I fell to my knees, clutching it as the pain took over. My eyes sting with tears of pure anguish. I heard her chuckle. In real life, you'd be dead. There's no such thing as a friendly match. If you duel to win. You lost, whether you think so or not. I said coldly. Unless you want me to humiliate you further, go. She scoffed. Whatever, loser. She spat before walking off. I stayed on the ground, praying the pain eased up. Couldn't I heal myself? The sudden thought made a ripple of curiosity run through me, and I closed my eyes in determination, taking a deep breath as I focused. 41. Clashing. Alejandro. I had just got back from my little escapade. Sometimes I enjoyed dealing with things alone, and as I had predicted, rogues were gathering in clusters. The only problem was they didn't know who the king was, or they just couldn't tell me. The moment they even tried to say something, they ended up dying. I had my men follow some leads. I had left a few survivors, hoping for one of them to meet with someone or other. There were still no solid leads. I had just returned to my pack grounds when I heard the distant scream of pain. Kiara. My stomach twisted as panic filled me, another emotion that I never experienced. The need to go to her overtook me and I rushed ahead, worry and fear fueling me. Did you hear that scream? I heard one of the warriors on patrol say to her partner. I did, maybe someone training. Oh, Alpha Dash. I didn't stop as I rushed past them in a blur, trying to sniff her out. What had happened to her? I tried to push aside the emotions that were eating me up inside. Whoever hurt her, I'll fucking tear them to shreds. I growled lowly when I finally caught sight of her, her delicious scent of chocolate mixed with something I never wanted to smell on her, her blood. I felt the burning fire of anger blaze within me, taking in her back that was slashed and how she was holding on to the wall in order to walk, her other hand holding her phone with the torch on. She seemed to have sensed me. I knew if anything it was my fucking anger that she could feel. I closed the gap between us in a flash, cupping her face. Kiara. Who the fuck did this to you? I growled menacingly. She froze, her heart hammering, and I realized the last time she saw me was when we kissed. What happened, Kiara? I repeated. I needed to know. The desperation to destroy whoever did this to her was threatening to snap all my self-control. She looked as gorgeous as ever, but the clear pain on her face was driving me crazy. She looked up, but she wasn't looking directly into my eyes. I hated the fact that she was out here in the fucking dark when she couldn't see. Where were her guards? Why the fuck was she out here alone? It was then that I caught another scent on her, a scent I recognized extremely well. My eyes flashed red and her gorgeous ones finally found mine. Nothing happened, I was sparring. She said. My eyes narrowed. Your entire back is slashed open. Care to explain what kind of sparring that is? I growled dangerously. I hated being lied to. It was just sparring, she muttered, pulled out of my hold. Now get out of my way. I grabbed her arm and spun her around, making her flinch from the tug at her wounds. I felt guilty. Fuck, couldn't I even do anything carefully? Let go of me. She growled, her eyes flashing. Don't fucking irritate me. We both know that I know exactly how to shut you the fuck up. I said dangerously. She tensed and I didn't miss the scorn on her face. That won't work anymore. She said quietly. I felt my stomach twist as if she had fucking punched me in the gut. I didn't miss how she stayed stiff in my arms rather than lean into me. It sure messed with me. Oh yeah, why not? I asked coldly as I carried her back towards my mansion. I wasn't going to bother with the front door. I had enough of getting confronted by fucking pups. You're engaged. Unlike you, I'm not a whore. She said icily. I smirked. I'm sure if I wanted, I could fuck with her head, but wasn't this what I wanted? One woman is never enough for me. I pity Jasmine. She replied carelessly. I stayed silent when we reached the mansion and stopped at the bottom of my window. I jumped up onto the ledge outside my bedroom, making her gasp. Her nails were digging into my neck as I slid the window open, cradling her with ease in one arm. I felt the tingle from her touch rush through me at her contact with me. If I hadn't done this for years, I may have fucking fallen. I was tempted to give her a scare, just to have her cling to me for a little longer. The moment we stepped inside, she jumped out of my arm as if I burned her. She stumbled as her feet hit the ground, leaning on her left ankle. She reached out to guide herself as she hobbled towards what she thought was my door. Poor girl. I smirked, carry on that way and you're going to hit the fucking bed soon enough. Let me check your wounds. I said. No thanks. She replied bitterly, then let me fucking rephrase that, sit the fuck down and let me check or I'll force you. I growled. She scoffed in contempt. That's all you can do, right? Force people, threaten people, use people, cheat people. Should I go on alpha or do you get the hint? I switched the light on and she stopped in her tracks, a foot away from my bed. Turning and glaring at me. Seems like you were heading in the wrong direction. Or was the bed your aim? I said mockingly. She scowled at me, about to walk towards the door when I cut her off, appearing in front of her in a flash. Her heart raced before she turned that venomous, rather sexy glare at me. Move. She said quietly, and for a moment I saw the hurt in them. Hurt that fucking clawed at my own chest. Just, let me check the wounds. I said quietly. You're here under my watch. Like you care. If I say no, will you let me go? She asked. Was she fucking questioning my fucking integrity? Obviously, I wasn't going to listen. What the fuck do you think? I asked, trying not to let my gaze go below her lips. I want to believe that you are decent enough to let me leave. She said, trying to sidestep me. I smirked mockingly. Then you're in for a fucking disappointment. With those words, I spun her around, pushing her stomach down on the bed. What are you doing? She shouted, her heart thudding. I placed my knee over her thighs, keeping her on the bed and bent down, letting my lips graze her ear. Satisfied when her breath hitched. As much as fucking you sounds tempting, I'm only going to check your wounds, I whispered, inhaling her intoxicating scent. I know I'm meant to fucking stay away from her, but she was hurt. I tore her shredded top off and looked at the deep wounds. My anger was only growing and the temptation to rip Carmen to pieces grew with it. I'm going to fucking kill her. I hissed. The urge to leave right now was pushing at me, but I also knew I couldn't fucking leave Kiara like this. We sparred, leave it's between me and her. I can fight my own battles. She said quietly. This is my pack, if anyone dares dash. You hurt me a lot more than she did, so just stop this. She snapped, turning her head to look at me. I swallowed, glaring down at her but said nothing. She tensed as I brushed my finger along the wounds, 3 large claw marks, plus the mess that was made of the back of her neck. I clenched my jaw, unable to think straight. I didn't care if they fucking sparred, this was not a normal match. She hurt her, so she'd be fucking punished for this. I will deal with Carmen, and I'll do it myself. I looked down at her wounds, running my hand down her waist absent-mindedly, not realizing what I was doing until she spoke. Don't do that, she warned quietly. I stopped, trying to fight the urge to kiss her shoulder. Leaning down, I slowly ran my tongue over the first of her wounds. The saliva of an alpha helped heal faster, and this was probably the first time I was doing this. I wasn't sure if it was the same for a Leakin, but there was no fucking harm in trying. The taste of her blood was something else, sweet and deeply rich. I resisted the urge to kiss her in the process, feeling her body tremble slightly under me. I was glad she couldn't see me because this was fucking making me throb. You don't need to do that. She said curtly. What's wrong? Getting turned on? I remarked tauntingly, now placing one hand on her head to keep her down as she struggled against me. I smirked as I smelt the very faint scent of her intoxicating arousal hit me. It seemed like she was fighting herself. Fucking stubborn wasn't she? Not at all. She hissed. Your body is saying something else. I murmured. It isn't. She said coldly. Go fuck your fiancé. Whether Jasmine and I get married or not, it doesn't mean I'll be tied to her. She knows that I can fuck who I want. I said icily. I'm not a homewrecker who would ever fuck a taken man, she said quietly, now forcing her head to turn and look at me, her eyes blazing a brilliant violet. I didn't reply. What did I want anyway? To keep her in the shadows as my fucking mistress? She was worth way more than that. I was a fucking mess. She gave me a hateful glare. Well, if she wanted to play fucking high and mighty, I'll show her how it was done. I finished tracing her injuries with my tongue, wishing I could go fucking lower and taste something else too. I appreciated her ass for a second before I moved off of her completely. She pulled away roughly and gave me a dirty look, her arms over her breasts holding the remnants of her top to her. Nothing I've not seen more. I said mockingly. From today on, just don't show me your face. I don't need you to ruin my reputation. She said icily. Seems like attraction changed to fucking hate quickly. Not that I should care, everyone hates me and I don't give a shit. Well, you have nothing to fucking worry about then, 'cause you don't really have anything I would want to come back for. I am done with you anyway. I said harshly, smirking in victory at the way she froze at my words. You wanna play? Then let's fucking play. 42. Extending the hand of friendship. Kiara. I hadn't been able to heal myself, although I had tried. I knew I was doing the right thing, I was doing it exactly the same way I had when healing Valentine, but it seems maybe it's just not meant to work on me, or that I need to practice a little more. I had got up and began walking back to the mansion slowly. Goddess, did it hurt? Alejandro gave me hot and cold signals. I wanted to hate him, but then a part of me wanted to believe he cared. Even a little. But now as Alejandro just shot that painful remark at me, I wasn't sure if I should get pissed off or just laugh. He's the one who couldn't keep his damn hands off me. Yes, he looked absolutely delicious in only those oversized basketball shorts that hung so low on his hips. It was a mission not to lick my lips, but I dared not run my eyes over his torso, nor admire his tattoos and the necklaces he always seemed to wear. His earring that hung in his right ear glinted when he moved his head slightly, watching me sharply. Maybe it was a both-way thing. I shook my head. Really? I said, coming back to reality, now remembering his mocking comment. I cocked a brow arrogantly, doing my very best version of Dad's face, a look I have practiced many times in the mirror growing up. I smirked, scoffing slightly as I looked him up and down. He narrowed his eyes at me and I simply rolled mine. Funny way to show it, you're the one who can't keep your hands off me. I mean, I don't see me going up to you and trying to kiss or flirt with you. I remarked in the most mocking tone I could muster. Goddess, how did these alphas do it? Arrogance was not in my bones. Keep acting fucking delusional, now get the fuck out, he growled, his jaw clenched. I resisted a giggle. I had pissed him off. Now feeling rather smug, I stepped closer to him. I assure you Alpha, if I wanted to, I'd have you hard in no time. I said softly, letting my gaze fall to the front of his pants. He smirked, and for a moment I faltered. Was this smart? I was confident, but that arrogant smirk was throwing me off. I stopped in my tracks. I was not going to let him mess with my head. Not this time. But I'm not even interested in seducing you. I said coldly. Yeah, anyone with a fucking cunt or tits can turn me on. I've already had one taste of you and I'm kinda bored. He mocked. Wow, you just kind of admitted you're a disgusting dog. He smirked coldly. I had to admit I was shocked he didn't get angry at that remark. Oh yeah? Then it seems you enjoyed fucking this dog. I made you scream louder than that fucker back at your pack. We both know you tried to keep your fucking volume down but couldn't manage. Ugh. How did he just do this? So annoying. I simply glared at him before becoming serious. How could you do that to Rayhan when he was simply looking out for me? How I wish I actually listened to him. His smirk vanished the moment I changed the topic and his aura only seemed to grow. That's none of your fucking business. He growled. He should learn not to get involved in my business. Make up whatever excuses you want, you had no right to hurt him like that. I snapped. His eyes flashed and I saw him advance, grabbing me by the neck. I didn't even flinch. The belief, or call it madness, that I didn't think he'd hurt me was something I felt with complete confidence. I tried to ignore his intoxicating scent that made me want to close my eyes and give in to all his darkness and rage. I had to focus. I met his gaze as he glared down at me, rage and fury seeping off him. Side with the fucker as much as you want, but I warned him to keep his fucking mouth shut, he hissed. I was about to reply when I wondered what Rayhan had said that had riled him up. Was there more to it? Did he say something he shouldn't have? I asked quietly. I watched him curiously, not missing the sound of his heart skipping a beat, but he kept his dark, cold glare in place. Him just fucking talking was enough. Liar. He had said something that had triggered Alejandro off, I was sure of it. His eyes returned to his usually dark ones and I knew he was confused at my silence. Even though he held me by my throat, there was no pain or danger oozing off of him. Sometimes it's okay to talk. I said quietly. Don't play the fucking shrink. Get the fuck out. He said, letting go of me. He turned his back on me and I felt the pull at my heartstrings. His broad, muscular back. His tattoos. The arrogance and darkness that surrounded him. What about the soul hidden within? The one that was so isolated, no one was able to breach the barriers that kept it locked away from the world too far for anyone to pull to the surface. One thing I realized was, the Leaken King was far lonelier than he'd ever realize or let on. I turned to leave when I paused. I don't know what overcame me but the urge to do something was too strong. I reached out, taking his large calloused hand in my slender one, trying not to flinch at the pain that still lingered from the silver. He stiffened, turning sharply as I gave his hand a gentle squeeze. I don't mind being a friend, if you ever need one. I said quietly, looking into his dark seductive eyes for a second. Our eyes locked and for a moment I felt that strong pull. Our hearts raced and I wondered what this was. It was scary, how he had this hold over me, yet so tempting. No, I could never see this man as a friend, when my heart went wild in his mere presence. The way his gaze alone made my stomach knot and my core throb, but if he ever needed me in that way, I'd be there for him. I didn't wait for a reply, letting go of his hand and limping to the door. Making sure not to turn back, even when I felt his intense gaze watching me. I had changed but hadn't bathed, letting Alejandro's saliva do its job. I won't lie, the way I had felt when he ran his tongue up me had sent me to cloud 9 and I had to quickly think about the old male wolves back home. It was the only thing that had stopped me from melting into his touch and getting turned on. I was proud of myself. That was my new plan. Next time he tries to tempt me, I will just picture those old men and I'll never get turned on again. Smart of me, I thought smugly. I put on a loose, clingy, thin shirt and some panties. After a quick wipe down with a damp towel, I decided I'd bathe in the morning. I returned to the bedroom and opened the window, leaving a small gap so the wind could blow in. It was rather warm tonight, but the breeze was cool. The sounds of animals awake at night filled my ears along with the pleasant chirping of crickets. The very sounds that felt like music to my ears. Turning the light off, I dimmed the touch lamp and lay on my stomach gingerly. Goddess, I was pissed at that stupid bitch. How could she do that? However, I was also proud I had fared pretty well against her. I was drifting off when I heard talking from outside. I frowned but didn't move. My entire back was burning up slightly and I didn't want to be heard. Who was outside at this time? I reached for my phone to check the time. 1:49 am. I closed my eyes, honing in on the voices. Alejandro, and the other voice sounded familiar too. It took me a moment to click who it was, and I almost jumped out of bed. Auntie Indy. At all. She was saying. At least there was some progress. How come he didn't come himself to report this? Alejandro's moody yet panty-wetting voice came. The man has made me hornier than I've ever been, I groaned inwardly. Note to self, never approach Alejandro when I'm half asleep. I'd probably lose all of my common sense. He was tired and I'm pretty energized. Indigo said. You know, you can talk to me if anything's bothering you. He said quietly, his voice was barely audible, so much so that I wondered if I'd misheard him. Was the arrogant mean alpha was being considerate? I know. Nothing is bothering me, Alpha. She said. Then you should take care of yourself. He replied curtly. An odd feeling of curiosity began eating up at me. Why was he being so nice? Well, it was nice for him to be anyway. Was it the nicest he's ever been towards anyone maybe? Of course, Alpha. She said. Is she here? Your niece, yeah she is, as irritating as her father and fucking stubborn like her mother. He said. Yeah, and you still wanted a piece of me. I made a face. She's reckless, headstrong and one of the sweetest souls I know. Indigo replied. Thank you Auntie, for reminding him how nice I am, dumb big bad Alpha. I'm presuming now that you're here, you'll take her and the brat with you tomorrow? I'll ask Frederick. He just got back, I don't want him to get overwhelmed. It might be better that they stay here. I felt a pang of disappointment at that. Didn't Auntie want us? That didn't make sense. She loved our girly sleepovers whenever she visited. Don't fucking blame him, I don't blame you for not wanting them. Alejandro's reply came. This guy, I heard Auntie laugh. Now I pouted displeased, he even made a woman laugh. Why haven't I seen this side of him? Nice to know you have welcomed them in. Good night, Alpha, I'll be heading back. Don't mistake anything for fucking kindness, and I mean it, you need to take it easy. Okay, she replied, seemingly pretty confused too. She seemed to have walked off and I sat up frowning. Why did Auntie Indy say she didn't want us? It was a little strange, but then again, we didn't really know her mate or see him often, maybe he was just like his dummy Alpha. A shadow fell over me and my heart thumped as I leapt from the bed, stumbling and falling in the process as I spun around to look at the figure that now stood behind my bed. It's rude to eavesdrop. 43. An apology. Kiara. I placed a hand to my heart, taking a deep breath. Seriously, have you not heard of knocking? I growled, getting to my feet and praying the thin, clingy fabric of my shirt didn't reveal too much. Fat chance, his eyes were already roaming over me. I yanked on the hem, hoping to cover my underwear, only to notice his eyes flashing red as they focused on my breasts which were now pressing against the slightly sheer white fabric. Didn't he say he was done and dusted with me? My stomach fluttered and I slowly made my way back to my bed and sat down, crossing my arms expertly over my chest. Care to share why the almighty Alpha King graced my humble abode with his presence? I asked mockingly, glad he was at least wearing clothes now, to tell you, that whatever you heard is not to be mentioned to anyone. He said seriously. I frowned, curiosity igniting within me. Should I say I don't know what he's on about? Should I dig a little deeper? I don't know about that, I mean it's some pretty serious information. If it was so important, why didn't you stop talking when you knew I was awake? I said, smoothly. He glared at me. I didn't realize you were fucking awake. He growled dangerously. Now that's a fucking order. On one condition. I said, keeping my eyes firmly on his. "Who the fuck do you think you are to put conditions forth?" he said coldly. "Then I won't promise to keep my mouth shut," I countered confidently. "This is a serious lead, Kiara. One I've been going after for years. There's a high chance that Galloway Forest may contain the answers." "I don't trust many people, I can't deal with another leak," he said quietly. I felt my blood run cold. The name was ordinary and one I knew. Being the largest forest in the United Kingdom, but why did I feel there was something off? "Fuck, woman. Don't ignore me," he growled dangerously. I looked up at him. "No, I'm not ignoring you. There's something there. You should stay away from it. I have a bad feeling," I said, now rubbing my arms, trying to get rid of the goosebumps that had settled there. Also trying not to flinch at the marks the silver blade had left. "What do you mean?" he asked, now frowning. "I don't know. I just have a feeling." I shrugged. "Now can I sleep?" He looked at me, his frown partially gone, and I wished it wasn't. He messed with my mind and body so easily. "Callum told me about your abilities. There are chances you have other abilities aside from healing," he said. "You mean like my sixth sense that often comes true?" I asked. "Maybe, I won't believe in that unless I see it for myself," he said. I gave him a glare but said nothing. Everyone back home thought it was just intuition, but I knew Liam also had that sense too. Maybe it wasn't the same thing. "Have you told your parents?" "No," I said, thinking there was a lot I hadn't told them. "Well, I think we need to. The blood moon isn't far off, and that means many people will come here. There is a high chance of something going down." "What does that even mean? Are you implying I could become a target if my ability gets out?" "I think you already are one." I froze. Suddenly Dad's words came rushing back to me, "Our pack is a hot spot for the attacks." Wait, did Dad have this assumption too? I said, now standing up and staring at Alejandro accusingly. "Is that why Dad sent me away?" "Maybe, maybe not. You're going to have to ask him. Originally, we thought it could be your mother," he said. "We? Fuck. So, he only let me come to keep me safe." I exclaimed. Irritation and anger were now building within me. "Chill the fuck out. He did it for your own fucking good. Pups these days," he growled as he made his way to the door. "Hey, don't call me a pup. I have the perfect way to piss Dad off anyway." "I'll tell him what I've been doing here," I muttered. He looked at me, and for a second I swore I saw amused curiosity there, but it was gone as quickly as it came. "Oh yeah? That would be fun to watch." "Yeah, I'll tell him we had sex. He'll regret the decision for the rest of his life." My amusement died away. "No, I would never use that. Not after knowing how Dad still blamed himself for my ankle." "Sounds pretty good. Maybe I'll do the honors myself," he said, humorlessly. My smile vanished as he stood, his hand still on the handle. "Don't. On that topic, have you told Jasmine?" I asked. "No, I have nothing to tell her. I agreed to marry her the day after that night," he said. My heart skipped a beat, but I somehow felt a little better, so I would only need to apologize for the kiss. "Why the fuck do you even care? If anyone, shouldn't I be the one to fucking regret it?" he asked. His cold, dark eyes now bore into mine. "You don't even feel guilty? Really? Not even for any of your actions?" I asked. He looked away, opening the door. "No. I don't give a fuck." The door shut and I lay down on my side with a sigh. Tomorrow I needed to apologize to her, to get it off my chest. The following day I felt much better and took a nice cool shower. Getting dressed in a pair of white torn jeans and a neon pink crop top, I sat down on the bed. I wrapped a bandage around my ankle to help support it before I pulled on some white sneakers and plaited my waist-length hair in a loose braid. Once I put on some matching pink earrings, I finished the look off with some subtle makeup. My hands were almost fully healed and my back was perfect. It seemed Alejandro's saliva worked better than the standard alphas. I now looked at my hands, placing them together as I tried to heal myself once again. I opened my eyes, the dull ache remained and nothing had changed. Guess it won't work, maybe I just wasn't meant to heal myself. I left my room and bumped straight into Raven. Ow, my nose. Even those plushies didn't protect it, she said, rubbing her cute button nose. I smiled in amusement. I feel sorry for my poor boobies, I said, giving her a mock glare. She smirked. Oh really? Well girl, we both know someone took really good care of them and seems to adore them, so they get enough love, she said with a gesture towards Alejandro's room. I felt my cheeks heat up slightly. I don't think so. I knew he couldn't keep his eyes off of me, but for her to assume that, was it that obvious? Well, he always seems to have his eyes on you, she whispered as we made our way downstairs. Maybe, so what are you doing today? I asked, desperately wanting to change the topic. Shopping with Rihanna and Serena, she said. Sure you don't want to join? I can't. I'm going to go to the hospital to try and help the ones who need it the most. She pouted but nodded in understanding. I wrapped my arms around her. I promise sometime before the blood moon, we'll go out, okay? Deal, I want a whole day. She bargained lightly, wrapping her arms around my waist. I nodded in agreement. I missed our time together. Since coming here, things have been interesting to say the least. You okay? She asked with concern, noticing my rather obvious limp. I smiled. Perfectly, I said, flashing her a smile. I would tell her I sparred, but I knew she'd go ballistic. Breakfast smells so good, Raven said, inhaling the yummy food being cooked. Before I could reply, the front door opened to reveal Jasmine standing there in a black leather skirt, a black net top that showed off her bra underneath, paired with killer heels and red lipstick. The woman sure was hot. I wasn't blind to that. She even reminded me a little of Mum, from the way she dressed and her red hair. Although Mum's was dyed red, this woman was a natural redhead. Apart from their fashion sense and hair, they were nothing else alike. Well, I guess here's my chance to apologize. Our eyes met and she pursed her lips, clearly pissed off to see me. Can we talk? I asked, letting go of Raven, who gave Jasmine a cold glare before glancing at me and then walking off to the kitchen. About what? She said, crossing her arms. Can we talk outside? I asked. She smirked. Sure, she said, her eyes falling to my ankle as I walked to the door, finding it amusing. I walked past her and stepped outside. She ran her fingers through her hair, a bored look on her face. Make it quick, I'm here to discuss our engagement with Alejandro. That sent a stab of pain through me, but my face remained passive. I shouldn't care. That's nice. The reason I wanted to talk with you was to apologize. If I knew he had someone, I would never have kissed him back, I said quietly. Or at least I would have tried not to. My words seemed to surprise her as she searched my eyes suspiciously. Are you actually apologizing? She asked. Yes. I'm not a homewrecker. I wish you both a happy married and mated life. Congratulations, I said and smiled softly. There is a sense of tranquility when you can just accept something and let go. Even though it hurt inside, seeing that an apology made someone else feel better was enough. I knew it would take me time to get over these feelings I had towards him, the way he made me feel, but he chose Jasmine. That was enough to show what he wanted in life. Wow. Thanks. It really pissed me off seeing that, but I guess you're not to blame completely. Alpha Alejandro is a catch. As one alpha's daughter to another alpha's daughter. Can we put the past behind us and move on? I asked, not wanting any bad blood. She pursed her lips, then shook her head. Whatever, fine. She said with a nod. Just stay away from my man. I smelt him before I even heard him approach. I didn't want to be here any longer. I will. All the best, I better get inside to dash. Alejandro. Kiara here was just apologizing. Jasmine said. I didn't miss the smugness in her voice, but I was not going to let her pettiness get to me. Couldn't we just behave like two women instead of this childishness coming in the way? What are you doing here? He asked, ignoring her remark. I turned to walk inside when Jasmine laughed. To talk about some stuff with you, and maybe, catch up on other stuff. I couldn't help glance at them, as she trailed her hand down his stomach. My heart thrummed painfully in my chest. Just walk away, Kiara. Just walk. But I couldn't. I watched as she locked her arms around his neck. He caught her by the waist as she tugged his head down and kissed him on the lips. 44. Punishment. Alejandro. The moment Jasmine launched herself at me, I caught her by her waist, but my gaze flitted to the beautiful honey-haired princess who stood watching us. The flicker of hurt I saw in those blue-rimmed green eyes of hers tugged at my fucking heart. I hated hurting her, but I kept doing it. It fucking killed me even more when she gave a gentle smile and walked off inside. I didn't bother kissing Jasmine back. Her lavender and cinnamon scent didn't appeal to me, and neither did her lips. After kissing Kiara, this felt like a cheap knockoff. I wondered what sex would feel like with someone else after I've now had a taste of her. Another piece of evidence that the chance of her being my fucking mate was strong. This was all a fucked up mess. I mean, I didn't even stop anywhere on my way back for fun like I usually would have. I would never admit it, but I had just wanted to see her. I couldn't even forget how gorgeous she looked last night. I stepped back from Jasmine. Why the fuck was the woman even wearing heels? She was tall enough without them, but with those things on she towered over 6 feet. Don't ever kiss me again. Get too fucking clingy and I'll end this. I said dangerously. Come on baby, we're going to officially become one. You've never said no to sex before. She said, watching me sharply. It's her, isn't it? I looked at her dangerously and she went quiet. She wasn't dumb, it was one of the reasons I tolerated her. I hated dumb women. She looked down and I knew she knew that I'd follow up on my fucking threat. If she thought me agreeing meant my feelings for her had changed, then she was in for a fucking surprise. Kiara has nothing to do with this, and even if she did, I don't answer to anyone. I said coldly. I had heard Kiara apologize. That in itself pissed me off. I didn't belong to anyone. I hated that she felt she needed to fucking bow down to Jasmine's shit. I now looked at her coldly, my eyes burning red as I scowled down at her, letting my alpha aura roll off me in waves. I could feel the effect it had on her as she stepped back, fear clear in her eyes. You've agreed to marry a fucking monster. Remember that. Touch me without my permission one more fucking time and I swear I'll kill you. I said dangerously. I meant it, and I could tell from the fear in her eyes she knew I did. She nodded, trying not to tremble in fear as I turned and walked off. There was another bitch I needed to take care of. I made my way through the packed grounds, stopping when I saw 2 pups arguing. They were barely 8 if anything. What's the fucking problem? I asked. They both looked up at me, falling silent. These pups were Omega children, and what irked me was that I could see whose son the one on the left was. As werewolves, we couldn't get a woman pregnant unless we marked her. That was the case for all wolves, but Omega women, who could get pregnant regardless. In the past, Omegas were literally sex slaves and a means to grow the werewolf race. After all, we were killed pretty often. Although this was not the case now, it had been happening in Zidane pack, Kiara's fucking grandfather's. In mine and all other packs nowadays, unless a woman gave permission, she was not to be fucked. And I had already told my fucking men, if they were going to fuck someone other than their mate at least put a sock on it. I wasn't sure what rules applied to me. Being a leakin, I wasn't sure if I needed to mark someone to have a pup, so I always used condoms. A rush of icy realization hit me. Fuck. I didn't use protection when I fucked Kiara. I had never ever gotten so caught up. My stomach twisted and I shook my head. No fucking way. The chances of me being different from standard alphas were slim, and she wasn't an omega. Not that I ever fucked omegas, they were weaker and I needed a strong woman to keep up with me. I squashed the thought about Kiara and turned my attention back to the pups. These pups would grow up without a father figure in their lives, and if they were discovered, their siblings from their father and his mate might treat them like trash. I knew some of the men who had fathered these pups were mated before they even got an omega pregnant. I usually put these pups through training as warriors, regardless of their rank as omega. With warrior men as their fathers, many were rather strong. A alpha, he wasn't sharing the ball. One of them stated. I raised an eyebrow. Don't be a wuss, if he wasn't sharing, beat the shit out of him and get the ball. I said bluntly. Mama said I shouldn't do that dash. Doesn't matter what the fuck she said. If you want something in life, fight the fucking world for it, I said, frowning at them. Trying to hold back my aura as much as possible. The other boy quickly held the ball out. We will share. Thank you, Alpha. He muttered, looking near tears. I sure scared everyone. I continued on my way, before they did break into tears like little fucking girls. It was a short while later and I had reached the training ground. Alpha, I wasn't expecting you. Carmen said with a smile, wiping away the sweat from her forehead as I walked over to her. She had just finished training a group of warriors. Most were cleared out, although a few remained. Yeah. I said, pulling my shirt off and cricking my neck. Yeah, when did you get back? I thought you were going to get back later today. I didn't miss her checking me out. I got back last night. Right about the time your match ended. I said coldly, watching the color fade from her face. I can explain. Whatever she said dash. Who Kiara? She said nothing, fucking nothing, but I'm not fucking stupid. So, since you enjoy sparring, let's fucking spar. My eyes flashed and I was in front of her in a flash, grabbing her neck. I smashed her into the ground, hearing the sickening crunch of her skull. Alpha! Someone shouted. Stay the fuck away. I growled and they all stopped. I saw a few hesitate, but my alpha command was enough to stop them. If anyone dares to contact Darien, I will have their heads ripped from their fucking shoulders. They nodded, stinking of fear and sweat as they slowly began backing away. They were unsure of what to do as they looked at Carmen, who was clutching her bloody head. Get the fuck up. I hissed, now ignoring them. She tried getting to her feet, but I didn't have the fucking patience. I grabbed her by her neck, lifting her off the ground and dropping her to her feet roughly. Come at me. I commanded. Even if she wanted, she couldn't refuse me. She raised her arms in defense before she ran at me, aiming a kick. I knocked it aside and punched her straight across the jaw. Kiara's injuries flashed through my mind, remembering how she had made her way home, the way she had said to not do anything about it. Why the fuck was she so fucking kind to shit like this? I clenched my jaw, trying not to finish her in one fucking go. If anyone tried to fucking hurt Kiara, they were not going to get away with it. Alpha, she'll die. Someone dared protest, an alpha-blooded warrior who had joined my ranks. My eyes blazed and I glanced at the man who had spoken. He was next. I didn't stop as I continued to fight Carmen. My anger was out of my control. All I could see was the claw marks on Kiara's back and the swelling bruise that had been on her ankle, one I had noticed only when I had gone to her room after talking to Indigo. My anger only grew, as I smashed Carmen into the ground once again. I grabbed her neck, ready to put an end to it. I looked into her unrecognizable face. Was this all my warriors could do? Not even able to last against me. Useless trash. I didn't care that she had been one of my first warriors or pack members. I didn't care that she had been ready to follow me when I first set up my rule. All I cared about was what she had done to Kiara. It had taken my all not to find her last night. I looked into her bloody face, her eyes barely open. Blood seeping out of her nose and mouth. I would say, next time watch who you mess with. But there won't be a next time. Don't forget to say hi to Celine for me. I mocked, ready to snap her neck when I felt a cool aura wrap around me, accompanied by the one voice that broke me out of my blinding fit of rage. Stop. 45. Suppressing me. Kiara. I had heard a few warriors panicking that the alpha had snapped in the training grounds, and I was curious what had happened. I hurried over to see what they meant. After all, Raven's description of his anger and seeing Rayhan's state worried me. As I got closer, a feeling of foreboding filled me and my wolf was screaming at me to run. Calm down, girl, I said in my head as I broke into a run, trying my best not to let the pain in my ankle get to me. I reached the training grounds. I saw the blood that covered Alejandro's hands. It wasn't his. It took me a split second to realize the situation. Alejandro was ready to kill Carmen. Because of me, don't forget to say hi to Celine for me. Alejandro's words and the darkness that loomed around him sent me into a state of panic. He couldn't do this. Stop. I shouted, rushing over towards them. I stumbled slightly before I lunged myself at the dangerous alpha, knocking him away from Carmen. I heard some gasps, but I didn't care. His back hit the ground with a thud and his hands went to my thighs as he caught me before I went tumbling to the ground. My heart skipped a beat at his move because I was about to kiss the floor if he hadn't. I looked at him, feeling his anger calming slightly. His eyes returned to their usually dark ones and I let out a soft sigh. He glared at me, but I could sense his anger dissipating. I was about to say something when his eyes darkened and I realized with a rush of heat filling me that I was straddling him, sitting right on a certain something. I quickly jumped off him, reality hitting me as I turned to Carmen's bloody body. Her life was depleting too fast. I didn't know where to start. Don't. Alejandro said coldly, breaking me out of my worry-filled mind. I'm not going to leave her like this. I whispered. Everyone leave. He hissed and the few warriors who had remained quickly left. You need to keep your ability a secret. What? And not help anyone? I asked as I closed my eyes, trying to heal her. She couldn't die, not like this. I heard a small moan and opened my eyes to see her eyes flutter. Just then, Alejandro grabbed me by the waist and pulled me up, those dreaded tingles, rushing through me once more. You've done enough. Stop. He said coldly. Don't touch me. I shouted. I'd had enough. I had told him it was between Carmen and me. I now glared at him. I hate how you think you can tell me what to do. I told you it was between us. She broke the rules of a fair match. I'm not fucking stupid. He growled. I know she did. But I can handle my own fucking battles. I don't need you to fight for me. Did I ask you for justice? No. I didn't. I shouted, my voice breaking from how loud I was screaming. Using a silver weapon. Using claws and hitting your fucking foot whilst you're on my grounds will not be tolerated. He growled. Like you care. I spat resentfully, turning away only for him to grab my arm and swing me back towards him. I gasped as I stumbled, hitting his bare chest. My lips brushed his chest, and I felt his heart race. The move made my own stomach go all crazy. I looked up at him curiously as I tried to move back. He confused me, his actions and his physical reaction towards me conflicted with one another. I frowned, pushing the thoughts away, I didn't want to hear anything from him. "Let go of me," I said dangerously. "Listen to me," he replied quietly, a frown on his face. "You need to stop using your ability so dash." I said let go. I screamed, my eyes flashing. My wolf was getting upset with this stupid argument. 1, 2, 3. I raised my free hand and slapped him across the face. Hard. His eyes widened in surprise and so did mine as I stared at him in shock. I just slapped the king. Oh, goddess. His hold had slackened and I pulled free. I turned to Carmen. She was stable, I could tell from her steady breathing. "Thank you, Celine." I didn't look back at Alejandro, turning and hurrying away. My heart was pounding but I was more shocked that he didn't snap my neck right there. I looked down at myself, everywhere he had touched me, he had covered me in blood. I sighed, well I guess I'll put on a doctor's coat once I get to the hospital. I had just about wiped myself clean, although my jeans still had a few marks, and had put on my coat when a nurse popped her head in. "Miss, Dr. Callum wants you in his office. On the ground floor, take the lift. It is at the bottom left. Ask someone if you need to." "Okay, thank you," I said, sighing as I made my way out after tucking my phone into my pocket and putting my key card around my neck. I smiled slightly as I walked down the halls. There was a sense of calmness here. I reached the office and after knocking, was told to enter. Instantly, the deep, seductive scent of Alejandro reached my nose. My heart was going crazy. I had slapped him. Oh goddess, I'm surprised he didn't kill me on the spot, but why had he followed me here? I glanced at him to see he had a shirt on again and the smell of blood was gone. From his wet hair and the scent of body wash, it was clear he had just showered. He stood there looking drop-dead gorgeous, leaning against the wall, a cigarette in his hand and his phone in his other. Now I feel annoyed. He got me all dirty and then cleaned himself up. Our eyes met and I quickly looked away. What was he doing smoking in here? It was a hospital. "You called for me," I said, turning my attention to Callum. "We did, close the door," Callum said. "It's regarding your healing." Worry filled me. Was he going to stop me from healing now? Oh no. Was this how he was going to get revenge? Alejandro didn't bother saying anything, his eyes on the doctor's face. "I understand you are really excited to help and of course I would love to have you use your abilities, but the king is right. You need to keep it hidden." "Who cares? I don't need protection but those patients need to live. And I have the means to help," I protested angrily. "How could they do this? Kiara." I froze at that voice. Alejandro turned his phone around to reveal Dad's frowning face. My stomach dropped. Fuck, he even had Dad on his side too. "Dad. Listen to me dash. No Kiara. You listen. First of all, the fact you didn't bother to tell us. Seriously, we had to hear it from Alejandro," Dad said looking dangerous. I stayed quiet, clenching my jaw. Trying to calm myself down before speaking. "Dad, you sent me here to allow me to help heal. And that needs to be taken down a few notches. Angel, you can't display your powers openly. You're the target and have been for years. You need to be careful, if not for yourself, then for me and your mother. So even here you're shackling me down?" I asked. I knew Alejandro was watching me, the burning intensity of his gaze locked on me. "I'm not. I'm just saying, don't use your abilities. But there are people dying," I snapped. "And I don't want you dead." Dad growled. "What the hell?" I gritted my teeth. I wasn't going to win. "Then at least let me heal those injured really badly, bit by bit, so everyone thinks it's the herbs that are working. You have got to let me do this. These powers aren't for me to just sit idle. Besides, someone's been after me for ages, right?" Dad frowned. couldn't you have kept your mouth shut, Alejandro? He asked Alejandro. I don't really come with a fucking filter, and I don't sugarcoat shit. He said, taking a long drag on his cigarette. I gave him a dirty look, one Dad saw. Kiara. I hope you're behaving. He growled. I am. I said icily, clenching my fist. I pray to Selena I find my mate this blood moon, so I can finally leave with him and not feel so suffocated. The chances are he would be from a neighboring pack, so you won't go that far. He would also want to keep you as safe as I do, if not more. Kiara, I love you and that's why I'm saying this. Dad said, just as I saw Mom's creamy-colored arms wrap around his neck whilst she kissed his ear. Kiara's idea sounds fair, though as long as she keeps her powers on the low, I don't see the harm in just healing them a little here and there. Mom said. See, told you Mom is the coolest, I told my wolf. So, how's your stay been so far? Mom asked. Good. I said. Have you got a hang of your abilities? Mom asked with a small smile. I think so, I mean, I healed 3 people somewhat. I said. Have you tried to heal? Dad trailed off and I felt a small ache in my chest. I knew what he meant and I knew if I was able to, he'd feel better about my ankle. Since he lived with the guilt of what happened. Yeah, I did, it doesn't work on me. I said, smiling cheerfully despite the sadness that I felt. The room fell silent and I dared not look away from the screen, not wanting to see what expression was on Alejandro's and Dr. Callum's faces. Mom smiled gently, but she wasn't able to hide the sadness in her eyes. Dad hid his emotions better, but I knew they both had their hopes up and that hurt. Really hurt. Did they really see me as something that needed fixing? Even though deep down, I knew that wasn't the case, my emotions had taken control. Well, if that's all, I'll go. I won't use my abilities openly. I said, turning and leaving the office. For the first time in my life, I felt like a huge disappointment to my parents. 46. Resisting her. Alejandro. I had messaged Elijah last night about her ability and he had replied not long ago. It seems like the fucker had a late night. The dickhead had called me demanding answers not long after I got that shocking slap. It made sense to keep it on the low, I actually agreed with him. I won't admit it, but I didn't want her hurt. At the same fucking time, I knew she was the type of person who would hate to ever be tied down. Even when she had slapped me, I had been beyond fucking shocked. If I had doubts, then they were even slimmer now. I was sure she was my mate. No one would dare to fucking slap me and walk off like that, and I didn't get as pissed off as I would have expected. The fact that she stood up to me showed me she wasn't scared of me, or not that much anyway. I wasn't sure if I should be happy about this or fucking pissed. Now, as she fucking cast that fake smile at her parents before she left, hurt. I hated how every fucking foreign feeling I was feeling right now was all thanks to her. She fucking made me feel stuff I don't fucking want to feel, but I couldn't hate her for it. In fact, the urge to go to her overcame me. I turned the phone back towards me and looked at the couple. I frowned as my gaze fell to Scarlett's hair. Fucking red hair, I was sick of seeing it. I frowned and she cocked a brow. Care to share why you're so goddess damn moody? When is he ever not? Elijah's cocky reply came. I cut the fucking call. How the fuck did they make a hot goddess like Kiara? Okay, fuck, I know how they made her, and I did not want to think of that. I frowned. Where the fuck was my mind going? I blamed Kiara. The girl was messing with my fucking head. Give all those who know about her so far a warning not to mention this to anyone. I don't want this out. Send them to my office in an hour. I'd rather tell them in person. I said coldly. Callum nodded. I have already told them, but I will warn them again. I will pass on the message as well, Alpha. He said, before I left the room. I wanted to find her, to see if she was okay. I hesitated. Actually, I had a good fucking excuse to see her. She fucking slapped me. Yeah, I'll use that shit for this, but really? The fact she slapped me was still a lot to get my head around. No one has ever slapped me. The weirdest thing was it was over Carmen, a woman who had hurt her, yet she still healed her and stood up against me for her. This fuck was fucking irritating as hell. I didn't get this shit. I let her scent lead me until I found myself on the second floor. This was where the worst of the patients were kept. I frowned as I looked through the glass at my men. They were my men, who had fought and risked their own lives for the rest. I wondered how they did it, knowing they had loved ones. Was it a strength or weakness to love at the same time their lives were constantly being put at risk? Something Darian said years ago returned to me. I live every day as if it's my damn last, love my mate and cherish my family each second of every day, and I'll continue to do so until the day I die. So, when that time comes, I have no regrets. I didn't get it at the time, but now, my eyes spotted Kiara in one of the rooms. I leaned against the wall, looking through the glass as Julio and Brian hovered over her, in case the patient got out of hand. I smirked slightly when she waved them back, giving them that glare I was so used to seeing. Before placing some herbal balm over the large gashes of my warrior, I saw the slight aura of her power and frowned. She couldn't heal herself. Imagine if she were by my side. If I ever accidentally hurt her, there wouldn't be any miraculous healing. I sighed deeply. Why was I even picturing her by my side? Jasmine was a strong woman, end of story. I didn't need a woman to come into my personal space 24/7. If say Kiara and I happened, I wouldn't want to leave her or do anything else day in and day out. I stepped back, realizing whether I liked it or not, I was falling for her deep. Or I fucking already had. I ran my fingers through my hair, trying to calm my racing heart as I watched her through the glass. I saw the glimmer of sadness in her eyes despite the smile on her lips as she subtly healed the warrior whilst she applied the bandages. She looked back at him before she disposed of the gloves she had worn and came towards the door. She stopped when she saw me, as the two men lowered their heads respectfully. "Alpha," Julio said quietly. "May I help you, Alpha?" she asked quietly. "Yeah, we need to talk," I said, frowning. "About?" she asked, walking off. I was the fucking king, not her. I narrowed my eyes and grabbed her wrist, turning and dragging her down the hall. "Let go of me. Or do you want a repeat of earlier?" she hissed, trying to keep her voice down. I opened the small storeroom door and pushed her inside, before I stepped inside myself and closed it behind me. Switching the light on, it was fucking tight in here. The room barely had space for one person, let alone two. I felt her heart race at the close proximity. She stepped back, leaving a small gap between us. Not that this tight place allowed much space. "What do you want to talk about?" she said coldly, crossing her arms, which only resulted in pushing up those lush breasts of hers. "That slap," I said. Her heart thudded and I smirked dangerously. "What did you think? That you can slap a fucking king and get away with it?" I asked, enjoying this. Yeah, maybe this was nowhere near comforting her the right way, but I didn't do shit like that, and this was actually quite fun. "You were in the wrong," she stated, now glaring up at me with those tantalizing eyes of hers. "Oh yeah? Who the fuck do you think you are to fucking tell me if I'm right or wrong?" "I wasn't wrong. She disrespected you, by cheating, and that called for a fucking punishment." I growled. "Why do you care?" she asked softly. Our eyes met and I had no fucking answer. "Like I said, I won't tolerate anything out of line from warriors," I said coldly. Her closeness was fucking with me, and that look of pure curiosity was tempting me to push her up against the wall right here. Still, it was between us. Her voice was breathless and I knew it was affecting her too. "So how will you make it up to me?" I asked huskily. I stepped closer, backing her against the shelves. I kept breaking every fucking rule or decision I was making. She fucked with my head and dick way more than I could ever put into words. Alpha dash. Alejandro. I said, now looking down at her as she placed her hands on my chest to stop me from advancing. Her eyes widened in shock and I saw with pure satisfaction the deep blush that now coated her cheeks. Fuck, she was perfect. I need to get out there, she said, tearing her gaze from me. What's wrong? Getting too much in here? I asked, now letting my hands skim over her hips before I gripped them firmly. I really wanted to tear that stupid coat off her. I pulled her against me, hearing her whimper and releasing the sweet smell of her arousal along with it. My eyes darkened and the desire to consume her grew. I leant down as her chest rose and fell heavily. Our noses brushed, our breathing mingled and I heard her breath hitch. The need and longing for her was consuming me, but before I could connect our lips she moved back slightly, staring up at me pleadingly, her eyes now holding raw hurt. Please don't. She whispered in a voice that sounded so vulnerable it fucking tore me up inside. 47. A reunion. Kiara. Please don't. I pleaded. This hurt. He didn't realize what he was doing to me. Did he just think I was okay with casual sex? Yes, I did engage with Damon like that, but that was so different from what I felt for Alejandro. The attraction towards him often felt like it would consume me completely. The way his hands gripped my hips, the way his scent made me dizzy in a pleasant way and the ache in my core, begging to be satisfied by him. He paused, to my surprise, searching my eyes. I was near tears and I hated feeling like this. Don't make me fall for you, when I am nothing to you. I whispered. I didn't know why I said it. For him to just mock me. This was what he wanted, right? I didn't really know. I wasn't blind to the fact that he was different towards me, but it wasn't enough to give in when he was engaged to Jasmine. I don't even know what I wanted from him. He let go of me and I could hear his heart racing. The fact that he listened, and didn't just force himself. Thank you. I whispered. I squeezed past him, closing my eyes when I brushed against him completely to get out. Was he really letting me go? I paused, looking back at him. His face was unreadable, and for once, he was silent. I didn't know what to make of it. My heart was pounding as I placed my hand on his cheek, the same place I had slapped him, feeling the slight prickle of his stubble and the definition of his refined jaw beneath my fingertips. Feeling him tense under my touch. I shouldn't have slapped you, I'm sorry. I said quietly. I hoped this was the last of our odd run-ins. I couldn't keep doing this. I was about to open the door when suddenly his strong arms wrapped around me from behind. My eyes widened as I gasped in surprise. My heart was thumping. Why did his hold feel so perfect? I closed my eyes, wishing I could just stay here, but I knew I couldn't. He ran his hands down my arms softly, leaving a trail of tingles in his wake, burying his nose in my neck and inhaling me deeply. I was beyond confused, unable to comprehend what this was. When had the Lycan king ever shown such gentleness? My eyes blurred with tears at the foreign pain that was building in my chest. Why did this feel like a goodbye? His lips met the corner of my neck so softly I wondered if I imagined it. Pleasure coursed through me, laced with the pain that this was not meant to be. I gasped as the first of my tears spilt down my cheeks. His arms loosened around me and he turned me in his arms. He cupped my face just how he had last night and brushed my tears away with his thumbs. I couldn't read those dark onyx eyes of his. I won't bother you again. I forget that not everyone's a fucking heartless monster like me. He said quietly, making me shake my head. He wasn't a monster, and he wasn't heartless. I wish I could say something, but I couldn't tell him when I was trying to hold my tears back. There was so much more to him, just waiting to be discovered. I won't bother you from here on out. You're reckless, beautiful and fucking strong. More than that, you're perfect the way you are. Always remember that. he whispered. My heart was pounding, and if I was scared to fall for him, then it was too late. He had already made a space in my heart for himself. I'd never forget those words, their sincerity. Saying I was perfect just the way I am. That part hit me the hardest. One thing about Alejandro was that he said it as it is. He leant down and placed a soft kiss on my forehead, wiping away a few more tears, before he let go of me and opened the door behind me. I closed my eyes. Why did this feel like the end? Something inside me was screaming at me to stop him, to tell him to give me a chance. But what would that do? He brushed past me, his dark eyes meeting mine one final time before he walked out. My eyes didn't leave his broad back, with his muscular arms and narrow waist. He walked with power, and you could see that he was the ultimate alpha, but he was more than the heartless Lycan king everyone made him out to be. I knew that much. He protected the werewolf race. If he didn't care, he could have just lived a life of luxury and chilled as the king, but he didn't. He chose to protect those weaker than him. Did everyone forget that when they called him ruthless and cold-hearted? He didn't turn back, and I remained rooted in my place. The Lycan king and I were two very different people. Somehow, we had a connection, but there was nothing more between us. There couldn't be. We were worlds apart. I turned away, brushing my tears from my cheeks. I needed to be strong. It was for the best. Deep down, I still couldn't make sense of Alejandro's actions, but I wasn't going to delve into them. I had patience to heal. The day had passed by in a blur. I went to all the injured, some whilst they slept, others were awake. Secretly healing them a little. I could feel it catching up on me, but I made sure not to overexert myself or I'd never hear the end of it. I even saw Carmen in one of the beds. The doctor said she was stable, and that was a relief to hear. I didn't like her, but that did not mean she deserved death. Valentin had also been discharged, as he was more worried about his mate. I was a little gutted as I wanted to see him, but I was just so happy he was okay and that he was with his mate. The entire pack seemed to know about what had happened with Carmen, yet no one dared talk about it. The fear they felt of their king was palpable, and his rule was absolute. Although the day had been progressive, my mind was consumed by the moment I had with Alejandro earlier. The way he had held me, spoke to me and kissed me. I had returned to the mansion and couldn't even smell him around. It looked like he hadn't come home today. I had showered and taken a nap before I had been awoken by Raven to say that we were going to go see Auntie Indy. I was excited about that and hoped it would lift my mood too. Now dressed in a pretty blue skater dress, I made my way with Raven to her apartment. "Are you sure she said to come?" I asked curiously. "Yes," she texted in the group chat. "Oops, I had it on silent," I said guiltily. We reached the block of apartments and made our way up the steps to Auntie Indy's door. The door was opened before we could even knock, by a very big man. He had a small beard, his dirty blonde hair pulled up in a high ponytail. His piercing brown eyes looked us both over before he pushed past and walked off. I felt something was off. That strange feeling that I often got overcame me. I didn't get a good feeling from him. "Girls," Auntie Indy said, bringing me out of my thoughts, as she pulled us both into a tight hug. "Ouchie!" Raven exclaimed, hugging us tightly. "Shouldn't I be the one saying ouchie?" I said. "I mean, you both are crushing me." "Well, it's not our fault that you have extra fat in those breasts of yours," Auntie Indy teased. I looked at her amused. Unlike Mom, she was leaner, with defined abs and slightly tanned skin. Her black pixie cut suited her well, and she had several piercings in her ears, as well as in her nose and eyebrow. I smiled. This was Raven's role model growing up. "So, get inside. We have a lot to catch up on," she said. "Yes, we do. When did you get back?" Raven asked, as we stepped into the apartment that was decorated in the modern interior that I was beginning to get accustomed to here. This apartment had a very homely touch, with a deep terracotta that was incorporated in ornaments, cushions and other homely touches. The delicious smell of chicken and vegetables baking in the oven from the kitchen area was ever so pleasant, and I realized I had missed lunch. Last night actually. Auntie Indy replied. I didn't say that I had heard her talking to Alejandro, but I was curious as to why he seemed to have shown a different side of himself towards her. Oh nice, so what's the latest? Raven questioned, dropping onto the black leather sofa. Well, life's an adventure, getting to see different cities and towns. Auntie Indigo said. Gosh, when is the last time we actually saw you? I asked, sitting down. I think it's been over 6 months. Auntie Indy said, giving us a small smile. I smiled back. I wish you could have visited more. Raven said. I don't think Scarlett or Angela miss me much. She laughed. They do, Mom may not say it, but you are her little sister. I said with a small smile. I saw her smile falter slightly and I wondered what that was about. So enough about me. The food will be done soon, but before that, tell me, how's the stay in the Night Walker's pack going? She asked, standing up. She went over to the fridge and took out 3 cans of Coca-Cola. She tossed one to each of us and I caught mine, tapping the top with my nails several times before opening it, a trick Dad taught me years ago. I smiled softly, feeling a twinge in my chest. I had seen Mom's missed calls and Dad's messages, but I was really bad with my phone. I promised myself I'd call them tonight. The stay is going kinda okay, Raven said, glancing at me. Really? Serena told me that Alpha Al attacked Rayhan, Auntie Indy said sharply. Yeah, I mean, apart from that stuff it's been good. Raven said smoothly, opening her can and taking a big gulp. It's been great, I mean for me, being able to help at the hospital is amazing. I said, before I went on to talk to her about my abilities, telling her I had to keep it secret once I was done. We had finished carrying the food to the coffee table and all sat down to eat. So, Auntie Indy, tell us, do you know Jasmine? The king's fiancée? Raven asked. For some reason, the smile that appeared on Auntie Indy's face made my stomach sink. I'm so glad he finally accepted her, them two go really well. She said. Honestly, he took way too long to accept her. You think so? Raven asked, glancing at me. It was clear she wasn't expecting this answer. Definitely, I don't think there's anyone else more suited for our king. 48. A king's rules. Kiara. Those words felt bitter to digest, but I didn't respond as I put some food on my plate. Jasmine and Alpha Al have had an on-off relationship, if you could call it that. Anyway, he tolerates her. She knows how to run a pack and she's smart, plus she's actually pretty strong. Alpha Al is pretty closed up and won't really let anyone close to him. Jasmine's able to tolerate him, and although he can be hateful, she's strong enough to stand by his side. Auntie Indy continued. Why not choose a she-wolf from his own pack? Raven asked curiously. Auntie Indy smirked. Although the king's got a reputation, as an uncaring, dangerous bad boy, he has rules. He doesn't sleep with any woman from his own pack. Not even Omegas. That surprised me. I looked up at her, shocked. What, why? I asked. He doesn't think it's professional, and I think it makes sense, as this way there won't be any catfights between the females. Most of the women here would love to sleep with him. Heck, even I crushed on him back in the day. Auntie Indy said, pulling a face. But he treats his pack equally and doesn't cross the line between business and pleasure. I scoffed. Yeah, right. I said, freezing when Raven raised an eyebrow at me, smirking. Auntie Indy looked confused. What does that mean? Well, I'm sure he gets around, I stated. Well, I know Scarlett said he fucked Liana back when he visited the Blood Moon pack recently. Auntie Indy chuckled. My stomach sank a little more. So, He had fucked someone after he had teased me. I don't know why that hurt, it just did. But then again, I couldn't be that much of a hypocrite. I had sex with Damon that night too. Liana? Really? Oh wow, Raven said, before trailing off. Well, she is gorgeous. Auntie Indy said. I guess it's good that Jasmine seems strong enough to deal with him. I doubt he'll correct his ways though. So, what does he do for sex if he doesn't have sex with his own pack members? He's out often enough and sometimes he'll have some women come over for a night or so. She replied with a shrug. Why are you so curious? Oh, no real reason. I mean, we live there and I wouldn't want some random woman brought into the house, you know. Raven said, smoothly. I could tell she wanted to bury the topic now. Oh, he rarely brings women to his mansion. I think the only woman who he's had in that house is probably Jasmine. He has a second place. I drank my Coke, wishing it was alcohol or something to help with the growing pain I was feeling inside. So, for all I knew, he had probably slept with several women since I've been here. Right? The thought that maybe he did feel something for me, depleted fast. I guess it was better that I didn't delve on it and he'd just stay away from me, and I him. It was much later, and we were chatting and laughing. It had been so much fun to just unwind and catch up. I even felt better. Mom video called for a bit and I was glad she was her normal self, but as the time passed I could tell Auntie Indy kept looking at the time and felt a bit uneasy. She reached over for a bottle of water from the table, her top sliding up and I saw a large bruise on her hip. What happened there? I asked in concern. Reaching over, she tensed but relaxed when I touched it slowly. Oh, on the way back, rogues. She said, pulling a face. It must have been a big hit if it is still not healed. Raven said sympathetically. I took a deep breath and focused on wanting to heal it. This time I noticed the very gentle coolness and I opened my eyes just as the bruise faded away. Auntie Indy whistled. Wow, thanks, Kia. She said impressed and gave me a tight hug with a kiss on the forehead. I smiled and wrapped my arms around her. I suddenly missed Mom a lot. When is Fred returning? Raven asked. I wouldn't mind getting to know your broody mate a little. Oh, I'm not sure. I'm a little tired. Shall we call it a night? Auntie Indy suggested, returning to looking a little uncomfortable. I could sense the unease rolling off her, underlined with maybe even a bit of fear. I frowned. You okay, Auntie? I asked concerned. Yeah, I just need to sleep, I have an early start tomorrow. I'll see you girls tomorrow. I'll come down. She said. Raven didn't say anything, but I knew she had caught on to Auntie's rush to get us out of there too. That sounds great, I said as I and Raven got up to leave. Just then, the front door opened and in walked Auntie's mate. A frown on his face, the smell of alcohol laced with his own, and I felt my stomach sink when I could smell something else off him, sex and a woman. It was faint, but I noticed his clothes were also changed. I glanced at Auntie Indy, who looked at me, a glint of sadness and embarrassment in her eyes before she looked away. You lot are still here? He said moodily. Yes. Do you want to join us? Raven asked. I knew Raven couldn't smell it because her wolf hadn't awoken, so her senses weren't so strong. Not to mention, I was of alpha blood and my sense of smell was naturally stronger. They were just leaving. Auntie Indy said, walking over to him. I watched as she wrapped her arms around him and I felt my heart break. She loved him and he was abusing that. Anger ignited within me as I clenched my jaw. Stay calm and leave, Kiara. Don't do anything reckless. It took every ounce of my self-restraint to not react. I walked past them, my fists clenched, giving it my all not to lunge at the bastard for hurting and using my auntie like this. Is this what mates were capable of? All I had seen was mates loving each other, like mom and dad, granddad and grandma. I guess I had heard of mom's biological dad abusing grandma. But it was rare, right? How could Auntie possibly deal with this shit? I stormed out the door with Raven hurrying to keep up with me. Whoa girl, chill. Let's just go home. I said coldly. Kia, what the hell happened? Forget it. I said, as she took my hand and led me down the steps. We reached the bottom but my fury was only growing. Kia, stop. Don't tell me to stop. I snapped. My entire body felt like I was on fire. The anger I felt inside was screaming to get out. Kia, breathe. Raven said tersely as she let go of May. Couldn't. All I could feel was resentment towards Frederick and how he was treating Auntie. Kia, you're on fire. I looked at her, frowning as I realized I could see her. A purple light seemed to be illuminating the entire area. It was then that I realized it was coming from none other than me. I raised my hands to see the purple flame-like aura surrounding my entire body, visible to the naked eye. 49. Staying stubborn. Alejandro. I had locked myself in my office all day, drinking bottle after bottle. I don't even know how many fucking cigarettes I have consumed. Her innocent pleas to stop hurting her fucking destroyed me. I should never have used her. I was strong enough to protect her, right? But that would only make sense if there was someone to protect her from me. I was a monster, she was someone with so much concern and love that it sure made up for my lack of it. I often snapped, and if I ever hurt her, she couldn't even heal herself. Hell, even if she could, I didn't want to hurt her. Yeah, I was already fucking doing that without trying. I stared at the ceiling, my feet crossed on my desk as I leaned back in my seat, feeling like a fucking train wreck inside. I knew what I needed to do. Keep myself so fucking busy that I didn't have time to think about her. It was now dark outside. I had just sat here in the dark, not even bothering to move, all fucking day. A knock on the door brought me out of my reverie and Darian entered. Coughing as he waved his hand, shutting the door behind him. What the hell? Are you trying to kill yourself in here? He said, going over to the windows and opening one. I raised an eyebrow. If I wanted to fucking die, there's plenty of better ways to go. I shot back, glaring at him. I had to admit it was a fucking smoke fest in here. What is it? He asked, crossing his arms as he stayed near the window. What the fuck do you mean what is it? I said, playing dumb. I didn't want to fucking talk to him. What's bothering you, Alejandro? No shit's bothering me. You're not a fucking shrink, so stop trying to fucking pry. Since you're here, get the mating ceremony ball organized and up and running. I said. Already on it. He said, with a nod. Serena's managing it. Invite all the alphas to it. 2 days after the ball will be my official engagement to Jasmine. I said. My stomach twisted at the very fucking thought, but it was for the best. You sure, Alejandro? He asked me. I hated how the fucker tried to get in my head. I mean, are you sure she's the right one? What? You want me to take Kiara? I mocked coldly. Well, I didn't mention names, but yes. She is an alpha's daughter, 2 alphas at that. She's actually the most ideal, plus the pack have nothing but praise to say about her. Well, apart from some of them crushing on her like crazy. I glared at him, my anger rising at the fucking thought, but I said nothing, not wanting him to get even more fucking reasons to do my head in. My point is, she's a far greater option than Jasmine. Yes, she's young and probably has a mate out there, but if you keep her away from all male wolves on a blood moon, it's all good. He trailed off, feeling a bit guilty about his words. I smirked coldly. Evil fucker. Well, it's an idea, he grumbled. If I tell Serena you said that, I smirked coldly and he looked a little panicked. Please don't. You know, even she really likes Kiara. She's a natural and the light that she brings, she's special. Alejandro. I hated the fact he was telling me what I already knew. She was fucking special, and I'm sure she was made for me. I could accept it. No. I couldn't. I'd only hurt her. I needed to stop thinking of shit like that. Can you imagine me asking Elijah for his fucking daughter? I remarked with a sadistic smirk. I'd do that just to piss the dickhead off. You know, you two really need to work on your egos. Darian grumbled. Well, if your mind is made up, I better get to work. Jasmine wanted a big do, but I guess with the shorter time it will be tough, if we get everyone to help. Make sure security, training and everyone's jobs are not affected. I don't want shit going down because we got relaxed over some fucking preparations. Got it, are you sure, Alejandro? I growled dangerously, my eyes flashing red. Ask me one more fucking time and I'll snap your fucking head off. I said. He sighed. Okay, but you know when you regret this decision, then I'll be the first to say I told you so. Funny, you've changed your tune so fucking quick. You were one of the ones to tell me to accept Jasmine as my mate for ages now. I said icily. Yeah, until someone who seems to have a bond with you showed up. I don't know if it's possible, but there's something different between the two of you and I wish you would just embrace it, he said. Anyway, I'll make sure the preps are done. I didn't reply as he was about to turn to leave, when he suddenly stopped at the sight of the dazzling purple glow from outside. What the, he began. I was up in a flash as I came to the window to see what it was. From between the flats, I could see it filling the fucking area. I pushed the window open, jumping out, landing on the ground 40 feet below as Darian shifted in mid-air and we both ran towards the glow, reaching it in record time. I stopped when I saw Kiara standing there, her entire body wrapped in a purple aura that was fucking powerful. For a second, I wondered if something had happened to her, but I recognized that aura. Despite it being 100 times more impressive, it was hers. Gone was the cool, faint aura she had when she healed. Standing before me was the epitome of breathtaking power and beauty in 2 fucking words, a goddess. For a moment I was distracted by her sheer aura and power, but the sudden thought that this display of power could attract enemies brought me back to the present. What fucking confused me was how the hell had she kept this much power hidden? Kiara. I called her quietly. Her and Raven both turned, the brat looked alarmed but Kiara looked pissed. It was the only way I could describe those astonishing purple orbs of hers and the gaze that was directed right at me. How could you? She said. I raised an eyebrow. What had I done? I didn't even fucking know. Alpha, that aura needs to be kept hidden or her secret won't stay secret for long. Being able to see an aura isn't normal. Darian said. Yeah, I know that you fucker. I glared at him for a second. Get the midget home, I'll deal with Kiara. I said coldly. Darian nodded. Don't you dare come near me. Kiara growled as I stepped closer. Too bad, I don't take fucking orders from no one, I said, my eyes flashing red. I let my own aura out, seeing Raven back away at the sheer force. Darian nudged her with his snout before pulling her away. Don't hurt her. She shouted to me. I didn't bother replying. The darkness of my aura seemed to press against Kiara's, but for the first time in my fucking life, I felt like someone had just been granted equal power. Not once did her power falter or fade as my aura enveloped the area. Her blazing eyes didn't leave mine. I didn't know why she was angry, but the accusatory gaze in her eyes stung a little. But when did I become a fucking wuss? Well, if that wasn't going to work, I guess we'll go with option 2. Sorry beautiful, but this is going to hurt a little. In a flash, I was in front of Kiara. Before she could even react, I hit her pressure point in her neck hard, knocking her unconscious. I caught her in my arms as her body became limp, feeling a slice of guilt at the bruise that my fingers had left on her otherwise flawless neck. The urge to kiss her there filled me, but I looked away. I was about to scoop her up bridal style when I heard the distant, unearthly growl of a Wendigo. Kiara had just sent out a fucking lighthouse signal giving away her location. 50. An attack. Alejandro. A Wendigo is nearby. I want everyone to be ready. Secure the premises. I want 3 squads of warriors around the apartment blocks. Make sure no kid or woman who can't fight is out. I commanded through the pack link. This wasn't good. I needed Kiara safe. I lifted her bridal style, breaking into a run and heading towards my mansion. Julio, Brian, get the Blood Moon Wolves to my mansion. I want all 4 of you to keep an eye on Kiara, Rihanna and Raven. I broke the link with them. Just as I got there, I jumped up onto the ledge and slid my window open. I pulled back the bed sheets and placed her on my bed quickly, pulling the blanket up to her shoulders about to turn away. I paused. She was the first woman to ever sleep on this bed. If only I could keep her. I kissed her forehead softly, brushing my fingers along her jaw before I stepped back. Going to the window, I jumped out, just as Rayhan left the house, pulling his shirt off. Stay here, I said coldly. He frowned and was about to speak when I glared at him. Kiara is the target. I need someone able to stay here just in case, I said curtly. Fuck, I hated this shit. I could see the look on the fucker's face, getting curious like a newborn pup. Just do what I fucking said, I said before walking off. Got it. I raced off, shifting as I headed towards the direction the Wendigo was spotted. Alpha. There's 3. Someone said through the link. Fuck, use the weapons. I'm heading to the closest one now, I said as I sped through the building and between the trees. There it was, sniffing the air before it jumped onto one of my warriors. I leapt in, slamming it against the closest tree. It slashed out at me but I blocked it, tearing its arm off. It swiped down at me, clawing into my left arm. The fuckers sure were fast. My warriors shot at it, only for it to lunge towards them. I jumped on its back, grabbing its fucking neck and tore its head off. The body moved for a bit, clawing out blindly, but soon it fell to the ground dead. The fucking wounds hurt like a bitch. Odd. Usually, they don't really affect me this much. Alpha, you're losing a lot of blood, one of the warriors who had been fighting in human form said. I raised my eyebrow, unbothered. It's going to take a lot more than that to take me down, I said through the link, before I decided to find the next one. Raven. I paced the living room. Rayhan, Rihanna, Greg, Harry and 2 other warriors were here in the mansion. Well, the 2 warriors were standing outside keeping guard. Rayhan was sat on the stairs whilst Greg and Harry were upstairs outside Alpha Al's bedroom. I could sense the tension from Rayhan. Rihanna was just sat there browsing social media apps on her phone. I walked out of the lounge and over to Rayhan. The wait is annoying, isn't it? I said quietly. Guess so. I'm more confused about Uncle's behavior towards Kiara, he replied, now looking up at me. I frowned. What do you mean? He does care or something. That much I was sure of when he told me to stay. I'm not stupid enough to miss it, but it's kind of fucked up that he's getting married and still stringing her along. Do you like Kiara? I asked curiously. Kiara was gorgeous and she had a figure to die for. He looked up at me surprised, and I almost burst out laughing when I saw the light blush on his cheeks. No, I don't. Why do you think that? Just 'cause I'm worried for a friend. Ugh, you and Rihanna, he grumbled. I smirked. I knew he was telling the truth, but it was still funny to watch. So, you don't think she's hot? She is really hot, but don't tell Liam I said that, or Damon for that matter. It doesn't mean I'm crushing on her, he said, giving me a pointed look. I nodded, my mind flitting to the boys back home. Damon couldn't really say anything, I mean, he had fucked her too. I don't know why, but that hurt. A lot. I didn't even understand why. Was it the fact that she kept it secret? I don't think so. I pushed the thought away, trying to ignore the sadness that settled within me. I really missed them. I just wanted to get home and hoped Kiara could just go home too without getting hurt by Alpha Butthole even more than she already has been. I think sometimes we can find people attractive but not crush on them, I said, now sitting on the step below him. Obviously, he said, tapping his foot. I swear, I want to find out what's happening. We have to stay I began. He raised his hand, motioning for me to stay quiet. His eyes glowing a dazzling emerald as he stood up. I strained my hearing but I could hear nothing. Raven, grab Rihanna and go upstairs, he said quietly, his eyes fixed on the kitchen door. I nodded, standing up. I made my way to the living room, motioning for Rihanna to follow. Just as we left the room, we heard the sound of a chilling shriek. Oh hell! Run, girl! I said to her, taking her hand. I ran up the steps, dragging her along. I glanced back, seeing Rayhan shift as the horrible thing lurched at him. A manangle based on what we'd been taught, I recognized that shit. Oh hell! This was getting bad. Rihanna paused at the top of the stairs, her eyes set on her brother who was now fighting the thing. The two guards from outside had run inside and joined the fight. The manangle was fast. Its long tongue and sharp razor teeth made me shudder. The pungent smell that accompanied it made me gag. Rayhan, Rihanna said, worry clear on her face as she watched her brother. I sighed. Look, we have to stay with Kiara in your uncle's rooms, I said, pulling her along. Ray and the big boys can take care of themselves, don't worry. We will just get in their way if we stay there. I'll go help, Harry was saying to Greg before he hurried past us. Greg and the two of us stepped into Alejandro's bedroom. It smelled just like him. I saw Kiara in the huge bed and walked over to her, sitting down on the edge. We couldn't really hear much from downstairs, despite the door being opened a bit. It was just the sound of growls, hissing and thudding, but I had no idea who was winning or who wasn't. I hate this waiting, I sighed as Greg spun the katana he held in his hand. He popped his head into the hallway, listening. Rihanna nodded, slumping onto the leather two-seater that stood in front of a huge TV. Greg motioned for us to stay quiet and shut the door. How did they get in? Rihanna asked, now tossing her phone down. Stay quiet, Greg said tersely. I watched him. Was something wrong? He walked to the window, sliding it open slightly as he looked out. I saw a dark blur flash by, but before I could even react, to my horror, I saw Greg's blood splattering across the window. Rihanna's screams filled the air as his headless body dropped to the ground, dead. 51. Raven. Raven. Stay with Kiara now, I snapped, diving for the weapon that Greg's lifeless body still held loosely in his hand, just as the disgusting beast lurched itself through the window. There may only be a year's difference between Rihanna and me, but she had definitely been raised a princess. Unlike Kiara and I, who knew how to fight even when we didn't have wolves, it was clear the same wasn't the case for her. The Menangle rushed for the bed and I sprinted over from behind, raising the weapon and stabbing it into its side. It didn't seem to do much damage to it, but it had surely caught its attention. That was the damn point. Come on, you piece of sewer crap, let's play, I said, spinning the sword. It sprang at me and I ducked, ramming the weapon through its stomach. Its blood splattered over me, letting out a painful hiss of agony and anger. It attacked me, knocking me across the room, making me let go of the weapon that was now lodged in its stomach. I rolled over, breaking my fall, before I was on my feet again. Moon Goddess, did you have to send such an ugly stinky thing my way? I pulled a face as I watched the Menangle rip the sword from its side and throw it across the room. Rihanna flinched as she sat there, next to my sleeping beauty. Honestly, that girl was going to regret being asleep through this. couldn't I kind of get a selfie of this? Rihanna, don't speak, but take a picture. I said, smirking. I kept my eyes on the Menangle, waiting for its next move and planning mine. She didn't reply, but I saw her grab her phone. Right. I bet I'll be the only one with a Menangle photo. Oh, this was going to make the boys so jelly. It lunged at me and I ducked, plunging my hand into the disgusting wound that I had made earlier. I had nothing to go on but my gut instinct. I pulled out whatever slimy insides I could grab onto. I felt its claws dig into me painfully and I yelped at the pain that jarred through my body. I'm getting Rayhan. Rihanna said, now realizing I might not make this. She may be right, but I don't think she'll make it to the door. She ran to the door, but it was a bad mistake. The Menangle turned sharply, swinging towards her with an unearthly shriek. Oh no, you don't. I jumped onto its back, digging my bloody hands into its eye sockets. I was internally cringing at how disgusting this was. For a few seconds, we remained like that, me hanging on for dear life as it tried to rip me off its back. It finally managed to grab me, ripping me off itself as it hissed, flailing its arms. Now blinded, it was angrier than ever as it shook me violently. My vision darkened. Damn, Kia, wake up, babe. It threw me across the room and I hit the wall with a painful thud before I fell to the floor. I couldn't move, the pain from the wounds was already taking over. Rihanna stood near the door, too horrified to even move, a hand over her mouth. I struggled to push myself up but I couldn't, my energy was draining fast. Kia, come on, but heck, it seemed like this girl needed her Prince Charming's wake-up kiss. Just when I thought that this was it, the Menangle calmed down and began to sniff us out. Cocking its leering head towards Kiara, its tongue darting out licking its lips before it hissed in satisfaction. I tried to move, my body screaming at me to stop but I couldn't let it get Kia. It leapt towards Kiara, mouth open wide, when I saw a black blur enter through the window. My heart skipped a beat as the dark, dangerous aura that sent chills down my spine filled the room. The blur lunged at the monster, I could feel his intense wrath as it tore the Menangle to pieces, a scene I wished I didn't have to see and one that I knew I would remember for the rest of my life. The work of the Lichen King himself. But, at least we were safe. With that thought in mind, I let myself go. Alejandro. The moment I tore that fucker to pieces, I turned to the bed. My heart had been going crazy since I heard that there had been 3 Menangles too. I let out a sigh of relief when I saw my sexy little nympho was still asleep. This was no fucking coincidence, it was as if they had been waiting. Seeing Kiara's ability had made them attack blindly, but before that, where had they been? How had they stayed off our radar and managed to get so close? That fucking worried me. There was something different about them this time. They had attacked angrily and the wounds they had inflicted were worse. My back and arm were still not healed, and that wasn't normal. I glanced at Rihanna, who was just standing there clutching her fucking phone like it would protect her. I grabbed a pair of shorts, turning and shifting as I swiftly pulled them on. Turn on the fucking light and go get someone up here, I said to Rihanna. She nodded, rushing from the room after switching the light on. I then looked at the bloody body of the brat. I wasn't sure if the name was fitting anymore. I had seen the damage she had done to the Menangle. She didn't even have her wolf yet and had fought one. I had to give it to the dickhead, he sure knew how to raise strong women in that pack of his. I mind-linked Darian to get to my bedroom. We needed to get Raven to the hospital, she was losing too much blood. It didn't help that she was so slim, the fucking beast's claws had gone right through her. I lifted her carefully, fuck, she looked like she was dead but her heart was beating strong still. Or Kiara could heal her. I knew as much as I didn't want her waking up to this, she would want to know if her friend needed her. I walked over to the bed and sat down with the brat in my lap as I leaned over, caressing Kiara's face. Kiara. Nothing. The fuck? I tapped her face lightly and saw her eyebrows furrow. Kiara. Nothing. I tapped her face harder. Okay, that one was a slap. Her eyes flew open and she growled at me, bolting upright. She was about to snap until she instantly took in the scene around her, her eyes then settled on the girl in my lap. Raven! She exclaimed, pushing off the blanket and rushing to my side. I frowned. Her aura. It was stronger and more present around her. It had changed. Not like before. Her tempting scent of chocolate filled my nose and I resisted pulling her close and burying my nose into her neck. I needed some calmness after all this shit. She closed her eyes, placing her hands on Raven's stomach and chest. I saw the faint aura around her hands, but this time it felt deeper and even looked brighter. Her eyes were also a dazzling purple as she healed her. What happened? She asked, as I watched the wounds heal beneath her touch. You fucking went alpha mode, or some shit, and those fuckers caught on. I said bluntly. Seconds later, I wished I hadn't. Guilt flashed through her eyes as she tugged her friend's body from my arms and held her close. She kissed her forehead tenderly, holding her in her lap as she healed her fully. There's poison in those, she said, looking at my bloody arm. I figured as much. I'm healing but there are plenty injured. I said, checking my arm. I can help. This is my fault. She put Raven down and was about to stand up when I grabbed hold of her upper arm. Not until you tell me what pissed you off so much earlier. I asked quietly. She looked into my eyes and I saw the anger returning. She roughly pulled free. We'll talk later. I have things to do. She said icily. She walked to the door, just as a blood-covered Rayhan entered. Swiftly telling me they had ended up having to deal with 2 manangles and it had been the reason they hadn't been able to come upstairs. Harry and Julio were badly injured, and Brian, like Rayhan, had suffered minor injuries. I'm heading to the hospital and I swear if anyone tries to stop me from healing, I'm going to castrate them. Kiara growled. I raised my eyebrow as she cast me one deathly glare before she left. Was it just me, or did she fucking sound like her mother? The image of her parents came to me and I had to admit that the man was totally whipped, completely under his mate's damn thumb. Well fuck, that was something I would never become. 3 hours later, things were in order for the main part. The mansion and packed grounds were cleaned of any blood. My mansion needed a lot of damn work doing to it and my room was fucking messed. UPI had heard Jasmine commenting on how we needed to redecorate anyway. That shit really pissed me off. I had ignored it at the time as I was busy, but if she thought she was entering my bedroom then she was in for a fucking surprise. She could have her own fucking room but she was not coming to mine. She'd been assisting Serena in directing the Omegas on what to do, which I suppose demonstrates her fucking abilities. Then there was Kiara, rushing around from one patient to the next, healing them a little. I knew it wasn't to keep her abilities hidden, but so she could help everyone a little. Not once did she take a break. I noticed how she was leaning her weight on her good ankle as the hours dragged by. I had pulled on a t-shirt but under this shit I wasn't fucking healing either. I could feel the piercing poison that had been laced into their fucking claws. Yeah, manangles were infectious and dangerous, but I had only been hurt by a Wendigo, so this shouldn't have lasted. Magic was at work here, I knew it when I saw it. I needed to find a witch of my own, someone who could help search for the one behind this shit, but they were scarce. I had finished checking the damage that had taken place. Commanding new patrols whilst getting everything assessed and sorted out. I had fucking lost 5 warriors and 7 were still pretty critical. I knew Kiara was doing her best to heal so many of my men. I hated how some of them seemed to chat with her. How she smiled at them with that gorgeous face of hers, making them all fucking happy. Bastards. I was remembering their faces. I'll fix them up during training. What intrigued me was the fact she wasn't tired right now. She had healed so many, but she was still on the go. I was outside the hospital now. I won't deny the fact that I was lingering here because of Kiara. Lighting a cigarette for myself, I leant against the wall. This day had been so fucking unexpected. Just then, Darien hurried over, bringing me out of my thoughts. "Alpha Elijah," he said, holding out his phone. I could tell from his pale face it wasn't good news. He's been trying to get in contact for hours. Fuck, he must have felt the bond snap when his warrior Greg was killed. I took the phone. I really didn't need this shit right now. To what do I owe the fucking pleasure? I asked mockingly. Don't give me that fucking shit, Alejandro. I'm on my way. 52. Flirting with a patient. Kiara. It was madness in here. I didn't have time to stop and talk to anyone, healing everyone little by little. These wounds were laced with magic, but somehow I seemed to be able to heal them a lot faster and without fainting. I felt different ever since I had awoken. There was this energy rippling through me, I could feel it coursing through my veins. It wasn't just me trying to focus on using my ability, I could actually feel it coming forth, sensing my limits and knowing exactly how much I was using it didn't even feel strange and new. Using my ability felt so natural as if I had carried the knowledge to my powers since the day I was born. Waking up and seeing Raven like that terrified me. Knowing she had put herself in harm's way to protect me rather than running made me so emotional. I wanted to squeeze the lights out of her and tell her I was proud of her whilst at the same time scold her for doing so. She didn't even have her wolf with her. No matter how strong she was still not of age nor at the level I was. But I knew once she turned 18, she was going to be one badass queen. I mean, she already was. The hospital and the pack were abuzz and unsettled. Yes, the Night Walker pack was one that was used to many brutal battles, but what concerned everyone was the fact that they got past security so easily. Alejandro's pack had the strongest security in the kingdom. The entire pack grounds had sensors around the borders as well as cameras. Although there was a patrol, there was also additional security. Security and patrol had both not sensed anything on the outer sides. I saw Auntie Indy and her mate at one point helping some injured men in, appearing like any mated couple. He even kissed her once and she seemed content. I'm sorry, but I don't forgive cheating pieces of shit. Sure, we could try to give excuses and I could pretend I had misunderstood, but the smell of sex, the change of clothes and Auntie's expression to top it off, I wasn't stupid. The aura that had surrounded me when I had gotten angry, I wondered what that was. Was I an alpha female? Like Mom? Just the thought made me feel a teeny bit excited. I remembered how Alejandro had knocked me unconscious too. I sighed deeply. He confused me. I didn't miss how he kept checking in. I knew it was because of me, but he didn't even say a word to me. That's what we promised each other, right? However, I wasn't going to just let him off about Auntie's mate. How could he let such crap take place here? I felt disgusted at that. Kiara, take a break. Auntie Indy said, quietly walking over with a bottle of Lucozade sports drink. I'm actually fine, I said, taking it gratefully, seeing the concern on her face. She now turned to Brian, who had been trailing me since I got here, and I knew who had sent him to do so, something I still find really ridiculous. Alpha Bill now huffed as he walked out of the toilet. Goddess, he just stank the entire place up. I resisted wrinkling my nose in disgust, seeing a nurse go and open a few windows. I'm leaving. I won't risk staying here. I thought it was safe. He grumbled. He had actually got hurt when he tried to act brave. The Wendigo had scratched his leg. Hats off to him for not just running though. I didn't heal him as he wasn't really that hurt, but since being here all he had done was complain and take up an entire bed. Even Jasmine had to come and tell him to calm down at one point. We had exchanged looks, but I wasn't going to show how I felt, or how it hurt knowing she was the one who would be by Alejandro's side. I was truly angry at him for ignoring his pack members' behavior. Don't get me wrong, I still did feel something for him. But regardless of it, I had to keep my emotions in check. Kia, are you listening? Auntie Indy said as I passed a bandage to one of the nurses. I hadn't been here long, and I wasn't that old, but the staff already respected me. I felt the nurses looking at me and I knew why. My aura was completely different now. I guess like me, they wondered what had happened. The rumor that the attack was linked to me was also making its rounds, but those were shut down instantly when one of Alejandro's top-ranked men came around. I'd learned he had squads that were led by captains who were high-ranked warriors, most of whom were beta-ranked wolves or from alpha families. I walked to the next young man and gave him a small smile. He flashed me a sexy smirk and I instantly knew he was one of those players. Another one of Alejandro's annoying men it seems. Hey beautiful, I'm actually glad I ended up here. I mean, I heard a lot from Luca about you. The name's Matthew. He said. Really? I said, arms up. Anywhere you want them, Doc. I rolled my eyes. Behave. I said as one of the nurses passed me some of the bandages with the herbs on them. She had asked me earlier why I was visiting all the patients when they had been tended to, and I had told her I just wanted to. I really didn't see why I needed to keep my ability hidden, but I knew if I stepped out of line, I'll be stopped from being allowed to come here. If I behave, do I get a reward? He asked with a wink, putting his arms behind his head. I smirked. I had to admit the guy was charming before I could even reply. I heard a low growl. My heart thudded as I sensed the dangerous aura. Kiara. My stomach did a flip as my name rolled off his tongue in a sensual manner. Goddess, help me. I took a deep breath and turned to face the Alpha King himself. Why did he just look even sexier now? A few strands of his hair, which was usually always slicked back, fell in front of his forehead. I tried not to check him out as I raised an eyebrow questioningly. I am not forgiving him. Matthew remained silent, his smirk gone as he lowered his head in respect to his alpha. What? I asked icily. He narrowed his eyes. We need to talk. I don't want to talk to you. I said quietly. Your dad is on his way. Alejandro said, now crossing his arms as I found my gaze falling to his bulging muscles. Remembering how he had hooked my legs over them as he fucked me, I blushed lightly, looking back at his face as he raised an eyebrow. Wait. Did he just say dad? Oh no, why? I asked alarmed. Let's talk. He said. I sighed and finished off with Matthew as Alejandro stood there, his eyes boring into my back. See you soon, doctor. Matthew said with a small smirk. Sure, I'll look forward to it. I said, smiling back at him. I could sense Alejandro's anger. Well, too bad. He did kiss Jasmine in front of me. We are nothing, so why should I care? I took off my doctor's coat. Underneath, I was still dressed in the same blue dress. I felt his eyes on me and I knew it was a really bad move considering I promised myself I was going to stay away from him, but I couldn't resist. I pulled my hair out of the scrunchie and ruffled my long locks. I didn't look at him as I ran my fingers through my hair and stretched, arching my back as I did so before I spinning around on my heel. I waved at Matthew, whose eyes had darkened at my subtle move. Stay the fuck away from her. Alejandro growled murderously at him. The young man looked a bit taken aback but said nothing, simply nodding to his alpha. Ignore him. I added. Yes, I was making matters worse, but I didn't care. Also, I didn't want to be responsible for Matthew getting hurt, so I turned to Alejandro. Well, where to? I hid a smirk at the fact I knew his eyes had definitely been on my ass and that I had gotten him so worked up. Don't do this, Kiara. Remember? Respecting Jasmine. I had to keep that in mind. I became serious again, sighing as he turned and led the way out. I frowned seeing the damp stains on his back, now realizing I could smell blood mixed into his usual intoxicating scent. He was injured. He opened the door to Callum's office and I stepped inside. I won't lie, I was feeling a bit tired by now. I guess I made up for sleeping through the actual fight. He closed the door behind us and I suddenly realized it was just the two of us, alone. Damn. 53. Blaming him. Kiara. Remembering the last time we were alone in a room, it suddenly became more uncomfortable. Dad's coming? Why? I asked, trying to ignore the tension that hung between us, daring not to look at him. That's one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you. You saw that Harry was in the hospital, but it's about Greg. He crossed his arms. The serious look on his face was a stark reminder that he was an adult with responsibilities. I don't think I had seen him this serious. What about Greg? I said, my heart hammering. I hadn't seen him anywhere. My heart sank before he even spoke. He was killed. I guess your dad felt the pack link break. He said, sending a stab of pain through my chest. It was my fault. Those things came for me. I clutched my neck, feeling sick. It was my fault. Greg. It's not. What? I asked sharply, looking up at him. His dark eyes glittered with emotions I couldn't make out. It's not your fucking fault. He repeated, making my heart skip a beat. My security was breached. That's on me. This is not your fault. If I wasn't here, no one would have had to get hurt or die. I cried, placing my hand on my head. I wasn't a help, I was a magnet for trouble. I was a fake. Trying to heal. Heal what? Injuries that I was the reason for. Hey, that is not your fucking fault, so stop fucking around with that. These fuckers have been around for years. He said. My heart skipped a beat when he grabbed my elbow and spun me around to look him in the eye. I tried to ignore the illicit desire that now rushed through me. Avoiding his gaze, I took a deep breath through my mouth. His scent was making my head all fuzzy. You're hurt. Let me heal you. I muttered. Look at me. He growled commandingly. I knew I was irritating him, but I couldn't do this. I lost my senses when it came to him. Don't, Kiara. Kiara, something happened earlier. Something that triggered you off. What was it? I still avoided his gaze, but his next move took me by surprise. His fingers firmly gripped my chin as he tilted my face up, forcing me to meet his gaze. Goddess, my blue-green met his dark ones. Our hearts were racing. What were we? I saw his gaze flicker to my lips, and it took all my willpower to tug away from him. I'll tell you, if you let me heal you. I wagered. I wanted answers, but the fact he was injured was irking me. You are fucking stubborn. He said, reaching for the hem of his top and pulling it over his head. My eyes trailed over his refined, chiseled abs. Every muscle and ridge of his body was divine perfection. How long did it take Celine to create him? I pressed my thighs together, trying not to look at his defined V or the way his muscles flexed. His pierced nipples made my pussy ache. Goddess. He tossed his shirt onto the desk and looked at me, coming over. Now where do you want me? He asked huskily, his gaze running over me, making my heart pound at his words. Turn around. I said, trying not to look at that slight smirk that was playing on his lips. He turned and I let out a silent breath of relief. I didn't know how long I'd be able to keep up my front with that intense gaze. The cuts were awful, deep, and I could see his impressive regeneration was working at its best, but the wounds were mixed with magic. Paying close attention, I could see the faint red glow. It was very slight, but it was there. It's dark, the magic I mean. I said, placing my hand on his wounds tenderly. I didn't like the fact he didn't even mention he was in pain. I felt him tense. I told myself it was because of the pain and not my touch. Don't fucking overdo it. He said coldly. You should take care of yourself, you're not invincible. I said. More fucking invincible than anyone else around. He said as I ran my fingers down his back, paying attention to his tattoo. Would this be the last time I saw it? Doesn't mean you should risk yourself like this. I said softly. I felt him lean into my touch and I instantly moved my hand away. I was still angry at him. Why did I forget everything when it came to him? So why were you pissed off? He asked, now turning back to me. Auntie's mate. Do you know he's a fucking cheat? I said, my eyes flashing. Since he wanted to know, I was going to give it to him. Deep down I prayed he didn't know. But the way he clenched his jaw and looked away gave me the answer I didn't want. He knew and he did nothing. That's not my fucking business. He said. I looked at him angrily. It's not. So, Auntie having to stay in that toxic relationship is okay? You encourage this type of shit? They're adults, she can take care of herself. He said coldly. And I had thought he cared a little for her. He was just a jerk. So you're just going to stand there and not give a crap? I exclaimed, wanting to hit him. He looked at me calculatingly. I've never given a shit for what people think about me. So why should I care now? He said quietly. His words made my chest ache. Why did I feel he was hiding something? I grabbed his arm. Tell me, Alejandro, did you really not care? I asked. Please don't break my heart. Please don't let me lose faith. His eyes flashed red as he glared down at me. Don't pin that shit on me. I'm not a fucking matchmaker or a therapist. He growled dangerously. I scoffed. What more could I have expected from you anyway? You can't even be loyal to your own fiancé. I guess if the alpha's a bad example for his men, then what more can I expect from them? I snapped resentfully. Yes, I know it wasn't fully his fault, but I needed an outlet, and who better to direct it at than the Alpha King himself. My eyes flashed dangerously, meeting his red ones. Before I could even comprehend what was happening, he pushed me up against the wall. His large hand wrapped around my throat. Despite the fact that I was glaring at him, his closeness was making me giddy. Remember who the fuck you're talking to? He growled. Or what? I said, my voice coming out breathless, or I'm going to have to fucking punish you. He said, his eyes darkening dangerously. Pleasure rushed south and I closed my eyes, knowing he would smell my arousal. He took a step closer, his body brushing up against mine slightly. Seems like you like the idea of that. He whispered seductively into my ear. 54. His dirty trick. Kiara. I looked into his eyes, my entire body was reacting to him. I was losing my grasp on my self-control and I realized quickly so was he. His eyes flickered from black to red and I knew he was losing this battle. If he did, I wouldn't be able to resist. This wasn't good. I told you to stay away, I said in a whisper, despite the fact my core was throbbing for him. I didn't say anything about not punishing you though, he said, his deep voice and blazing red eyes making me shiver in pleasure. His free hand now running up my thigh. Alejandro, stop, I moaned. Do you fucking want me to? He asked, his eyes blazing red. He gasped as he squeezed my ass, making my pussy clench. I didn't know what to do. My body wanted him so badly, but my mind was telling me to stop this. I couldn't do this to Jasmine. I gasped when his fingers now cupped my pussy, making me moan. Oh fuck, stop, I moaned breathlessly, as his fingers rubbed against my aching core. My eyes fluttered shut. This was messed up but he pressed his body against mine, letting go of my neck and rested his arm against the wall above my head. One taste, let me have one taste, he murmured, his lips meeting my neck. My breath caught in my throat and the temptation to give in grew. He wanted me, but his fingers brushed the thin fabric of my panties and I parted my legs ever so slightly. This was fucked up, but I wanted it, just sex. It's just. His lips met mine in a deeply passionate kiss and I couldn't stop myself from locking my arms around his neck, kissing him back with equal passion. We fought for dominance, anger, frustration, desire, lust and so much more fueled that kiss. I tasted blood as he kissed me hard but I wanted it. Everything he had to offer. I twisted my hand into his hair, sighing against his lips as his fingers were now rubbing my clit. I moaned against him, feeling him throb. Fuck. He groaned, breaking away from my lips and pussy. Before I could even feel the loss of his touch, he had torn my underwear off, and the next thing I knew he was lifting me up by the waist. I gasped as I found myself being lifted up onto his broad shoulders. My cheeks burned as he now pushed my dress completely up, cupping my ass, my back up against the wall. His eyes were level with my pussy, before he dived in, his tongue running along my entire entrance. I gasped, my head pressed against the wall behind me, one hand over my mouth to stop me from crying out, the other gripping his hair, my legs locked behind his head. "Oh fuck," I mumbled, trying my best not to scream as he twirled his tongue around my clit. Dear goddess, he was so good at this, he was eating me out as if I was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. The pleasure that he was giving me, I cried out when he suddenly reached up and placed one hand over my mouth. I was in heaven. My core throbbed with every stroke or flick of his tongue. He suddenly plunged his tongue into my core and I gasped, feeling it grow and reaching deep within me. My cheeks burned, this dirty trick of his just made me 10 times hornier. I moaned against his hand. He had part shifted, just the thought made me wetter. Oh fuck, he was perfect. I wouldn't mind being locked up and fucked day in and day out by him. I cried out in pleasure, grinding myself against his face. His tongue fucked me faster, his nose brushing against my clit at times. That's it, fuck baby. I could feel my orgasm growing, pleasure overriding everything else. I moaned against his hand, kissing it. He growled before shoving 2 fingers into my mouth, only making me groan in pleasure as I sucked on them sensually. Gasping, I felt myself on the brink of release. Oh, I moaned against his fingers, feeling myself tighten around his tongue. As if he knew I was about to cry out, his hand covered my mouth once again, just as my orgasm rushed through me, throwing me off into pure blinding bliss. I couldn't breathe. The pleasure that consumed me was mind-blowing. All I could see were stars, my eyes stinging from the tears brought on by my release. I couldn't even focus on anything but my high, feeling his tongue return to normal. Biting my lip as he lapped up my juices. "Fuck, you're fucking delicious," he said, releasing my mouth now that I had stopped crying out in ecstasy. He gripped me by the waist and I unhooked my legs, my heart thundering as I felt weaker than I had before. I locked my arms feebly around his neck, I could barely hold my own weight. My pussy was still throbbing from the pleasure that it had been given. Along with it, the sheer weight of what had just happened rushed through me. I closed my eyes. I fucked up. Once again, did he really not care? Or, could this mean that maybe he'd accept me? I slowly looked up at him, only to find him frowning deeply. I could feel his hardened shaft in his trousers, and as much as I wanted to lean into him, I didn't. "Alejandro, what are we?" I asked quietly as he supported my body with one large hand wrapped around my narrow waist. He looked away. Noth dash. A knock on the door made me tense, he let go of me and turned away. "Alpha, your guest has arrived," someone said. "Your father's here, clean up and I'll meet you outside," he said, emotionlessly. My heart thumped at his words. What had he been about to say? I gave him a few moments, closing my eyes as I leant against the wall, remembering the feel of his lips on mine. Well, I guess I better go wash the smell of him off of me before I face Dad. 55. Snitching. Alejandro. I fucked up, once again. This shit was messing with me and her. But fuck. I mind-linked someone to tell Elijah I was on the way, before I made my way to the restrooms. I slammed the bathroom door after me. Yeah, I was about to fucking wank off to the thought of her. I've not done this shit in years, but right now, the only woman I wanted to fuck was her and I wasn't going to do that. I unzipped my pants, taking out my cock. The way she tasted was so fucking good. I would give up even chocolate if it meant I could have her to taste every night, but yeah, I couldn't. I'd hurt her sooner or later. I needed to put some rules into place. No being alone with her. At any time. I made quick work of getting off. It wasn't hard picturing her above me, her legs pressing against my back, her smooth pussy, her scent, the way she fucking moaned and grinded against me throbbed hard, nearing my release, picturing myself fucking her all over again. I had fallen for a fucking feisty, hot-tempered nympho and fallen hard. I groaned quietly as I shot my load into the toilet. Another clear sign screaming at me that I had never pleasured a woman like that before. Not only that, but I had enjoyed it way too fucking much. I walked over to the sink and washed my hands and face. I didn't want Elijah smelling his daughter all over me. I smirked, not that I didn't want to see his face if he knew I've had my dick and face between her legs already. Smirking cockily, I left the bathroom and went out of the hospital. There he stood, looking pretty pissed off, talking to Darian. I knew he had run here from his tousled hair. He seemed to have bought some clothes with him though. Hell is she? He growled. He turned sharply, his alpha aura surrounding the fucking area. If I hadn't just eaten some pussy I would have been a bit pissed at his attitude, but after that moment with Kiara, well, I felt fucking good. Don't you know how to calm the fuck down? Oh, my fucking bad, seems like that's what happens when Scarlett lets you off the leash for a few hours. I mocked. We all knew he was under her fucking thumb. Pussy. He growled, walking over to me. One of my men died and you didn't think you needed to tell me? He growled. My bad, I was wasting time, trying to secure the fucking area. I said coldly, letting my aura dominate the air. It was high fucking time he remembered I was the ultimate alpha. He sure was Kiara's fucking father. Not backing down despite the fact I was having an effect on him. Did being stubborn run in their fucking genes? Probably. Dad. Kiara's sexy voice came. Before she ran over, wrapping her arms around his neck. He hugged her tightly and my gaze flitted to her ass. Knowing she wasn't wearing any underwear underneath was a fucking turn on all over again. Angel. Elijah said. Angel, ha. She was anything but an angel. The guy was fucking delusional. Moving back, he placed his hands on her shoulders, looking her over. A frown on his face, he turned to me sharply, his eyes turning a darker blue. Why does she? I wasn't sure if he meant her aura or if she had my scent. Let's go somewhere else. I said. I didn't look at Kiara and knew she was avoiding me too. I turned and led the way to my office. That building was the closest to the hospital and I don't think taking him to the mansion right now was ideal as they were still finishing off. How's Mom? Worried about you, but she'll come for the engagement. She's going to watch the pack. With Liam coming here for the mating ceremony we need at least one of us at home, especially with the ongoing attacks lately. Still ongoing? She asked, concern clear in her voice. Rogues. Elijah said coldly. We entered the building. Oh, she sighed and I glanced back to see her father had been guiding her, her arm wrapped around his. I switched the lights on and walked ahead to my office, turning the lights on in here too. Something I rarely did. Why the fuck was I bothering now? I wasn't her fucking slave. Once the door was shut, I dropped onto my chair, placing my feet on my desk after pulling out a cigarette and lighter. Elijah sat opposite whilst Kiara perched on the arm of his seat. Was I messed up to be jealous of him right now? So, anyone want to share why you have the aura of an alpha? Elijah asked, looking up at Kiara. Her eyes lit up. Really I do. Is it like Mom's? She asked. Not really, Elijah frowned. It's stronger than Scarlett's was before she took the position of an alpha. I said, smirking humorlessly. What do you mean? She asked, her gaze flickering to mine. For a moment, our eyes met before I looked away. It means you're one of the strongest wolves around. Elijah said, Sounding worried, the shock and concern in his voice were clear. And you're not happy? Kiara asked, now looking at her dad. I'm proud of you, Angel. Heck, I knew you were strong, but you're still my little angel. This also means you're in a lot more danger. She already was. That display of power is what drew those things to her. I said coldly. Display of power? What the fuck happened? He asked sharply. She looked at me, her eyes turning accusatory, and I knew she was about to tell him about Indigo. As much as I disliked the fucker, Fred, I had promised Indigo not to tell anyone. I remembered the day I had found out myself, the day I had summoned her to this very office. Flashback, 4 years ago. I was sat at my desk smoking as Indigo stood opposite me. So let me get this shit straight. He's cheating on you and you're okay with it? I asked. Yeah, I didn't get mates in love, but that was fucked up, right? That's between him and me. He isn't exactly cheating, it's just sex, she whispered, her lips trembling as she clutched her belly. It's because I'm pregnant, he's scared to hurt it. Bullshit. Her 4th pregnancy, and another one I knew wouldn't go much further ahead. I didn't get it, the pup had a strong heartbeat too. Her words were fucked up. How the fuck could she be justifying this shit? This was not the strong Indigo I knew. That's abuse. I said, cocking a brow. You need to get the fuck out. I promised your fucking brother I'd take care of you. I don't know why I did, but in a way, I felt responsible for my men's actions. When I had caught him with that Omega, it had ended with me beating him up, breaking many of his bones. Yeah, maybe I would have done a lot worse if Indigo hadn't come running to protect him. Indigo was nothing more than a pack member to me, but she was also being mentally abused under my watch, something I couldn't allow, but for me to do some shit, I needed her to be okay with it. Why would killing him or fucking punishing him hurt her? Wasn't that the best thing to do? She had begged me to let him go and now here we were. It's up to me to live my life how I want. I love him and he loves me. You wouldn't get it because you've never loved anyone, Alpha. Don't come between us. She sobbed. I frowned, I hated fucking disrespect. Maybe I didn't know about love, but I had seen enough to know you became a fucking whipped-ass pup to your woman. That shit was fucked up in itself. I might not know about all that shit, but I know a fucking toxic relationship when I see it. I said coldly. She looked at me, her eyes flashing. Then you should have accepted me when I wanted to give up finding my mate for you. She glared at me. You're not my type. I shrugged. She never was. She sighed. She was trying to prove a point that had no strength behind it. She loved Fred, way too much, and he was abusing that. You won't get it. What I felt for you was just a crush, and remember how crazy I went. But Fred, he's my world. Until he becomes your hell. I remarked, puffing on my cigarette. Then I'm willing to burn in that hell. She said stubbornly. Each to their own. Do whatever the fuck you want. If you do need me to step in, I'm here, and we both know I wouldn't mind breaking his bones all over again. I gave her a sadistic smirk, seeing her gulp as I cracked my knuckles. End of flashback. I gave Kiara the slightest shake of my head, warning her. This was not our shit to tell. She gave me a dirty look and I sighed. Well, if she wants to play a fucking snitch, then I'll show her how it's done. Kiara. What is it? Elijah said, seeing the exchange between us. I'll tell you. I said, smirking dangerously. I mean, I don't think Kiara wants to tell Daddy Dearest that she's become a big girl, that she has been getting down and dirty with someone, right? Kiara gasped. All color faded from her face as she gave me a, how could you, look. I simply raised my eyebrows at her before taking a long drag of my cigarette, relaxing back as Elijah let out the most pissed-off growl I had heard from him in a while. Now, this shit was going to be fun. 56. Wishful. Kiara. Oh, he is such a dick. How could he do that to me? Dad was glaring at me so scarily that I wish Mom were here to calm him down. Dad, do you believe him? I exclaimed, hoping my innocent doe eyes worked. I'm not fucking stupid, Kiara. Dad growled. I could smell sex on you from the fucking second I got here. I blushed, jumping up from the seat and moving as far away from my dad as I could. Alejandro just sat there, smirking so irritatingly. Dad. I'm not a child and I can fuck who I want. I snapped back. Alejandro cocked his brow. Did the a-hole alpha love drama? Ugh, I hate him. Dad's eyes simply darkened dangerously. I'm disappointed in you, Kiara. Alejandro's eyes flashed and I felt the room suddenly become heavy with his aura. Don't you think that's a bit of a fucking hypocritical move considering you were a fucking man-whore back in your day who fucked almost every she-wolf if your pack, right? On top of that, you were fucking your own stepsister before you knew she was your mate. He said coldly. This time my eyes flew open in surprise. I knew Dad had been a player. But wow, and on top of that, was he defending me? You have no proof of that. Dad growled. Really? Remember that stop at Raf's pack? I'm sure you two were fucking in the shower. If my memory serves, my hearing is pretty damn good. Alejandro smirked. I knew he had one when Dad gave him a murderous glare. Damn leakin' hearing. All I'm saying is, she's your daughter. He taunted Dad. I couldn't resist the smile that crossed my face. If you ever want to win, make sure you have Alejandro on your side. Our eyes met and the corner of his lips twitched. My heart skipped a beat, but Dad's growl brought me back to the present. I saw him look between us sharply and for a moment I wondered if he was suspicious of us. After what happened in Callum's office, where do we go from here? Well, I'm here until the mating ball. Dad said icily. I'll take over watching my daughter from this day on. Sure, just how you were back at home. Alejandro mocked. I glared at him. I did not need him telling Dad about Damon. Dad didn't say anything. Instead, he got up and stormed out of the office. I followed him, giving Alejandro one last glance before I left. I wanted to ask him, what were we? The following day I woke up late. I was shocked to see the sun was high in the sky. Why hadn't anyone woken me up? I needed to go to the hospital. I got ready quickly before I walked back into the bedroom. Dad was also staying here at the mansion. Well, I didn't really expect anything else considering. I ran down the stairs, pinning my hair up as I did, stumbling slightly as pain shot up my ankle. I had been so busy yesterday I hadn't even noticed it. I froze in my tracks when I saw Jasmine coming out of the lounge in an oversized cotton shirt. Clearly, looking like she had just fallen out of bed. Our eyes met and I wondered why she was here. Did she move to the mansion due to shortage of space? But none of the apartment blocks were destroyed. Something on my face, pup. She said, giving me a horribly hidden look of disdain. Didn't I make amends? What was her issue now? Just that look of scorn that makes you seriously ugly. I snapped back. She looked surprised for a second. Oh. She didn't say more, and I saw her sizing me up. Something's changed. I didn't bother replying, stepping out into the fresh air. I had no idea where Alejandro and I stood anyway. I stopped seeing Raven and Rihanna sitting on the porch looking at something on a tablet. What are you guys doing and why didn't you wake me? I said, hugging them both from behind. I was so glad Raven was okay. I couldn't imagine life without my boo. She smirked up at me as if nothing had happened. I remember our emotional hug from last night when she had finally woken up. Because you needed rest, girl. She said as Rihanna held the tablet up. We're looking at dresses. I want to pick one for my uncle's engagement. She said. My heart pounded. Was it really still on? I'm sure Alejandro had changed his mind, right? That moment. But the uncertainty had settled into the pit of my stomach and the feeling of bad news only grew. "Kia," Raven said. I flashed her a smile. "Well, you guys have fun, I'm going to go to the hospital." She nodded and I gave her a genuine smile. I had to be positive, but the more I thought of it, I felt scared. He had said one taste. Did that mean he just wanted me out of his system? I was so lost in thought, I didn't realize where I was going until I knocked into someone. I went tumbling back, groaning as I fell on my ass. "Sorry." I was about to get up when the person held their hand out, just as their familiar scent hit me. "No damage done," Carmen said. My eyes widened as I looked at her outstretched hand. I took it slowly, letting her help me up. She looked away. "I want to say thank you, for saving my life. Dr. Callum mentioned, I won't tell anyone, because I know it's confidential. I had a feeling you did something, and the way you spoke to the alpha for me," she was mumbling, but I knew she was serious. I was quite shocked she knew what had happened, but for her to thank me. "It's okay, I'm glad you're okay," I said. She looked up at me and smiled slightly. "I also need to say sorry. What I did was messed up and low. It's in the past," I said, giving her a small smile. She returned it with a smile of her own. I was surprised, but I was glad. I didn't want any animosity between us. "You're 12 years my junior, but you acted way beyond your years. Not only did you win the match, you won in every way. I respect that." Thanks, I didn't really know how to respond to that. "You saved me. I owe you that debt. If the need arises, I'll have your back," she said. "Oh, that's not needed, it was my fault you got hurt." "No, it wasn't, I asked for it," she said, looking guilty. I looked at her curiously. Did you dislike me?" I asked, unsure how to word that. The king has never defended anyone the way he did that day. "Seeing that was kind of painful," Carmen said. I signed inwardly, another one to add to the list of Alejandro's admirers. "I'm sorry," I said. "No need. You're strong, compassionate, and I think you'd make a great queen," she said, giving a crooked smile. I blushed. "Oh no, we're not dash ladies," Serena said, now coming over. I had a feeling she was worried things were going to get out of hand from the way she had rushed over. "Glad to see you're up and on the go, Carmen." "Me too," Carmen said sincerely. "Hey, Serena," I said with a smile. "What are those?" Carmen asked her. My gaze fell to the pamphlets. "Oh, just making preparations for the engagement," Serena said. My heart sank. Maybe he just didn't call it off yet. Right? I asked my wolf, who seemed to be going crazy, but I only got the feeling of despair from her. "Okay, I'm off, Alpha and Jasmine are waiting for me." Those words felt like a harsh slap to the face. So, the engagement was still on. Only I had been dumb enough to let him play me once again. I really was stupid. 57. Drunk. Kiara. I don't know how long I had been drinking or how much I had drunk. I just sat in my room drinking and drinking. Raven had come to ask me to join her and Auntie Indigo for some fun at the pack hall, but I wasn't up to it. I felt like shit. So here I was drinking bottle after bottle. The Omegas were pretty obedient and didn't even question me on why I wanted this much alcohol, but I guess I was legal, so they couldn't say crap. Or maybe they had to listen because I was an alpha's daughter. Wait. I was like an alpha too, right? Dad had gone somewhere with Alejandro and I was glad. I didn't want to see anyone. I just. Coming home to hear Claire telling another Omega that the alpha had told her today that he was wearing black on the engagement, well, it hurt like a bitch. Once again, he used me and tossed me aside. I don't know how many hours passed as I sat here drinking. I have never drank so much in my life, I know that much. Someone had knocked on my door at one point. It was a bit of a haze. Was it Dad? Or Raven? I wasn't really sure. I didn't care either. I now stood up. I needed more to drink. Was this what heartbreak felt like? Fucking hell, I made my way to my door and switched the hallway light on. I felt a little lighter at least. I skipped down the hall and down the stairs. I almost fell down the bottom 3 as I giggled. Whoops, the floor was moving too. Now, where was the wine kept? The wine cellar, that's what Claire Bear had said. Claire Bear, calling a wolf a bear, funny. I giggled, clamping my hand over my mouth as I placed my finger to my lips. Shushy. I giggled. Claire Bear. I finally managed to find the door that led to the cellar. Dummy Alpha, dummy Alejandro, stupid Jasmine, stupid me, I stumbled down the steps. Seriously, these things were not stable. Why were they wobbling? The light was so dim down here, I couldn't see anything. I felt my way around until I finally felt a bottle brush my finger. Ah, my savior. I giggled, kissing the bottle. I love you, I shall marry and mate you. I kissed it again before I bit the cork off. A satisfying pop made me sigh as the smell of rich red wine filled my nose. Ooh, I love expensive wine. Dumbass king, I'll drink all your collection. Bet you started collecting these when you were a hot young man. You're an ancient old man now. I hate old fossils, stupid things. I mean, I don't want Alejandro. I bet in a few years he'll stop functioning too, right? Yes, Kia, you don't need Alejandro. I could just pretend that I'll marry Chad, one of the characters from my favorite book. Yes, that was a better idea. Then I'll let Jasmine keep Alejandro, before he isn't able to function anymore. My eyes stung with tears as I chugged down the bottle. He used me. What was worse was, I let him. I wiped my eyes with my free hand, glugging down the wine. It hurts, I whispered into the darkness. I rested my head back, the image of him and Jasmine. Together. Mated. Fucking, I threw the bottle across the floor, letting it smash into 100 pieces. Fuck you. I whispered. Kiara. It took me a moment to realize who that was. He sounded a bit like him too. I wiped my tears away. I'm here, drinking. Want to join? I asked cheerfully, as I smelt him as he came closer. Wow, come on. It is past 3 a.m. Rehan said as he took my elbows, lifting me off the ground. Don't tell me what to do. I'm 18. A pure adult. There are no underage girls here. I know you are. So how about we get your adult but to your bedroom? No, I don't want to. I said softly. I tumbled forward, my head hitting his chest. My lips trembled. Are you okay? What happened? He asked, concern clear in his voice as he wrapped his arms around my waist, guiding me to the stairs before lifting me up in his arms and carrying me into the light of the hall at the top. Nothing happened. I said smiling, as I looked at his face. He looked so much like his uncle. He had his hair in a ponytail as I caressed his jaw. He looked like Alejandro, a lot. My lips trembled as his eyes found mine. You're upset, he said, concern clear in his eyes. Maybe. I said, pouting as he carried me to my room. Stepping inside, I slid out of his arms quickly, only for the ground to rotate. Whoa, I giggled. I would have definitely tumbled onto the floor if he didn't catch me. I grabbed onto his shirt. Easy there. He said, his hand around my waist. I looked into his eyes, slowly locking my arms around his neck. I wanted to forget him. Kiara, you're drunk. Let's get you to bed. Rehan said, clearly looking a little uncomfortable. I raised an eyebrow. Are you a virgin? I whispered loudly. He frowned at me. No. He hissed, glancing towards the open door. Then let's have fun. I said, brushing his neck with my fingers. Kiara, I don't want to face Liam after I slept with his sister. I rolled my eyes. Who cares? I've slept with Damon, and he knows. I said, turning away from him. I reached for the hem of my black chiffon top and slid it off over my head, leaving me in my blue silk and lace bra. I turned back to him, ruffling my hair. I watched his gaze trail over my breasts and I stifled a giggle. Men and boobies, although I had to admit that mine were pretty nice. Night, he said, about to turn away when I unhooked my bra, letting it slide off my shoulders slowly before I tossed it aside. I saw him swallow. You sure about that? No strings attached? I said huskily, deep within my haze. I knew I was looking for an outlet. It hurt being used and I wanted to take back that control. If he could fuck with my emotions, I would fuck with whoever I wanted. And I meant that literally. I cupped my breasts, lifting my right breast and licking my nipple slowly. I saw him run his hand through his hair. Kia. I walked over to him, leaning past him. I shut the door, before wrapping my arms around his neck. You are boring, come on, what's wrong? One night, Rayhan, just a little fun, I whispered, leaning up to him. I could feel his resolve breaking. His hand slid up my ass before resting on my waist. Let's go, I whispered, our noses brushed and my stomach fluttered. Fuck. If we regret this tomorrow. I cut him off, shoving my tongue into his mouth and feeling him groan against me before he kissed me back with equal passion. Now, this was more like it. Our hands ran over each other's bodies. I pulled his shirt off, admiring his body. He was fine. For a moment, Alejandro came to mind, accompanied by a stab of pain. I used that pain to kiss Rayhan even more passionately. We were a blur of kisses, groping and undressing. I wasn't sure when he tossed me on the bed or when I helped him out of his pants. When did I remove my jeans? I ran my hand along his length. He was fucking big. I licked my lips, taking his mushroom tip in my mouth. Oh, that's it. He murmured, his hand tangling into my hair. I closed my eyes, letting pleasure flow through me. Don't feel. Don't let the pain in, live in the moment. I began taking him in completely, breathing through my nose as he hit the back of my throat. I moaned against him. I was good at this and I knew exactly what pleased a guy. I looked up, seeing the pleasure on his face. My own pussy begged for attention. I began playing with myself as I sucked on him. He began thrusting in harder. Fuck. He groaned, his moves becoming faster when suddenly he pulled out, as he came. His milky white cum coating my breasts. I smirked seductively, taking a bit on my finger and licking it off. Sucking on my finger as I looked into his green eyes. He pushed me back onto the bed, dragging me to the edge before he went down on me. I closed my eyes, melting into the pleasure as his tongue flicked and swirled along my core. Oh, fuck, that's it. I moaned. As much as I was enjoying this, I needed him now. If I found my release, I may stop it from going further, and I needed to do this. Was I trying to prove something? Did I want him to hear? I don't know. Fuck me now, Ray. I need you now. I moaned. He looked up at me, his hair half out of his hair tie. I sat up, pulling him on top of me. Kiara, we can stop. He said, kissing me tenderly. I know. I don't want to. I said, kissing him back. It sent soft tingles through me. Nothing compared to what I felt with Alejandro, but enough to ease the ache in my chest. His hands played with my breasts, his tongue explored my mouth. I felt him position himself between my legs. Our eyes met, and for a second I saw Alejandro, but I forced that image away. I was not going to pretend Rayhan was him. I was going to enjoy this night and the handsome man above me. Alejandro could go to hell for all I cared, I thought bitterly. I moaned softly as he rubbed his tip against my clit, and I closed my eyes as he thrust into me. Pleasure rushed through me as he began fucking me hard and fast. 58. His pain. Alejandro. I hope Kiara hasn't been too much of a hassle. Elijah said. We had spent the last few hours discussing my possible leads, what Fred and Indy had been able to find, and what else we had gathered. I felt like we were getting somewhere, even if the steps were tiny. She's been fine, I said, taking a long drag on my cigarette. That's not like you, he remarked. I looked up at him sharply, raising an eyebrow. What the fuck isn't? Not complaining. I hated how fucking smart this dickhead was. It's been a long fucking day. Want me to start listing how fucking troublesome your girl's been? I remarked. Maybe I'm looking too much into it. You two seem to be getting on a little better than I was expecting, he said, rubbing his temples. I didn't react, focusing on keeping my heart steady. She's helped out several patients. I can't really complain about that shit, can I? Can I just say that I want to fuck her all the time and she messes with my mind way fucking more than I'd ever admit? True. The thing is, I have a lot more pups in my pack. Also not as many warriors as this pack, although my wolves are trained well. Yeah, I saw that much, I said. Your point. He gave me a cocky smirk. Kiara. Can I leave her under your care then? I get that she attracts danger, but you need leads. Why not let them come to you? I'm willing to send my best men to help as well. I didn't speak. I wanted to protect her. But, I kept messing with her, hurting her. I couldn't be with her, yet I couldn't fucking stay away. How the hell do I explain that? She was physically safer around me, but what about mentally? So far, I was fucking her up and that shit wasn't good. However, I also knew I was the one who could protect her best. I nodded. Fine. Callum would enjoy having her at the hospital, I said curtly. The reminder that even I enjoyed having her at the hospital returned to me. You sure you're okay? Elijah asked me and I hated the fact he actually looked concerned. I'm fucking fine. No, I wasn't. I felt like I had a storm of emotions and conflict raging within me. This morning he had asked me about my engagement and I had told him the plans, the security and all. The only issue was, with the large influx of wolves coming for the mating ceremony, we were going to have a lot of people coming in and out. The risk of something sneaking in with them was higher. We were holding the engagement at the same location as the mating ball, away from my pack. I was not going to let hundreds of wolves into my territory for them to get a good insight on my security. Especially now with Kiara here, I wouldn't risk her getting hurt. Kiara had become my weakness. For her, I'd lay my own fucking life down, but I also didn't want them to hurt her because of me. Sure, she was a target already, but still, things could be worse. I could lose my self-control and do the same thing to her that I had done to my own mother. I had cared for her, loved her, but I still killed her without an ounce of compassion. I wouldn't, do the same to Kiara. I knew she was made for me. The connection I felt for her, the woman she was, I guess the moon goddess made me wait because she was carving me a goddess herself. Perfection took time, and Kiara was the epitome of perfection. There was nothing I'd change about her. Alejandro. I looked up and saw Elijah frowning. Are you sure you're okay? He asked. Yeah, now fuck off. I grunted. He gave me a glare and I stood up. You should head back, I'm going for a run. He nodded and we went our own ways. I just needed to let loose some of these emotions. I got home after 4 a.m. I felt a little better having been able to release all my pent-up frustration into running. I mean, I wasn't even in the mood for a fuck these days, well if it didn't include Kiara anyway. I walked down the hall, deciding I'd crash in my office. Despite everything being stripped in my room, I could smell the blood and death that lingered. I was in the process of having it repainted, recarpeted and with all new fucking furniture. I paused at Kiara's door, the smell of hazelnut chocolate lingered, calming me a little more. I couldn't stop wishing I could just walk in and hold her, that would surely calm me the fuck down. Fuck, I was going in circles. Staying away was the plan, remember? I was about to carry on when I froze. The smell of Rayhan was strong here too now, my heart raced, my stomach sinking as I looked at Kiara's door. Don't. I couldn't help myself, I turned the door handle slowly, my heart pounding faster than it ever had before. Assuming something and actually seeing it were two very different fucking things. The smell of sex, alcohol, sweat and Kiara's arousal lingered in the air. The floor was scattered with bottles but the only thing I could focus on was the couple tangled up on the bed under the sheets. You know how you hear people say it hurts so fucking much that it becomes hard to breathe? I never got that, not until now. Seeing Kiara in bed with him, I ran my hand through my hair. Fuck. I couldn't focus on anything, the room suddenly became too small, my heart was squeezing fucking painfully and the agony of the entire situation was killing me. Stepped back, my foot hit a bottle and I saw Rayhan sit up sharply. Our eyes met in the darkness. I don't know what he saw on my face but the look of guilt that crossed his own only hurt more. I hated having people see this shit side of me. He untangled Kiara from himself, placing her arms down next to her and making to get out of the bed. Uncle Dash, he began in a whisper. I shook my head, I couldn't do this. I didn't want to hear it. I turned and walked out. I fucking wanted to claw my heart out and toss it aside. I needed to take this pain away. I walked swiftly to my bedroom which was now partially empty and straight over to the window. I jumped out just as Rayhan ran into my bedroom. Uncle, please listen. He called. You have nothing to say, I want to fucking hear. I growled venomously. I didn't stop, I broke into a run and I was gone. No one could catch me, not unless I wanted them to. With every heartbeat, every second that went by, I couldn't take the picture of Kiara out of my head. Her hair half covering her face, her arm around Rayhan's waist. His head resting on top of hers, the marks that had littered her neck. Triggering content, slight distressing self-harm ahead, please skip to the end of the chapter if this can affect you. I made my way to the cells, straight to the fucking supply room where we kept the silver, wolfsbane and other poisons. I once said I needed to feel the pain to feel alive. Right now, I needed to feel a pain stronger than what was hurting me inside. A pain so strong that this shit inside didn't hurt anymore. I could feel an unfamiliar sting in my eyes as Kiara flashed before them. Was this what heartbreak felt like? I didn't even know I had a heart. I roamed the shelves, picking up one of the large gallons of wolfsbane that were used to fill small vials and uncapping it. I knocked the disgusting liquid down in one breath. My entire insides were set ablaze, the burning agony consumed me. I just stood there, my chest still hurt. It wasn't enough. I pushed the bottles aside, not caring as they shattered on the ground, looking for the strongest poison we had concocted for the Menangle and Wendigos. 1, 4, 7 vials later, I couldn't breathe at all. My head was screaming with agonizing torment. The taste of blood now filled my mouth as I coughed up blood. Why wasn't the pain going away? No matter what I did, all I could see was Kiara in bed. I fell to my knees, clutching my head. It was my fucking fault, I had pushed her into that. I dropped against the wall as blood trickled from my ear. I grabbed a few syringes that lay on the closest shelf. I didn't bother checking what they were as I injected myself with them. My body was screaming for relief. Maybe I overdid it a little in pushing her away. I clutched my head, resting my elbows on my knees. I should be proud though, right? I wanted her to move on and be happy, and she seemed to be having enough fun. Congratulations, Alejandro. Mission accomplished. I told the empty room, my voice hoarse from the burning poisons I had consumed. But it still killed me, so fucking much. Through the thick haze of pain and regret, what I felt for her shone through like the warm beacon of life itself. She was a woman I could never have. One that I was far too fucked up to ever deserve. Yet I still loved her. Yeah, Elle said it, love. Something I never knew I'd ever be able to feel again, but there was no other word I could use to explain how I felt. Because of that love, I'd take all this pain every fucking day if it meant she was safe and happy away from a toxic fucker like me. 59. No awkwardness. Kiara. I awoke to a shriek. Uncle. Uncle, you can't come in. Kiara isn't dressed. Raven. I jolted up, groaning at the pounding in my head. Goddess, why are you screaming? I groaned. Fine, but I want to speak to her the moment she's dressed. Dad growled at Raven before the door slammed shut. Raven locked it and glared at me. Kiara. She hissed. What? I moaned. I thought you two were, done. She whispered. He's getting married, babe. I frowned, now looking down at myself then at the room before me. Last night rushed back and I felt my cheeks burn. Oh fuck, I had practically forced Rayhan into sex. Kill me now. I dropped back onto the pillow and pulled my bedsheet to my chest. Raven slapped my arm hard. Kia. I'm serious. She snapped. It wasn't him. I said softly. I wish it had been, but I had made my decision. I needed to move on from him and focus on my mate. He was out there. Wow, Raven said, then smirked. So who was the lucky guy? Let's not, I said blushing, remembering last night. Oh goddess, this was going to be so humiliating. Kia. Raven huffed. Rayhan. I said, knowing she wouldn't back down. Her unique colored eyes widened in surprise. Before a sly smirk crossed her lips. Wow, so I see your type, Italian boy's eye. She said, winking at me suggestively as I shook my head. He was the only man who came in the way. I said, sighing. Okay, that and he is super hot. Well, there were also the 20 guards surrounding this mansion. You sure Rayhan was the only option? Or did you choose him because he looks like you know who? Because he looks like Alejandro? No. I said softly. It wasn't, I couldn't even picture someone else as Alejandro. No one can be him. I'm over him. The blood moon is in 2 nights and I'm ready to meet my mate. That's my girl. She said, about to hug me, then wrinkled her nose. I don't really want to touch you right now. I laughed. Point taken. I giggled, remembering that Rayhan had actually come all over my breasts. How was I going to face him? I groaned. You need strong painkillers to help with that hangover and your werewolf healing will do the rest. She said, getting up. And you better hurry, Uncle L wants to see you. Thanks. I said with a smile as she left my room. Well, I better get on with the day. No one is going to wait for me and I still have people to heal and help. I made my way into the dining room. Seeing that Alejandro was missing but Auntie Indy, Frederick, Darian and Jasmine were all there. Odd. Where were Alejandro and Serena? Finally. Dad said. I dared not look at Rayhan, who was sitting next to Dad. I took the only seat available that wasn't Alejandro's, feeling really nervous. Sorry, late night, I mumbled, then wished I hadn't said that. Oh, how so? Auntie Indy said with a smile. I looked at her, I wasn't happy with her either. She was hiding all her issues from her family. Even Frederick was acting so normal with the way he was talking to Dad. I said, tugging at the sleeves of my peach-colored top. The food smells so good I think I'm going to orgasm. Raven said. All eyes turned to her and Dad gave her a frown. Seriously, Raven? Yes. This is food porn. She said, motioning at the table. Uncle L, you really need to stop frowning so much. How about you get Auntie Scarlet to reward you if you go a day without frowning? Dear Goddess, help this girl. I smiled despite myself. I get enough rewards without doing anything, so thanks for the unneeded advice. Dad said with a cocky smirk. I groaned. Dad, I don't need to know about your bedroom activities. I said as Auntie Indine Darien chuckled, she asked for it. He said, motioning to Raven, before turning to Rehan and beginning to ask him about his family. I felt relieved, but my mind did wander towards Alejandro's empty seat. I felt someone watching me and looked up to see Darien observing me. I raised a questioning brow at him, but he simply shook his head, giving me a smile. Where's Serena? I asked. Party planning. He said, his smile faltering, but I simply nodded and returned to my food. Breakfast was over and I was making my way out when Rehan caught up with me. Kiara. My heart skipped a beat as I turned towards him, my cheeks flushing slightly. Goddess, was this embarrassing? Rehan. I said. He gave me a small smirk. About last night. Sorry. If memory serves, I assaulted you, right? I said sheepishly. He snickered. I wouldn't say that, seduced might be the correct term. He said, his voice dropping an octave. His gaze flickered to my chest, before he looked away smoothly. I just wanted to ask you something. If we're cool. We are, right? I said quickly. He smirked, cocking his brows. Don't worry, I don't sleep with someone and then tell the world. Yeah, we're cool. I actually wanted to ask you something else. He ran his fingers through his open hair, a small frown finding its way onto his face. What is it? I asked. It's about Uncle. Sorry if I'm getting personal, but was he the reason you were drunk last night? He said seriously. I knew this was bothering him and he looked concerned. I sighed, looking up at the blue sky that was sprinkled with a few clouds. Not entirely, it was more me being really stupid and blind. I'm over him and I'm looking forward to the mating ceremony. I hope to find my mate. I said. He seemed to hesitate for a moment. Kia, I think Uncle might dash. Rehan, as much as I don't mind you defending him, I don't care. He's made his choice. I mean, what can possibly happen between us? I'm an 18-year-old and he's the alpha king, engaged and ready to make it official. I just want to move on. He's just toxic for me. I said with finality. It pained me to even call him toxic, however he had done nothing but emotionally mess with me. I was not going to entertain him anymore. New rule, I was never going to talk to him alone. He wanted to talk, we will talk with someone else present. You're right, it's better you just focus on your mate and yourself. He said, sighing and kicking a stray pebble with his boot. Thanks. Oh, and before you go. Last night, you were pretty amazing. Your mate's sure going to be lucky to have a sexy kitten like you in bed. My stomach fluttered and I felt my cheeks heat up. Really? A cold voice said from behind us and I felt my stomach sink. Oh hell no. Did Dad just hear that? Shit. 60. Ready for this. Kiara. Rehan didn't look fazed, as we both turned to see Dad standing on the top step. His cold glare was fixed on Rehan. I really was getting annoyed with him, especially since he himself was such a player back in the day. I gave him a warning glare. Hey, Uncle L. Rehan said, a hint of a smile teasing his lips. Dad simply gave him a calculating glare before looking at me. Dad, chill out, seriously. I said through the link. I wasn't going to say anything. He growled back. But he better get the fuck out of my way or I'll be disfiguring that pretty boy face of his. Ouch, don't you think of him as a nephew? I replied, finding it a little amusing. Not right now. He replied, walking down the steps. Rehan flashed him a dazzling smirk before he waved and winked at me, walking off. Seriously, Dad, you're suffocating. I said, as we both fell in step. You were upset that night. he said, now serious, his anger completely dissipated. That night? I questioned, confused. The night we found out about your healing. He said softly. My smile vanished. Had they seen through me? Oh, it was just, I thought I wasn't, good enough. There, I said it. He stopped, cupping my face, concern in his eyes as he shook his head. No, Angel. No matter what, you are worth more than any goddamn thing in this world. You're my princess, and I know I can be fucking suffocating, but it's only because I don't want you hurt. He said, kissing my forehead. I felt my emotions swirl in my chest as I wrapped my arms around his waist. I'm sorry for thinking like that, but I don't need my ankle to be healed for me to be strong. His powerful arms wrapped around me and I inhaled his woody scent. This was the one man who would always protect me, my first love, my superhero. I just wish I had been able to protect you. He whispered. This isn't your fault, Dad, I've never blamed you. You did protect me, as you always do. You need to let go of your guilt, please. For me. I said, looking up into those bright blue eyes that rivaled the sky in summer. I'll try, he replied, giving me a small smile. I smiled back, tiptoeing and kissing his cheek. I love you, Dad. I love you too, Angel, I'm sure whoever you end up mated with won't really deserve you. He said. All dads say that. I replied, rolling my eyes. So, the guy you were messing around with was Rayhan, huh? He said, his eyes calculating. My heart skipped a beat, I didn't want to put the guy under fire. Dad, it's no big deal, can you not butt into my sex life? I glared. He glared back. Couldn't you be a little more tame? I smirked. I take after you. Flipping my hair, I waved and ran off. I did not want Dad prying. The way he had asked was as if he didn't think it was Rayhan, and I never wanted him to learn the truth about Alejandro. The mating ball. It came twice a year, on the blood moon. The second one in the year was always hosted by the Leakin King. A king I had barely seen over the last 2 days. He hadn't come home, not even once. Jasmine had had to plan the engagement alone. I spent the time at the hospital and one day out with the girls getting nails and facials. There had been a Wendigo trying to infiltrate, but it had been captured. Something Alejandro, Dad and Rayhan had accomplished together. I knew that because I had been the one to heal Dad and Rayhan afterwards, but Alejandro, he didn't even come my way once. It seemed he had just wanted one taste, just like he had said. Talk about using someone. Well, I was over him. I just hoped that I could still say the same when I saw him. I was brave when he wasn't here, but I just needed to stay brave. Luckily Dad would be attending too, and I knew he'd have his eyes on me. Serena had been swamped with the mating ceremony and I had helped. Not to mention Rihanna and Raven were so ecstatic about prepping the venue. It was to be held at a large mansion Alejandro owned 8 miles from the packed grounds. It was large, security would be tight and, like every year, hundreds of wolves from all around the United Kingdom and some even from abroad came for this mating ball. It was lush, even some mated alphas will attend as it is, in a way, a social event at the same time for alphas to meet and mingle. The mansion was built in a traditional style and was a very old building, renovated in a luxurious manner. It was huge, with many rooms. The grounds would be decorated just as glamorously as the inside for this event. This ball would be the epitome of money and luxury. I knew every she-wolf there would be looking smoking hot. I had seen pictures of it from a few she-wolves who had attended back home, but the fact that only eligible wolves could go meant Raven and Rihanna had to sit this one out. It was often a once-in-a-lifetime experience if you find your mate, and unless you're an alpha, you wouldn't get an invite again. Now the day of the blood moon had finally arrived. The day that I might meet my mate, would see Damon and Liam there too, and I was glad. I missed them a lot. I just prayed Liam wasn't mated to any she-wolf there. I wanted him with Raven. Call me selfish, but they were perfect together. I now took my gold-jeweled gown out of the plastic bag. I smiled as I admired it. I had taken me 3 months to pick this gown out. I wanted to look perfect for my mate, although I wasn't planning on seducing him with my looks. Well, not completely, but I hoped he found me drool-worthy. I now looked at the dress before me. It was fully covered with gems and beads on net fabric. The dress was up to my thighs, with strings of jewels and beads dangling to the floor. It was strapless with leafy gold vines around the chest area. Underneath was a strapless silk nude-colored bodysuit that would cover my main assets. "Damn girl, you're going to have your mate hard," Raven said, from behind me. Rihanna laughed. "And I'll be here praying it's Rayhan," she piped in. Making my eyes widen, "He wouldn't be a bad option, I guess. Whoever he is, he better treat you like the queen you are," Raven said. "So, go shower and then let's doll you up." I nodded, as Rihanna put on some music. "Alright, I'm going to go shower and get shimmery, be out soon," I said, grabbing my bottle of body shimmer. "I have got the perfect makeup look in mind to go with this outfit," Rihanna said. She may not be a fighter, but she knew everything about makeup. I guess she put her time to use there, being even better than Raven and I in that department, and we were both pretty good with makeup. Tonight was the night I would hopefully meet the other half of my soul. The gift from the goddess herself. My mate, my future love and the only man I would ever fight for.
If you enjoyed the book, be sure to like it and consider subscribing for more. If you would like to listen to the full version of the book, please visit Amazon.com to purchase the book. Thank you for listening.